On the first Monday of April in 1625, the small town of Meung was in great trouble. It looked like a place in revolt, as if a war had just begun. Women ran toward the main street. Children cried alone at open doors. Many men hurried to put on armor. They took simple weapons in their hands, and then walked quickly toward the inn called the Jolly Miller. A large crowd was already there, and it grew bigger each minute. People shouted and asked many questions. In those days, fear spread quickly. Such events happened often, and almost every town wrote about them. There were many fights everywhere. Nobles fought each other. The king fought the cardinal. Spain fought the king. There were also other dangers. Thieves, poor wanderers, Huguenots, wolves, and bad men caused trouble for everyone. The citizens were ready to fight thieves, wolves, and bad men. They often fought nobles or Huguenots. Sometimes they even fought the king. But they never fought the cardinal or Spain. So, on that Monday, when people heard the noise and saw no royal flags, they ran to the Jolly Miller. When they arrived, they quickly saw the reason for the noise. A young man stood there. We can describe him easily. He looked like a young Don Quixote, about 18 years old. He wore no armor. He had no metal protection at all. He wore a simple wool jacket. It was once blue, but now the color was dull and unclear. His face was long and brown. His cheekbones were high, showing that he was clever. His jaw was strong, a clear sign of a man from Gascony. He wore a cap with a small feather. His eyes were open and sharp. His nose was curved but well-shaped. He looked too big for a boy and too small for a man. An experienced person might think he was a farmer's son on a journey. But one thing changed this idea. He carried a long sword. It hung from a leather belt. As he walked, it hit his legs. When he rode, it struck the side of his horse. The horse was also easy to notice. Everyone looked at it. It was a small horse from Bern, 12 or 14 years old. Its skin was yellow. Its tail had no hair. Its legs were not strong. The horse walked with its head very low. Still, it could travel many miles each day. Sadly, its good points were hidden. Its strange color and odd walk made it look poor. At that time, many people believed they knew a great deal about horses. So when this horse entered Meung, people did not like it. This bad feeling also fell upon the rider. The young man felt this clearly. His name was D'Artagnan. He knew the horse made him look foolish. He was a good rider, but the horse did not help him. He sighed when he accepted this gift from his father, Monsieur d'Artagnan the elder. He knew the horse was worth some money. But the words that came with the gift were worth much more.
"My son," said the old Gascon gentleman in his local speech, "this horse was born in your father's house 13 years ago. It has stayed with us all this time, and you should love it for that. Never sell it. Let it live and die in peace when it is old. If you go to war with it, care for it like an old servant. If you ever go to court, which your noble family allows you to do, remember to honor your name. Your family has carried this name with pride for 500 years. Do this for yourself and for those close to you. I mean your family and friends. Do not accept bad treatment from anyone, except the king and the cardinal. Today, a gentleman moves forward only by courage. If you wait even a moment, you may lose your chance. You are young. You must be brave. First, because you are a Gascon. Second, because you are my son. Never be afraid of arguments," the old man said. "Look for adventure. I taught you how to use a sword. Your arms are strong, and your hand is steady. Fight whenever you must. Duels are now forbidden, so courage is even more important. I cannot give you much, my son. I give you 15 crowns, my horse, and my advice. Your mother will also give you a small bottle. It is a healing balm from a woman in Bohemia. It can help many wounds, if they are not too serious. Use all these gifts well, and live a long and happy life. I have one more thing to say. I want to give you an example. It is not myself. I have never been at court, and I only joined wars as a simple helper. I speak of Monsieur de Treville. He was once my neighbor. When he was a boy, he played with our king, Louis XIII, whom God protect. Sometimes their games became rough, and the king was not always stronger. These moments made the king respect and like Monsieur de Treville more. Later, Monsieur de Treville fought many times. On his first trip to Paris, he fought 5 times. From the death of the old king until the young king grew up, he fought 7 times, not counting wars and sieges. From then until today, maybe 100 times. Even with many laws against fighting, he became the captain of the Musketeers. This means he leads brave soldiers. The king respects them greatly, and even the cardinal fears them. Monsieur de Treville earns 10,000 crowns each year. He is now a great noble. He began just as you do. Go to him with this letter. Follow his example, and try to live as he has lived.
After these words, Monsieur d'Artagnan the elder put his own sword on his son's belt. He kissed him gently on both cheeks and gave him his blessing. When the young man left his father's room, he found his mother waiting. She carried the famous healing recipe. The good advice would surely make it useful often. The goodbye with his mother was longer and more emotional than with his father. It was not because his father loved him less. His father was a man and did not want to show his feelings. His mother was a woman, and more than that, a mother. She cried a lot. The young man tried to stay strong, as a future musketeer should. Still, his feelings were too strong, and he also cried. He tried hard to hide his tears, but it was not easy. That same day, the young man began his journey. He carried his 3 gifts from his father, 15 crowns, the horse, and the letter to Monsieur de Treville. The advice came with them. With these things, D'Artagnan was strong in body and mind. He was like a hero from old stories. That hero saw enemies where there were none. D'Artagnan saw insult in every smile and challenge in every look. Because of this, from Tarbes to Meung, his hand was often tight or resting on his sword. Still, he did not strike anyone, and he did not draw his sword. Many people smiled when they saw his poor little horse. But they also saw his long sword and his sharp, serious eyes. So they stopped laughing, or laughed only a little. In this way, D'Artagnan kept his pride safe until he reached the unlucky town of Meung. There, he got down from his horse at the door of the inn called the Jolly Miller. No one came to help him. No host, no servant, no stable boy appeared. Through an open window on the ground floor, D'Artagnan noticed a man inside. The man stood straight and moved with confidence. His face looked hard. He was speaking to 2 other men, who listened with respect. As usual, D'Artagnan thought they were talking about him. He stopped and listened. This time, he was only partly wrong. They were not speaking about him, but about his horse. The man listed the horse's qualities in a mocking way. The 2 listeners laughed loudly again and again. Even a small smile could make the young man angry. So it is easy to imagine how this loud laughter made him feel.
D'Artagnan wanted to look closely at the rude man who laughed at him. He stared at the stranger with proud eyes. He saw a man about 40 to 45 years old. The man had black, sharp eyes and a pale face. His nose was strong, and he had a neat black mustache. He wore a violet jacket and trousers. They had small cords of the same color. There were no decorations, only simple cuts where the shirt showed. The clothes looked new, but they had many folds, like clothes kept too long in a travel bag. D'Artagnan noticed all this very fast. Inside, he felt this man would be important in his life. At that moment, the man in violet made another clever joke about the small horse. The two men near him laughed even louder. The stranger also showed a small, cold smile. Then D'Artagnan knew for sure that he was being insulted. He pulled his cap low over his eyes. He tried to act like noble young men he had seen while traveling. He walked forward with one hand on his sword and the other on his hip. But with every step, his anger grew. He forgot the proud speech he had planned. Instead, rude words came out with an angry movement of his hand.
I say, sir. You there, hiding behind the window. Yes, you. Tell me what you are laughing at, and we will laugh together.
The man slowly lifted his eyes from the horse. He looked at D'Artagnan as if he was not sure the words were for him. When he understood, his eyebrows moved a little.
I was not speaking to you, sir.
But I am speaking to you, D'Artagnan said.
He was even more angry because the man sounded polite and rude at the same time. The stranger looked at him again and smiled slightly. He stepped away from the window and walked outside the inn very slowly. He stopped close to D'Artagnan's horse. His calm way and mocking face made the men at the window laugh again. When D'Artagnan saw him come closer, he pulled his sword partway out. The stranger kept talking about the horse. He spoke to the men at the window and ignored D'Artagnan.
This horse is surely yellow, he said. It is a color known in plants, but rare for horses.
Some people laugh at the horse because they are afraid to laugh at the rider, he shouted.
I do not laugh often, sir, the stranger replied calmly. You can see that on my face. But I will laugh when I choose.
And I, cried D'Artagnan, will not let any man laugh if I do not like it.
Very well, sir, said the stranger, still calm.
He turned around and started to go back into the inn. D'Artagnan had noticed a ready horse near the door when he arrived. But D'Artagnan could not let the man go. He pulled his sword out fully and followed him.
Turn around, he shouted. Do not make me strike you from behind.
Strike me, the man said, turning back. He looked at D'Artagnan with surprise and scorn. You must be crazy. Then he spoke quietly to himself. This is troublesome. The king is looking for brave young men like this for his guards.
Before he finished speaking, D'Artagnan rushed forward with great force. The stranger jumped back quickly and avoided him. He then understood this was no longer a joke. He drew his sword, greeted D'Artagnan politely, and took a fighting position. At the same time, the two men from the window and the innkeeper ran toward D'Artagnan. They held simple tools and tried to stop the fight.
The sudden attack stopped at once. D'Artagnan's enemy turned to face the new blows. He calmly put his sword back in its sheath. He stopped fighting and only watched. He stayed very calm and said quietly that these Gascons were a problem. He ordered the men to put D'Artagnan back on his horse and send him away. He shouted that he would kill him first. He tried to look brave. He did not step back, even though three men were hitting him again and again. The gentleman watching said that this was just another Gascon boast. He said they should continue until the young man was tired. He thought D'Artagnan would soon give up. But he did not know D'Artagnan well. D'Artagnan never asked for mercy. The fight went on for a short time. Then D'Artagnan's sword broke in two. At the same moment, a hard blow hit his head. He fell to the ground. He was bleeding and almost unconscious. At that moment, people ran in from every direction. The innkeeper was afraid of trouble. With the help of his servants, he carried D'Artagnan into the kitchen. They gave him simple care. The gentleman went back to the window. He looked at the crowd with annoyance and wished they would leave. He then asked how the young man was.
The innkeeper asked if the gentleman was hurt.
The gentleman said he was fine and asked about D'Artagnan.
The innkeeper said the young man was better but had fainted.
The gentleman said that before fainting, D'Artagnan had used all his strength to challenge him again. He said this man must be the devil.
The innkeeper laughed and said he was not. They had searched his bag while he was unconscious. They found only a clean shirt and a small amount of money. But even while fainting, the young man said that if this had happened in Paris, the gentleman would regret it later.
The gentleman said calmly that the young man must be a prince in disguise.
The innkeeper said he told him this so he could be careful.
The gentleman asked if the young man had named anyone.
The innkeeper said yes. He said the young man touched his pocket and spoke the name of Monsieur de Treville.
The gentleman became serious. He asked what was in the pocket.
The innkeeper said there was a letter. It was addressed to Monsieur de Treville, the captain of the Musketeers.
The gentleman showed surprise. The innkeeper did not notice the change in the gentleman's face. The gentleman stood up and frowned. He spoke quietly and seemed worried. He wondered if Treville had sent this young Gascon on purpose. He thought that a young man was less likely to be suspected. He stayed silent for a few minutes. Then he spoke to the innkeeper. He asked if the young man could be sent away. He said he could not kill him. But the young man was a problem. He asked where he was.
The innkeeper said he was in his wife's room upstairs. They were taking care of his wounds. The gentleman asked if his things were with him. The innkeeper said no. His clothes and bag were still in the kitchen.
The gentleman said the young man was causing trouble in the inn. He ordered the innkeeper to prepare his bill and tell his servant.
The innkeeper asked if he was leaving so soon.
The gentleman said he had already ordered his horse to be ready.
The innkeeper said the horse was waiting at the gate.
The gentleman said that was good and told him to do as he was told. The innkeeper then spoke to himself and showed his surprise. Can he be scared of this boy? But the stranger gave a strong look. The host stopped at once. He bowed and stepped back. It is not needed for Milady to be seen by this man, said the stranger. She will pass soon. She is already late. I will get my horse and ride to meet her. But first, I want to know what is in this letter for Treville. He spoke to himself and walked toward the kitchen. The host believed that the young man had made the stranger leave the inn. So the host went back to his wife's room. There he found D'Artagnan waking up. The host warned him. He said the police would punish him for starting trouble with a great lord. The host was sure the stranger was a great lord. He told D'Artagnan to get up and leave at once, even though he was weak. D'Artagnan stood up slowly. He felt confused. He had no coat, and his head was wrapped with cloth. The host pushed him to go. D'Artagnan went down the stairs. When he reached the kitchen, he saw the man he had fought with. The man was calm. He stood near a large carriage. 2 big horses pulled it. A woman spoke to him from inside the carriage. She looked about 20 or 22 years old. D'Artagnan looked at her face very quickly. He saw she was young and beautiful. Her beauty was new to him. It was different from the women in the south where he lived before. She had pale skin and light hair that fell on her shoulders. Her eyes were large and blue. Her lips were pink. Her hands were very white. She spoke with energy to the stranger.
So His Eminence orders me, said the woman, to return at once to England. I must tell him as soon as the Duke leaves London. And my other orders, asked the woman.
They are in this box, he said. Do not open it until you are across the sea.
Good. And what will you do? She asked.
I will go back to Paris, he answered.
What? Without punishing that rude boy, she said.
The man was about to answer. At that moment, D'Artagnan had heard everything. He rushed to the door.
This rude boy can answer for himself, he shouted. This time, the man who should answer will not escape.
Will not escape, said the stranger with a hard face. You would not run away in front of a woman, would you?
Remember, said Milady, as she saw the man touch his sword. Any delay can ruin everything.
You are right, he said. Go your way, and I will go mine. He bowed to the woman and jumped onto his horse. At the same time, the driver hit the horses, and the carriage moved fast. The two went in opposite directions at full speed. Pay him, fool, the stranger shouted to his servant as he rode away.
The servant threw some silver coins at the host and rode after his master.
Shameful coward, cried D'Artagnan. He tried to run after the servant. But his wound made him too weak. After only a few steps, his head felt strange. He felt dizzy. His sight went dark, and he fell in the street. He still cried, Coward! Coward!
He is a coward, yes, said the host, coming closer. He tried to calm D'Artagnan with kind words.
Yes, a true coward, whispered D'Artagnan. But she was very beautiful.
Who? Asked the host.
Milady, said D'Artagnan softly, and he fainted again.
Well, said the host. It is all the same. I lost 2 guests, but this one will stay. I am sure of that. I will earn 11 crowns.
11 crowns was exactly the money left in D'Artagnan's purse. The host planned for 11 days at 1 crown each. But he did not know his guest well enough. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, D'Artagnan got up. He went to the kitchen by himself. He asked for oil, wine, and rosemary. He had a recipe from his mother. He mixed the things and made a healing liquid. He put it on his many wounds. He changed his bandages alone. He refused help from any doctor. That same evening, he could walk around. By the next day, he was almost well. Then it was time to pay for the rosemary, the oil, and the wine. These were the only costs for the innkeeper. D'Artagnan had eaten very little. But the yellow horse had eaten a lot, much more than a horse like that should eat, at least according to the stable boy. D'Artagnan looked in his pocket. He found only his small old velvet purse with 11 coins. The letter for Monsieur de Treville was gone. The young man began to look for the letter very calmly. He checked his pockets again and again. He searched his bag many times. He opened and closed his purse. At last, he was sure the letter was not there. Then he became very angry. He shouted and lost control. He said he would break everything in the inn if the letter was not found. The innkeeper picked up a metal spit. His wife took a broom handle. The servants held the same sticks they had used the day before.
My letter of recommendation. My letter. If it is not found, I will punish you all.
But there was a problem with his threat. In his first fight, his sword had broken in 2. He had forgotten this. When he tried to pull out his sword, he found only a short broken piece. It was about 10 inches long. The innkeeper had put it back in the sheath. He had kept the rest of the blade for his own use. This trick might not have stopped D'Artagnan. But the innkeeper knew the young man was right to ask for his letter.
After all, where is this letter?
Yes, where is it? This letter is for Monsieur de Treville. It must be found. If not, he will know how to deal with this.
This warning scared the innkeeper even more. After the king and the cardinal, Monsieur de Treville was one of the most powerful names. Soldiers and townspeople spoke it often. People also feared Father Joseph, but they said his name very quietly. The innkeeper dropped his spit. He told his wife to drop her broom. He told the servants to put down their sticks. Then he began to search seriously for the letter.
Does the letter have something valuable in it?
Yes, very valuable. It was my future.
Money from Spain?
Money from the king's own treasury.
He believed this was almost true, because the letter could help him serve the king.
Oh no.
But it does not matter. The money means nothing. The letter meant everything. I would rather lose 1,000 gold coins than lose it.
He did not say more, because he felt a little shy. Suddenly, the innkeeper had an idea.
The letter is not lost.
What?
No, it was stolen from you.
Stolen? By whom?
By the gentleman who was here yesterday. He went into the kitchen, where your jacket was. He stayed there alone for some time. I believe he took it.
Do you think so?
He was not sure. He knew the letter was only useful to him. He did not see why anyone else would want it. None of the servants or travelers could gain anything from having that paper.
Do you say, D'Artagnan asked again, that you suspect that rude gentleman?
I tell you I am sure of it, said the innkeeper. When I told him that you were under the care of Monsieur de Treville, and that you even had a letter for that great man, he became very uneasy. He asked me where the letter was. Then he went straight to the kitchen, because he knew your jacket was there.
Then he is my thief, said D'Artagnan. I will speak to Monsieur de Treville. Monsieur de Treville will speak to the king.
He took 2 crowns from his purse and gave them to the innkeeper. The man thanked him and walked with him to the gate, holding his hat. D'Artagnan then got back on his yellow horse. The horse carried him without trouble to the gate of Saint Antoine in Paris. There, D'Artagnan sold the horse for 3 crowns. This was a good price, because he had ridden the horse very hard. The horse dealer told him openly that he paid such a high price only because the horse had a strange color. D'Artagnan then entered Paris on foot. He carried his small bundle under his arm. He walked around the city until he found a room he could afford. The room was small and high, like an attic. It was in the Rue des Farciers, near the Luxembourg. After he paid the first money, he moved in at once. He spent the rest of the day sewing simple decorations onto his jacket and stockings. His mother had secretly taken these from an almost new jacket of his father and had given them to him. After that, he went to the Quai de Foray to get a new blade for his sword. Then he walked toward the Louvre. He asked the first musketeer he met where Monsieur de Treville lived. He learned that the house was in the Rue du Vieux Colombier. This street was very close to his own room. This made D'Artagnan feel hopeful about his future. He was pleased with how he had acted at Meung. He did not feel sorry about the past. He felt confident now and hopeful for what was to come. He went to bed and slept deeply. He slept until 9 in the morning. Then he got up to go to the house of Monsieur de Treville, whom he believed to be the 3rd most important man in the kingdom. Chapter 2. The Antechamber of Monsieur de Treville. Monsieur de Troisville, as his family was still called in Gascony, or Monsieur de Treville, as he was known in Paris, had begun life in much the same way as D'Artagnan. He had no money, but he had courage, quick thinking, and a sharp mind. These qualities often gave a poor Gascon gentleman more hope than rich men from other regions had in real life. His bold courage, and his success in dangerous times, helped him rise quickly at court. He moved up fast in the favor of important people. He was a friend of the king, who greatly honored the memory of Treville's father, Henry IV. The father of Monsieur de Treville had served the king with great loyalty during the wars. The king often had no money, but he was rich in clever words. Instead of money, he allowed Treville's father to use a coat of arms with a golden lion and the words, "faithful and brave." This was a great honor, but it brought no wealth. When this brave man died, he left his son only his sword and his motto. With these, and with his good name, Monsieur de Treville entered the service of the young king. He used his sword well and stayed true to his words. King Louis XIII, himself a skilled fighter, often said that if a friend needed a second in a fight, he would choose himself first and Treville next, or perhaps even before himself. The king truly liked Treville. It was a royal friendship, and also useful, but it was still real. At that difficult time, it was very important to have loyal men nearby. Many men could claim to be strong, but very few could truly say they were faithful. Treville was one of those few. He was a man with a rare kind of strength. He was loyal, brave, and fast to act. He watched the king closely. When the king showed dislike toward someone, Treville was ready to move. His eyes watched. His hand acted. He did not ask questions. He waited only for the right moment. He promised himself that when this moment came, he would take it at once. At last, King Louis XIII made Treville the captain of his musketeers. These men loved the king deeply. They followed him with strong loyalty. Before them, King Henry III had his ordinaries, and King Louis XI had his Scottish Guard. Now Louis XIII had the musketeers. The Cardinal, Richelieu, did not want to stay behind the king. When he saw the strong group around Louis XIII, he also wanted his own guard. So the Cardinal created his own musketeers. Both the king and the Cardinal tried to find the best fighters. They searched all over France. They also looked in other countries. They wanted the most famous sword fighters. Many times, during a game of chess in the evening, the king and the Cardinal argued about whose men were better. Each one spoke proudly of his own guards. In public, they spoke against fights and duels. In secret, they allowed them. They felt joy when their men won. They felt anger or sadness when their men lost. We know this from the writings of a man who took part in some of these fights. Treville understood his king very well. He knew the king's weak side. This helped him stay in the king's favor for a long time. The king was not known for being loyal to friends, but Treville kept his place. Treville showed his musketeers with pride, even in front of Cardinal Armand Duplessis. This made the Cardinal very angry. Treville knew the ways of war at that time. A soldier had to live somehow. If he could not live from the enemy, he lived from his own people. His soldiers were wild and careless men. They obeyed only Treville. They often drank too much. They were loud and proud. They filled taverns, public walks, and games. They shouted, played with their mustaches, and let their swords make noise. They liked to bother the Cardinal's guards when they met them. Sometimes they fought in the streets as if it were a game. Sometimes men died. When a musketeer died, his friends cried for him and later took revenge. Sometimes they killed others. In those cases, they did not fear prison. Treville was always there to protect them. Because of this, the musketeers praised Treville highly. They loved him. Even though they were rough men, they feared him like schoolboys fear a strict teacher. They followed his smallest order. They were ready to give their lives to answer any insult. Treville used this strong group first for the king and the king's friends. He also used it for himself and his own friends. In the many writings of that time, even his enemies did not blame him. He had many enemies, both writers and fighters. Still, no one said that he used his men for personal gain. He was very skilled in secret plans and court games, as good as the best planners. Yet he stayed an honest man. Even after many fights and hard training, he remained full of life. He loved parties. He was charming with women. He spoke softly and kindly. People talked about his love stories, just as they had spoken of another famous man years before. This was high praise. So Treville was admired, feared, and loved. This is the highest point of success in life. Later, King Louis XIV would shine so brightly that others faded near him. But his father allowed his favorites to keep their own shine. At that time in Paris, there were more than 200 places where important people gathered each day. Among all of them, Treville's home was one of the most popular. His house was in the Rue du Vieux-Colombier. Early each morning, in summer at 6 and in winter at 8, the courtyard looked like a military camp. About 50 or 60 musketeers walked back and forth all the time. They changed places so they always looked like a large group. They carried many weapons and looked ready for action. On a very wide staircase, people went up and down all day. These people wanted jobs or help. There were gentlemen from the countryside who wanted to join the guards. There were also servants in many uniforms. They brought messages from their masters to Monsieur de Treville. In the waiting room, people who were called sat on long round benches. The room was always full of noise, from morning to night. Near this room was the office of Monsieur de Treville. He met many visitors there. He listened to problems and gave orders. When he stood at his window, he could see his men and their weapons, like a king looking at his soldiers. The day D'Artagnan came, the place felt very grand. This was even more so for a young man from the countryside. D'Artagnan was from Gascony. People from Gascony were known for being brave and not afraid. After he passed the big door with heavy nails, he walked into a crowd of sword fighters. They moved past each other, shouted, argued, and joked. It was hard to walk through this noisy crowd. Only officers, great nobles, or pretty women could pass easily. D'Artagnan walked forward with a fast-beating heart. His long sword rested along his thin leg. One hand held his hat. He smiled a little, trying to look calm and confident. After he passed one group, he felt a bit better. But he saw people turn to look at him. For the first time in his life, he felt silly and out of place. When he reached the stairs, it felt even worse. For musketeers stood on the lower steps and played a dangerous game. 10 or 12 others waited above for their turn. One man stood higher with his sword out. He tried to stop the other 3 from climbing. The 3 men moved their swords quickly toward him. At first, D'Artagnan thought the swords were only for practice. Soon he saw small cuts and marks. He understood the swords were sharp. Everyone laughed loudly, even the men who were playing. The man on the higher step was very skilled. He kept the others back with ease. People formed a circle around them. The rule was simple. When a man was touched, he had to leave the game. In a short time, 3 men had small injuries, one on a hand and one near an ear. The man above was not hurt at all. Because of this, he earned the right to play again. D'Artagnan was very surprised. In his home country, he had seen the start of duels. But this bold play was more daring than anything he knew. It seemed stronger than even the wild stories of Gascony. He felt like he was in a strange land of strong men. And still, he was not at his goal. He still had to pass the upper floor and the waiting room. On the upper floor, the men were no longer fighting. They told stories about women. In the waiting room, they spoke about life at court. On the upper floor, D'Artagnan felt shy and red in the face. In the waiting room, he felt afraid. His young and active imagination had often made him bold back home. But even in his wild thoughts, he had never imagined such love stories or brave acts as the ones he heard now. These stories named famous people and gave clear details. Even more shocking for him was what he heard about the cardinal. He heard the men speak openly about the cardinal's plans, which made all of Europe afraid. They also spoke about the cardinal's private life. This surprised D'Artagnan deeply. The great man his father respected was now laughed at. The musketeers joked about the cardinal's body and made fun of him without fear. Some men sang rude songs about Madame d'Aiguillon, who was the cardinal's lover, and about Madame Camberlay, his niece. Others made plans to bother the pages and the guards of the cardinal duke. To D'Artagnan, all this seemed impossible and very dangerous. Still, when someone said the king's name without thinking, everyone became quiet for a short time. Their mouths closed at once. They looked around with worry. They seemed to think about how thin the wall was between them and Monsieur de Treville's office. But soon someone made another joke about the cardinal. Then the talk grew loud again. They laughed freely and spoke about all his actions.
Surely these men will all be sent to prison or punished, thought the frightened D'Artagnan. And I will likely be punished too. I have listened to them, so they may say I helped them. What would my good father say? He told me many times to respect the cardinal. If he knew I was with such people, he would be very angry.
So D'Artagnan did not dare to speak. He only watched closely and listened with care. He used all his senses so he would miss nothing. Even though he remembered his father's advice, his own nature pushed him to admire these strange acts instead of blaming them. He was a stranger among Monsieur de Treville's men, and it was his first visit there. After some time, someone noticed him and came to ask what he wanted.
D'Artagnan answered politely. He gave his name in a humble way. He said he came from the same region and asked the servant to request a short meeting with Monsieur de Treville.
The servant answered kindly and said he would pass on the message later. D'Artagnan now felt calmer. He had time to look at the clothes and faces around him. In the middle of the most lively group stood a very tall musketeer with a proud face. He wore clothes that caught everyone's eye. He did not wear the usual uniform cloak, which was not required at that time. Instead, he wore a light blue jacket that looked old and worn. Over it, he wore a rich shoulder belt covered in gold. It shone brightly in the light. A long cloak of red velvet hung from his shoulders. It fell in soft folds and showed the fine belt clearly. From the belt hung a very large sword. This musketeer had just finished guard duty. He said he had caught a cold and coughed from time to time in an exaggerated way. He said this was why he wore the cloak. As he spoke, he held his head high and twisted his mustache with pride. Everyone admired his fine belt, and D'Artagnan more than anyone.
"What can I say?" said the musketeer. "This style is popular now. It may be foolish, I agree, but it is the fashion. And one must spend one's money somehow."
"Ah, Porthos," cried one of his friends. "Do not try to make us believe your father gave you that belt. A lady gave it to you. I saw you with her last Sunday near St. Honoré Gate. She had her face covered."
"No, on my honor as a gentleman," answered the man called Porthos. "I bought it myself with my own money."
"Yes," said another musketeer. "In the same way that I bought this new purse with the money my lady put into the old one."
"It is true," said Porthos. "And I can prove it. I paid 12 pistoles for it."
The others were even more impressed, though they still doubted a little.
"Is that not true, Aramis?" said Porthos, turning to another musketeer.
This musketeer was very different from Porthos. His name was Aramis. He was about 22 or 23 years old and had a calm, honest face. His eyes were black and gentle. His cheeks were pink and soft like a ripe peach. His thin mustache lay in a straight line on his upper lip. He seemed careful not to lower his hands, as if he feared his veins might show. From time to time, he lightly touched his ears, as if to keep their soft pink color. He usually spoke little and slowly. He bowed often and laughed without sound. When he smiled, he showed fine teeth, which he cared for very much, like the rest of his appearance.
He answered his friend by nodding his head.
This simple sign ended all doubts about the belt. The men kept admiring it, but they said nothing more. Quickly, the talk changed to a new subject.
What do you think about the story told by Chalais' servant? Asked another musketeer. He did not speak to one person, but to everyone at once.
And what does he say? Asked Porthos in a proud voice.
He says he met Rochefort in Brussels. Rochefort is the close helper of the cardinal. He was dressed like a Capuchin monk. With this trick, the cursed man fooled Monsieur de Laigs, who is very foolish.
A foolish man, yes, said Porthos. But is this story true?
I heard it from Aramis, said the musketeer.
Is that so?
You already knew it, Porthos, said Aramis. I told you yesterday. Let us stop talking about it.
Stop talking about it? That is your idea, cried Porthos. You decide very fast. Look at this. The cardinal puts a spy on a gentleman. He steals his letters with help from a traitor and a bad man. With this spy and these letters, poor Chalais is sent to his death. They say it was because he wanted to hurt the king and marry Monsieur to the queen. No one understood this mystery. Yesterday you explained everything, and we were all amazed. And now today you say, let us stop talking about it.
Then let us talk about it, since you want to, said Aramis calmly.
This Rochefort, said Porthos. If I were the servant of poor Chalais, I would make him feel very uneasy for a while.
And you would feel very uneasy with the Red Duke, replied Aramis.
Oh, the Red Duke! Very good, cried Porthos, clapping his hands. The Red Duke is an excellent name. I will tell everyone. Who says Aramis has no wit? What a pity you did not follow your first calling. You would have been a wonderful priest.
It is only delayed, said Aramis. One day I will be one. You know I still study theology for that.
He will be one, just as he says, cried Porthos. Sooner or later.
Sooner, said Aramis.
He only waits for one thing before he puts on his priest's robe again, said another musketeer. What is he waiting for? Asked another. Only until the Queen gives an heir to France.
Do not joke about that, said Porthos. Thank God the Queen is still young enough.
They say Monsieur de Buckingham is in France, said Aramis with a special smile that gave his words a bold meaning.
Aramis, my friend, this time you are wrong, said Porthos. Your clever tongue goes too far. If Monsieur de Treville heard you, you would be sorry.
Are you trying to teach me a lesson, Porthos? Cried Aramis, his calm eyes flashing with anger.
My friend, choose what you are, said Porthos. Be a musketeer or be a priest, but not both. You remember what Athos told you. You take part in every group. Please do not be angry, it is useless. You know what we agreed on. You visit Madame d'Aiguillon and show her respect. You visit Madame de Bois-Tracy, cousin of Madame de Chevreuse, and people say you are very close to her. Do not try to tell us more, no one asks. Everyone knows you are careful with secrets. But if you are so careful, why do you not use this care with the Queen? Let people speak of the King and the Cardinal as they like. But the Queen is sacred. If anyone speaks of her, it must be with respect.
Porthos, you are as vain as a man who loves his own face, said Aramis. I tell you clearly. I hate moral talks, except when Athos speaks. As for you, sir, you wear too fine a sword belt to act like a teacher. I will be a priest if I wish. For now, I am a musketeer. As a musketeer, I say what I like. And right now, I say that you tire me.
Aramis. Porthos.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen, cried the others. Monsieur de Treville is waiting for Monsieur d'Artagnan, said a servant, opening the door to the office.
When this was said, everyone fell silent. In the quiet room, the young man walked across the antechamber and entered the captain's room. He felt very glad to escape the end of this strange argument. Chapter 3. M. de Treville was in a bad mood that day. Still, he greeted the young man with good manners. D'Artagnan bowed very low. M. de Treville smiled when he heard his answer. The strong accent reminded him of his youth and his home, and this memory made him smile for a moment. Then he walked toward the waiting room. He made a sign to D'Artagnan to wait. He wanted to finish with other people first. He called out 3 names. Each time, his voice became louder and harder. Athos. Porthos. Aramis. The 2 musketeers we already know stepped away from the group. They walked into the office. The door closed behind them. They did not look relaxed, but they looked proud and respectful. D'Artagnan watched them with great wonder. To him, they looked like heroes. Their leader seemed like a powerful god. The noise outside started again. M. de Treville walked up and down the room in silence. His face was dark and angry. He passed in front of Porthos and Aramis many times. They stood straight and quiet, like soldiers on duty. At last, he stopped in front of them. He looked at them from head to foot. Do you know what the king said to me? He said it just yesterday evening. Do you know what he said?
No, sir.
We do not know. But we hope you will tell us.
He told me that from now on he may choose his musketeers from the cardinal's guards.
The cardinal's guards. Why would he do that?
Because he thinks my musketeers need better spirit. He thinks they behave badly. The 2 musketeers turned red with shame. D'Artagnan felt very uncomfortable and wished he could disappear. Yes, the king is right. At court, the musketeers do not look good. Yesterday, the cardinal told the king a story. He spoke softly, but it made me angry. He said that some musketeers caused trouble in a street and in a small inn. He said his guards had to stop them and take them away. He looked at me while he spoke. He knew what he was doing. You must know about this. Musketeers taken away like common men. You were there. Do not deny it. You were seen, and the cardinal named you. But it is my fault. I choose my men. Aramis, why did you ask for a uniform? You would be better as a priest. And you, Porthos, why do you wear such fine gold to hold such a useless sword? And Athos, where is Athos? I do not see him. He is ill. Very ill. What illness?
They fear it is smallpox, sir. And the worst part is that it may damage his face.
Smallpox. That is a poor excuse. Smallpox at his age. No. He is wounded, I am sure. Maybe even dead. If only I knew. I will not allow fights in bad places. I will not allow street quarrels and sword fights in public. And I will not allow the cardinal's guards to laugh at you. They are calm and careful men. They never get caught. They would rather die than be taken or step back. And you run away to save yourselves. That is how the king's musketeers act. Porthos and Aramis shook with anger. They felt his words deeply. Still, They knew he spoke like this because he cared for them. They pressed their feet into the carpet. They bit their lips until they bled. They held their sword handles tightly, trying to stay silent. Everyone had heard Athos, Porthos, and Aramis being called. They understood from Monsieur de Treville's voice that he was very angry. 10 people stood behind the wall hanging. They listened closely at the door. Their faces became white with anger. They heard every word. They repeated his angry words to the people waiting outside. Very fast, the news spread from the room to the street. The whole house felt full of noise and heat. "So," said Monsieur de Treville, "the king's musketeers are arrested by the cardinal's guards." 6 guards of the cardinal stop 6 musketeers of the king. That is enough. I know what I will do. I will go to the Louvre at once. I will give up my place as captain of the king's musketeers. I will ask to serve in the cardinal's guards. If he says no, then I will leave and become a churchman. After these words, loud noise filled the room outside. People shouted and cursed. D'Artagnan looked for a place to hide. He wanted to go under the table.
"Well, Captain," said Porthos, "the truth is this. There were 6 of us and 6 of them. But they did not fight fair. Before we could even use our swords, 2 of our men were dead. Athos was badly hurt. You know Athos. He tried to stand up twice. He fell down both times. We did not give up. No. They pulled us away by force. On the road, we escaped. They thought Athos was dead. They left him on the ground and did not take him with them. That is the whole story. Captain, no one can win every fight. Even great men have lost battles."
"And I can say this, sir," said Aramis. "I hurt one of them with his own sword. My sword broke very early. I stopped him for good."
"I did not know that," said Monsieur de Treville. The cardinal made the story sound worse than it was.
"But please, sir," Aramis went on, "do not say that Athos is hurt. If the king hears this, Athos will be very unhappy. The wound is serious. It goes from his shoulder into his chest. We are afraid that—"
At that moment, the wall hanging moved. A handsome head appeared. It was very pale.
"Athos," cried the 2 musketeers.
"Athos," said Monsieur de Treville.
"You sent for me, sir," Athos said. "My friends told me you wanted to see me. I came as fast as I could. I am here. What do you wish?"
With these words, Athos walked into the room. His clothes were neat, as always. His step was steady enough. Monsieur de Treville felt deep emotion when he saw him. He went quickly to Athos. "I was just telling these gentlemen," he said, "that I do not want my musketeers to risk their lives without need. Brave men are very important to the king. The king knows his musketeers are the bravest men. Give me your hand, Athos." Before Athos could answer, Monsieur de Treville took his hand and held it tight. He did not see that Athos made a small sound of pain. Athos became even paler. The door stayed open. Everyone knew Athos was hurt, even if it was meant to be secret. People outside felt proud when they heard the captain's words. A few heads pushed through the wall hanging to look. Monsieur de Treville was about to speak to them. Then he felt Athos's hand grow weak. Athos fell to the floor, like a man who had fainted. "A doctor!" cried Monsieur de Treville. "Mine! The king's! The best one! A doctor! Or my brave Athos will die!" At his cry, everyone rushed into the room. No one thought to close the door. They all crowded around Athos. This care might have been too late, but by good luck, the doctor they called for was already in the house. He pushed through the crowd and came to Athos, who was still unconscious. The noise and confusion bothered him. He ordered that the musketeer be carried into a nearby room at once. Monsieur de Treville opened the door and showed the way. Porthos and Aramis lifted their friend and carried him inside. The surgeon followed them. Then the door closed. Monsieur de Treville's office, usually very private, became part of the waiting room. Everyone talked at the same time. People shouted and complained. They spoke angrily about the cardinal and his guards. Soon after, Porthos and Aramis came back. Only the surgeon and Monsieur de Treville stayed with the wounded man. After some time, Monsieur de Treville returned. The injured man was awake again. The surgeon said his condition was not dangerous. He said the weakness came only from losing blood. Monsieur de Treville made a sign with his hand. Everyone left the room except D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan remembered he had come for a meeting, so he stayed. When the door closed, Monsieur de Treville turned and saw he was alone with the young man. The recent events had disturbed his thoughts. He asked what the visitor wanted. D'Artagnan said his name again. At once, Monsieur de Treville remembered everything. He understood the situation. "Forgive me," he said with a smile. "Forgive me, my young countryman. I forgot you. A captain is like a father to a large family. He has many worries. Soldiers are like big children. Still, the king's orders must be followed, and especially the cardinal's orders." D'Artagnan smiled without meaning to. From this smile, Monsieur de Treville saw that the young man was not foolish. He changed the subject and spoke clearly. "I respected your father very much," he said. "What can I do for his son? Tell me quickly. My time is short."
"Sir," said D'Artagnan, "when I left Tarbes and came here, I wished to ask you for the uniform of a musketeer. I hoped you would remember your friendship with my father. But after what I have seen today, I understand this favor is very great. I fear I do not yet deserve it."
"It is a great favor," replied Monsieur de Treville. "But it may not be as impossible as you think. Still, the king must agree. No one becomes a musketeer without first proving himself. A man must fight in several campaigns, do brave acts, or serve 2 years in another regiment." D'Artagnan bowed and said nothing. His wish to wear the musketeer's uniform grew stronger because it was hard to earn. "But," continued Monsieur de Treville, looking at him closely, "because of your father, I will help you in some way. Men from Bern are often not rich. I do not think this has changed. You probably did not bring much money with you." D'Artagnan stood straight with pride. His face showed he did not ask for charity. "That is good," said Monsieur de Treville. "I know that proud look. I came to Paris with only 4 coins. I would have fought anyone who said I was poor." D'Artagnan stood even straighter. After selling his horse, he had 4 more coins than Monsieur de Treville had when he arrived. "You should save what money you have," continued Monsieur de Treville. "But you should also train yourself as a gentleman. I will write today to the head of the Royal Academy. Tomorrow he will accept you for free. Do not refuse this help. Many rich and noblemen ask for it and are refused. You will learn to ride a horse, use a sword, and dance. You will meet useful people. From time to time, come and see me. Tell me how you are doing, and ask if I can help you more." D'Artagnan was new to court manners. Still, he felt a little coolness in this welcome. "Sir," he said, "I am very sorry. I see now how much I need the letter of introduction my father gave me for you. I no longer have it." "I am truly surprised," replied Monsieur de Treville. "You traveled so far without this important paper. For us poor men from Bern, it is our only help.
I did have it, sir, and it was a good one, said D'Artagnan. But someone stole it from me in a cruel way.
Then he told the story of what happened at Meung. He spoke about the strange man in careful detail. He spoke with strong feeling and honesty. Monsieur de Treville listened with interest. After a short silence, he said, "This is very strange. You said my name out loud at that time."
Yes, sir, said D'Artagnan. That was not wise. But why should I hide it? Your name should protect me on the road. I trusted it to keep me safe.
Praise was common in those days, and Monsieur de Treville enjoyed it. He smiled with pleasure. But soon the smile faded. He returned to the story. "Tell me," he said, "did this man have a small mark on his cheek?"
Yes, said D'Artagnan. It looked like an old wound.
Was he handsome?
Yes.
Was he tall?
Yes.
Did he have pale skin and brown hair?
Yes, that is him. Sir, how do you know this man? If I ever meet him again, and I will not forget him.
He was waiting for a woman, said Treville. After he spoke with her for a short time, he left.
Do you know what they talked about?
He gave her a small box. He told her not to open it until she reached London.
Was the woman English?
He called her Milady. "It is him," said Treville quietly. "It must be him. I thought he was still in Brussels."
"Oh, sir," cried D'Artagnan, "if you know who this man is, please tell me. Tell me his name and where he comes from. I will give up all promises, even joining the Musketeers. Above all, I want justice for what he did to me."
"Be careful, young man," said Treville. "If you see him on one side of the street, go to the other side. Do not face such a strong man. He would defeat you easily."
"That will not stop me," said D'Artagnan. "If I ever meet him."
"For now," said Treville, "do not look for him. Please take my advice." Suddenly, Treville stopped speaking. A new thought came to his mind. Why did this young man show such strong anger toward this stranger? Was the story about the stolen letter really true? Could this young man be sent by the cardinal? Could he be here to trick him and gain his trust, only to harm him later? Treville looked closely at D'Artagnan's face. The young man looked smart but also modest. This made Treville feel a little calmer. He is a Gascon, Treville thought, but he could serve the cardinal as well as me. I must test him. "My young friend," he said slowly, "because you are the son of an old friend, and because I believe your story about the lost letter, I want to speak openly with you. I wish to explain some things to you. The king and the cardinal appear to argue, but in truth they work together. Their fights are often only to confuse others. I do not want a young man like you, brave and full of promise, to be fooled by these games and lose his future, as many others have. Know this," he continued. "I serve both the king and the cardinal. My only goal is to help France. The cardinal is a great mind, one of the greatest our country has known. Now, think carefully about how you act. If you feel anger toward the cardinal, from your family, your friends, or your own heart, then say goodbye to me now. I will still help you in small ways, but I will not keep you close. I hope my honesty will at least make us friends. You are the only young man I have ever spoken to like this." When Treville finished, he thought to himself, "If the cardinal has sent this clever young man to watch me, then he surely told him that the best way to please me is to speak badly of him. Therefore, even after all my complaints, I thought I was right. I believed my clever friend would tell me that he hated the cardinal very much. But it was not true." D'Artagnan answered in a very simple way.
I came to Paris with these exact plans. My father told me to bow to no one except the king, the cardinal, and yourself. He said they are the three most important men in France.
D'Artagnan added Monsieur de Treville to the list. He felt this would not cause trouble.
I respect the cardinal very much, he went on. I respect his work deeply. It is good for me, sir, if you speak to me honestly. Then you honor me by seeing that our ideas are the same. But if you doubt me, which is normal, I know I may harm myself by telling the truth. Still, I hope you will not respect me less for it. That is what I want most.
Monsieur de Treville was very surprised. The young man showed sharp understanding and open honesty. This made him admire D'Artagnan, but it did not remove all his doubts. The more clever the young man seemed, the more careful Treville felt he must be. Still, he took D'Artagnan's hand and spoke kindly.
You are an honest young man. For now, I can only do what I offered before. My house will always be open to you. You may ask for me at any time. In this way, you may later gain what you wish.
That means, said D'Artagnan, you will wait until I prove I deserve it. Very well, he added with friendly confidence. You will not wait long.
He bowed to leave, as if his future was already clear to him.
But wait, said Monsieur de Treville, stopping him. I promised you a letter for the head of the academy. Are you too proud to take it?
No, sir, said D'Artagnan. I will guard it with great care. I promise it will reach the right place. Anyone who tries to take it from me will regret it.
Monsieur de Treville smiled at this bold speech. He left the young man by the window where they had talked. He sat at his desk to write the letter. While he wrote, D'Artagnan had nothing to do. He tapped lightly on the window and watched the musketeers leave one by one. He followed them with his eyes until they were gone. When the letter was finished and sealed, Monsieur de Treville stood up and walked to D'Artagnan. He was about to give him the letter. At that moment, D'Artagnan suddenly jumped back. His face turned red with strong anger. He rushed out of the room and cried,
This time he will not get away from me.
Who? Asked Monsieur de Treville.
He, my thief, shouted D'Artagnan. That traitor.
Then he disappeared.
Take the madman away, murmured Monsieur de Treville. Unless, he added, this is a clever way to escape because he did not succeed.
Chapter 4. The shoulder of Athos, the baldric of Porthos, and the handkerchief of Aramis. D'Artagnan, full of anger, ran across the waiting room in a few long steps. He hurried toward the stairs. He planned to run down them very fast. But in his rush, he did not look ahead. He bumped hard into a musketeer who was coming out of one of Monsieur de Treville's private rooms. He struck the man's shoulder and made him cry out in pain.
I am sorry, said D'Artagnan quickly, trying to go on. Please forgive me. I am in a great hurry.
He had only gone down one step when a strong hand caught him by the belt and stopped him.
You are in a hurry, said the musketeer. His face was very pale. Because of that, you run into me. You say, forgive me, and think that is enough. No, young man. Do you think that because Monsieur de Treville spoke sharply to us today, everyone may do the same? Do not fool yourself. You are not Monsieur de Treville.
By my faith, said D'Artagnan, now seeing it was Athos.
Athos was returning to his room after the doctor had cared for him.
I did not do it on purpose. Since it was not on purpose, I said I was sorry. That should be enough. I repeat again, and I give you my word, that I am in a hurry. A very great hurry. Please release me, he said. I ask you. Let me go where I must go.
Monsieur, Athos said, and he let him go. You are not polite. I can see you come from far away. D'Artagnan had already gone down a few steps. He stopped when he heard this.
Sir, he said, no matter where I come from, you cannot teach me good manners.
Maybe, Athos said.
If I were not in such a hurry, D'Artagnan went on, and if I were not following someone.
Monsieur who is always in a hurry, Athos said. You can find me later. You do not need to run.
Where? D'Artagnan asked.
Near the Calmster show.
At what time?
Around noon.
Noon is fine. I will be there, Athos said. Do not make me wait, D'Artagnan answered. If you are late, I will punish you as you run. Good, D'Artagnan said. I will come before noon.
Then he ran off very fast. He hoped to find the stranger again. The man had walked slowly, so he could not be far. At the street gate, he saw Porthos talking to a guard. There was a small space between them. D'Artagnan thought he could pass. He jumped forward quickly. But the wind blew at the wrong moment. Porthos's long cloak opened wide. D'Artagnan ran straight into it. Porthos held the cloak tight. He pulled it back to himself. D'Artagnan became wrapped inside it and turned around in the heavy cloth.
Porthos shouted angrily.
D'Artagnan tried to get free. The cloak covered his eyes. He moved carefully. He did not want to damage Porthos's fine belt. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his face was pressed against Porthos's back, right on the belt. The belt looked very rich in front. It shone with gold. But behind, it was plain leather. Porthos liked to look rich, but he could not pay for gold everywhere. This was why he kept his cloak closed.
Oh! Porthos cried. He tried to push D'Artagnan away. You must be crazy to run into people like this.
I am sorry, D'Artagnan said. He came out from under Porthos's arm. I was in a hurry. I was following someone.
Do you forget to use your eyes when you run? Porthos asked.
No, D'Artagnan said sharply. My eyes help me see what others do not see.
Porthos grew angry. Sir, he said, you may be punished if you push musketeers like this.
Punished? D'Artagnan said. That is a strong word.
It fits a man who faces his enemies, Porthos replied.
Yes, D'Artagnan said. I know you never turn your back on them.
He laughed loudly and walked away. Porthos was very angry and moved to follow him.
Later, D'Artagnan called back. When you are not wearing your cloak.
At 1 o'clock, Porthos shouted. Behind the Luxembourg.
Very well, D'Artagnan said, and he turned the corner.
He looked everywhere, but he could not see the stranger. The man was gone. Maybe he had entered a house. D'Artagnan asked people he met. He went down to the river. He walked back through other streets. He found nothing at all. This long search helped him in one way. As he walked and sweated, his anger slowly went away. He began to think. Many bad things had happened. It was not even 11 in the morning. Yet he had already upset Monsieur de Treville. His sudden exit must have seemed rude. Worse than that, he had now agreed to 2 duels. Both men were strong. Each could easily defeat him. They were musketeers, men he admired more than anyone else. The future looked dark. He was sure Athos would kill him. Because of this, he was not very worried about Porthos. Hope is the last thing to leave a man's heart. So he ended by hoping that he would live through both fights, even if he was badly hurt. If he lived, he blamed himself and thought deeply about his actions.
What a crazy and foolish man I am, he thought. Poor brave Athos was hurt on that same shoulder. I ran straight into it like a wild animal. I'm surprised he did not kill me at once. He had good reason. I must have caused him terrible pain. And Porthos, oh, Porthos, what a strange story that is.
Without meaning to, the young man started to laugh out loud. He looked around quickly to make sure no one noticed his lonely laugh.
Yes, the thing with Porthos is funny, he said to himself. But I am still a silly fool. You cannot bump into people without warning. And what right do I have to look under their cloaks to see private things? He would have forgiven me. Yes, he surely would have forgiven me if I had not spoken about that cursed belt. I spoke in unclear words, but in a joking way. Ah, stupid Gascon. I move from one mistake to another. Then he spoke kindly to himself. My friend D'Artagnan, if you live, and that is not very sure, you must learn perfect politeness. People must admire you for it. Being polite does not make a man weak. Look at Aramis. He is gentle and elegant. Has anyone ever called him a coward? No, never. From now on, I will try to be like him. Ah, how strange. There he is now.
While walking and talking to himself, D'Artagnan came close to the Hôtel d'Arguillen. In front of it, he saw Aramis speaking happily with three gentlemen. D'Artagnan remembered that M. de Treville had been very angry that morning because of Aramis. Since Aramis had seen that scene, D'Artagnan thought it would be unpleasant to meet him. So at first, he pretended not to see him. Then D'Artagnan remembered his plan to be polite and kind. He walked toward the group and bowed deeply, with a warm smile. At once, the four men stopped talking. D'Artagnan understood that he did not belong there. But he did not know how to leave politely. He was not skilled in such social moments. He tried to think of a way to step back without shame. At that moment, he saw that Aramis had dropped his handkerchief. By accident, Aramis had put his foot on it. D'Artagnan thought this was a good chance to fix his mistake. He bent down and gently pulled the handkerchief from under Aramis's foot, even though Aramis tried to stop him.
With a polite smile, D'Artagnan said, Sir, I believe this is a handkerchief you would not wish to lose.
The handkerchief was rich and beautiful. It had fine stitching and a small crown and coat of arms in one corner. Aramis turned red and quickly grabbed the handkerchief from D'Artagnan's hand.
One of the guards laughed and said, So, discreet Aramis, will you still say that you are not close to Madame de Bois-Tracy? That kind lady even lends you her handkerchief.
Aramis gave D'Artagnan a sharp look.
It was a look that warned of great anger. Then he calmed himself and spoke softly again.
You are mistaken, gentlemen, he said. This handkerchief is not mine. I do not know why this man offered it to me instead of to one of you. To prove my words, here is my own handkerchief in my pocket.
He took out his handkerchief. It was also fine and clean, made of good cloth. But it had no embroidery and no coat of arms. It only had one small letter, his own mark. This time, D'Artagnan stayed quiet. He understood his error. But Aramis's friends did not believe him at all. One of them then spoke to Aramis in a serious but mocking voice. If things were really as you say, he said, I would have to take it back myself. Bois-Tracy is a close friend of mine. I cannot let his wife's property be treated like a prize.
You ask in the wrong way, Aramis answered. I see that your request is fair, but I refuse it because of how you ask.
The truth is, said D'Artagnan, in a low and careful voice, I did not see the handkerchief fall from Monsieur Aramis's pocket. His foot was on it, that is all. Because his foot was on it, I thought it was his.
You are mistaken, sir, Aramis replied coldly. He did not feel better after this excuse. Then he turned to the guard who said he was Bois-Tracy's friend. Also, Aramis said, I have thought about it. I am just as good a friend to Bois-Tracy as you are. So this handkerchief could have fallen from your pocket as easily as from mine.
No, I swear that is not true, cried the guard.
If you swear on your honor and I swear on my word, Aramis said, then one of us must be lying. Let us do something better. Montaran, let us cut it in two and each take a half.
Half of the handkerchief, the other asked. That is fair, cried the other two guards. A wise decision. Aramis, you are very clever.
All the young men laughed. As you can guess, nothing more came of it. Soon the talk stopped. The three guards and the musketeer shook hands warmly and went their separate ways. The guards walked off together, and Aramis went another way. Now is the moment to make peace with this brave man, D'Artagnan said to himself. He had stayed quiet during the last part of the talk. With this kind thought, he walked toward Aramis, who was leaving without looking at him.
Monsieur, said D'Artagnan, I hope you will forgive me.
Ah, monsieur, Aramis said, stopping him, I must tell you that you did not act as a gentleman should in this matter.
What, monsieur? Cried D'Artagnan. Do you think that I
think, Aramis said, that you are not foolish. You knew very well, even if you come from Gascony, that people do not step on handkerchiefs without a reason. Paris streets are not covered with fine cloth.
Monsieur, you are wrong to try to shame me, said D'Artagnan. Yes, I am from Gascony. And since you know that, you should also know that Gascons are not very patient. When we have asked pardon once, even for a silly thing, we feel we have already done enough.
Monsieur, said Aramis, I am not speaking to start a quarrel. Thank God, I am not a man who looks for fights. I am only a musketeer for a short time. I fight only when I must, and I do not like it. But this matter is serious. A lady's honor is involved because of you.
Because of us, you mean, cried D'Artagnan. Why did you give me back the handkerchief in such a clumsy way?
Why did you let it fall so carelessly?
I have said, and I say again, D'Artagnan replied. The handkerchief did not fall from my pocket.
Then you have said something untrue twice, Aramis answered calmly. I saw it fall.
So you speak to me like that, do you? Cried D'Artagnan. Very well, I will show you how I behave.
And I will send you back to your prayer book, Aramis replied. Draw your sword, if you wish, and at once. Not here, Aramis went on more quietly. Look around you. We are in front of the Hôtel d'Arguillon, full of the cardinal's people. How do I know you are not sent by him to harm me? I care very much for my life, as it fits me well. I am ready to meet you, but in a quiet and private place, where no one will speak of it.
I agree, said D'Artagnan. But do not be too sure of yourself. Take your handkerchief. Whoever it belongs to, you may need it later.
Are you from Gascony? Aramis asked.
Yes.
And you do not delay a meeting out of fear? Aramis continued. Carefulness, said Aramis, may not be very useful for musketeers, but it is necessary for churchmen. Since I am only a musketeer for now, I choose to be careful. At 2 o'clock, I will expect you at Monsieur de Treville's house.
There I will show you the right place and time. The two young men bowed to each other and went different ways. Aramis walked up the street toward the Luxembourg. D'Artagnan saw that the time was almost right. He went toward the Calmes-Deschaux. He said to himself that he could not turn back now. He thought that if he died, at least he would die by the hand of a musketeer. Chapter 5. The King's Musketeers and the Cardinal's Guards. D'Artagnan did not know anyone in Paris. So he went to meet Athos alone. He decided to accept any helpers that Athos might bring. He also planned to say sorry to the brave musketeer. He wanted to do this in a proud and honest way. He did not want to look weak. He knew that this kind of fight was dangerous. A young strong man fighting a wounded man could bring trouble. If the wounded man won, his victory would look greater. If the young man won, people might say he was unfair. D'Artagnan was not an ordinary young man. He believed he might die, but he did not accept death in a calm way. He thought carefully about the men he might fight. He tried to understand his situation better. He hoped he could become a friend of Athos. He liked Athos's serious face and noble manner. He also hoped to scare Porthos with the story of the belt. If he lived, he could tell this story to others and make Porthos look foolish. As for Aramis, D'Artagnan was not very afraid of him. If they fought, he planned to end the fight quickly or at least hurt Aramis's face. He knew Aramis cared a lot about his good looks. D'Artagnan also remembered his father's advice. His father told him to accept orders only from the king, the cardinal, and Monsieur de Treville. With this strong will in his heart, D'Artagnan hurried toward the convent of the Carmes-Deschaux. It was a simple building with no windows. Empty fields were around it. Many men used this place for quick duels. When D'Artagnan reached the open ground near the convent, Athos had already been waiting for about 5 minutes. The clock struck 12. Athos was sitting on a post. He still felt much pain from his wound, even though the doctor had treated it again. He held his hat in his hand, and the feather touched the ground.
Monsieur, Athos said, I asked 2 of my friends to come with me. They are late, and that surprises me. They are usually very exact.
I have no friends with me, monsieur, D'Artagnan said. I arrived in Paris only yesterday. I know no one here except Monsieur de Treville. My father asked him to help me.
Athos thought for a moment. You know no one but Monsieur de Treville, he asked.
Yes, monsieur, only him.
Well, Athos said softly to himself, if I hurt you badly, people may say I fought a boy.
Not really, monsieur, D'Artagnan answered with a respectful bow. You do me great honor by fighting me while you are injured.
It is very painful, that is true, Athos said. My shoulder burns. Still, I will use my left hand. I often do this in such moments. I do not mean to help you. I can use both hands well. In fact, this may be harder for you. Left-handed fighters surprise many people. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner.
You are very kind, monsieur, D'Artagnan said with another bow. I thank you.
You make me uncomfortable, Athos replied calmly. Let us speak of something else. My wound hurts a lot.
If you allow me, D'Artagnan said gently.
What, monsieur?
I have a special balm for wounds. My mother gave it to me. I used it on myself. Well, I am sure it would heal you in less than 3 days. After 3 days, you would be well. Then, sir, it would still be an honor for me to serve you.
D'Artagnan spoke in a simple and polite way. He did not doubt his own courage. Indeed, monsieur, said Athos, I like this offer. I cannot accept it, but it sounds like a true gentleman. Brave men long ago spoke and acted like this. Sadly, we do not live in those times. We live in the time of the cardinal. In 3 days, even if we keep it secret, people will know about our fight. It would be stopped. I think these men will not come.
If you are in a hurry, monsieur, said D'Artagnan calmly, and if you wish to finish this now, please do not worry about me.
That is another good answer, said Athos, smiling kindly. It comes from a man with heart. I like men like you. If we do not hurt each other, I think I will enjoy talking with you later. Let us wait for the others. I have time, and it is more proper. I think one of them is coming. At the end of the street, the tall Porthos appeared.
What? Cried D'Artagnan. Is your first witness Monsieur Porthos?
Yes. Does that trouble you?
Not at all.
And here is the second. D'Artagnan looked and saw Aramis.
What? He said, more surprised than before. Your second witness is Monsieur Aramis.
Of course. Do you not know that we are always together? Among the Musketeers and the Guards, people call us Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. They also call us the Three Inseparables. But since you come from far away—
From Tarbes, said D'Artagnan.
Then you may not know this, said Athos.
Truly, said D'Artagnan, your name suits you well. If my adventure becomes known, it will show that your friendship is very strong.
Meanwhile, Porthos came closer. He waved to Athos and then looked at D'Artagnan in surprise. He had changed his belt and was no longer wearing his cloak.
Ah, he said. What is this?
This is the man I am going to fight, said Athos. He pointed to D'Artagnan and greeted him.
But I am also going to fight him, said Porthos.
Yes, but not before 1 o'clock, said D'Artagnan.
And I am also to fight this man, said Aramis as he arrived.
Yes, but not until 2 o'clock, said D'Artagnan calmly.
But why are you going to fight, Athos? Asked Aramis.
I am not sure, said Athos. He hurt my shoulder. And you, Porthos?
I am going to fight because I am going to fight, said Porthos, turning red.
Athos noticed a small smile on D'Artagnan's lips.
We had a short talk about clothes, said D'Artagnan.
And you, Aramis? Asked Athos. Ours is a religious disagreement, said Aramis. He made a sign to D'Artagnan to keep it quiet.
Athos saw another smile on D'Artagnan's face. Really, he said.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. It was about a line from Saint Augustine. We did not agree.
This young man is clever, Athos said softly.
And now that you are all here, gentlemen, said D'Artagnan, please allow me to say sorry.
At the word sorry, Athos looked serious. Porthos smiled with pride. Aramis shook his head.
You do not understand me, said D'Artagnan, lifting his head. The sun shone on his sharp, brave face. I ask pardon only if I cannot repay all three of you. Monsieur Athos has the right to fight me first. That may leave little for you, Monsieur Porthos, and almost nothing for you, Monsieur Aramis. So again, gentlemen, excuse me for that reason only. And now, on guard.
With a proud and brave movement, D'Artagnan drew his sword. D'Artagnan felt his blood rush to his head. He was very angry. At that moment, he was ready to fight any musketeer in France. Now he stood ready to fight Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. It was a little after midday. The sun was high in the sky. The place for the duel was open and very hot. It is very hot, but I cannot take off my coat. My old wound has started to bleed again. I do not want to trouble you with the sight of blood that you did not cause.
That is true, sir. No matter who causes it, I feel sorry to see the blood of such a brave man. I will also keep my coat on.
Enough of these polite words. We are waiting for our turns.
Speak only for yourself. I think their words are fine and fit for gentlemen.
When you are ready, sir.
I wait for you.
But just then, a group of the cardinal's guards came around the corner. They were led by Monsieur de Jussac.
The cardinal's guards. Put away your swords. Quickly.
The cardinal's guards. Put away your swords. Quickly.
It was already too late. The guards had seen them clearly.
Hello. Hello, musketeers. Fighting here? What about the law?
You are very kind, gentlemen. If we saw you fighting, we would not stop you. Leave us alone and enjoy the show without risk.
Gentlemen, I am sorry, but that is not possible. Duty comes first. Put away your swords and come with us,
Sir, we would be happy to accept your polite offer, but we cannot. Monsieur de Treville has forbidden it. Please go on your way. That is best.
This made Jussac very angry.
Then we will move against you, if you do not obey.
There are 5 of them. We are only 3. One of us is wounded. We will lose again. I will never stand before our captain as a defeated man. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis moved close together. Jussac placed his men in order. In this short moment, D'Artagnan made his choice. This moment would shape his life. He had to choose between the king and the cardinal. Once chosen, there was no return. To fight meant to break the law. It meant great danger. It meant making a powerful enemy. D'Artagnan knew this. Still, he did not hesitate. He turned to Athos and the others.
Gentlemen, you say you are 3. But I see 4.
You are not one of us.
That is true. I do not wear the uniform. But my heart is the heart of a musketeer. I feel it, and it drives me forward.
Step back, young man. You may go. We allow it. Save yourself and leave now.
D'Artagnan did not move. You are a brave young man.
Choose your side.
Well, we must act.
The young man shows great courage. But all 3 worried about D'Artagnan's youth and lack of experience. We would be 3 men, 1 wounded, and a boy with us. Still, people will say we were 4.
Yes, but to give up. That is hard.
Test me, gentlemen. I swear on my honor that I will not leave, even if we lose.
What is your name, brave one?
D'Artagnan, sir.
Then, Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan, forward.
Have you decided?
It is decided.
And what is your choice?
Aramis lifted his hat with one hand and took out his sword with the other. He spoke calmly, saying that they were ready to charge him.
We are ready for you.
Jussac laughed and shouted that Aramis was fighting back. He said this should not surprise anyone.
So, he chooses to fight.
Soon, the 9 men ran at each other. They fought with strong energy, but they still moved with care. Athos chose Cahusac, a man close to the cardinal. Porthos fought Bicarat. Aramis had to face 2 men at the same time. D'Artagnan ran straight toward Jussac. D'Artagnan's heart beat very fast. It was not fear. He felt proud and excited. He moved quickly like a wild animal. He went around Jussac again and again. He changed his place and his guard many times. Jussac was known as a very skilled fighter with much experience. Still, he had trouble defending himself. D'Artagnan did not follow normal rules. He attacked from many sides, while protecting himself very well. After some time, Jussac became angry. He did not like being stopped by someone he thought was only a boy. His anger made him careless. D'Artagnan moved even faster. Jussac jumped forward to end the fight. He tried a strong attack. D'Artagnan blocked it. When Jussac lost balance for a moment, D'Artagnan moved under his sword and struck him. Jussac fell to the ground and did not move. D'Artagnan quickly looked around the fight. Aramis had already defeated 1 man, but the second was still attacking him. Aramis was calm and could still defend himself. Porthos and Bicarat had both been hurt. Porthos had a wound in his arm. Bicarat had one in his leg. The wounds were not serious. They fought with even more force. Athos was hurt again by Cahusac. His face became very pale, but he did not step back. He changed his sword to his left hand and kept fighting. D'Artagnan saw Athos look at him. Athos would never ask for help with words, but his eyes asked clearly. D'Artagnan understood. He jumped toward Cahusac and shouted that he would fight him.
I will fight you.
Cahusac turned at once. Athos, using all his strength, fell to one knee. He shouted to D'Artagnan not to kill Cahusac. Do not kill him. I want to settle an old matter later, when I am well again. Only take away his sword. D'Artagnan struck Cahusac's sword so hard that it flew far away. Both men ran toward it. D'Artagnan was faster. He reached it first and put his foot on it. Cahusac ran to another fallen man and took his sword. On the way back, he met Athos, who had rested and could breathe again. Athos wanted to continue the fight himself, fearing D'Artagnan might kill Cahusac. D'Artagnan stepped aside. After a short fight, Cahusac fell and did not rise again. At the same moment, Aramis held his sword to his enemy's chest. The man gave up and asked for mercy. Only Porthos and Bicarat were still fighting. Porthos moved his sword in big, playful ways. He joked and spoke as if they were friends. Bicarat did not answer with jokes. He was strong and stubborn. He did not fall easily. The fight could not last long. The city guards might arrive at any time. Athos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan came together around Bicarat. They told him to surrender. Bicarat was alone and wounded in the leg, but he wanted to keep fighting.
Stop and give up.
Jussac, lying on the ground, lifted himself on one arm. He shouted to Bicarat to stop.
Enough. Give up.
Bicarat laughed. While blocking attacks, he pointed to the ground with his sword.
This is the place where I will die. I am alone, and all of you want my life.
Someone told him there were 4 men against him and ordered him to stop. This is an order. Stop.
If it is an order, then it is different.
As you are my commander, I must obey.
He jumped back. He broke his sword across his knee so he would not have to give it up. He threw the broken pieces over the convent wall. Then he crossed his arms and began to whistle a song of the cardinal's men. Courage is respected, even in an enemy. The musketeers raised their swords to salute Bicarat. Then they put their swords away. D'Artagnan did the same. Bicarat was the only one still standing. With his help, they carried Jussac, Cahusac, and one other man who was hurt but alive. They took them under the porch of the convent. The 4th man was dead. They rang the bell. Then they took the swords out of the 5 and left the place. They walked toward the house of Monsieur de Treville. They felt very happy and proud. They walked arm in arm. They filled the whole street. They greeted every musketeer they met. Soon it felt like a victory walk. D'Artagnan felt light and excited. He walked between Athos and Porthos and held their arms with care.
If I am not a musketeer yet, at least I have begun to learn, haven't I?
Chapter 6. His Majesty King Louis XIII. This event caused much talk in Paris. Monsieur de Treville scolded his musketeers in public. In private, he praised them. But he knew time was important. He hurried to the Louvre to see the king. He arrived too late. The king was with the cardinal. Monsieur de Treville was told that the king could not see him. That evening, Monsieur de Treville went to the king's gaming table. The king was winning money. He loved money very much, so he was in a good mood. He saw Monsieur de Treville from far away.
Come here, Captain. Come closer so I can complain to you. Do you know that His Eminence has made new complaints about your musketeers? He was so upset that he now feels unwell. Your musketeers are wild men. They cause too much trouble.
No, sire. They are kind men. They are calm and respectful. I promise this to your majesty. They only wish to use their swords for your service. But the cardinal's guards are always looking for fights. To protect their honor, my men must defend themselves.
Listen to him. One would think he speaks of monks. Truly, my dear captain, I almost want to take away your position and give it to Mademoiselle de Kemeralt. I promised her a place already. But do not think I will believe you so easily. I am called Louis the Just. Later, we will see the truth.
Sire, it is because I trust your justice that I will wait calmly for your decision.
Wait then. I will not keep you long.
Soon the king's luck changed. He began to lose money. He was happy to stop playing. He stood up and put the money on the table into his pocket. Most of it was what he had won.
La Vieuville. Take my place. I must speak with Monsieur de Treville about an important matter. I had 80 louis before me. Put the same amount on the table, so no one feels treated unfairly. Justice above all.
Then the king walked with Monsieur de Treville to a window.
Well. You say it was the cardinal's guards who started the fight with your musketeers.
Yes, sire. As they always do.
And how did it happen? Tell me everything. A judge must hear both sides.
Sire, it happened in a simple way. 3 of my best men, whom your majesty knows well, met together. They are Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. They care deeply for your service. They were with a young man from Gascony. I introduced him to them that morning. They planned a small outing to Saint-Germain. They were to meet at the Carmes de Show. There, they were disturbed by Jussac, Cahusac, Bicarat, and 2 other guards. Such a large group did not go there without bad intentions.
That seems likely.
There is no doubt they went there to fight. I do not blame them, sire. But I ask your majesty to think. What could 5 armed men want in such a quiet and empty place near the Convent des Carmes?
Yes, you are right, Treville. You are right.
When they saw my musketeers, they changed their plan. They forgot their own anger and remembered their group loyalty. Your majesty knows this well. The musketeers serve only the king. The guards serve the cardinal. They are natural enemies.
Yes, Treville, yes. It makes me unhappy to see 2 sides in France and 2 powers. But this will end one day. Now tell me. Do you believe the guards started the fight?
I think it is likely, sire. But I cannot say it for sure. The truth is hard to find. Only a very fair man can always see it.
You are right, Treville. But your musketeers were not alone. There was a young man with them, yes?
Yes, sire. And there was also 1 wounded man. So 3 of the king's musketeers, 1 of them hurt, and 1 young man stood strong against 5 of the cardinal's guards. They even forced 4 of them to fall.
That is a victory. A true victory.
Yes, sire. As complete as the victory at the bridge of Ce.
For men, 1 wounded, and a young man.
He is almost still a boy. But he acted so well that I ask your majesty to notice him.
What is his name?
D'Artagnan, sire. He is the son of one of my oldest friends. His father served your royal father in the Civil War.
And you say this young man did well? Tell me how, Treville. I enjoy hearing about brave acts.
The king turned his mustache and stood proudly. Sire, D'Artagnan is very young. He is not yet a musketeer, so he wore simple clothes. The cardinal's guard saw his age and his clothes. They told him to leave before the fight began.
So then, it was they who began the attack?
Yes, sire. There is no doubt. They told him to go away. But he said he was a musketeer in his heart. He said he served only your majesty. So he stayed with the musketeers.
A brave young man.
Yes, sire. He stayed. And he fought so well that he wounded Jussac. This is why the cardinal is now very angry.
He wounded Jussac. He? A boy. That cannot be true.
It is exactly as I say, sire.
Jussac, one of the best swordsmen in France.
Yes, sire. But this time he met someone stronger.
I want to see this young man, Treville. I want to see him. And if I can help him, I will.
When will your majesty receive him?
Tomorrow at midday.
Shall I bring him alone?
No. Bring all 4 men. I want to thank them together. Loyal men are rare, Treville. Use the back stairs. The cardinal must not know.
Yes, sire.
You understand, Treville. Fighting is still forbidden by law.
Yes, sire. But this was not a normal duel. It was a sudden fight. 5 of the cardinal's guards were against 3 musketeers and Monsieur d'Artagnan.
That is true. Still, come by the back stairs.
Treville smiled. He bowed with respect and left the king. That evening, the 3 musketeers learned of the honor given to them. They knew the king well, so they stayed calm. But D'Artagnan was full of hope. In his dreams, he saw a bright future. He slept very little that night. At 8 in the morning, he went to Athos's rooms. Athos was already dressed and ready to leave. Their meeting with the king was at 12. So Athos had planned to play tennis with Porthos and Aramis. The tennis court was near the Luxembourg stables. Athos asked D'Artagnan to come with them. D'Artagnan did not know the game. He had never played it before. Still, he agreed to go. It was early in the morning, before 9. He had nothing to do until noon. The 2 other musketeers were already there. They were playing together. Athos was very good at sports. He went with D'Artagnan to the other side and asked to play against them. He used his left hand. But after the first try, he felt pain. His wound was still new. He could not play hard. So D'Artagnan stayed alone. He said he did not know the game well. The others kept playing only for practice. They did not count points. One ball, hit very hard by Porthos, flew very close to D'Artagnan's face. D'Artagnan felt afraid. He thought that if the ball hit him, his face could be hurt. Then he could not go to see the king. In his mind, this meeting was very important for his future. He bowed politely to Aramis and Porthos. He said he would play again another day, when he was better. Then he went to sit near the rope and the seats. Sadly for D'Artagnan, one of the cardinal's guards was watching. This man was still angry about a fight from the day before. He wanted revenge. He spoke to the man next to him and said that the young man was afraid of the ball because he was only a musketeer student.
D'Artagnan turned quickly.
His eyes were full of anger. He looked straight at the guard who spoke.
The guard twisted his mustache and spoke again. He told D'Artagnan to look as much as he wanted. He said he would not take back his words.
D'Artagnan spoke quietly. He said the words were clear enough. He asked the guard to come with him outside.
The guard laughed and asked when.
D'Artagnan said, "Right now."
The guard asked if D'Artagnan knew who he was.
D'Artagnan said that if he knew the name, the guard might not push so hard.
The guard said his name was Bernajoux.
D'Artagnan answered calmly. He said he would wait at the door.
The guard said he would follow.
D'Artagnan told him not to go too fast. He said it was better if people did not see them leave together.
The guard was surprised. His name was famous for street fights. But D'Artagnan did not react to it. Inside, Porthos and Aramis were still playing. Athos was watching them closely. None of them saw D'Artagnan leave. He waited outside the door. A moment later, Bernajoux came down too. D'Artagnan knew he had little time. He had to see the king at noon. He looked around. The street was empty.
He spoke to Bernajoux and said it was lucky for him to meet only a musketeer student. He said he would still try his best. He asked him to get ready.
Bernajoux said the place was not good. He thought they should go somewhere quieter.
D'Artagnan agreed, but said he had no time. He asked again to begin.
Bernajoux did not wait. He pulled out his sword at once and moved forward fast. He thought the young man would be scared. But D'Artagnan was no longer afraid. He remembered his fight from the day before. He felt brave and hopeful. He stood firm. Their swords met close together. D'Artagnan did not step back. Bernajoux moved first. In that moment, his sword went offline. D'Artagnan saw his chance. He moved his blade free and pushed forward. He touched Bernajoux on the shoulder. D'Artagnan stepped back at once and lifted his sword. Bernajoux cried that it was nothing. He rushed forward without care. In his hurry, he ran into D'Artagnan's blade and hurt himself more badly. He did not fall, and he did not say that he was beaten. He only pulled away and ran toward the house of Monsieur de la Trémouille. One of his relatives worked there. D'Artagnan did not know how badly his enemy was hurt. He ran after him quickly. If he had struck him again, the fight might have ended. At that moment, loud noise came from the street near the tennis court. Two friends of the guardsman had seen him leave after arguing with D'Artagnan. They ran out with swords in their hands and attacked D'Artagnan. Soon after, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis arrived. When they saw their young friend attacked, they pushed the two guardsmen back. Bernajoux then fell to the ground. Now the guardsmen were only two, and their enemies were four. They shouted for help and called people from the house of Monsieur de la Trémouille. Hearing this, many people ran out from the house and attacked the four companions. In return, the four shouted loudly for the musketeers to come and help. Many people answered this call. The musketeers were known to dislike the cardinal, and many others liked them for this reason. Soldiers from other groups often helped the king's musketeers in fights. 3 guardsmen from another company passed by. 2 of them joined the 4 companions. The third ran to the house of Monsieur de Treville and shouted for help. That house was full of musketeers, and they rushed out at once. The fight became large and confused. But the musketeers were stronger. The cardinal's guards and the people of Monsieur de la Trémouille went back into the house and shut the doors just in time. The wounded man was taken inside at once. He was in very bad condition. The musketeers and their friends were very excited. Some even talked about setting fire to the house to punish the servants for attacking them. Many liked this idea. But just then, the clock struck 11. D'Artagnan and his friends remembered that they had an important meeting. They did not want to miss it. They calmed their friends. In the end, they only threw a few stones at the gate. The gate was strong, and nothing happened. Soon everyone grew tired. The leaders then left the crowd and went to the house of Monsieur de Treville, who already knew about the trouble.
Quick, to the Louvre. We must go at once. We should see the king before the cardinal speaks to him. We will explain everything as part of what happened yesterday.
Monsieur de Treville and the 4 young men went toward the Louvre. To his surprise, he was told that the king had gone hunting in the forest of Saint-Germain. He asked the servant to repeat this news twice. Each time, his face grew darker. He asked if the king had planned this hunt the day before. The servant said no. The master of the hunt had come that morning and said he had found a deer. At first, the king did not want to go. But after dinner, he changed his mind and left. Monsieur de Treville asked if the king had seen the cardinal. The servant said it was very likely. He had seen the cardinal's carriage that morning going to Saint-Germain. Monsieur de Treville said that the cardinal was ahead of them. He said he would see the king in the evening. But he advised the 4 young men not to try. This advice made sense. It came from a man who knew the king well. The 4 did not argue. Monsieur de Treville told them to go home and wait for news. When he returned to his house, he decided to complain first. He sent a letter to Monsieur de la Trémouille. In it, he asked him to send the cardinal's guards away from his house and to scold his servants for attacking the king's musketeers. But Monsieur de la Trémouille, already influenced by his own man, replied that it was not his place to do so. De Treville did not go to complain about the musketeers. He went for the man whose people they had hurt, and whose house they had almost burned. The talk between the 2 nobles could last a long time. Each man believed he was right. So Monsieur de Treville thought of a calm way to end the problem. He decided to visit Monsieur de la Trémouille himself. He went at once to Monsieur de la Trémouille's house and asked to see him. The 2 men greeted each other with good manners. They were not friends, but they respected each other. Both were brave and honest men. Monsieur de la Trémouille was a Protestant and did not often see the king. He usually stayed outside of court groups. This time, his words were polite but cold.
Monsieur, said Monsieur de Treville, we both think we have reason to complain. I am here to make this matter clear.
I agree, said Monsieur de la Trémouille, but I must tell you that I know the facts. Your musketeers are at fault.
You are a fair man, said Monsieur de Treville. Please listen to my idea.
Speak, Monsieur. I am listening.
How is Monsieur Bernajoux, your relative?
He is very ill, said Monsieur de la Trémouille. He has a deep wound in his arm, but that is not serious. He also has another wound in his chest. The doctor is worried.
Is he awake and aware?
Yes, fully.
Can he speak?
With trouble, but yes.
Then let us go to him, said Monsieur de Treville. Let us ask him to tell the truth. He may soon meet God, so he should speak honestly. I will accept his words as the final truth.
Monsieur de la Trémouille thought for a moment. He could not find a better idea, so he agreed. They went down to the room where the wounded man lay. When Bernajoux saw the 2 nobles, he tried to sit up. He was too weak and fell back on the bed. He almost lost his senses. Monsieur de la Trémouille helped him breathe in some strong salts. This helped him wake up. Monsieur de Treville did not want to seem unfair. He asked Monsieur de la Trémouille to ask the questions himself. Just as Monsieur de Treville expected, Bernajoux told the truth. He felt very close to death and did not try to hide anything. He told the story exactly as it happened. That was all Monsieur de Treville needed. He wished Bernajoux a quick recovery. He said goodbye to Monsieur de la Trémouille and returned home. At once, he sent a message to the 4 friends. He invited them to dine with him. Monsieur de Treville had guests who all disliked the cardinal's party. So, during dinner, everyone talked about the 2 defeats of the cardinal's guards. D'Artagnan had played a strong part in both fights. So all praise went to him. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis let him take the honor. They were good friends and had received praise many times before. Around 6 o'clock, Monsieur de Treville said it was time to go to the Louvre. The hour for meeting the king had already passed. So they did not use the private stairs. Instead, Monsieur de Treville and the 4 young men waited in the antechamber. The king had not yet returned from hunting. The young men waited for about half an hour among many courtiers. Then all the doors opened wide. Someone announced the king. When he heard this, D'Artagnan felt his whole body shake. This moment could decide his future. He stared at the door with fear and hope. King Louis XIII entered quickly. He wore hunting clothes covered with dust. He had big boots and held a whip. At first glance, D'Artagnan saw that the king was in a bad mood. Even so, the courtiers moved closer to be seen. At court, it was better to be seen with anger than not seen at all. The 3 musketeers stepped forward. D'Artagnan stayed behind them. The king knew Athos, Porthos, and Aramis well. Still, he walked past them without a word or a look. It was as if he had never seen them before. As for Monsieur de Treville looked at the king in a calm and steady way. The king could not hold his gaze and looked away. He grumbled and went into his room.
Things are not going well. We will not get honors this time.
Wait here for 10 minutes. If I do not come back after 10 minutes, go home. There will be no reason to wait longer. The 4 young men waited. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. Then 20. Monsieur de Treville did not return. They left with worried hearts and many questions. Monsieur de Treville went into the king's room with confidence. The king was in a bad mood. He sat in a chair and tapped his boot with the handle of his whip. Still, Treville calmly asked about the king's health.
Bad, monsieur, very bad. I am bored.
This was the king's usual complaint. Sometimes he would take a courtier to the window and say,
Monsieur, let us be bored together.
How can that be, sire? Did you not enjoy the hunt today?
Enjoy it? No. Everything goes wrong now. The animals leave no trail, and the dogs cannot follow it. We chased a great deer for 6 hours. Just when we were close, the dogs lost the trail and ran after another animal. I may stop hunting, like I stopped falconry. I am an unlucky king, Monsieur de Treville. I had one fine bird, and it died 2 days ago.
I understand your sadness, sire. It is a real loss. But you still have many birds.
Yes, but no one to train them. Good trainers are rare. I am almost the only one who knows this art. After me, it will be gone. People will use traps instead. I wish I had time to teach others. But the cardinal is always there. He gives me no peace. He speaks of Spain, Austria, England. Ah, speaking of the cardinal, Monsieur de Treville, I am angry with you.
This was the moment Treville waited for. He knew the king well. All the complaints were only a beginning. Now the king reached the real point. How have I displeased your majesty?
Is this how you do your duty? I made you captain of my musketeers. And now they attack a man, disturb a whole area, and nearly start a fire in Paris. And you say nothing. But maybe I am too quick to judge. Maybe those men are in prison, and you come to tell me that justice is done.
Sire, I come to ask for justice.
Against whom?
Against those who lie.
That is new. Will you tell me that your 3 terrible musketeers, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, and that young man from Bern, did not rush at poor Bernajoux and hurt him badly? Will you tell me they did not surround the house of the Duc de la Trémouille and try to burn it? In war this might not matter, but in peace it is very serious. Can you deny all this?
Who told you this story, sire?
Who told me? Who but the man who watches while I sleep, who works while I enjoy myself, who manages everything in France and in Europe?
Your Majesty may speak of God. I know no one else who is above you.
No. I speak of the support of the state, my servant, my friend, the cardinal.
His Eminence is not the Pope, sire.
What do you mean?
I mean that only the Pope cannot be wrong. This gift does not belong to cardinals.
So you say he lies to me? You say he betrays me? You accuse him? Speak clearly.
No, sire. I say he is mistaken. He does not know the truth. I say that he accused your Majesty's musketeers too quickly. He was not fair to them. He did not get his news from good people. The accusation comes from Monsieur de la Trémouille, from the Duke himself. What do you say to that?
I could say, sire, that he is too involved to judge well. But I will not say that. I know the Duke is an honest man. I trust him. I leave the matter to him, but I ask one thing.
What is it?
I ask that your Majesty calls him here. You speak to him alone, without anyone else. After that, I want to see your Majesty at once.
What? You will accept whatever Monsieur de la Trémouille says?
Yes, sire.
You will accept his decision?
Yes.
And you will do whatever repair he asks?
Yes, certainly.
La Chesnay, said the king. La Chesnay. The king's trusted servant, who always stayed near the door, came in. La Chesnay, said the king. Send someone at once to find Monsieur de la Trémouille. I want to speak with him this evening.
Your Majesty gives me your word that you will not see anyone between Monsieur de la Trémouille and me.
No one, on my honor.
Then tomorrow, sire.
Yes, tomorrow.
At what time, please, sire?
Any time you wish.
But if I come too early, I may wake your Majesty.
Wake me? Do you think I sleep? I do not sleep anymore. I only dream sometimes. Come as early as you like, at 7 o'clock. But remember, if you and your musketeers are guilty.
If my musketeers are guilty, sire, I will give the guilty ones to your Majesty. You may decide what to do with them. Do you need anything else? I am ready to obey.
No, no. I am called Louis the Just for a reason. Tomorrow, then.
Until then, may God protect your Majesty.
The king slept badly that night, but Monsieur de Treville slept even worse. He told his 3 musketeers and their young friend to meet him at 6:30 in the morning. He took them with him. He did not promise them anything. He also did not hide the truth. Their future, and even his own, depended on what would happen. When they reached the bottom of the back stairs, he told them to wait there. If the king was still angry, they would leave without being seen. If the king agreed to see them, someone would call them. At the door to the king's private room, Monsieur de Treville met La Chesnay. La Chesnay said they could not find Monsieur de la Trémouille the night before. The Duke came back too late to go to the palace. He had only just arrived and was with the king now. This news pleased Monsieur de Treville. He knew that no one else could speak to the Duke before him. About 10 minutes later, the door opened. Monsieur de la Trémouille came out. He walked straight to Monsieur de Treville.
Monsieur de Treville, he said. The king asked me about what happened yesterday at my house. I told him the truth. My own men were at fault. I was ready to apologize to you. I am glad to meet you now. Please accept my apology and think of me as your friend.
Monsieur the Duke, said Monsieur de Treville. I trusted your honesty so much that I needed no other defender before the king. I see I was right. I thank you. It is good to know there is still one man in France like you.
That is well said, cried the king. Tell him, Treville, that since he wants to be your friend, I also want to be his. But he forgets me. I have not seen him for almost 3 years unless I send for him. Tell him this for me. A king cannot say these things himself.
Thank you, sire, said the Duke. But your Majesty may be sure that the people you see every day are not always the most loyal.
Oh. You heard what I said? That is even better, said the king, coming to the door. Ah, Treville, it is you. Where are your musketeers? I told you 2 days ago to bring them here. Why did you not do it?
They are downstairs, sire. If you allow it, La Chesnay will ask them to come up. Yes, yes. Let them come up at once. It is almost 8 o'clock. I expect a visitor at 9. Go, Monsieur Duke, and come back often. Treville, come in.
The Duke bowed and left the room. As he opened the door, the 3 musketeers and D'Artagnan came up the stairs with La Chesnay.
Come in, my brave men. Come in. I am going to speak to you strongly.
The musketeers stepped forward and bowed. D'Artagnan stayed close behind them.
What is this? In 2 days, you 4 have hurt 7 guards of His Eminence. That is too much, gentlemen. Much too much. If you continue like this, the Cardinal will need new guards in 3 weeks. And I will have to use the law with full force. 1 fight sometimes is not a big problem. But 7 men in 2 days is far too many.
That is why, sire, they have come here. They feel sorry and ask for your pardon.
Sorry? I do not trust those faces. One of them looks like a young Gascon. You there, come closer.
D'Artagnan understood the king meant him. He stepped forward and looked very humble.
You told me he was a young man. This is only a boy, Treville. Do you tell me that he was the one who hurt Jussac so badly?
And also Bernajoux.
Really?
And, if he had not helped me against Cahusac, I would not be here now to bow to your Majesty.
This boy is very bold. My father would have laughed at this. But this kind of work costs clothes and swords. Gascons are poor, they not.
Sire, they have no gold in their mountains. But they gave strong support to the king, your father.
So they helped make me king, since I am my father's son. That is true. La Chesnay, search my pockets. If you can find 40 pistoles, bring them to me. Now, young man, tell me honestly how all this happened.
D'Artagnan told the whole story of the day before. He said he could not sleep because he was happy to see the king. He went to his friends very early. They went together to the tennis court. He was afraid of getting hit by a ball. Bernajoux laughed at him. A fight followed. Another man joined by mistake and lost his house because of it.
Yes, this is what the Duke told me. Poor Cardinal. 7 of his best men in 2 days. That is enough now. You have answered for what happened in Rue Ferou. You have done more than enough. You should stop.
If your Majesty is pleased, then we are pleased.
Yes, I am. This shows that I am satisfied.
In those days, it was normal for a gentleman to take money from the king. It was not a shame. D'Artagnan put the 40 pistoles into his pocket and thanked the king with joy.
Now, it is 8:30. You may go. I am waiting for someone at 9. Thank you for your loyalty. I can trust you, can I not?
Oh, sire. We would give our lives for your service.
That is kind. But stay alive. That is better for me. Treville, there is no place now in the Musketeers. And a young man must first learn. Put him in the guards of Monsieur de Cesset, your brother-in-law. I already enjoy thinking about the Cardinal's face. He will be very angry. I do not care.
The king made a small sign to Treville. Treville left the king and went back to the Musketeers. They were sharing the 40 pistoles with D'Artagnan. Just as the king said, the cardinal was very angry. He was so angry that for 8 days he did not come to the king's game table. Still, when the king met him, he was very kind. He spoke in a gentle voice and asked,
"Well, Monsieur Cardinal, how are your poor Jussac and your poor Bernajoux?"
Chapter 7. The Interior of the Musketeers. After D'Artagnan left the Louvre, he asked his friends how he should use his part of the 40 pistoles. Athos told him to order a good meal at the Pomme de Pin. Porthos told him to get a servant. Aramis told him to find a proper lady friend. They followed this plan the same day. They ordered the meal, and a servant waited at the table. Athos chose the food. Porthos found the servant. The servant was a young man from Picardy. Porthos met him on the Tournelle Bridge. The man was making small rings and playing in the water. Porthos said this showed a calm and thinking mind. He took him without asking more questions. The servant was impressed by Porthos's proud look. He thought he would work for a great man. His name was Planchet. He felt a little sad when he learned that another servant, Mousqueton, already worked for Porthos. Porthos told him that he could not keep 2 servants. Planchet must work for D'Artagnan instead. Planchet accepted this. When he served at the dinner and saw D'Artagnan pay with a handful of gold, he felt very happy. He thought his life was now safe and rich. He thanked God for sending him to such a master. He kept this hope after the meal. He even ate the leftovers and felt full for the first time in a long while. But in the evening, when he made D'Artagnan's bed, his dreams became smaller. There was only 1 bed in the rooms. The home had a small front room and 1 bedroom. Planchet slept in the front room. He used a cover taken from D'Artagnan's bed. From that time on, D'Artagnan slept without it. Athos also had a servant. His name was Grimaud. Athos trained him in a very special way. Grimaud was a very quiet man. Athos himself was also very quiet. In 5 or 6 years with his friends, they saw him smile many times, but they never heard him laugh. Athos spoke little. His words were short and clear. He said only what was needed. He did not decorate his speech. He spoke in a direct way. He did not like long stories or dreams. Athos was not yet 30 years old. He was handsome and very intelligent. Still, no one knew if he ever loved a woman. He never talked about women. He allowed others to talk, but it was clear he did not enjoy it. When he joined these talks, his words were cold and sad. His silence and hard manner made him seem much older than he was. To keep his habits, Athos taught Grimaud to obey signs. A small hand move or a lip movement was enough. Athos almost never spoke to him. Only in rare moments did he use words. Grimaud feared his master like one fears fire. At the same time, he respected and admired him. Sometimes Grimaud thought he understood the order. He hurried to act. But he did the wrong thing. Athos then lifted his shoulders and stayed calm. He corrected Grimaud with firm discipline. On those days, he spoke a few more words. Porthos was very different from Athos. He talked a lot and very loudly. He did not care if people listened or not. He loved the sound of his own voice. He spoke about everything except science. He said he hated scholars since childhood. Porthos did not look as noble as Athos. At first, he felt jealous of him. He tried to shine more by wearing rich clothes. But Athos, with his simple uniform, needed only a proud walk and calm posture. At once, people saw him as the true leader. Porthos then took second place. Porthos found comfort by filling the front room of M. People in the guardroom of the Louvre often talked about the love stories of de Treville and his men. Porthos was famous for these stories. He had loved many women. First, they were working women. Later, they were women from the army and the law. At last, people even spoke about a foreign princess who liked him very much. An old saying says, like master, like servant. So now we move from Athos's servant to Porthos's servant, from Grimaud to Mousqueton. Mousqueton came from Normandy. His real name was Boniface, but his master changed it to the louder name Mousqueton. He agreed to serve Porthos with one condition. Porthos would give him food and a place to sleep, and both should look good. In return, Mousqueton asked for 2 free hours every day. During this time, he worked to earn money for his other needs. Porthos liked this plan very much and accepted it. Porthos gave Mousqueton old coats and clothes. A clever tailor changed them so they looked new again. Because of this, Mousqueton always looked smart when he walked with his master. The tailor's wife was said to like Porthos too much and wanted him to live a simpler life, but Porthos did not change. Now let us speak about Aramis. His servant was called Bazin. Aramis hoped to become a churchman one day. Because of this, Bazin always wore black clothes. He came from Berry and was about 40 years old. He was calm, quiet, and kind. When Aramis did not need him, Bazin read religious books. He cooked simple meals, with few dishes, but the food was very good. Bazin was loyal and honest. He did not speak much, and he did not ask questions. Now that we know the masters and their servants, we can look at their homes. Athos lived in the Rue Férou, very close to the Luxembourg. His home had 2 small rooms. They were clean and well arranged. The woman who owned the house was young and pretty. She often looked at Athos with warm eyes, but he did not notice her. In Athos's rooms, there were signs of a rich past. On the wall hung a fine sword from the time of King Francis I. The handle was covered with precious stones. It was very valuable. Even when Athos had no money, he never sold or borrowed against this sword. Porthos wanted it very much. He once asked to borrow it for a meeting with a duchess. Athos said nothing at first. He took out his money, jewels, and gold chains and offered them all. But he refused to give the sword. He said it would never leave the room while he lived there. There was also a painting of a nobleman from the time of King Henry III. The man wore rich clothes and a high order of honor. His face looked a little like Athos. This showed that the man was likely an ancestor of Athos. On the fireplace stood a beautiful gold box with the same family signs as the sword and the painting. It did not match the simple furniture. Athos always carried the key. One day, he opened it in front of Porthos. Inside were only letters and papers, most likely family papers and love letters. Porthos lived in a large and very grand apartment in the Rue du Vieux-Colombier. When he walked past his windows with a friend, Mousqueton always stood there in full uniform.
That is my home.
But he was never inside. He never invited anyone to enter. No one really knew how rich his home was. Aramis lived in a small house with 3 rooms. There was a sitting room, a dining room, and a bedroom. All the rooms were on the ground floor. The bedroom looked onto a small green garden. The garden was quiet and hidden from neighbors. We already know where D'Artagnan lived, and we have met his servant, Planchet. D'Artagnan was very curious by nature. He liked secrets and plans. He tried hard to learn who Athos, Porthos, and Aramis really were. These were not their real names. They hid their family names. Athos, more than the others, showed signs of high birth, even from far away. He then spoke to Porthos to learn about Athos and Aramis. He also spoke to Aramis to learn about Porthos. But this did not help much. Porthos knew very little about the quiet life of Athos. People said Athos had bad luck in love. They also said someone had betrayed him badly. This had made his life sad forever. But no one knew what really happened. About Porthos, things were easier. Apart from his true name, his life was simple to understand. He liked to talk about himself. He liked to show off. It was easy to see his true nature. The only danger was to believe all the good stories he told about himself. Aramis was different. He looked open and calm, but he had many secrets. He did not answer many questions about other people. D'Artagnan had heard stories about Aramis and a princess. He wanted to know more about Aramis's love life.
"And you, my dear friend," said D'Artagnan, "you speak so easily about the baronesses, countesses, and princesses of others."
"I only spoke because Porthos spoke first," Aramis replied. "He showed all these fine stories to me. But believe me, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, if I learn such things in another way, or if someone tells me in secret, I keep quiet. No one is more careful than I am."
"Oh, I do not doubt that," said D'Artagnan. "But you seem to know a lot about coats of arms. I remember an embroidered handkerchief. That is how I first met you."
This time Aramis did not get angry. He looked modest and spoke kindly.
"My dear friend," he said, "do not forget that I wish to join the church. I stay away from worldly matters. The handkerchief was not a gift. A friend forgot it at my house. I had to pick it up to protect him and the lady he loves. As for me, I do not have a mistress. I do not want one. I follow the wise example of Athos, who has none either."
"But come on," said D'Artagnan. "You are not a priest. You are a musketeer."
"A musketeer for a short time," Aramis answered. "As the cardinal says, I am one against my will. In my heart, I belong to the church. Athos and Porthos pushed me into this life to keep me busy. When I was about to become a priest, I had a small problem with. But that is not interesting, and I am taking your time."
"Not at all," cried D'Artagnan. "I find it very interesting. Right now, I have nothing to do."
"Yes, but I must read my prayers," said Aramis. "Then I must write some verses for Madame d'Aiguillon. After that, I must go to Rue Saint-Honoré to buy some face powder for Madame de Chevreuse. So you see, my dear friend, you are free, but I am not."
Aramis shook his hand warmly and left him. Even with all his effort, D'Artagnan could not learn more about his three new friends. So he decided to believe the stories he had heard for now. He hoped to learn the truth later. For the moment, he saw Athos as a brave hero, Porthos as a strong warrior, and Aramis as a pure young man. The life of the four friends was cheerful enough. Athos liked to gamble, and often lost. Still, he never borrowed money from his friends. His purse was always open to them. When he lost on his word of honor, he always woke his creditor at 6 in the morning to pay his debt. Porthos had strong moods. When he won, he became loud and proud. When he lost, he disappeared for several days. When he came back, he looked thinner and pale, but he had money again. Aramis never gambled. He was not a very easy musketeer to live with. He always had something important to do. Sometimes, in the middle of dinner, when everyone felt happy with wine and talk, Aramis looked at his watch. He stood up, smiled politely, and left. He said he had to meet a learned man for advice. At other times, he stayed home to write a serious book. He asked his friends not to disturb him. Athos would smile softly with his sad and noble look. Porthos would drink and swear that Aramis would never be more than a small village priest. Planchet, the servant of D'Artagnan, enjoyed this good life as much as his master. He earned 30 sous each day. For 1 month, he came back to his room happy and smiling. He was kind to his master. Later, money problems came to the house in the Rue des Farceurs. This happened when the 40 pistoles from King Louis XIII were almost gone. Then he began to complain often. Athos found this annoying. Porthos found it rude. Aramis found it silly. Athos told D'Artagnan to send the servant away. Porthos said he should beat him first. Aramis said a master should only notice polite behavior. D'Artagnan answered that this was easy for them to say. Athos lived quietly with Grimaud and did not let him speak, so they never argued. Porthos lived in a grand way, and his servant Mousqueton admired him. Aramis was always busy with religious study, and his servant Bazin respected him deeply. But D'Artagnan had no money and no position. He was not a musketeer or even a guardsman. He asked how he could earn love, fear, or respect from Planchet. The three friends said the matter was serious. They said it was like family life. They said servants, like wives, must be treated from the start in the way you want them to stay. They told him to think carefully. D'Artagnan thought about it. He decided to punish Planchet for the moment. He did this with great care, as he did everything. After this, he told Planchet he could not leave his service without permission. He said that better days would surely come. He said Planchet's future would be good if he stayed. He also said he was too kind to let Planchet lose such a chance by leaving. This action made many musketeers respect D'Artagnan's way of thinking. Planchet was also impressed. He stopped speaking about leaving. The life of the four young men became like the life of brothers. D'Artagnan had no fixed habits, as he came from the country to a new world. He easily followed the habits of his friends. In winter, they woke up around 8 o'clock. In summer, they woke up around 6. They went to receive the daily password and see what was happening at Monsieur de Treville's place. D'Artagnan was not a musketeer, but he did the same duties very carefully. He stood guard because he always stayed with the friend who was on duty. He was well known at the Musketeers' Hotel. Everyone there saw him as a good friend. Monsieur de Treville liked him from the first meeting. He felt real affection for him. He often spoke well of him to the king. The three musketeers also cared deeply for their young friend. Their friendship was strong. They felt the need to see each other many times a day, for fights, work, or fun. They were always running after one another. People often saw the four together, looking for each other from one street to another across the city. At the same time, Monsieur de Treville's promises moved forward. One morning, the king ordered Monsieur le Chevalier de Cesset to accept D'Artagnan as a cadet in his company of guards. D'Artagnan sighed and put on his uniform. He would have traded it for a musketeer's uniform even at the cost of 10 years of his life. But Monsieur de Treville promised this honor after 2 years of service. This time could be shorter if D'Artagnan did something great for the king or showed brave action. With this promise, D'Artagnan left. The next day, he began his service. Then Athos, Porthos, and Aramis began to stand guard with him when he was on duty. So the company of Monsieur le Chevalier de Cesset received 4 men instead of 1 when D'Artagnan joined. Chapter 8. Concerning a court intrigue. Meanwhile, the 40 pistoles from King Louis XIII came to an end, like all things in this world. After the money was gone, the 4 friends began to feel worried. At first, Athos supported them with his own money. After some time, Porthos took his place. Thanks to one of his usual sudden absences, he found a way to pay for everyone for 2 weeks. Then it was Aramis's turn. He did it kindly. He said he sold some religious books to get a few pistoles. After that, as they often did, they turned to Monsieur. de Treville helped them with some money in advance. But this money was small. The Three Musketeers already owed much money. The guardsman had no pay yet. Soon, they felt real need. As a last try, they put together 8 or 10 pistoles. Porthos went to the gaming table with it. Sadly, he had bad luck. He lost all the money. He also lost 25 pistoles more, which he had promised to pay. After this, their trouble became serious. The friends were very hungry. They walked near the river and around guard rooms with their servants. They looked for dinners at the houses of friends. Aramis said it was wise to accept many meals in good times, so you can find help in bad times. Athos was invited to dinner 4 times. Each time, he took his friends and their servants with him. Porthos had 6 invitations and did the same. Aramis had 8 invitations. He was quiet, but many people liked him. D'Artagnan knew no one in Paris yet. He found only one chocolate breakfast at a priest's house from his home area. He also had one dinner at the house of a guards officer. He took everyone with him to the priest's house. They ate food that could last the priest 2 months. At the officer's house, the host was very kind. But as Planchet said, people cannot eat forever, even when they eat a lot. D'Artagnan felt ashamed. He had found only 1.5 meals for his friends. The breakfast counted as only half a meal. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis had helped him much more. He felt like a burden to them. He forgot that he had fed them for a whole month before. He began to think deeply. He thought that for young, brave, active men should do more than walk proudly, practice fencing, and play jokes. For men so loyal to each other, with their money and their lives, could do great things. They always stood together. They never gave up. They could act alone or together. They could face any direction or aim at one goal. With skill or strength, by day or by secret ways, they could reach any goal, even if it was far or well guarded. D'Artagnan was surprised that his friends had never thought about this. He was thinking hard, trying to find a good plan for their shared strength. He felt sure they could succeed in something great. While he was thinking, someone knocked softly at his door. D'Artagnan woke Planchet and told him to open it. This does not mean it was night. It was 4 in the afternoon. 2 hours earlier, Planchet had asked for dinner. His master had answered, "If you sleep, you eat." So Planchet had slept instead of eating. A man came in. He looked simple and honest, like a shopkeeper. Planchet wanted to stay and listen. But the man said his words were important and private. He asked to speak to D'Artagnan alone. D'Artagnan sent Planchet away and asked the man to sit. They were silent for a moment and looked at each other. Then D'Artagnan bowed to show he was listening.
"I have heard that Monsieur d'Artagnan is a very brave young man," said the man. "Because of this good name, I decided to trust him with a secret."
"Please speak, monsieur," said D'Artagnan. He felt this could bring something good.
The man paused again and then said, "I have a wife. She works as a seamstress for the Queen. She is good and beautiful. I married her 3 years ago. She had little money, but Monsieur Laporte, the Queen's cloak-bearer, is her godfather and helps her."
"Well, monsieur?" asked D'Artagnan.
"Well," said the citizen again, "sir, my wife was taken yesterday morning. She was leaving her workroom when it happened." "And who took your wife?" asked D'Artagnan.
"I do not know for sure, sir. But I have a strong guess."
"And who do you think it was?" "A man who has followed her for a long time." "That is bad," said D'Artagnan.
"But please listen, sir," the citizen went on. "I believe this is not about love. I think it is about politics."
"Politics?" D'Artagnan asked. What do you think is happening?
I am not sure if I should say it.
Sir, said D'Artagnan calmly, I am not forcing you. You came to me. You chose to speak. You can stop now if you wish.
No, sir. You seem honest, and I trust you. I believe my wife was not taken because of her own actions. I believe it is because of a powerful lady.
Oh, said D'Artagnan, trying to sound informed. Is it about Madame de Bois-Tracy?
Higher than that, sir.
Madame d'Aiguillon.
Still higher.
Madame de Chevreuse.
Much higher.
About the... D'Artagnan stopped.
Yes, sir, said the citizen in a very low voice. And with whom?
With whom could it be, if not the Duke of...
The Duke of... Yes, sir, the citizen whispered. But how do you know all this?
How do I know?
Yes. Tell me clearly. No secrets between us. I know it from my wife, he said. From my wife herself.
And how did she learn it?
From Monsieur Laporte. As I told you, my wife is his goddaughter. He is close to the Queen. He placed my wife near Her Majesty so the Queen would have someone she could trust. The King ignores her. The Cardinal watches her. Many people betray her.
I see, said D'Artagnan. Please go on.
My wife came home 4 days ago, sir. One rule was that she could visit me twice a week. She loves me very much. When she came, she told me the Queen was very afraid.
Afraid?
Yes. The Cardinal troubles her more than ever. He is still angry about the old dance affair. You know about it.
Of course, said D'Artagnan, though he knew nothing.
So now it is not just dislike, the citizen said. It is revenge.
I understand.
The Queen believes someone wrote a letter to the Duke of Buckingham in her name.
In her name?
Yes. The letter was to bring him to Paris. Once here, he would be trapped.
That is serious, said D'Artagnan. But what does your wife have to do with this?
Everyone knows she is loyal to the Queen. They want to remove her, or frighten her, or force her to give secrets. They may even try to use her as a spy.
That makes sense, said D'Artagnan. But the man who took her, do you know him?
I believe I do.
What is his name?
I do not know his name. But I know he serves the Cardinal.
Have you seen him?
Yes. One day my wife showed him to me.
Can you describe him?
Yes. He stands very proud. He has black hair and dark skin. His eyes are sharp. His teeth are very white. He also has a scar on his temple.
A scar on his temple, cried D'Artagnan. Black hair, dark skin, sharp eyes, proud walk. This sounds like the man I met in Mung.
You know this man? Asked the citizen.
Yes. But that is good news. If he is the same man, I can settle 2 matters at once. But where can we find him?
I do not know, said the citizen.
Do you know where he lives?
No. I only saw him once. I was taking my wife to the Louvre. He was leaving as she entered. She pointed him out to me. This is all very unclear, D'Artagnan said quietly. Very unclear indeed.
From whom have you learned about the taking away of your wife?
From Monsieur Laporte.
Did he tell you anything more?
He knew nothing himself.
And have you heard anything from other people?
Yes, I have received.
What?
I am afraid to speak. I think it may be a bad idea.
You always say that. But now you must understand that it is too late to stop.
I am not stopping,
said the citizen. He spoke loudly to feel brave.
And by the honor of Bonacieux.
You say your name is Bonacieux?
Yes, that is my name.
You said, then, by the word of Bonacieux. Sorry to stop you, but that name sounds known to me.
Maybe, monsieur. I am your landlord.
Oh, you are my landlord?
Yes, monsieur. You have lived here for 3 months. You are busy with important matters, so you forgot to pay the rent. I have not spoken to you about it even once. I hoped you would see my kindness.
How could I not? My dear Bonacieux, I thank you very much. And as I told you, if I can help you in any way.
I believe you, monsieur. I trust you. That is why I speak to you.
Then please finish what you wanted to say.
The citizen took a paper from his pocket and gave it to D'Artagnan.
A letter.
Yes. I received it this morning.
D'Artagnan opened it. The light was growing weak, so he went closer to the window to read. The citizen came with him.
Do not look for your wife. She will come back when she is no longer needed. If you try to find her, you will be in danger. That is very clear. But it is only a warning.
Yes, but it frightens me. I am not a man who fights. I am very afraid of prison.
I do not like prison either. If it were only a simple fight, then.
I was hoping for your help, monsieur.
Yes?
I often see you with strong and fine musketeers. I know they serve Monsieur de Treville. That means they are not friends of the cardinal. I thought you and your friends might wish to act for the Queen and trouble His Eminence a little.
Of course.
And then I thought about the 3 months of rent. I have said nothing about it.
Yes. You already told me that, and I think it is a very good reason.
And also, as long as you stay in my house, I will never ask you for the rent.
That is very kind.
And if needed, I was even ready to offer you 50 pistoles, in case you have little money now.
Wonderful. Then you are rich, my dear Monsieur Bonacieux?
I live well enough, monsieur. That is all. I earn 2,000 or 3,000 crowns from my shop. I also put some money into the last sea journey of the famous sailor Jean Moquet. So you see, monsieur, but...
What is it?
Who is that man over there?
Where?
In the street, across from your window. Near that door. A man wearing a cloak.
It is him.
It is him. Cried both men at the same time. They both knew him. This time, he will not get away.
He took his sword and ran out of the room. On the stairs, he met Athos and Porthos, who were coming to see him. They stepped aside, and D'Artagnan ran past them very fast.
Hey! Where are you going?
Shouted the 2 musketeers together. The man from Meung! Cried D'Artagnan, and he was gone. D'Artagnan had often told his friends about his meeting with the strange man. He had also spoken about the beautiful foreign woman, to whom this man had given an important letter. Athos thought that D'Artagnan had simply lost his letter during the fight. In his view, a true gentleman would never steal a letter. From D'Artagnan's description, the stranger seemed like a gentleman. Porthos believed it was only a secret love meeting. He thought it was between a lady and a man, and that D'Artagnan and his yellow horse had disturbed it. Aramis said that such matters were always full of secrets. He believed it was better not to try to understand them. They understood from D'Artagnan's few words what was happening. They thought that if he caught the man, or if he lost him, he would come back to his room. So they went on walking. When they came into D'Artagnan's room, it was empty. The landlord was afraid of trouble between the young man and the stranger. Because of this fear, he decided to leave the house. Chapter 9. D'Artagnan shows himself. As Athos and Porthos had guessed, D'Artagnan came back after half an hour. He had lost the man again. The stranger was gone as if he had never been there. D'Artagnan ran through all the nearby streets with his sword in his hand. He did not find anyone like the man he was looking for. Then he returned to the place where he should have started. He knocked on the door where the stranger had leaned before. This did not help. He knocked many times. No one answered. Some neighbors opened their windows or doors because of the noise. They told him that the house had been empty for 6 months, and no one lived there. While D'Artagnan was running and knocking on doors, Aramis joined Athos and Porthos. So when D'Artagnan came home, all 3 friends were there together.
Well,
the 3 Musketeers cried at the same time. They saw D'Artagnan come in. His face was wet with sweat, and he looked angry.
Well, this man must be the devil. He vanished like smoke. He was like a shadow.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I only believe what I have seen. I have never seen ghosts, so I do not believe in them.
The Bible tells us to believe. The spirit of Samuel appeared to Saul. This is a belief I respect, Porthos.
Man or devil, real or not, this man brings me bad luck. Because he ran away, we missed a fine chance, my friends. We could have earned 100 pistoles, maybe more.
How?
How?
Athos said nothing. He only looked at D'Artagnan.
Planchet. Go to my landlord, Monsieur Bonacieux. Ask him to send 6 bottles of Beaugency wine. I like that wine.
Oh, so your landlord trusts you?
Yes. From today. And if the wine is bad, we will ask for better.
We should use things wisely.
I always said D'Artagnan was the cleverest of us.
D'Artagnan bowed. Athos then became silent again.
But tell us the story.
Yes. Tell us, my friend, unless a lady's honor is in danger. In that case, you should stay quiet.
Do not worry. No one's honor will suffer from what I say.
Then he told his friends everything. He spoke about his talk with the landlord. He explained that the man who took the landlord's wife was the same man he had argued with at the inn of the Jolly Miller.
This is not a bad matter. We can get 50 or 60 pistoles from this man. Now we must ask if this money is worth the risk for our 4 lives.
But remember, there is a woman in this story. She was taken away. She may be in danger. She may be treated badly. All this is because she stayed loyal to her mistress.
Be careful, D'Artagnan. You feel too strongly about Madame Bonacieux. Women often bring trouble. Many of our problems come from them.
When Aramis said this, Athos's face grew dark. He pressed his lips together and said nothing.
It is not Madame Bonacieux who worries me, said D'Artagnan. I worry about the Queen. The king leaves her alone. The cardinal hunts her. One by one, her friends die or disappear.
Why does she love the people we hate most? Asked one of them. The Spanish and the English.
Spain is her home, said D'Artagnan. So it is normal that she loves Spanish people. They come from the same land as she does. And about the English, I hear she does not love England. She loves one English man.
Well, said Athos, we must say that this Englishman deserves love. I have never seen a man who looks so noble.
And he dresses better than anyone, said Porthos. I was at the Louvre when he threw pearls to the crowd. I picked up 2. I sold them for 10 pistoles each. Do you know him, Aramis?
Yes, said Aramis. As well as you do. I was there when he was caught in the garden at Amiens. Monsieur Putange, the Queen's helper, brought me there. I was a student then. I felt sorry for the king.
If I knew where the Duke of Buckingham was, said D'Artagnan, I would take his hand and bring him to the Queen. I would do it just to make the cardinal angry. If we could trick the cardinal, I would even risk my life.
And did the shopkeeper tell you, asked Athos. That the Queen thinks Buckingham came because of a false letter.
She is afraid that is true, said D'Artagnan.
Wait, said Aramis.
Why? Asked Porthos.
Let him think, said Athos.
I am now sure, said D'Artagnan, that the woman taken from the Queen is part of this story. It may also be linked to Buckingham being in Paris.
The Gascon has many ideas, said Porthos with respect.
I like to hear him speak, said Athos. His way of talking is funny.
Friends, said Aramis. Listen to me.
We are listening, said the others.
Yesterday I went to see a doctor of theology, said Aramis. I sometimes ask him for help with my studies.
Athos smiled.
He lives in a quiet part of the city, Aramis went on. He likes peace. When I was leaving his house.
Well, said the others. When you were leaving.
Aramis looked nervous, but he continued. This doctor has a niece, he said.
Oh, a niece, said Porthos.
She is a very proper lady, said Aramis.
The others laughed.
If you laugh and do not trust me, said Aramis, I will say no more.
We believe you, said Athos. We will be silent.
I will go on, said Aramis. The niece sometimes visits her uncle. Yesterday she was there too. It was right for me to walk with her to her carriage.
She has a carriage, said Porthos. That sounds interesting.
Porthos, said Aramis. You talk too much. Women do not like that.
Friends, said D'Artagnan. This is serious. Please stop joking. Go on, Aramis.
Suddenly, said Aramis. A tall man with dark hair came toward us. He looked much like you, D'Artagnan.
Maybe it was the same man, said D'Artagnan.
He had 5 or 6 men behind him, said Aramis. They stayed a little way back. He spoke very politely. He said to me, my Lord Duke. And then to the lady on my arm.
The doctor's niece, asked Porthos.
Be quiet, said Athos. You are too much.
Please enter this carriage, he said. Do not resist. Do not make any noise.
He thought you were Buckingham, cried D'Artagnan.
I think so, said Aramis.
And the lady, asked Porthos.
He thought she was the Queen, said D'Artagnan.
Yes, said Aramis.
The Gascon sees everything, said Athos. Nothing escapes him.
It is true, said Porthos. Aramis is about the same height and shape as the Duke. But a musketeer's clothes.
I was wearing a very large cloak, said Aramis.
In July, said Porthos. That is strange.
Is the doctor afraid that someone may know you? I can understand that the spy was tricked by the person. But the face.
I wore a big hat, said Aramis.
Oh, dear, said Porthos. So many careful steps for learning religion.
Friends, said D'Artagnan, let us stop joking. We are wasting time. We should separate and look for the mercer's wife. She is the key to this whole matter.
A woman from such a low place in life, said Porthos. He pushed out his lips with scorn. Do you really believe that? She is the goddaughter of Laporte, the Queen's trusted servant. I told you this before. The Queen may have chosen help from someone small on purpose. Important people are easy to see, and the Cardinal watches closely. Well, said Porthos, first make a deal with the mercer. Make a good deal.
That is not needed, said D'Artagnan. If he does not pay us, I think someone else will.
Just then, they heard fast steps on the stairs. The door flew open. The poor mercer ran into the room where they were talking.
Save me, gentlemen, please save me, he cried. For men have come to take me away. Help me.
Porthos and Aramis stood up.
Wait, said D'Artagnan. He made a sign for them to put their swords back. We do not need bravery now. We need care.
But still, said Porthos, we cannot leave.
You will let D'Artagnan act as he thinks best, said Athos. He thinks more clearly than all of us. I will follow him. Do what you think is right, D'Artagnan.
At that moment, 4 guards appeared at the door of the next room. They saw the 4 musketeers standing there with swords at their sides, and they stopped.
Please come in, gentlemen, said D'Artagnan. You are in my room. We all serve the king and the cardinal.
Then you will not stop us from doing our duty, asked the man who led them.
Not at all, said D'Artagnan. We would even help if needed.
What is he saying? Muttered Porthos.
You are foolish, said Athos. Be quiet. But you promised me, whispered the poor mercer.
We can only help you if we stay free, D'Artagnan whispered back quickly. If we defend you, they will take us too.
But still.
Come, gentlemen, come, said D'Artagnan loudly. I have no reason to protect this man. I met him today for the first time. He came to ask for rent for my room. Is that true, Monsieur Bonacieux? Speak.
Yes, that is true, cried the mercer. But Monsieur does not tell you.
Be quiet about me. Be quiet about my friends. And above all, say nothing about the Queen, said D'Artagnan. You will only harm everyone, including yourself. Come, gentlemen, take this man away.
D'Artagnan gently pushed the confused mercer toward the guards. He said, You are a rude old man. You come to ask money from me, a musketeer. Take him to prison. Please keep him there as long as you can. That will give me time to pay him. The officers thanked him and took the man away. As they went down the stairs, D'Artagnan put his hand on the leader's shoulder.
May we drink to each other's health, he said. He filled 2 glasses with the wine that came from Bonacieux's own supply.
That would honor me, said the officer. I accept gladly.
To your health, monsieur. What is your name?
Boisrenard.
To Monsieur Boisrenard.
And to you, sir. What is your name?
D'Artagnan.
To your health, Monsieur D'Artagnan.
And above all, cried D'Artagnan with great feeling, to the king and the cardinal.
The officer might have doubted him if the wine had been poor. But the wine was good, and he believed him.
What a terrible trick you played, said Porthos when the officers were gone and the 4 friends were alone. It is shameful for 4 musketeers to let a poor man be taken while he asks for help. And to drink with an officer like a friend.
Porthos, said Aramis, Athos already told you that you are foolish. I agree with him. D'Artagnan, you are a great man. When you take Monsieur de Treville's place, who will ask you to help me get a church position?
I am confused, said Porthos. Do you really agree with what D'Artagnan did?
Of course.
Indeed I do, said Athos. I agree with what he did. I even praise him for it.
And now, gentlemen, said D'Artagnan. He did not explain himself to Porthos. All for one, one for all. That is our saying, yes.
And yet, said Porthos.
Give your hand and promise, cried Athos and Aramis together. Porthos complained in a low voice, but he followed them. He held out his hand. The 4 friends spoke together and repeated the words that D'Artagnan gave them.
All for one, one for all. Good, said D'Artagnan. He spoke like a man used to giving orders. Now each of us goes home. And be careful. From this moment, we are enemies of the cardinal.
Chapter 10. A mousetrap in the 17th century. The idea of a mousetrap is not new. When cities created police forces, these police also created traps. Many people may not know this word, so we will explain it. In a house of any kind, if the police think a person has done something wrong, they arrest him in secret. 4 or 5 men hide in the first room. The door stays open for visitors. When someone comes in, the door is closed behind them. Then the men stop that person. After 2 or 3 days, they catch almost everyone who often visits the house. This is called a mousetrap. The home of Monsieur Bonacieux became such a trap. Everyone who came there was stopped and questioned by the cardinal's men. But there was a special stairway to the upper floor, where D'Artagnan lived. Because of this, people who came to see him were not stopped. Only the 3 Musketeers came to his rooms. The 3 friends searched and asked many questions, but they learned nothing. Athos even spoke to Monsieur de Treville. This surprised his captain, because Athos was usually very quiet. But Monsieur de Treville knew little. He said that the last time he saw the cardinal, the king, and the queen, the cardinal looked very serious. The king looked worried. The queen had red eyes, as if she had not slept or had been crying. This was not unusual, because since her marriage the queen often slept badly and cried often. Monsieur de Treville asked Athos to always do his duty to the king, and especially to the queen. He asked Athos to tell the others the same thing. D'Artagnan did not leave his room. He turned it into a watch place. From his window, he could see everyone who was caught. He also lifted a board from the floor. There was only a thin ceiling between his room and the room below, where the questions happened. From there, he could hear everything. Did Madame Bonacieux send you anything for her husband or for someone else? Did Monsieur Bonacieux send you anything for his wife or for someone else? Did either of them tell you anything in secret?
If they knew the answer, they would not ask like this, D'Artagnan thought. What do they really want to know? They want to know if the Duke of Buckingham is in Paris. They also want to know if he has met the Queen, or will meet her.
D'Artagnan kept this idea in his mind. It seemed possible. The trap stayed active, and D'Artagnan stayed alert. On the evening after poor Bonacieux was taken, Athos had just left to see Monsieur de Treville. It was 9 o'clock. Planchet had not yet made the bed and had just started. Suddenly, someone knocked at the street door. The door opened and closed at once. Someone was caught in the trap. D'Artagnan hurried to his hidden place. He lay flat on the floor and listened. Soon he heard loud voices, then soft cries. Someone tried to quiet them. No questions were asked.
This sounds bad, D'Artagnan thought. It sounds like a woman. They are searching her. She does not agree. They are being rough.
D'Artagnan was careful, but it was hard for him to stay still. Then he heard a woman cry out.
I tell you, I am the lady of this house. I am Madame Bonacieux. I serve the Queen.
Madame Bonacieux, D'Artagnan whispered. Could I be lucky enough to find what everyone is looking for?
Her voice grew weaker. Loud movement shook the ceiling between them. The woman fought as much as she could against 4 men. Her voice became weak and broken. She tried to speak, but the words were not clear. D'Artagnan understood what was happening. They were tying her hands. They wanted to take her away. He jumped up from the floor. His sword was near him. He called Planchet. Planchet answered at once. D'Artagnan told him to run and find Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. At least one of them would be at home. Maybe all of them were there. He said they must take their weapons and come quickly. Then he remembered that Athos was with Monsieur de Treville. Planchet asked where D'Artagnan was going. D'Artagnan said he would go down by the window. This way, he could arrive faster. He told Planchet to put the boards back, clean the floor, leave by the door, and run as ordered. Planchet was afraid and said D'Artagnan would hurt himself. D'Artagnan told him to be quiet. He held the window frame and went down carefully. The drop was not very high. He landed without pain. He walked straight to the door and knocked. He said to himself that he would go in first and face the danger. As soon as he knocked, the noise inside stopped. Footsteps came closer. The door opened. D'Artagnan rushed in with his sword ready. The door closed behind him. People inside the house and nearby neighbors heard loud sounds. They heard shouting, heavy steps, and the noise of swords. Some furniture was broken. Soon after, the door opened again. 4 men dressed in black ran out very fast. Poor dear man, he is completely innocent. A small smile appeared on the scared face of the young woman.
What has he done, madam?
I think his only mistake is that he is your husband. This brings him both good luck and bad luck.
But, monsieur, you know then.
I know that you were taken away by force, madam.
And by whom? Do you know him? Please, if you know him, tell me.
It was a man about 40 or 45 years old. He has black hair, dark skin, and a scar on his left temple.
That is him. That is him. But what is his name?
His name? I do not know it.
And did my husband know that I was taken away?
Yes. He received a letter from the man who took you.
And does he think that I caused this to happen?
He thought it was for political reasons.
I thought so from the start. Now I am sure he is right. Then my dear Monsieur Bonacieux did not doubt me even for one moment?
Not at all, madam. He trusted your good sense, and above all, your love.
Another very small smile came to the young woman's lips.
But how did you escape?
I waited for a moment when they left me alone. I already knew why they had taken me. I used the bed sheets to go down from the window. Then I hurried here, because I thought my husband would be at home.
To ask for his protection?
Oh no, poor dear man. I knew he could not protect me. But he could help in other ways. I wanted to tell him what had happened.
Tell him what?
That is not my secret. I cannot tell you.
Forgive me, madam, but I must speak carefully. This is not a safe place to share secrets. The men I chased away will come back with others. If they find us here, we are in great danger. I sent for 3 friends, but they may not be at home.
Yes, you are right. Let us go. Let us get away.
She took D'Artagnan's arm and pulled him forward quickly.
But where shall we go? Where can we be safe?
First, we must leave this house. Then we will decide.
They left without closing the door. They went quickly down the Rue des Farciers, turned into the Rue des Fosses Monsieur le Prince, and stopped only when they reached the place Saint-Sulpice.
And now what shall we do? Where do you want me to take you?
I do not know. I wanted my husband to tell Monsieur Laporte. Monsieur Laporte could then explain what has happened at the Louvre in the last 3 days. He could also tell us if it is safe for me to go there.
But I can go and tell Monsieur Laporte.
Yes, you could. But there is a problem. My husband is known at the Louvre, so they let him enter. You are not known there, so they would not let you pass.
Oh, you must know a gatekeeper there who helps you. With a secret word, he could.
Madame Bonacieux looked closely at him.
If I give you this secret word, will you forget it after you use it?
On my honor, I swear it.
Then I trust you. You seem brave. And perhaps good fortune comes to those who help others.
I will gladly do all I can to serve the king and please the queen. Use me as a friend.
But where shall I stay while you are gone?
Is there no house where Monsieur Laporte could come and find you?
No. I trust no one.
Wait. We are close to Athos's house. Yes, here it is.
Who is Athos?
He is one of my friends.
But if he is at home and sees me?
He is not at home. I will take the key after I put you inside his room.
But what if he comes back?
He will not come back. And if he does, they will tell him that I brought a woman, and she is in his room.
That would put me in a bad position.
It does not matter. No one knows you. And right now, we cannot worry about manners. Very well. Let us go to your friend's house. Where does he live? In the Rue Ferou, very close to here. Then let us go. They walked on together. Just as D'Artagnan expected, Athos was not at home.
He took the key, which the family always gave him. He went up the stairs. He brought Madame Bonacieux into the small room we have already described.
You are safe here, he said. Stay inside. Lock the door. Do not open it to anyone unless you hear 3 knocks like this. He knocked 3 times. The first 2 knocks were close and strong. The third knock came later and was softer.
That is clear, said Madame Bonacieux. Now listen to my instructions.
I am listening, he answered.
Go to the small gate of the Louvre on Rue de l'Echelle. Ask for a man named Sherman.
All right. And then?
He will ask what you want. You must answer with 2 words, tools and brixels. When he hears this, he will help you.
And what must I ask him to do?
Tell him to bring Monsieur Laporte. He is the Queen's personal servant.
And when Laporte comes?
Send him to me.
Very well. But where will I see you again?
Do you want to see me again? She asked.
Yes, very much.
Then do not worry. I will arrange everything.
I trust your promise.
You can trust me, she said.
D'Artagnan bowed to Madame Bonacieux. He gave her a warm and loving look. Then he went down the stairs. He heard the door close and lock behind him. He ran to the Louvre. When he reached the gate on Rue de l'Echelle, the clock struck 10. Everything had happened in only half an hour. All went exactly as Madame Bonacieux had said. When D'Artagnan spoke the secret words, German bowed. A few minutes later, Laporte arrived. D'Artagnan quickly told him where Madame Bonacieux was staying. Laporte asked him to repeat the address to be sure. Then Laporte ran away.
Young man, he said. I have advice for you.
What is it? Asked D'Artagnan.
You could get into trouble because of tonight.
You think so?
Yes. Do you have a friend whose clock is slow?
What do you mean?
Go visit him. Make sure he can say you were with him at 9:30. In court, this is called proof that you were somewhere else.
D'Artagnan saw that this advice was wise. He ran at once to Monsieur de Treville's house. He did not go to the main room. Instead, he asked to see Monsieur de Treville in private. The servants knew D'Artagnan well, so they agreed. One servant told Monsieur de Treville that the young man had important news. A few minutes later, Monsieur de Treville came to see him. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "Why are you here so late?"
Please forgive me, sir, said D'Artagnan. I thought it was only 25 minutes past 9, so it was not too late to visit you.
9:25, cried Monsieur de Treville, looking at the clock. That cannot be right.
Please look again, sir, said D'Artagnan. The clock shows it.
That is true, said Monsieur de Treville. I thought it was later. Now tell me, what do you want? D'Artagnan then told him a long story about the Queen. He spoke of his worries for her safety. He spoke about the Cardinal's plans and about the Duke of Buckingham. He spoke calmly and honestly. Monsieur de Treville believed him, because he himself had noticed strange things between the King, the Queen, and the Cardinal. When the clock struck 10, D'Artagnan left. Monsieur de Treville thanked him for the news. He told him to always serve the King and Queen well. As D'Artagnan went down the stairs, he remembered his walking stick. He went back into the office. He quietly set the clock to the correct time again. This way, no one would notice the change the next day. Now he was sure he had a witness for his story. He ran downstairs and soon was outside in the street. Chapter 11. In which the plot thickens. After his visit to Monsieur de Treville, D'Artagnan walked home by a long and slow way. He was deep in thought. He looked at the stars in the sky. Sometimes he sighed. Sometimes he smiled. What was he thinking about? He was thinking of Madame Bonacieux. For a young man who hoped to become a musketeer, she seemed like the perfect woman. She was pretty and full of mystery. She knew many secrets of the royal court. This gave her face a serious and gentle charm. It was easy to believe that she also cared for him a little. For a young man in love, this feeling was impossible to resist. Moreover, D'Artagnan had saved the young woman from cruel men who wanted to question her and treat her badly. This great help created strong feelings of thanks between them. These feelings can easily become warmer. Very quickly, D'Artagnan began to dream. He imagined a servant coming from the young woman. The servant would bring him a small note to meet her, or a gold chain, or a diamond. At that time, young soldiers felt no shame when they received gifts from their king. We must add that morals were loose in those days. Men also felt no shame about gifts from women they loved. These women often left them costly presents. It was as if they wanted to make their weak feelings stronger with solid gifts. Men moved forward in life with the help of women, while the women felt shy. Women who were only beautiful gave their beauty. This is why people say that the most beautiful girl can only give what she has. Women who were rich gave money as well. Many brave men of that time would not have become famous or won battles without the money their lovers gave them. D'Artagnan owned nothing. His early shyness from the country had disappeared. The Three Musketeers had given him simple advice, and he followed it. Like many men then, D'Artagnan saw Paris like a battlefield. It was the same as a war abroad. There, the enemy was soldiers. Here, the enemy was women. In both places, a man tried to gain something. But at this moment, D'Artagnan felt something more honest and kind. The shopkeeper had said his wife was rich. With a weak man like Monsieur Bonacieux, this was easy to believe. Still, money was not the main reason for D'Artagnan's new love. Or almost not the reason. When a young, kind, smart, and beautiful woman is also rich, it does not weaken love. It often makes love stronger. Rich life brings many small comforts that suit beauty. Clean white stockings, soft silk dresses, lace cloths, pretty shoes, and nice ribbons do not make an ugly woman pretty. But they make a pretty woman more beautiful. Hands also look better this way. For women, beautiful hands often come from a life without hard work. D'Artagnan, as the reader knows, was not rich. He hoped to be rich one day, but that day was far away. It is sad to love a woman and see her wish for many small comforts and not be able to give them to her. If the woman is rich and the lover is poor, she can buy these things for herself. She usually uses her husband's money. And she rarely thanks him for it. So D'Artagnan was ready to be a very loving man, and also a loyal friend. While he dreamed of loving the shopkeeper's wife, he did not forget his friends. Pretty Madame Bonacieux was perfect for walks in the plain of Saint Denis or at the fair of Saint-Germain. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis could come too. D'Artagnan had often said this to them. They could enjoy pleasant dinners together. On one side, a man could touch a friend's hand. On the other side, he could touch a lover's foot. In hard moments and great trouble, D'Artagnan was ready to help his friends. And what about Monsieur Bonacieux? D'Artagnan had pushed him toward the officers. He denied knowing him in public, even though he had promised in secret to help him. We must be honest with the reader. D'Artagnan did not think about him at all. Or if he did, he only thought that Bonacieux was fine where he was, wherever that was. Love is the most selfish feeling of all. Do not worry, dear reader. If D'Artagnan forgets his host, or seems to forget him because he says he does not know where the man was taken, we will not forget him. We know where he is. But for now, let us act like the young lover from Gascony. We will return to the poor shopkeeper later. Thinking about his future love, speaking softly to the night, and smiling at the stars, D'Artagnan walked up the Rue Church Midi, or Chasse Midi, as people called it then. D'Artagnan found himself in the area where Aramis lived. He decided to visit his friend. He wanted to explain why he had sent Planchet with a message to come at once to the meeting place. If Aramis had been at home, he would have gone there quickly. Then he might have found only the other two friends. They would not understand what was happening. This strange situation needed an explanation. At least, D'Artagnan thought so. He also felt this was a good time to talk about the pretty Madame Bonacieux. His thoughts were already full of her. In first love, people are not careful. The happiness feels too big. If it does not come out, it feels painful inside. Paris had been dark for 2 hours. The streets were almost empty. All the clocks in the Faubourg Saint-Germain struck 11. The weather was pleasant. D'Artagnan walked along a small road where the Rue d'Assas is today. He breathed the soft smells from nearby gardens. The gardens were cool from evening dew and night air. From far away, he heard singing from people drinking in small inns. The sound was quiet because the windows were closed. At the end of the road, D'Artagnan turned left. Aramis's house stood between the Rue Cassette and the Rue Servandoni. D'Artagnan passed the Rue Cassette. He could already see the door of his friend's house. Trees and climbing plants made a large arch in front of it. At that moment, he saw a dark shape come out of the Rue Servandoni. The shape wore a cloak. At first, D'Artagnan thought it was a man. But the body was small. The walk was slow and unsure. He soon saw it was a woman. She looked around her as if she was not sure of the house. She stopped, stepped back, and then walked forward again. D'Artagnan felt unsure. He wondered if he should go and help her. She walked like a young person, perhaps a pretty one. But a woman out this late was often going to meet a lover. If he disturbed that, it would not be good. The young woman kept walking. She counted the houses and the windows. This was easy because there were only 3 large houses on this part of the street. Only 2 windows faced the road. One belonged to a small building near Aramis's home. The other belonged to Aramis himself. By heaven, D'Artagnan thought, remembering Aramis's young relative, this was funny. What if this late bird was looking for his friend's house? It looked like it. Dear Aramis, this time I will learn your secret. D'Artagnan made himself small and hid in the darkest part of the street. He stood near a stone bench behind a wall space. The young woman came closer. Her steps were light. She gave a small cough. It sounded gentle and soft. D'Artagnan thought this cough was a sign. Maybe someone inside answered her? Or maybe she now knew she was in the right place. She walked up to Aramis's window. She knocked 3 times, slowly and evenly, with her finger. This was very nice, dear Aramis, D'Artagnan whispered to himself. So this was how he studied religion. Right after the knocks, a blind inside the window opened. A light shone for a moment through the glass. Ah, D'Artagnan thought, not through the door, but through the window. This visit was expected. The window would open, and the lady would climb in. Very clever. But to his surprise, the window stayed closed. The light went away. Everything was dark again. D'Artagnan waited and watched closely. After a short time, he heard 2 quick taps from inside. The woman answered with 1 tap. Then the window opened a little. D'Artagnan watched and listened with great interest. Sadly, the light was now in another room. But his eyes were used to the dark. And like many Gascons, he could see well at night. D'Artagnan then saw the young woman take a white thing from her pocket. She opened it fast. It was a handkerchief. She showed 1 corner of it to the person at the window. At once, D'Artagnan remembered another handkerchief. He had found one near Madame Bonacieux before. It was like the one he had pulled from under Aramis's feet. He asked himself what this handkerchief could mean. From where he stood, D'Artagnan could not see the face inside the room. He was sure it was Aramis talking to the woman outside. He did not doubt this. But his curiosity was stronger than his care. The handkerchief seemed to hold the attention of both people. So D'Artagnan left his hiding place. He moved very quietly and very fast. He went to the corner of the wall. From there, he could see into Aramis's room. When he looked, D'Artagnan almost cried out in surprise. It was not Aramis inside the room. It was a woman. He could only see her clothes, not her face. At that moment, the woman inside took another handkerchief from her pocket. She gave it to the woman outside. She took the first one in return. The 2 women spoke a few words. Then the window shutter closed. The woman outside turned away from the window. She walked past D'Artagnan, very close to him. She pulled down the hood of her cloak. But it was too late. D'Artagnan had already seen her face. It was Madame Bonacieux. Madame Bonacieux. When he saw the handkerchief, he had already thought of her. But it seemed strange. She had asked Monsieur Laporte to take her safely to the Louvre. Why would she now walk alone in the streets at 11:30 at night? She could be taken again. This must be something very important. What is most important to a woman of 25? Love. But was it for herself, or for someone else? This question hurt D'Artagnan. He already felt jealous. In his heart, he felt like her chosen lover. There was a simple way to know where she was going. He could follow her. This idea came to him at once, and he did it without thinking. When Madame Bonacieux heard steps behind her, she turned. She saw a young man leave the wall, like a statue coming to life. She gave a small cry and ran away. D'Artagnan ran after her. It was easy for him to catch her. Her cloak made her slow. He reached her before she crossed a third of the street. The poor woman was not tired, but very afraid. When D'Artagnan put his hand on her shoulder, she fell on one knee.
Kill me if you want, but you will learn nothing.
D'Artagnan put his arm around her waist and lifted her up. He felt she was about to faint. He spoke quickly and kindly to calm her. He promised to protect her. His words alone did not help at first. Anyone can say kind words with bad plans. but his voice mattered. Madame Bonacieux thought she knew that voice. She opened her eyes and looked at him. At once, she knew it was D'Artagnan.
Oh, it is you. It is you. Thank God, thank God.
Yes, it is I. God sent me to watch over you.
Is that why you followed me? She smiled in a playful way. Her fear was gone now. She saw him as a friend, not an enemy.
No. I tell the truth. I met you by chance. I saw a woman knock at the window of one of my friends.
One of your friends?
Yes. Aramis is one of my best friends.
Aramis? Who is he?
What? You mean you do not know Aramis?
This is the first time I hear his name.
Then this is the first time you came to that house?
Yes, of course.
You did not know a young man lived there?
No.
A musketeer?
No, not at all.
Then it was not him you came to see?
Not in the least. You saw that the person I spoke to was a woman. That is true. But this woman is a friend of Aramis. I know nothing about that. She stays in the same house with him. That does not matter to me. But who is she? That is not my secret. My dear Madame Bonacieux, you are very lovely. But you are also very mysterious. Is that a bad thing? No. It makes you even more charming. Then give me your arm. With pleasure. And now walk with me.
Where? To where I am going. But where is that? You will see. You will leave me at the door. Should I wait for you? No, that is not needed. So you will come back alone. Maybe yes, maybe no. Will the person with you later be a man or a woman? I do not know yet. But I will find out. How? I will wait until you come out. Then goodbye. Why goodbye? Because I do not want that. But you asked for help. I asked for help from a gentleman, not for someone to watch me. That sounds a bit strong. What do you call people who follow others against their wish? They are curious. That word is too soft. Well, madam, I see I must do what you want. Why did you not do it at once? Is there no value in saying sorry? And are you really sorry? I am not sure, but I promise to do what you wish if you let me walk with you now. And you will leave me then? Yes. You will not wait for me to come out? Yes. Do you give your word? On my honor as a gentleman. Take my arm. Let us go.
D'Artagnan gave his arm to Madame Bonacieux. She took it gladly. She was half laughing and half shaking. Together they walked to the top of Rue de la Harpe. When they arrived, the young woman stopped again, like she had before. She looked around. Then she seemed to know a door.
Now, monsieur, my business is here. Thank you very much for walking with me. Your company kept me safe from danger. But now you must keep your promise. I am at my place. You will be safe when you go back. I only need to fear thieves. And that is nothing. What could they take from me? I have no money. You forget the pretty handkerchief with the family sign. Be quiet, foolish man. Do you want to ruin me? You see there is still danger. One word makes you shake. You admit that if people hear it, you are lost. Come, madam. Be kind to me. Trust me. Can you not see in my eyes that I feel only care and warmth for you? Yes, she said. So ask me about my own secrets, and I will tell you. But the secrets of others are different. Very well. I will find them myself. If these secrets can affect your life, then I must know them. Be careful, cried the young woman. Do not get involved in my matters. Do not try to help me with what I am doing. I ask this in the name of the feeling I awaken in you. I ask it in the name of the help you already gave me, which I will never forget. Please believe what I tell you. Do not worry about me anymore. I must no longer exist for you, as if you had never seen me. Must Aramis do the same as I must, madam? This is the second or third time you say that name. I already told you that I do not know him. You do not know the man whose window you just knocked on. Madam, you think I am very foolish. You made up this story to make me talk. You invented this person. I invent nothing. I only speak the plain truth. And you say one of your friends lives in that house. Yes. I say it again. My friend lives there, and his name is Aramis. All this will be clear later. No, monsieur, say no more. If you could see my heart, you would see great curiosity, and you would feel sorry for me. You would also see deep affection, and you would answer my questions at once. We have nothing to fear from those who care for us. You speak very quickly of affection, monsieur, said the young woman, shaking her head.
That is because love came to me very fast, and for the first time. And because I am only 20. The young woman looked at him with care and worry.
Listen. I am already close to the truth. About 3 months ago, I almost fought a duel with Aramis. It was about a handkerchief. It looked like the one you showed at his house. I am sure it had the same marks.
Monsieur, your questions tire me very much.
But think, madam. You are careful. If the guards stop you and take that handkerchief, it could cause trouble for you.
How? The letters are only mine. C.B. Constance Bonacieux.
Or Camille de Bois Tracy.
Be quiet, monsieur. Be quiet again. If danger to me cannot stop you, then think about the danger for you.
For me?
Yes. Knowing me can bring prison. It can even bring death.
Then I will stay with you.
Monsieur. Please, for heaven's sake, by your honor as a soldier, by your manners as a gentleman, go away. Listen, midnight is here. I must be there at that hour.
Madam, I cannot refuse when you ask like this. I will go.
But you will not follow me. You will not watch me.
I will go straight home.
I knew you were good and brave.
She held out her hand to him. With the other hand, she touched a small door hidden in the wall. D'Artagnan took her hand and kissed it with strong feeling.
I wish I had never seen you.
His words were simple and honest, and they showed his true feelings.
Well, I will not say the same. What is lost today may not be lost forever. Who knows? When I am free, I may answer your questions.
And will you promise the same for my love?
Oh, that I cannot promise. That depends on how you make me feel.
Then today, madam.
Today, I feel only thanks.
You are too charming. You play with my love.
No. I use your kindness, that is all. Be hopeful. With some people, things change in time.
You make me the happiest man. Do not forget this evening. Do not forget your promise.
Do not worry. At the right time and place, I will remember everything. Now go, please. I was expected at midnight, and I am late.
Only 5 minutes.
Yes, but sometimes 5 minutes feel very long.
When one loves.
Well then. Who told you I do not have a lover?
A man is waiting for you. A man.
This talk will start again. No, no. I am going now. I trust you. And I want all the value of my loyalty, even if it is foolish. Goodbye, madam, goodbye.
With a strong effort, he pulled his hand away and ran off. Madame Bonacieux knocked on the small door with 3 light and even taps. When D'Artagnan reached the corner of the street, he turned back. The door opened and closed again. The pretty wife of the shopkeeper was gone. D'Artagnan went on his way. He had promised not to watch her. Even if his life depended on where she went or who met her, he would still go home. 5 minutes later, he reached the Rue des Farciers.
Poor Athos. He will never understand all this. He has likely fallen asleep waiting for me. Or he went home and learned that a woman had been there. A woman with Athos. Still, there was one with Aramis. All this is very strange. I want to know how it will end.
Badly, monsieur, badly.
D'Artagnan knew it was Planchet. D'Artagnan had been speaking aloud and had walked into the passage that led to his room.
How badly? What do you mean, you fool? What happened?
Many bad things. First of all, Monsieur Athos has been taken away.
Taken away? Athos taken away? What for? He was found in your room. They thought he was you. And who took him?
Guards came with the men in black. These were the men you scared away.
Why did he not say his name? Why did he not say he knew nothing about this matter?
He chose not to speak, sir. He came to me and said, "My master needs to be free now, not me. He knows everything. I know nothing. They will think he is arrested, and that will give him time. In 3 days I will tell them who I am, and then they must let me go."
Good. Athos. A brave heart. I know him well. And what did the officers do?
For guards took him away. I do not know where. Maybe to the Bastille or to Fort l'Evêque. 2 stayed with the men in black. They searched the whole house and took all the papers. The last 2 guards stayed at the door. When everything was finished, they all left. The house was empty and unsafe.
And Porthos and Aramis?
I could not find them. They did not come.
But they may come at any time. You told them I was waiting?
Yes, sir.
Then stay here. If they come, tell them what happened. Tell them to wait for me at the Pomme de Pin. This place is dangerous. Someone may be watching it. I will go to Monsieur de Treville and tell him everything. I will meet them there.
Very well, sir.
You will stay. You are not afraid?
Do not worry, sir. You do not know me well yet. I am brave when I begin. The first step is the hardest. And I am from Picardy.
Then it is agreed. You would rather die than leave your post?
Yes, sir. I would do anything to show that I am loyal to you.
Good. This way of leading this boy works well. I will use it again.
Then D'Artagnan ran as fast as he could toward Monsieur de Treville's house. His legs were tired from walking all day, but he did not stop. Monsieur de Treville was not at home. His company was on duty at the Louvre, and he was there with them. D'Artagnan had to reach him. It was very important that he knew what was happening. D'Artagnan decided to try to enter the Louvre. He wore the uniform of a guardsman from Monsieur de Cessart's company. That should allow him to pass. He went down the Rue des Petits Augustins and reached the river to cross the new bridge. At first, he thought about taking the ferry. But when he reached the water, he put his hand in his pocket and saw that he had no money to pay. As he reached the top of the Rue Guénégaud, he saw 2 people coming out of the Rue Dauphine. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The woman looked like Madame Bonacieux. The man looked so much like Aramis that he could be taken for him. The woman wore a black cloak, like the one D'Artagnan had seen before. The man wore the uniform of a musketeer. The woman had her hood low. The man held a cloth to his face. They both seemed to want to stay unseen. They walked onto the bridge. That was also D'Artagnan's way to the Louvre, so he followed them. After a few steps, he was sure. The woman was Madame Bonacieux. The man was Aramis. At that moment, strong jealousy filled his heart. He felt hurt by both of them, by his friend and by the woman he already loved deeply. Madame Bonacieux had sworn to him that she did not know Aramis. Now, only a short time later, he saw her walking close beside him. D'Artagnan did not think that he had known her for only a few hours. He forgot that she owed him only thanks for helping her. She had promised him nothing. He felt like a mocked and betrayed lover. His face grew hot with anger. He decided to learn the truth. The man and the woman saw that someone was following them. They walked faster. D'Artagnan made his choice. He walked past them, then turned back. He stopped right in front of them near the Samaritain, where a lamp lit the bridge. D'Artagnan stopped. They stopped too. "What do you want, monsieur?" asked the musketeer. He stepped back. He spoke with a foreign accent. At once, D'Artagnan understood his mistake. "It is not Aramis," he cried.
"No, monsieur, it is not Aramis," said the stranger calmly. "You thought I was someone else, so I forgive you." "You forgive me?" said D'Artagnan in surprise. "Yes," answered the stranger. "Now please let me pass. You have no business with me." "You are right, monsieur. I have no business with you," said D'Artagnan. "I have business with Madame." "With Madame? You do not know her," said the stranger. "You are wrong, monsieur. I know her very well," replied D'Artagnan.
"Ah, monsieur," said Madame Bonacieux sadly. "You gave me your promise as a soldier and your word as a gentleman. I trusted you."
"And I trusted you too, madame," said D'Artagnan, feeling confused. "You promised me." "Madame, take my arm," said the stranger. "Let us go on."
D'Artagnan felt shocked and empty. He stood still with his arms crossed. The musketeer stepped forward and pushed him gently aside. D'Artagnan jumped back and pulled out his sword. At the same time, the stranger did the same.
"For heaven's sake, my lord," cried Madame Bonacieux. She rushed between them and put her hands on the swords. "My lord!"
"My lord," said D'Artagnan suddenly, understanding something. "My lord. Forgive me, monsieur, but are you not?"
"My lord the Duke of Buckingham," whispered Madame Bonacieux. "And now you may destroy us all."
"My lord, madam, I beg your pardon," said D'Artagnan quickly. "I love her, my lord, and I felt jealous. You know what love is. Forgive me, and tell me how I may risk my life to serve you." "You are brave," said Buckingham. He held out his hand. D'Artagnan took it with respect. "You offer your help, and I accept it. Follow us at a distance of 20 steps, until we reach the Louvre. If anyone follows us, stop him."
D'Artagnan placed his sword under his arm. He let the Duke and Madame Bonacieux walk ahead. Then he followed them, alert and ready. No one tried to stop them. The Duke and the young woman entered the Louvre quietly through a small side door. D'Artagnan then went straight to the Pomme de Pin tavern. There he found Porthos and Aramis waiting. He did not explain what had frightened them earlier. He only said that he had solved the matter alone and no longer needed their help. For now, we leave the three friends. We will follow the Duke of Buckingham and his guide through the many passages of the Louvre. Chapter 12. George Vius, Duke of Buckingham. Madame Bonacieux and the Duke entered the Louvre without trouble. Madame Bonacieux worked for the Queen, so people knew her. The Duke wore the uniform of the Musketeers of Monsieur de Treville, who were on guard that night. Germain also worked for the Queen. If anything went wrong, people would blame Madame Bonacieux for bringing in her lover. She accepted this risk. Her good name might be lost, but she thought it did not matter much. Inside the courtyard, they walked close to the wall for about 25 steps. Then Madame Bonacieux pushed open a small servant's door. It was usually closed at night, but it opened easily. They went inside and found themselves in darkness. Madame Bonacieux knew this part of the palace well. She closed the door, took the Duke's hand, and walked a few careful steps. She found a railing and placed her foot on the first stair. They went up the stairs. The Duke counted 2 floors. Then she turned right and walked along a long hallway. They went down another staircase and walked a little farther. Madame Bonacieux put a key into a lock, opened a door, and guided the Duke inside a room lit by a single lamp.
"Stay here, my Lord Duke," she said. "Someone will come."
She left the room and locked the door behind her. The Duke was now alone and unable to leave. Still, he did not feel afraid. He loved danger and secret adventures. He was bold and confident, and this was not the first time he had put his life at risk for such a meeting. He had learned that the message from Anne of Austria was not real. It was a trap. He had come to Paris because of it. Instead of going back to England, he used the situation for himself. He told the Queen that he would not leave without seeing her. At first, the Queen clearly refused. Later, she became afraid. She feared that the Duke, if very angry, might do something foolish. She decided to see him and ask him to leave at once. But on the same evening, something happened. Madame Bonacieux, who was sent to bring the Duke to the Louvre, was taken away by force. For 2 days, no one knew where she was. Everything stopped, and people waited in fear. When she was free again, she spoke with Laporte. Then things continued as planned. She completed the dangerous task. If she had not been taken, she would have done it 3 days earlier. Buckingham was alone. He walked toward a mirror. He wore his musketeer uniform, and it looked very good on him. He was 35 years old. At that time, many people said he was the most handsome and most elegant man in France or England. He was loved by 2 kings. He was very rich and very powerful. In one kingdom, he could cause trouble or bring calm when he wished. George Viers, Duke of Buckingham, lived an unusual life. People would speak of it many years later. He trusted himself completely. He believed rules that guided other men did not touch him. He went straight toward what he wanted, even if it was something no other man would dare to desire. In this way, he had come close to Anne of Austria many times. She was proud and beautiful. He had made her love him by shining brightly before her. George Viers stood before the mirror. He fixed his hair, which his hat had pressed down. He twisted his mustache. His heart was full of joy. He was proud and happy. The moment he had waited for so long was near. He smiled at himself with hope. Just then, a hidden door in the wall covering opened. A woman appeared. Buckingham saw her in the mirror and cried out. It was the Queen. Anne of Austria was about 26 or 27 years old. She was at the height of her beauty. She moved with the grace of a queen. Her eyes were bright and green, full of kindness and power. Her mouth was small and pink. Her lower lip came forward a little, as in her royal family. When she smiled, she looked very lovely. When she showed dislike, she looked cold and proud. Her skin was soft and smooth. Her hands and arms were famous for their beauty. Many poets wrote about them. Her hair was chestnut in color. When she was younger, it had been lighter. She wore it in simple curls, with powder. It framed her face well. Some might wish she wore less color on her cheeks. Others might wish her nose were more delicate. Still, she was very beautiful. Buckingham stood still, amazed. Never before had she seemed so beautiful to him. Not at dances or great parties. Now she wore a simple white satin dress. She was with Donna Estefania. This woman was the only Spanish servant still with her. The others had been sent away because of the king or Cardinal Richelieu. Anne of Austria stepped forward twice. Buckingham dropped to his knees. Before the queen could stop him, he kissed the edge of her dress.
Duke, you already know that I did not send for you, she said.
Yes, yes, madam. Yes, your majesty, cried the duke. I know I was foolish to believe it. I believed something impossible. But people who love believe easily. And I have lost nothing by coming here, because I see you.
Yes, replied Anne, but you know why I see you. You stay in this city without care for my pain. By staying, you risk your life, and you risk my honor. I see you to tell you that everything keeps us apart. The sea lies between us. Our countries are enemies. My vows are sacred. It is wrong to fight against all this. I see you to tell you that we must never meet again.
Go on, madam, go on, queen, said Buckingham. Your gentle voice softens your hard words. You speak of what is forbidden.
Why, to separate two hearts that God joined is a great wrong.
My lord, you forget that I never said I love you.
But you also never said you did not love me. To say that now would be very unkind. Where can you find a love like mine? Time cannot end it. Distance cannot stop it. Even sadness cannot kill it. I am happy with very small things. A lost ribbon. A quick look. A single word. 3 years ago, madam, I saw you for the first time. For 3 years, I have loved you like this. I remember everything. I see you now. You sat on soft cushions in the Spanish way. You wore a green dress with gold and silver thread. Your sleeves were loose and tied on your arms. Your arms were beautiful and wore large diamonds. You had a white ruff at your neck. You wore a small cap the same green color. In it was a heron feather. Wait. I close my eyes and I see you as you were then. I open them and I see you now. You are 100 times more beautiful.
What foolish thoughts, said Anne of Austria in a low voice. She could not be angry with him because he remembered her so well. It is foolish to keep a useless love alive with old memories.
And what else can I live on? I have only my memories. They are my joy, my treasure, and my hope. Each time I see you, it is like a new jewel I place in my heart. This is the 4th time. In 3 years, madam, I have seen you only 4 times. The first was the day I described. The second was at Madame de Chevreuse' house. The third was in the gardens of Amiens.
Duke, never speak of that evening.
Oh, let us speak of it. It was the happiest night of my life. Do you remember how beautiful it was? The air was soft and sweet. The sky was blue and full of stars. That night, madam, I was alone with you for a short time. You were ready to tell me about your lonely life and your sad heart. You leaned on my arm. On this arm. I bent my head toward you. Your hair touched my cheek. Each time it touched me, my whole body shook. Oh, Queen! You do not know how much joy can live in one moment like that. You can take my money, my honor, and all my future days for such a moment, for such a night. That night, madam, you loved me. I am sure of it.
My lord, it is possible. That the place, the lovely night, and your look confused me. Many small things can weaken a woman. But you saw that the Queen saved the woman who was close to a mistake. At your first bold word, at the first step too far, I called for help.
Yes, that is true. Any other love would have ended then. But my love became stronger. You thought you could escape me by going back to Paris. You thought I would not leave my duty to my king. But what were duty and power to me? 8 days later, I returned. That time you said nothing. I took great risks just to see you for 1 second. I did not even touch your hand. You forgave me because I was quiet and sorry.
Yes. But people spoke badly of many foolish acts I did not do, as you know. The king, pushed by the cardinal, was very angry. Madame de Vernet was sent away. Putange was sent far from court. Madame de Chevreuse lost her place. When you wished to return to France as ambassador, the king himself stopped it. You remember that?
Yes. And now France may suffer because of that refusal. I am not allowed to see you, madam. But you will hear my name every day. Why do you think I planned this journey and this agreement with La Rochelle? It is because of you. I do not dream of coming to Paris by force. I know that is not possible. But trouble can lead to peace. Peace needs a speaker. That speaker will be me. Then they will not dare refuse me. I will return to Paris. I will see you again. I will be happy for one short moment. Many men may suffer because of these events. But all I think of is seeing you once more.
All this may be foolish, maybe even madness. But tell me, what woman has a lover who loves her more? What queen has a servant with more strong feelings?
My lord, you speak in a way that makes things worse for you. These signs of love that you show me are almost wrong.
That is because you do not love me, madam. If you loved me, you would see everything in a different way. If you loved me, if you loved me, I would be too happy and I would lose my mind. Madame de Chevreuse was less hard than you. Holland loved her, and she loved him back.
Madame de Chevreuse was not a queen, said Anne of Austria softly. She was moved, even though she tried not to be. The Duke's feelings were very deep.
So you would love me if you were not queen? Madam, say that you would love me then. I can believe that only your high position makes you cold to me. I can believe that if you were Madame de Chevreuse, poor Buckingham could have hoped. Thank you for those sweet words. Oh, my beautiful queen, thank you again and again.
Oh, my lord. You did not understand me. You took my words the wrong way. I did not mean to say.
Please, stop, cried the Duke. If I am happy because of a mistake, do not be cruel and take that happiness away. You told me yourself that I was caught in a trap. I may even lose my life because of it. For some time now, I have felt that I will die soon.
The Duke smiled. His smile was sad but also gentle.
Oh, my God! Cried Anne of Austria. Her voice was full of fear. It showed that she cared more than she wanted to admit.
I do not say this to frighten you. It is silly to talk about such thoughts. I do not really believe in dreams. But the words you just said, the hope you almost gave me, are worth everything, even my life.
Oh, but I also, said Anne, I have had strange feelings too. I have had dreams. I dreamed that I saw you hurt and bleeding.
On the left side, was it not, with a knife?
Yes, my lord, yes. On the left side, with a knife. How could you know my dream? I told no one, only God, in my prayers.
I need to hear no more. You love me, madam. That is enough.
I love you.
Yes, yes. Would God send us the same dreams if you did not love me? Would we feel the same things if our hearts were not close? You love me, my beautiful queen, and you will cry for me.
Oh, my God, cried Anne of Austria. This is too much for me. Please, Duke, leave me. Go. I do not know if I love you or not. But I know this, I will not break my duty. Have pity on me and go. If you were hurt in France, if you died in France, and if I thought your love for me caused it, I could never forgive myself. I would lose my mind. Please go, I beg you.
Oh, how beautiful you are like this. Oh, how I love you. Go on, ask me to leave, and I will come back one day. I will return as an ambassador, as a minister. I will return with guards to protect me and servants to care for me. Then you will not fear for my life, and I will be happy just to see you.
Is this really true?
Yes.
Oh, then give me something. Give me a small sign from you, something to remember you by. Something you have worn, and I can wear after you. A ring, a necklace, a chain.
Will you leave if I give you what you ask for?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
You will leave France and go back to England?
I will. I swear it.
Then wait. Wait here.
Anne of Austria went back into her room. She returned very quickly. In her hand, she held a small rosewood box with her mark in gold.
Here, my lord, she said. Keep this to remember me.
Buckingham took the box and fell to his knees again.
You promised me to go, said the Queen.
And I keep my promise. Your hand, madam, your hand, and I will go.
Anne of Austria held out her hand. She closed her eyes and leaned on Estefania because she felt weak. Buckingham kissed her hand with strong feeling. Then he stood up and said, "In 6 months, if I am not dead, I will see you again. Even if I must change the whole world." He then hurried out of the room. In the hallway, he met Madame Bonacieux, who was waiting for him. With the same care and the same good luck, she led him out of the Louvre. Chapter 13. In this story, there was one man we did not speak much about before. This man was Monsieur Bonacieux. His life was not safe, but we paid little attention to him. He was an honest man caught in political trouble and love problems at the same time. Still, we promised not to forget him. The officers who arrested him took him straight to the Bastille. He walked past soldiers who were preparing their guns. This made him shake with fear. Then they led him into a dark passage under the ground. There, the guard spoke to him with rude words and treated him badly. They saw that he was not a nobleman. They treated him like a simple country man. After about half an hour, a clerk arrived. He stopped the rough treatment, but Bonacieux was still very worried. The clerk ordered the guards to take him to the examination room. Usually, prisoners were questioned in their own cells. But this time, it was different. 2 guards walked with the shopkeeper across a yard. They went into a long hall with 3 soldiers. The guards opened a door and pushed him into a small, low room. Inside, there was only a table, a chair, and an officer called the commissary. The commissary sat on the chair and wrote at the table. The guards brought Bonacieux to the table. The commissary made a sign, and the guards stepped back so they could not hear. Then the commissary lifted his head and looked at the prisoner. The commissary had an unpleasant face. He had a sharp nose and thin cheeks. His eyes were small but very watchful. His face looked cold and clever at the same time. His long neck moved as he leaned forward. He studied Bonacieux closely. First, he asked simple questions. He asked his name, age, job, and address. Bonacieux answered that his name was Jacques-Michel Bonacieux. He was 51 years old. He was a retired cloth seller. He lived at number 14, Rue des Farciers. After that, the commissary did not ask more questions. Instead, he spoke for a long time. He warned Bonacieux about the danger of simple people getting involved in public affairs. He spoke about the great power of the cardinal. He said the cardinal was very strong and very clever. No one could oppose him without trouble. When he finished speaking, the commissary stared hard at Bonacieux. He told him to think carefully about his situation. Bonacieux had already thought a lot. He blamed the day he married his wife. He blamed even more the moment she became a servant to the Queen. Deep inside, Bonacieux cared most about himself and his money. He was also very afraid by nature. His love for his young wife was weak compared to his fear. Still, he tried to stay calm.
Sir, please believe that I respect and admire the great cardinal more than anyone.
Really? If that is true, why are you here in the Bastille?
How I came here, or why I am here, I truly cannot explain. I do not know myself. But I am sure it is not because I wish to offend the cardinal.
You must have done something wrong. You are here, and you are accused of high treason.
High treason? That cannot be true. I am only a poor shopkeeper. I hate enemies of the state and foreign powers. How could I commit high treason? It is impossible.
Monsieur Bonacieux, you have a wife, do you not?
Yes, sir. That is to say, I had one.
What do you mean, you had one? What happened to her?
She was taken away, sir.
She was taken away? Ah. From this simple sound, Bonacieux understood that his problems were becoming even more serious. They have taken her away, said the commissary. Do you know the man who did this?
I think I know him.
Who is he?
Please remember, Monsieur Commissary, I say nothing for sure. I only have a guess.
Who do you guess? Speak freely. Monsieur Bonacieux felt very confused and afraid. If he said nothing, they might think he knew too much. If he said everything, they might still blame him. At last, he chose to speak.
I suspect, he said, a tall man with dark hair. He stands straight and looks like a rich noble. I think he followed us many times when I waited for my wife near the Louvre gate to walk home with her.
The commissary now looked worried. And his name, he asked.
I do not know his name, said Bonacieux. But if I saw him again, I would know him at once. I am sure of that, even in a big crowd.
The commissary's face became darker. You say you would know him in a crowd?
That is to say, cried Bonacieux, that is to say.
You have said enough, said the commissary. Someone must be told that you know the man who took your wife.
But I never said that I know him, cried Bonacieux. I said the opposite.
Take the prisoner away, said the commissary to the guards.
Where shall we put him? Asked one guard.
In a cell, answered the commissary.
Which one?
The first safe one, said the commissary calmly. These words filled Bonacieux with fear. Oh no, he thought. Bad luck is over me. My wife must have done something very wrong. They think I helped her. They will punish me too. She must have spoken. A woman is so weak. A cell, any cell. Tonight in prison, tomorrow I will die. Oh God, please help me. The guards did not listen to his cries. They were used to such sounds. They took him by the arms and led him away. The commissary quickly wrote a letter and sent it with an officer. Bonacieux could not sleep all night. Not because the cell was terrible, but because his fear was too strong. He sat on a small stool and jumped at every noise. When the morning light came into the cell, it looked dark and sad to him. Suddenly he heard the door open. He jumped in fear. He thought they had come to take him to die. But instead, he saw the same commissary from the night before, with a clerk. Bonacieux was so relieved that he almost hugged them. Your case is worse than yesterday, said the commissary. I advise you to tell the full truth. Only that can calm the anger of the cardinal.
I am ready to tell everything, cried Bonacieux. At least, all that I know. Please question me.
First, where is your wife?
Did I not tell you she was taken from me?
Yes, but yesterday at 5 in the afternoon, thanks to you, she escaped.
My wife escaped, cried Bonacieux. "Oh, poor woman! Monsieur, if she escaped, it is not my fault. I swear it."
Then why did you go into the room of Monsieur d'Artagnan, your neighbor, and speak with him for a long time?
"Yes, Monsieur Commissary, that is true," said Bonacieux. "I admit I was wrong. I did go to Monsieur d'Artagnan.
Why did you go there?
To ask him to help me find my wife. I thought I had the right to look for her. I see now that I was wrong, and I ask pardon."
And what did Monsieur d'Artagnan say?
"He promised to help me. But later I saw that he was deceiving me."
"You are lying to justice," said the commissary. "Monsieur d'Artagnan made a plan with you. Because of that plan, he chased away the officers who had your wife and helped her escape."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan took my wife," cried Bonacieux. "What are you saying?"
"Do not worry," said the commissary. "Monsieur d'Artagnan is in our hands. You will meet him."
"I would like that very much," said Bonacieux. "I will be glad to see a familiar face."
"Bring in Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the commissary to the guards. The guards opened the door and led in Athos. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the officer, speaking to Athos, "tell us everything that happened yesterday between you and this man."
"But," cried Bonacieux, "this is not Monsieur d'Artagnan. This is not the man you show me."
"What? Not Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the officer.
"Not at all," said Bonacieux. "I am sure."
"Then what is this man's name?" asked the officer.
"I cannot say," Bonacieux answered. "I do not know him."
"How? You do not know him?"
"No."
"Have you never seen him before?"
"Yes, I have seen him," said Bonacieux. "But I do not know what name he uses."
"Your name?" asked the officer.
Athos, said the musketeer.
"But that is not a man's name," said the officer, now confused. "That is the name of a mountain."
That is my name, Athos said quietly.
"But you said your name was d'Artagnan," the officer replied.
Did I? Said Athos.
"Yes, you did."
Someone asked me, you Monsieur d'Artagnan? Athos said. I answered, you think so? The guards said they were sure. I did not argue with them. I could be wrong.
"Monsieur, you are making fun of justice," said the officer.
Not at all, Athos answered calmly.
"You are Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the officer again.
You see, said Athos, you say it again.
"But I tell you, Monsieur Officer," cried Bonacieux, "there is no doubt. Monsieur d'Artagnan is my renter. He does not pay his rent, so I know him very well. Monsieur d'Artagnan is a young man, about 19 or 20. This man is at least 30. Monsieur d'Artagnan serves in Monsieur de Cessat's guards. This man is a musketeer of Monsieur de Treville. Look at his uniform. Look carefully."
"That is true," said the officer softly. "Yes, that is true." At that moment, the door opened fast. A messenger came in and gave a letter to the officer. "Oh, unhappy woman," cried the officer.
"What?" cried Bonacieux. "What do you say? You do not speak of my wife, I hope?"
"Yes," said the officer. "I speak of her. This is bad business."
"But please, monsieur," said the worried merchant, "tell me how my trouble can be worse because of something my wife does while I am in prison."
"Because what she does is part of a plan," said the officer. "A secret plan that includes you."
"I swear to you," cried Bonacieux, "you are wrong. I know nothing about what my wife has done. I had no part in it. If she did something foolish, I leave her. I deny her. I blame her."
Enough, said Athos to the officer. If you do not need me, send me away. This man talks too much.
The officer pointed to Athos and Bonacieux. "Watch them more closely than before."
And still, said Athos calmly, If Monsieur d'Artagnan is part of this matter, I do not see how I can take his place.
Do what I told you, cried the officer. And say nothing to anyone. Do you understand? Athos lifted his shoulders and followed the guards in silence. Bonacieux cried loudly and complained without stopping. The guards put him back into the same dark room where he stayed the night before. They left him alone all day. Bonacieux cried the whole day. He was not a soldier, and he said so himself. In the evening, around 9 o'clock, he decided to go to bed. At that moment, he heard footsteps in the hallway. The steps came closer. The door opened, and the guards appeared. "Come with me," said an officer behind them.
"Come with you," cried Bonacieux. "At this hour? Where, my God?"
"Where we are ordered to take you."
"That is not an answer," said Bonacieux.
"It is the only one we can give," said the officer.
"Oh, my God," whispered the poor man. "Now I am truly lost."
He followed the guards without fighting. He walked through the same hallway, crossed 1 yard, then another part of the building. At the main gate, he saw a carriage with 4 guards on horses. They put him inside. The officer sat next to him. The door closed, and the carriage began to move. The carriage moved very slowly. Bonacieux could only see the street through the small windows. He saw houses, stones, and lamps. Still, as a man of Paris, he knew where he was by the streets and signs. When they passed St. Paul, a place linked to death and punishment, he felt weak with fear. He made the sign of the cross twice. He thought the carriage would stop there. But it did not. The carriage went on. Farther on, he felt even more fear when the carriage passed the cemetery of Saint-Jean, where the state criminals were buried. One thought gave him a little comfort. He remembered that before burial, their heads were often cut off. He touched his neck in his mind and felt that his head was still there. But then he saw the carriage turn toward La Grève. He saw the sharp roof of the Hôtel de Ville. When the carriage went under the arch, he thought his life was finished. He wanted to speak to the officer and tell him the truth. When the officer refused to listen, Bonacieux cried in a weak and sad way. His cries were so loud that the officer said he would close his mouth if he did not stop. This threat made Bonacieux a little calmer. He thought that if they planned to kill him at La Grève, they would not care about his noise. They were already very close. Soon the carriage passed the place without stopping. So that danger was gone. Now there was only one place left to fear. It was the Traitor's Cross. The carriage was going straight there. This time he felt sure. Smaller criminals were punished at the Traitor's Cross. Bonacieux had hoped he was important enough for St. Paul or the Place de Grève. But no. His trip and his life would end at the Traitor's Cross. He could not see the cross yet. Still, he felt as if it was moving closer to him. When the carriage was about 20 steps away, he heard the sound of people. The carriage stopped. This was too much for poor Bonacieux. He was already weak from so many strong feelings. He gave a soft cry, like the last breath of a dying man, and fainted. Chapter 14. The Man of Meung. The crowd was not there to see a man about to be punished. It was there to look at a man who had already been punished. The carriage stopped only for a short time. Then it moved again. It went through the crowd, along Rue Saint-Honoré, turned into Rue des Bons Enfants, and stopped in front of a small door. The door opened. 2 guards took Bonacieux from the officer who was holding him. They carried him through a narrow passage, up some stairs, and placed him in a waiting room. Bonacieux did not really feel any of this. He moved like a man in a dream. He saw things as if through thick mist. He heard sounds but did not understand them. If something bad had happened at that moment, he would not have moved or cried for help. He stayed on the bench where the guards left him. His back rested on the wall. His hands hung down at his sides. After some time, he looked around. He saw nothing scary. Nothing showed that he was in real danger. The bench was soft and comfortable. The wall had beautiful leather on it. Large red curtains with gold ties hung by the window. Slowly, he understood that his fear had been too strong. He began to move his head and look around more. No one stopped him. This gave him some courage. He pulled up one leg, then the other. At last, using his hands, he pushed himself up and stood on his feet. At that moment, an officer with a kind face opened a door. He spoke for a moment to someone in the next room. Then he came to Bonacieux.
Is your name Bonacieux?
Yes, Monsieur Officer. Yes, it is me.
Come in.
Bonacieux followed him without speaking. He entered the room where someone was waiting for him. The room was large but hot and heavy with air. The walls were covered with weapons. There was a fire burning, even though it was only the end of September. In the middle stood a square table covered with books and papers. On it lay a large map of the city of La Rochelle. Near the fireplace stood a man of medium height. He had a proud and strong look. His eyes were sharp. His forehead was wide, and his face was thin. A small beard and mustache made his face look longer. He was only about 36 or 37 years old, but his hair and beard were already turning grey. He looked like a soldier. He wore boots still marked with dust, showing that he had been riding earlier that day. This man was Armand du Plessis, Cardinal de Richelieu. He was not like the pictures people show later. In those pictures, he looks very old and weak. He sits in a big chair and looks close to death. His voice is low, and his body is bent. People say he lives only by his strong mind. But at this time, he was different. He was active and brave. His body was not strong, but his will was very strong. This inner strength made him a great man. He had already helped the Duke of Nevers keep his land of Mantua. He had taken the cities of Nimes, Castres, and Uzes. Now he was getting ready to push the English from the Isle of Ré and to attack La Rochelle. At first look, nothing showed that he was a cardinal. People who did not know his face could not guess who he was. The poor shopkeeper stayed near the door. The man by the fireplace looked at him closely, as if he wanted to see his whole past. "Is this Bonacieux?"
Yes, my lord. Good. Give me those papers and leave us.
The officer took the papers from the table and gave them to the man. He bowed deeply and went out. Bonacieux knew these papers. They were the questions and answers from his time in the Bastille. From time to time, the man lifted his eyes from the papers and looked hard at the poor shopkeeper. After about 10 minutes of reading and a short time of watching Bonacieux, he seemed pleased. This man has not planned anything bad. But that does not matter. We will see. You are accused of a great crime against the state.
I was already told that, my lord. But I swear I know nothing about it.
The cardinal stopped himself from smiling. You worked with your wife, with Madame de Chevreuse, and with the Duke of Buckingham.
Truly, my lord, I have heard my wife say all those names.
When did she say them?
She said that Cardinal de Richelieu brought the Duke of Buckingham to Paris to destroy him and to harm the Queen.
She said that?
Yes, my lord. But I told her she should not talk like that. I said that your eminence would never.
Be quiet. You are foolish. That is exactly what my wife said too, my lord, thought Bonacieux. Do you know who took your wife away?
No, my lord.
But you had some ideas about it?
Yes, my lord. But these ideas did not please the officer who questioned me, so I no longer think about them.
Your wife has escaped. Do you know this?
No, my lord. I learned it only in prison, from the talk of the officer. He was a kind man.
The cardinal held back another smile. So you do not know where your wife went after she escaped?
Not at all, my lord. But she has probably gone back to the Louvre.
At 1 o'clock this morning, she was not there.
My God! What could have happened to her then?
We will find out. Nothing is hidden from the cardinal. He knows everything.
In that case, my lord, do you think the cardinal would be kind enough to tell me where my wife is?
Perhaps. But first, you must tell the cardinal everything you know about your wife's connection with Madame de Chevreuse.
But, my lord, I know nothing about that. I have never seen that lady.
When you went to get your wife from the Louvre, did you always go straight home?
Almost never. She had business with cloth sellers, and I went with her to their houses.
How many of these sellers were there?
2, my lord.
Where did they live?
One in the Rue de Vaugirard, the other in the Rue de la Harpe.
Did you go inside these houses with her?
Never, my lord. I waited outside.
What reason did she give you for going in alone?
She gave no reason. She told me to wait, and I waited.
You are a very patient husband, my dear Monsieur Bonacieux. He calls me his dear Monsieur, Bonacieux said to himself. Good. Things are going well. Would you know those doors again?
Yes.
Do you know the house numbers?
Yes.
What are they?
Number 25 in the Rue de Vaugirard, and number 75 in the Rue de la Harpe.
That is good. He then took a small silver bell and rang it. The officer came in. Go, and find Rochefort. Tell him to come to me at once, if he is back.
The Count is here, said the officer. He asks to speak with your eminence right now.
Let him enter, said the cardinal at once. The officer ran out quickly. All the cardinal's servants obeyed him very fast.
To your eminence, whispered Bonacieux.
He looked around in great surprise. Only a few seconds passed. Then the door opened, and a new man came in.
It is him, cried Bonacieux.
Him? Who? Asked the cardinal.
The man who took my wife.
The cardinal rang the bell again. The officer came back. Take this man back to the guards, said the cardinal. He will wait until I call him again.
No, my lord, no, cried Bonacieux. It is not him. I was wrong. This man is someone else. He does not look like him at all. I am sure this gentleman is an honest man.
Take that foolish man away, said the cardinal. The officer took Bonacieux by the arm and led him to the next room, where his 2 guards were waiting. The new man watched Bonacieux closely until he left. As soon as the door closed, the man moved fast toward the cardinal.
They have met, he said eagerly.
Who? Asked the cardinal.
He and she.
The Queen and the Duke, cried Richelieu.
Yes. At the Louvre. Completely sure. Madame de Lannoy. She is loyal to you, as you know.
Why did she not tell me sooner?
The Queen made Madame de Surgis stay in her room and kept her there all day. Maybe it was by chance, or maybe on purpose.
So we have failed. Now we must think of revenge.
I will help you with all my heart, my lord. At 12:30, the Queen was with her ladies. In her bedroom.
Go on.
Someone came and brought her a handkerchief from her laundress.
And then?
The Queen showed strong feeling. Even with makeup on her face, she clearly turned pale. She stood up and spoke with a changed voice. She said, "Ladies, wait for me 10 minutes. I will return soon." Then she opened the small door of her room and went out.
How long was the Queen away?
About 45 minutes. Only Donna Estefania. Yes, but only to take a small rosewood box with her mark on it. Then she left again at once. No. Yes. It held the diamond studs the king gave to the queen. Yes. She is certain.
The goldsmith must be asked. We must know if this is true.
I have already seen him. He has heard nothing about it.
Well, then. Rochefort, all is not lost. Perhaps this will still help us. Do you know where the Duchess de Chevreuse and the Duke of Buckingham are hiding now? But I know. Yes, or at least I believe so. One was in Rue de Vaugirard, number 25. The other was in Rue de la Harpe, number 75. It is too late. They will already be gone. Take 10 of my guards. Search both houses very carefully.
I never doubt your eminence's great skill. That is what I wished to say, if you had let me finish. No, my lord. My men could find nothing. Do you wish them both to be arrested at once? But we can still check. At once, my lord.
Rochefort hurried out. The cardinal stayed alone for a moment and thought. Then he rang the bell again. The same officer came in. Bring the prisoner back, said the cardinal. Bonacieux was brought in again. At a sign from the cardinal, the officer left the room. You have deceived me, said the cardinal in a hard voice.
I lie, your eminence, cried Bonacieux.
Your wife did not go to Rue de Vaugirard and Rue de la Harpe to see cloth sellers.
Then why did she go, my God?
She went to meet the Duchess de Chevreuse and the Duke of Buckingham.
Yes, cried Bonacieux. He now remembered everything. Yes, that is true. Your eminence is right. I told my wife many times that it was strange for cloth sellers to live in such big houses. There were no shop signs. But she always laughed at me. Ah, Monseigneur.
Bonacieux fell to his knees.
How wise you are. You are the great cardinal. The whole world respects you.
The cardinal felt proud, even if Bonacieux was a simple man. He smiled for a moment. Then he held out his hand and said, Stand up, my friend. You are an honest man.
The cardinal touched me, cried Bonacieux. I touched the hand of the great man. He called me his friend.
Yes, my friend, said the cardinal in a kind voice. You were suspected without reason. You should be paid for this. Take this purse with 100 pistoles. And forgive me.
I forgive you, Monseigneur, said Bonacieux. He was slow to take the purse. You have power over me. You can arrest me. You can punish me. You rule everything. Forgive you. You do not need that.
You are very kind, said the cardinal. I thank you. Take the money and go. Do not leave unhappy.
I leave very happy.
Goodbye. Or rather, see you again. I hope we will meet.
Whenever your eminence wishes. I am always ready to serve.
That will happen often, said the cardinal. I enjoyed our talk.
Oh, Monseigneur.
Goodbye, Monsieur Bonacieux. Goodbye. The cardinal made a sign with his hand. Bonacieux bowed very low. He walked backward out of the room. In the next room, the cardinal heard him shout with joy.
Long life to Monseigneur. Long life to his eminence. Long life to the great cardinal.
The cardinal smiled when he heard this. When the voice stopped, he said softly, Good. That man would now give his life for me. He then looked again at the map of La Rochelle on his desk. He studied it closely. He drew a line with a pencil where the Great Wall would be built. This wall would later close the port of the city. He was deep in thought when the door opened. Rochefort came back. Well, asked the cardinal quickly.
Well, said Rochefort. A young woman, about 26 or 28, and a man of about 40 stayed at the two houses you named. The woman left last night. The man left this morning.
It was them, cried the cardinal. He looked at the clock. Now it is too late to follow them. The Duchess is in Tours. The Duke is in Boulogne. We must find them in London.
What are your orders? Asked Rochefort.
Say nothing about what happened. Let the Queen feel safe. She must not know that we know her secret. Let her think we are looking for another plot. Send for the keeper of the seals, Seguier.
And that man? Asked Rochefort. What did you do with him?
What man? Asked the cardinal.
Bonacieux.
I have finished with him, said the cardinal. I made him watch his wife for me. Rochefort bowed with respect and left. The cardinal was alone again. He sat down and wrote a letter. He sealed it with his personal seal. Then he rang the bell. The officer came in again. Tell Vitré to come to me, said the cardinal. Tell him to prepare for a journey. A moment later, Vitré stood before him, ready to travel. Vitré, said the cardinal. You will go to London as fast as possible. Do not stop on the way. You will give this letter to Milady. Here is an order for 200 pistoles. Go to my treasurer and take the money. The messenger did not answer. He bowed in silence. He took the letter and the order for 200 pistoles. Then he left. This is what the letter said. Milady, go to the first ball where the Duke of Buckingham will be present. He will wear 12 diamond studs on his jacket. Go close to him and remove 2 of them. When you have the studs, send me word at once. Chapter 15. Men of the Robe and Men of the Sword. The next day, Athos did not come back. D'Artagnan and Porthos told Monsieur de Treville what had happened. Aramis was not there. He had asked for permission to leave for 5 days. People said he had gone to Rouen for family matters. Monsieur de Treville cared deeply for his soldiers. Even the youngest man could count on his help. He treated them like his own family. So he went at once to the office of the criminal judge. The officer from the Red Cross post was called. After many questions, they learned that Athos was being held at Fort l'Evêque. Athos went through the same questioning that Bonacieux had faced before. The 2 prisoners were brought face to face. Until then, Athos had stayed silent. He did not want to stop D'Artagnan from speaking. Now, he spoke clearly. He said his name was Athos, not D'Artagnan. He said he did not know Monsieur or Madame Bonacieux. He said he had never spoken to them. He explained that around 10 in the evening, he went to visit his friend D'Artagnan. Before that, he had been dining at Monsieur de Treville's house. He said many people could confirm this. He named several important men, including the Duc de la Trémouille. The second officer felt as confused as the first. He wanted to punish Athos, as officials often like to do with soldiers. But the names of Monsieur de Treville and the Duke made him stop and think. Athos was then sent to the cardinal. Sadly, the cardinal was not there. He was with the king at the Louvre. At that same moment, Monsieur de Treville arrived at the palace. He had just left the judge and the prison governor. He had not been able to see Athos. As captain of the Musketeers, he could enter the palace at any time. Everyone knew that the king did not trust the queen. The cardinal kept this feeling strong. In secret matters, he trusted men more than women. One main reason was the queen's friendship with Madame de Chevreuse. These 2 women worried him more than wars or money problems. He believed Madame de Chevreuse helped the queen in secret plans. He also believed she helped her in love affairs, which upset him even more. When the cardinal first spoke of Madame de Chevreuse, the king became very angry. She was supposed to be in Tours. But she had come to Paris, stayed 5 days, and avoided the police. The king was changeable and often unfaithful. Still, he wanted to be known as just and pure. This makes his character hard to understand. The cardinal then said more. He said the queen had started secret messages again with Madame de Chevreuse. He said he was close to uncovering the whole plan. He added that when his men were about to arrest the queen's messenger, a musketeer had stepped in with his sword and stopped the law. When Louis XIII heard this, he could not control himself. He moved toward the queen's rooms. His face was pale and quiet. This kind of anger could lead him to great cruelty. The cardinal still had not spoken about the Duke of Buckingham. At that moment, Monsieur de Treville entered. He was calm and polite. His clothes were perfect. When he saw the cardinal and the king's face, he understood the danger. He felt like a lone man facing many enemies. Louis XIII. He already had his hand on the door handle. When he heard M. de Treville come in, he turned around.
You arrive at the right time, monsieur.
When the king was angry, he could not hide it. I have learned some serious things about your musketeers.
And I have some serious things to tell your majesty about these men in robes.
What?
I have the honor to tell your majesty that a group of legal officers, clerks, and police officers, respectable people, but clearly enemies of the uniform, have arrested one of my musketeers. They took him from a house, led him through the public street, and put him in Fort l'Evêque. They did this with an order they refused to show me. This man is one of mine, or rather one of yours, sire. He has a clean name, a strong reputation, and your majesty knows him well. His name is Monsieur Athos.
Athos. Yes, I know that name.
Your majesty will remember that Monsieur Athos is the musketeer who, in that unhappy duel you know about, had the bad luck to hurt Monsieur de Cahusac very badly. By the way, my lord, Monsieur de Cahusac is fully well now, is he not?
Thank you.
Athos went to visit a friend who was not at home. This friend is a young man from Bern, a cadet in the King's Guards, in Monsieur de Cessat's company. Athos had just arrived. He took a book and waited quietly. Then a mixed group of officers and soldiers came. They surrounded the house and forced open several doors.
The cardinal made a sign to the king. The sign meant, "This is about the matter I told you before."
We all know that. Everything was done for our service.
Then it was also for your majesty's service that one of my musketeers, who was innocent, was taken. He was placed between two guards like a criminal. This brave man has given his blood many times for your majesty and is ready to do so again. Yet he was led through the street in front of a rude crowd.
Bah! Was it really done like that?
Monsieur de Treville does not tell your majesty that this innocent musketeer, this brave man, had attacked for officers with his sword only 1 hour earlier. These men were sent by me to look into a very important matter.
I challenge your eminence to prove that. 1 hour earlier, Monsieur Athos, who is truly a man of high honor, was dining with me. After dinner, he spoke with the Duc de la Trémouille and the Comte de Chellas in my house. They were both there.
The king looked at the cardinal. A written report proves it. The men who were treated badly have written their account. I have the honor to give it to your majesty.
And should a paper written by men in robes be worth more than the word of honor of a soldier?
Enough, Treville, be quiet.
If his eminence doubts one of my musketeers, his sense of justice is well known. I ask for a full inquiry.
In the house where this inquiry took place, there lives, I believe, a young man from Bern. He is a friend of the musketeer.
Your eminence means Monsieur d'Artagnan.
I mean a young man you support, Monsieur de Treville.
Yes, your eminence, it is the same person.
Do you not think this young man gave bad advice?
To Athos, a man twice his age. No, my lord. And besides, D'Artagnan spent the evening with me.
Well, it seems everyone spent the evening with you.
Does your eminence doubt my word?
The discussion continued, each word weighing more heavily than the last. No, of course not, said the cardinal. I only ask, what time was he with you?
I am sure of the time, your eminence, said Treville. When he arrived, I saw the clock. It was 9:30. I thought it was later.
What time did he leave your house?
At 10:30. That was 1 hour after the event.
Well, said the cardinal. He trusted Treville and felt he was losing control. But Athos was arrested in a house on Rue des Farceurs.
Is a friend not allowed to visit another friend? Asked Treville. Is a musketeer not allowed to speak with a guard from Dessessart's group?
Yes, said the cardinal, when the house is under suspicion.
That house is under suspicion, Treville, said the king. Did you not know this?
No, sire, I did not, said Treville. The house may be suspected. But I say the part where Monsieur D'Artagnan lives is clean. I can say this with confidence, sire, if I trust his words. There is no man more loyal to you, and no man who respects the cardinal more.
Is this not the same D'Artagnan, said the king, who hurt Jussac near the Carmes convent? And the next day, Bernajoux.
He looked at the cardinal, who became red with anger. Yes, sire, said the cardinal. It is the same man. Your Majesty remembers well.
So what shall we do, said the king.
That is for your Majesty to decide, said the cardinal. I believe he is guilty.
And I say he is not, said Treville. The king has judges. Let them decide.
That is best, said the king. Send the case to the judges. It is their duty.
It is a sad thing, said Treville, that in these hard times, a good life and true honor cannot protect a man from shame and trouble. The army will not be happy if soldiers are treated so harshly for police matters.
These words were risky, but Treville spoke them on purpose. He wanted strong words, because strong words bring light.
Police matters, cried the king. What do you know about that? Take care of your musketeers and do not trouble me like this. From what you say, if one musketeer is arrested, France is in danger. Such noise for one man. I would arrest 10 of them, or 100, even all of them, and I would hear no complaints.
If they are suspected by your Majesty, said Treville, then they are guilty already. So I am ready to give up my sword. After accusing my men, the cardinal will soon accuse me. It is better that I become a prisoner too, with Athos, who is already taken, and with D'Artagnan, who will likely be next.
Enough of this, said the king. Stop it.
Sire, said Treville, in a firm voice, either give my musketeer back to me, or let him face trial.
He shall face trial, said the cardinal.
That is good, said Treville. Then I will ask your Majesty for permission to speak for him.
The king feared a sudden argument.
If his eminence, he began, did not have personal reasons.
Forgive me, said the cardinal, cutting in. If your Majesty thinks I am not fair, I will step aside.
Very well, said the king. Will you swear, by my father, that Athos was with you at the time and did nothing wrong?
I swear by your great father, said Treville, and by you, whom I honor above all others.
Please think again, sire, said the cardinal. If we free him now, we may never know the truth.
Athos can always be found, said Treville. He will answer any questions when the judges call him. He will not run away. I promise this.
He will not run, said the king. Treville is right. And, he added softly, looking at the cardinal, let us give them a sense of safety. That is wise.
This way of thinking made Richelieu smile. Do as you wish, sire. You have the power to pardon.
Pardon is for the guilty, said Treville. My musketeer is innocent. What you give him is not mercy. It is justice.
And he is in Fort l'Evêque? Asked the king.
Yes, sire, he is alone in a dark prison, like a very bad criminal.
The devil, said the king in a low voice. What should we do?
Sign an order to free him, and the matter will end, said the cardinal. I agree with your majesty. The promise of Monsieur de Treville is enough. Treville bowed with deep respect. He felt happy, but also a little afraid. He would have preferred the cardinal to fight more instead of agreeing so fast. The king signed the order. Treville took it at once and left quickly. As he was going out, the cardinal smiled at him and said, "There is good peace, sire, between the officers and the soldiers of your musketeers. This is good for your service and brings honor to all." He will trick me soon, Treville thought. A man like him always does. We must hurry. The king may change his mind in 1 hour. It is easier to keep a man in prison than to put him back after he is free. Treville entered the Fort l'Evêque with pride. He freed the musketeer, who stayed calm the whole time. When he first saw D'Artagnan, he said,
"You are lucky. The wound from Jussac is paid for. There is still the one from Bernajoux, but do not feel too safe."
Even so, Treville did not trust the cardinal. He felt the danger was not over. Just after Treville left, the cardinal said to the king, "Now that we are alone, sire, let us speak seriously." The Duke of Buckingham was in Paris for 5 days. He left only this morning. Chapter 16. In which Monsieur Seguier, keeper of the seals, looks more than once for the bell. These words shocked King Louis XIII. He turned pale, then red. The cardinal saw at once that he had gained power again.
Buckingham in Paris, cried the king. Why did he come?
To make secret plans, no doubt, said the cardinal. With your enemies, the Huguenots and the Spaniards.
No, no, said the king. He came to harm my honor. He came to see Madame de Chevreuse, Madame de Longueville, and the Condés.
Oh, sire, what a thought, said the cardinal. The queen is good and honest. She loves your majesty very much.
Women are weak, Monsieur Cardinal, said the king. And as for her love, I have my own doubts.
I still believe, said the cardinal, that the Duke came for political reasons only.
And I am sure he came for another reason, said the king. If the queen is guilty, she should fear.
Sadly, said the cardinal. Your majesty forces me to think about this. Madame de Lannoy, whom I questioned many times as you ordered, told me this morning that the queen stayed awake very late 2 nights ago. This morning she cried a lot. She has been writing all day.
That is it, cried the king. She is writing to him. Cardinal, I want the queen's papers.
He stopped. He felt very afraid of what he was about to say. Richelieu leaned forward and waited. He waited for a word that never came from the king's mouth.
Nothing. Nothing. But while he was in Paris, you did not stop watching him, did you?
No, sire.
Where did he stay?
On Rue de la Hoppe. Number 75.
Where is that?
Near the Luxembourg.
And you are sure the queen and he did not meet?
I believe the queen knows her duty too well, sire.
But they have written to each other. The queen has been writing to him all day. Monsieur Duke, I must have those letters.
Sire, even so.
Monsieur Duke, no matter the cost, I will have them.
I still ask your majesty to consider.
Are you also against me, Monsieur Cardinal? Do you also betray me by always standing in my way? Are you working with Spain and England, with Madame de Chevreuse and the Queen?
Sire, I thought I was safe from such doubt.
Monsieur Cardinal, you have heard me. I will have those letters.
There is only one way.
What is it?
We must give this task to Monsieur de Seguier, the keeper of the seals. This work is part of his duty.
Send for him at once.
He is likely at my house. I asked him to come. When I left for the Louvre, I told my servants to ask him to wait if he arrived.
Send for him at once.
Your Majesty's order will be done, but...
But what?
The Queen may refuse to obey.
My orders?
Yes, if she does not know the orders come from you.
Then she will know. I will go and tell her myself.
Your Majesty will remember that I tried to avoid a break.
Yes, Duke, I know. You are very kind to the Queen. Perhaps too kind. One day we will speak of this again.
Whenever your Majesty wishes. I will always be ready, sire, to give myself a peace between you and the Queen of France.
Very well, Cardinal. Now send for the keeper of the seals. I will go to the Queen.
Louis XIII opened the connecting door. He walked into the hallway that led to the Queen's rooms. The Queen was with her ladies. Mme de Guitaut was there. Mme de Sable was there. Mme de Montbazon and Mme de Gamine were also present. In a corner stood Donna Estefania, the Spanish lady who had come with the Queen from Madrid. Mme de Gamine was reading aloud. Everyone listened closely, except the Queen. The Queen had asked for the reading so she could seem to listen while thinking her own thoughts. Her thoughts were sad. Love still touched them, but only a little. Anne of Austria had lost her husband's trust. The cardinal hated her because she had rejected his feelings. She remembered the Queen Mother, who had suffered for many years from that same hatred, and had seen her loyal servants fall one by one. Her closest friends were gone. People believed her friendship brought trouble. Those close to her were punished. Mme de Chevreuse and Mme de Burnett were sent away. Laporte told her he expected arrest at any moment. She was lost in these dark thoughts when the door opened. The king entered. The reading stopped at once. All the ladies stood up. The room became very quiet. The king showed no kindness. He stopped in front of the Queen.
Madam, you will soon receive a visit from the Chancellor. He will speak to you about matters I have given him.
The poor Queen often feared divorce, exile, or even trial. Her face turned white under her makeup.
But why does he come, sire? What can the Chancellor tell me that your Majesty cannot say yourself?
The king turned away without answering. Almost at the same time, the captain of the guards, Monsieur de Guitant, announced the Chancellor. When the Chancellor entered, the king had already left by another door. The Chancellor came in with an unsure smile and a red face. As we will meet this man again later, it is good for the reader to know him now. This Chancellor was a friendly man. His name was Des Roches-le-Maisel. He was a canon of Notre Dame. Before this, he worked as a servant for a bishop. This bishop spoke well of him and said he was very religious. The cardinal trusted him, and this trust helped the cardinal. Many stories are told about this man. One story is well known. When he was young, he lived a wild life. Later, he went into a convent. He wanted to pay for his past mistakes and live a better life, at least for some time. But when he entered the holy place, his old desires came with him. He could not escape them. They troubled him all the time. He spoke about this problem to the head of the convent. The head wanted to help him. He gave him advice. He said that when bad thoughts came, he should pull the bell rope and ring it very hard. The sound would tell the other monks that one brother was in trouble. Then all the monks would pray together. The future chancellor thought this was good advice. so he rang the bell often. The monks prayed many times to help him. But the bad thoughts did not stop. When the prayers increased, the trouble also increased. Soon, the bell rang day and night. It showed how much the man wanted to control himself. The monks had no rest. During the day, they walked up and down the stairs to the chapel again and again. At night, after their normal prayers, they had to jump out of bed many times and kneel on the floor. This went on for months. No one knows if the trouble stopped or if the monks simply became tired. But after 3 months, the man left the convent. People said he had been the most troubled man ever seen there. After leaving, he returned to normal life. He became a judge and took his uncle's place. He supported the cardinal's side, which was a smart choice. He became chancellor. He worked hard for the cardinal. He shared the cardinal's anger toward the Queen Mother and his wish to hurt Anne of Austria. He pushed the judges in the case of Calais. He supported the actions of Monsieur de la Femas, the chief gamekeeper of France. At last, the cardinal trusted him fully. Because of this trust, he received a special task. To do this task, he came to the Queen's rooms. The Queen was standing when he entered. When she saw him, she sat down again in her chair. She told her women to sit down too. With a cold and proud look, she spoke.
What do you want, sir? Why are you here?
I am here, madam, in the name of the king. With all respect to your majesty, I must carefully check all your papers.
What? You want to search my papers? Mine? This is an insult.
Please forgive me, madam. I am only doing what the king has ordered. Has not his majesty just left you? Did he not ask you to prepare for this visit?
Then search, sir. It seems I am a criminal. Estefania, give him the keys to my drawers and desks.
The chancellor opened and closed the furniture as a formality. He knew the Queen would not hide an important letter there. After opening the drawers many times, he knew he had to finish the task. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he had to do it. That meant he had to search the Queen herself.
Now I must make the main search.
What do you mean?
She did not understand, or did not want to understand.
The king is sure you wrote a letter today. He knows it has not been sent yet. It is not in your desk or drawers. But it must be somewhere.
Would you dare to touch your queen? She stood tall and looked at him with hard eyes.
I am a loyal servant of the king, madam. I must do what his majesty commands.
Well, it is true. The cardinal's spies have done their work well. I did write a letter today. That letter has not yet been sent. The letter is here, said the Queen, and she put her hand on her chest.
Then give me that letter, madam, said the chancellor.
I will give it only to the king, monsieur, said Anne.
If the king wanted it from you, madam, he would ask you himself, said the chancellor. But I repeat, I am ordered to take it back. If you do not give it to me...
Well, said the Queen.
He has ordered me to take it from you, said the chancellor.
What? What are you saying? She cried.
My orders are very strong, madam, he said. I am allowed to search for the paper, even on your person.
What a terrible thing, cried the Queen.
Please, madam, make this easier, said the chancellor.
This behavior is shameful and rough, said the Queen. Do you know that, monsieur?
The king orders it, madam. Forgive me, he answered.
I will not allow it. No, never. I would rather die, cried the Queen.
The chancellor bowed deeply. He did not step back. He moved closer to the Queen, firm in his duty. Tears of anger filled the Queen's eyes. She was very beautiful, and this task was hard and painful. The king was so jealous of Buckingham that he trusted no one else. The chancellor looked around, then gathered his courage. He reached his hands toward the place where the queen had said the letter was hidden, and stepped back. Her face became white, as if she might fall. She held the table with her left hand to stay upright. With her right hand, she took the letter from her chest and held it out.
There, monsieur, that is the letter, she said in a weak, shaking voice. Take it, and leave me.
The Chancellor, who was also shaking, took the letter. He bowed low and left the room. As soon as the door closed, the Queen fell into the arms of her women, half unconscious. The Chancellor carried the letter to the King. He did not read one word. The King took it with a trembling hand. He looked for the name on it, but there was none. He became very pale. He opened it slowly. When he saw it was written to the King of Spain, he read it quickly. The letter spoke only of politics. It asked the Queen's brother and the Emperor of Austria to act against Cardinal Richelieu. It asked them to begin war with France. It said peace should come only if the Cardinal was removed. There was not one word about love. The King felt great relief. He asked if the Cardinal was still in the palace. He was told the Cardinal was waiting for him. The King went to him at once.
There, Duke, said the King, you were right, and I was wrong. This matter is only political. There is no love in the letter. But it speaks much about you.
The Cardinal took the letter and read it very carefully. Then he read it again. Well, Your Majesty, he said, you see how far my enemies go. They threaten you with 2 wars if you do not remove me. If I were in your place, sire, I might give in. For me, it would even be a relief to leave public life.
What do you mean, Duke? Asked the King.
I mean, sire, that my health is weak after so much work and struggle, said the Cardinal. I do not think I can bear the hard work of the siege of La Rochelle. It would be better to choose a strong man of war, like Monsieur de Condé or another brave soldier. I am a man of the Church. I am often forced to work on matters that are not my true calling. You would be happier at home, sire, and stronger abroad.
Monsieur Duke, said the King, I understand you. All the people named in this letter will be punished as they deserve, even the Queen herself.
What are you saying, sire? Cried the Cardinal. God forbid that the Queen should suffer any trouble because of me. She has always thought I was her enemy. Yet your Majesty knows that I have often defended her, even against you. Oh, if she had acted against your honor, sire, it would be different. Then I would be the first to say, no mercy, sire. No mercy for the guilty. But this is not the case. Your Majesty has just received new proof of her innocence.
That is true, Monsieur Cardinal. You are right, as always. Still, the Queen deserves my anger.
It is you, sire, who has made her angry. And even if she feels deeply hurt, I can understand it. Your Majesty has treated her with great harshness.
I will always act this way toward my enemies and yours. It does not matter how high they stand or what danger I face.
The Queen is my enemy, but not yours, sire. She is faithful, obedient, and without blame. I ask you, sire, to forgive her.
Let her humble herself and come to me first.
No, sire. You should begin. You made the first mistake because you suspected her.
What? I should make the first move? Never.
Sire, I beg you to do it.
But how can I make the first move?
By doing something that you know will please her.
What is that?
Give a ball. You know how much the Queen loves dancing. I promise you, she will not stay angry after such a kindness.
Monsieur Cardinal, you know I do not enjoy such pleasures.
That is why she will be even more thankful. She knows you dislike such things. It will also give her a chance to wear the beautiful diamonds you gave her for her birthday. She has not been able to wear them yet.
We shall see, Monsieur Cardinal, we shall see.
He felt happy. He now believed the queen innocent of what he feared most. He was ready to make peace with her.
Still, you are too gentle with her.
Sire, let your ministers be strict. Mercy is a king's virtue. Use it, and it will serve you well. The clock struck 11. The cardinal bowed deeply and asked permission to leave. He again asked the king to live in peace with the queen. Anne of Austria expected strong reproaches because her letter had been taken. She was very surprised the next day when the king tried to be friendly with her. At first, she pushed him away. Her pride as a woman and her dignity as a queen were deeply hurt. She could not forgive him at once. But after listening to the advice of her ladies, she slowly began to soften. The king saw this good moment and told her that he planned to give a fete soon. Such events were very rare for Anne of Austria. As the cardinal had said, the last sign of her anger left her face, even if not her heart. She asked what day the fete would be. The king answered that he must ask the cardinal. Every day after that, the king asked the cardinal when the fete would be. Every day, the cardinal found an excuse and delayed the date. 10 days passed like this. On the 8th day after these events, the cardinal received a letter from London. It said only this: I have them. But I cannot leave London because I have no money. Send me 500 pistoles. 4 or 5 days after I receive them, I will be in Paris. That same day, the king asked his usual question. The cardinal counted on his fingers and thought to himself, she will come 4 or 5 days after she gets the money. The money will take 4 or 5 days to arrive. Then 4 or 5 days to return. That makes 10 days. With bad winds, accidents, and the weakness of a woman, it makes 12 days.
Well, Monsieur Duke, have you finished counting?
Yes, sire. Today is the 20th of September. The city leaders will give a fete on the 3rd of October. That will be perfect. It will not look like you planned it only for the queen. By the way, sire, do not forget to tell the queen the evening before the fete that you would like to see how her diamond studs look on her. Chapter 17. Bonacieux at home. This was the second time the cardinal had spoken of the diamond studs to the king. Louis XIII noticed this. He began to think that this advice hid some secret. More than once the king had felt shame because of the cardinal. The cardinal's police were very good. They often knew more than the king. They even knew what happened inside the king's own home. The king hoped to learn something from a talk with Anne of Austria. He wanted to find a secret. With this secret, he hoped to feel stronger in front of the cardinal. So the king went to see the queen. As usual, he spoke to her with angry words about the people around her. Anne of Austria lowered her head. She stayed silent. She hoped the king would stop by himself. But this was not what Louis XIII wanted. He wanted a real talk. He believed the cardinal was planning something bad. So he kept blaming her.
But, sire, you do not tell me everything. What have I done? Tell me my crime. You cannot be so angry only because of a letter to my brother.
The king felt surprised. He did not know what to say at first. Then he thought this was the right moment to speak of something he had planned. Madam, there will soon be a ball at the Hôtel de Ville. I wish you to go in full royal dress. Above all, you must wear the diamond studs I gave you on your birthday. That is my answer. These words were very frightening. Anne of Austria thought the king knew everything. She believed the cardinal had planned this test for many days. Her face became very white. She leaned her hand on a table to stay standing. Her hand looked pale and cold. She looked at the king with fear and could not speak. You hear me, madam?
Yes, sire, I hear.
You will go to this ball?
Yes.
With the diamond studs?
Yes.
Her face grew even paler. The king saw it and felt a hard joy in it. Then it is agreed. That is all I wish to say.
But on what day will this ball be?
Very soon, madam. I do not remember the exact day. I will ask the cardinal.
So it was the cardinal who told you about this ball?
Yes, madam. Why do you ask?
It was he who told you to ask me to wear the studs.
That is, madam.
It was he, sire. It was he.
Well, does it matter if it was he or I? Is there anything wrong in this request?
No, sire.
Then you will go?
Yes, sire.
That is good. I depend on it. The queen bent low. It was not only politeness. Her legs were shaking. The king left, very pleased.
I am lost. Lost. The cardinal knows everything. He pushes the king, who knows nothing yet but will soon know all. I am lost. My God, my God.
She knelt on a cushion and prayed. She hid her face in her arms, which shook with fear. Her situation was terrible. Buckingham was back in London. Madame de Chevreuse was far away in Tours. The Queen was watched more than ever. She felt sure someone close to her had told her secrets, though she did not know who. Laporte could not leave the Louvre. She had no one to trust. Thinking of the danger before her and her great loneliness, she began to cry. Tears ran down her face.
Can I help your majesty?
The Queen turned quickly. There was no mistake. This voice belonged to a friend. At one of the doors of the room stood the pretty Madame Bonacieux. She had been arranging clothes in a small room when the king entered. She could not leave. She had heard everything. The Queen gave a sharp cry when she was surprised. In her trouble, she did not know the young woman at first. The young woman held her hands together and began to cry too. She felt the Queen's pain.
Oh, please do not be afraid, madam. I belong to you with all my heart. Even if I am far from you, and even if I am not important, I think I have found a way to help you out of this trouble.
You? Oh, heaven, you? Look at my face. I am betrayed everywhere. Can I trust you?
Oh, madam. I swear with my soul that I am ready to die for you.
Her words came from deep in her heart. The Queen could feel it.
Yes. There are traitors here. But I swear by the Virgin that no one is more loyal to you than I am. The diamond studs the king talks about, you gave them to the Duke of Buckingham, did you not? They were in a small rosewood box. He held it under his arm. Am I wrong, madam?
Oh, my God, my God.
Her teeth shook with fear.
Then we must get those studs back.
Yes, of course. But what can I do? How can this be done?
Someone must go to the Duke.
But who? Who can I trust?
Trust me, madam. Give me that honor, my queen. I will find a messenger.
But I must write a letter.
Yes. That is needed. Just 2 short lines in your hand, with your private seal.
But those 2 lines could destroy me. They could bring shame, separation, and exile.
Yes, if bad people found them. But I promise the letter will reach the right person.
Oh, my God. Must I put my life, my honor, my name into your hands?
Yes, madam. You must. And I will protect them all.
But how? Tell me the plan.
My husband has been free for 2 or 3 days. I have not seen him yet. He is a good and honest man. He does not hate anyone. He will do what I ask. He will leave as soon as I tell him. He will not know what he carries. He will take your letter to the address on it, without knowing it comes from you.
The queen took the young woman's hands. She looked into her eyes, trying to see her heart. She saw only honesty. She hugged her with great feeling.
Do this, and you will save my life and my honor.
Please do not make it sound so great. You have nothing to be saved from. You are only caught in cruel plans made by others.
That is true, my child. You are right.
Then give me the letter, madam. There is no time to lose.
The queen went to a small table. On it were paper, ink, and pens. She wrote 2 short lines. She sealed the letter with her private seal and gave it to Mme Bonacieux.
And now, we forget something very important.
What is that, madam?
Money.
Mme Bonacieux turned red.
Yes, that is true. I must tell your majesty that my husband
Has no money.
He has some. But he loves money too much. That is his fault. Still, please do not worry. We will find a way.
And I have no money either. But wait.
Anne of Austria went to her jewel box.
Here. This ring is very valuable. My brother, the King of Spain, gave it to me. It is mine, and I can use it as I wish. Take this ring. Get money with it, and let your husband leave at once.
In 1 hour, it will be done.
You see the address. To my Lord Duke of Buckingham, London.
The letter will be given to him himself.
Kind and brave girl.
Mme Bonacieux kissed the queen's hands. She hid the letter inside her dress and left quickly, like a bird in flight. 10 minutes later, she was at home. As she had told the queen, she had not seen her husband since he was freed. She did not know that his feelings had changed about the cardinal. This change had grown stronger after 2 or 3 visits from the Comte de Rochefort. He had become Bonacieux's close friend. He had convinced him that his wife's taking away was not from bad feelings, but only a political safety act. She found M. Bonacieux was alone. He tried to put his house in order again. Many chairs and tables were broken. The cupboards were almost empty. When the officers came, they did not leave things as they were. His servant had run away when he was arrested. The poor girl was very afraid. She walked without rest from Paris to Burgundy, her home village. When Bonacieux came back, he quickly sent word to his wife. He told her he was safe and home again. She answered with kind words. She said she was happy for him. She also said she would visit him as soon as she had free time. This visit did not happen for 5 days. At another time, this wait would feel long to Bonacieux. But now, he had many things to think about. He remembered his meeting with the cardinal. He also remembered the visits from Rochefort. Thinking made the days pass faster. His thoughts were very hopeful. Rochefort called him his friend and spoke to him with warmth. He said the cardinal respected him. Bonacieux began to dream of success and money in the future. Madame Bonacieux also spent time thinking. But her thoughts were very different. She did not think about success. Again and again, she thought about the young man she had met. He was handsome and brave. He looked deeply in love. She had married Bonacieux at 18. She had always lived among his friends. They were simple men and did not interest a young woman with strong feelings. Madame Bonacieux had never cared for common attention. But at that time, the name of gentleman meant a lot. D'Artagnan was a gentleman. He wore the uniform of the guards. Many women admired this uniform. He was young, good-looking, and bold. He spoke of love like a man who truly felt it. All this could easily move a woman of 23. Madame Bonacieux was exactly that age. So when the husband and wife met again, it was not a simple meeting. They had not seen each other for 8 days. Many serious things had happened to both of them. They spoke with care and mixed feelings. Still, Bonacieux was truly glad. He walked to his wife with open arms. Madame Bonacieux only gave him her cheek.
Let us talk a little.
What? Asked Bonacieux, surprised.
Yes. I have something very important to tell you.
That is true. I also have serious questions for you. Tell me about your arrest and how they took you.
Oh, that is not important now. Why should we talk about my time away?
I heard about it that same day. You did nothing wrong. You knew nothing dangerous. So I did not think it mattered much. You speak very calmly. Do you know I spent a whole day and night locked in the Bastille?
Oh, 1 day and 1 night passed quickly. Let us speak about why I came.
What? Is not coming home to see your husband the reason? Have we not been apart for a week?
Yes, that is the first reason. Other things come after.
Then speak.
This matter is very important. Our future may depend on it.
Our future has changed a lot since I last saw you. Soon, many people may envy us.
Yes, if you follow what I am about to tell you.
Me?
Yes, you. You must do a good and serious task. You may also earn a great deal of money.
Madame Bonacieux knew her husband liked to hear about money. Still, after speaking with the cardinal, Bonacieux felt more important than before.
A great deal of money?
Yes, a great deal.
How much?
Perhaps 1,000 pistoles.
Then what you ask is serious.
Yes, very serious.
What must I do?
You must leave at once. I will give you a paper. You must keep it safe and give it to the right person.
And where must I go?
To London.
To London? You must be joking. I have no reason to go to London.
But other people want you to go.
Who are these people? I tell you this clearly. I will not act without knowing. I must know what danger I face and for whom I act.
A great person sends you. Another great person waits for you. The reward will be very good. That is all I can say.
More secret plans? Always secret plans. No, thank you, madam. I know them now. Monsieur the Cardinal has already spoken to me about this.
The Cardinal. You have seen the Cardinal?
He called for me, said the shopkeeper with pride.
And you went to him? You were careless, she said.
I did not choose. Guards took me to him. And to be honest, before I knew him, I would have liked not to go.
He was unkind to you. Did he scare you?
He shook my hand and called me his friend. His friend. Do you hear that? I am the friend of the great cardinal.
The great cardinal.
Do you doubt his right to that name, madam?
I do not argue about names. But I say this. A minister's favor does not last long. A man is foolish if he gives his life to a minister. There are higher powers. They do not change so easily. We should trust them.
I am sorry, madam. I know no power except the great man I serve.
You serve the cardinal?
Yes. And as his servant, I will not let you join secret plans against the safety of the country. I will not help the plans of a woman who is not French and whose heart is Spanish. We are lucky to have the cardinal. He watches carefully and knows what people think.
Bonacieux repeated words he had heard from the Count de Rochefort. His poor wife had trusted her husband. Because of that trust, she had spoken for him to the Queen. Now she felt afraid. She feared the danger she almost caused. She also felt alone and without help. Still, she knew her husband was weak and loved money. So she did not lose hope. She tried again.
Oh, so you follow the cardinal, monsieur. You help the people who treat your wife badly and show no respect to your queen.
Private matters mean nothing beside the good of all, said Bonacieux strongly. I support those who protect the country.
And what do you really know about this country? She said, lifting her shoulders. Be a simple, honest citizen. Choose the side that gives you the most benefit.
Well, said Bonacieux. He hit a round bag that made the sound of coins. What do you say to this, madam?
Where did that money come from?
Can you not guess?
From the cardinal.
From him, and from my friend the Count de Rochefort.
The Count de Rochefort. He is the man who took me away.
That may be true, said Bonacieux.
And you take money from that man?
Did you not say that your taking away was only for political reasons?
Yes. But the goal was to betray my lady. They wanted to force me to speak and say things that could harm her honor, and even her life.
Madam, replied Bonacieux, your lady is a Spanish woman who cannot be trusted. What the cardinal does is right.
Monsieur, said the young woman, I always knew you were afraid, greedy, and foolish. But until today, I did not know you were so shameful.
Madam, said Bonacieux, who had never seen his wife so angry, and who stepped back. What are you saying?
I say you are a miserable man. She continued. She saw she was gaining power over him again. You play with politics. And with the cardinal's politics. You sell yourself completely for money.
No. I serve the cardinal.
It is the same. She cried. To name Richelieu is to name the devil.
Be quiet, madam. Be quiet. Someone might hear you.
Yes, you are right. I would feel ashamed if anyone knew how low you are.
But what do you want from me? Tell me, he said.
I have already told you. You must leave at once. You must do the task I give you, honestly and fully. If you do this, I forgive everything. I forget everything. And more than that. She held out her hand. I give you back my love.
Bonacieux was afraid and loved money, but he loved his wife. His heart became soft. A man of 50 cannot stay angry long with a wife of 23. Madame Bonacieux saw his doubt.
Well, she said. Have you decided?
But, my dear love, think again about what you ask me to do. London is very far from Paris. The journey is long. It may also be dangerous.
What does that matter, if you stay away from danger?
Stop, Madame Bonacieux. Stop. I clearly refuse. Secret plans frighten me. I have seen the Bastille. It is a terrible place. Just thinking about it makes my body shake. They once threatened me with pain. No, I will not go. And why do you not go yourself? To be honest, I think you have fooled me. I almost believe you are a man, and a violent one.
And you are like a woman. Weak and foolish. You are afraid, yes. If you do not leave at once, I will ask the Queen to have you taken away. You will be sent to the Bastille that you fear so much.
Bonacieux became silent and thoughtful. He thought of two powerful people. The cardinal and the Queen. To him, the cardinal felt stronger.
If the Queen orders my arrest, I will ask help from His Eminence.
Madame Bonacieux saw at once that she had gone too far. She felt fear. She saw on his face a hard and stubborn fear.
Very well. Perhaps you are right. A man understands these matters better than a woman. This is even more true for you. Still, it hurts me. A man I trusted treats me so coldly.
Your wishes go too far. I do not trust them.
Then I will give it up. It is better this way. Let us not speak of it again.
At least tell me what I would need to do in London.
You do not need to know. It was a woman's matter. A simple purchase. It could have brought much benefit.
The more she avoided the answer, the more important the secret seemed. Bonacieux decided to visit the Comte de Rochefort. He wanted to report that the Queen was seeking someone to send to London.
Please forgive me for leaving you now. I had planned to meet a friend. I will return soon. If you wait, I will walk you back to the Louvre.
Thank you. You are not brave enough to help me. I will return to the Louvre alone.
As you wish. Shall I see you again soon?
Perhaps next week. I will come and put things in order.
Bonacieux kissed his wife's hand and left. Madame Bonacieux remained alone.
That fool lacks only one thing. To serve the cardinal fully. I spoke for him to the Queen. She will think I betrayed her. Monsieur Bonacieux, you will pay for this.
A light knock sounded above her. A voice spoke from the ceiling.
Dear Madame Bonacieux, open the small door to the alley. I will come down to you.
Chapter 18. Lover and Husband.
Ah, madam, you have a very poor husband.
You heard our conversation.
The whole.
But how, my God?
I did it in my own way. By this way, I also heard his stronger talk with the cardinal's police.
And what did you understand from what we said?
I understood many things. First, your husband is sadly a foolish man. Second, you are in trouble. I am glad about this, because it lets me help you. God knows I am ready to face danger for you. Last, the Queen needs a brave, smart, loyal man to travel to London for her. I have at least 2 of these things. So here I am.
Mme Bonacieux did not answer. But her heart beat fast, and hope showed in her eyes.
What promise will you give me, she asked, if I trust you with this message?
My love for you. Speak. Tell me what to do.
My God, the young woman said softly. Should I trust such a secret to you, monsieur? You are almost still a boy.
I see you want someone to speak for me.
Yes, that would make me feel much safer.
Do you know Athos? Porthos? Aramis?
No. Who are these men?
They are 3 Musketeers of the King. Do you know Monsieur de Treville, their captain?
Oh yes, him. I do not know him in person. But I have heard the Queen speak of him many times as brave and loyal.
You are not afraid that he will tell the cardinal?
Oh no, not at all.
Then tell him your secret. Ask him if you may trust it to me, even if it is very important or dangerous.
But this secret is not mine. I cannot share it like that.
You were ready to trust it to Monsieur Bonacieux, said D'Artagnan sadly. Like putting a letter in a tree, or tying it to a bird or a dog.
And yet, you see clearly that I love you.
You say so. I am an honest man.
You say so.
I am kind and respectful.
I believe that.
I am brave.
Oh, that I am sure of.
Then test me.
Mme Bonacieux looked at the young man. For a moment, she still felt unsure. But his eyes were full of fire, and his voice was strong and warm. She felt she had to trust him. She was in a time when everything must be risked to save everything. The queen could be hurt by too much silence, just as by too much trust. And we must admit it, her growing feeling for her young protector helped her decide.
Listen, she said. I trust your words. I trust your promise. But I swear before God, who hears us now, that if you betray me, and my enemies forgive me, I will take my own life and name you as the cause.
And I swear before God, madam, said D'Artagnan, that if I am caught while doing what you ask, I will die before I harm anyone or reveal anything.
Then the young woman told him the terrible secret. Chance had already let him hear part of it before, near the Samaritain. This moment became their shared promise of love. D'Artagnan felt full of joy and pride. He held a great secret, and he was loved by the woman he loved. Trust and love made him feel strong.
I will go, he said. I will go at once.
How, you will go now, said Mme Bonacieux. And your regiment? Your captain?
By my soul, you made me forget all that, dear Constance. You are right. I need leave.
There is still another problem, said Mme Bonacieux sadly.
I will overcome it, cried D'Artagnan after thinking for a moment. Be sure of that.
How?
This evening, I will go to Treville. I will ask him to get this favor for me from his brother-in-law, Monsieur de Cessat.
But there is something else.
What? Asked D'Artagnan. Perhaps you have no money.
Perhaps is too kind a word, said Mme Bonacieux. Then, she said, opening a cupboard, take this bag. She took out the same bag her husband had held so lovingly half an hour earlier.
The cardinals, cried D'Artagnan, laughing loudly. He had heard every word of the earlier talk through the broken boards.
Yes, the cardinals, said Mme Bonacieux. You see, it looks quite proper.
Indeed, cried D'Artagnan. It will be twice as fun to save the queen with the cardinal's own money.
You are a pleasant and kind young man, said Mme Bonacieux. Be sure the queen will not forget your service.
Oh, I am already well rewarded, cried D'Artagnan. I love you, and you allow me to say it. That is more joy than I ever hoped for.
Silence, said Mme.
Bonacieux suddenly stood up.
What is that?
Someone was speaking in the street.
It is the voice of my husband. Yes, I know his voice.
D'Artagnan ran to the door and closed it firmly. He must not come in before I leave. He said, when I am gone, you can open the door for him.
But I should leave too. His money is missing. How can I explain that if I stay here?
You are right. We must leave.
Leave? How can we leave? He will see us.
Then you must come up to my room.
You say that in a way that scares me.
Her eyes filled with tears. When D'Artagnan saw them, he felt very upset. He became gentle and knelt before her.
With me, you will be safe. Like in a holy place. I promise you as an honest man.
Let us go. I trust you fully, my friend.
D'Artagnan opened the door carefully. They moved very quietly through the hall, like shadows. They went up the stairs and entered D'Artagnan's room. To be safer, he blocked the door. Then they went to the window. Through a small opening in the shutter, they saw Bonacieux talking to a man in a cloak. When D'Artagnan saw this man, he became tense and reached for his sword. It was the man from Meung.
What are you doing? You will destroy us all.
I promised to kill that man.
No. Your life is not only yours now. I forbid you, in the name of the Queen, to put yourself in danger that is not part of your journey.
And do you ask nothing in your own name?
In my name, I beg you. Please listen. They are talking about me.
D'Artagnan moved closer to the window and listened. Bonacieux opened his door, looked inside his room, then went back to the man in the cloak.
She is gone. She must have gone back to the Louvre.
Are you sure that she did not understand why you went out?
No. She is a simple woman.
Is the young guardsman at home?
I do not think so. His shutters are closed. There is no light.
Still, we must be sure.
How?
Knock on his door. Go.
I will ask his servant.
How is there still time? Asked the man in the cloak. I go to the Louvre. I ask for Madame Bonacieux. I say I have thought again. I begin the affair again. I get the letter. Then I run straight to the cardinal. Then go fast. I will come back soon to hear what happened, said the other man.
The stranger went out.
Wicked man, said Madame Bonacieux to her husband.
Be quiet, said D'Artagnan. He held her hand more tightly.
Suddenly, they heard loud shouting. It was terrible and sharp. It was her husband. He had seen that his bag of money was gone.
He shouted, "Thieves! Thieves!"
Oh, my God, cried Madame Bonacieux. He will wake the whole street.
Bonacieux shouted for a long time. But people in the Rue des Farciers were used to such cries. No one came. Also, the shop had a bad name lately. When no one answered, Bonacieux went out into the street. He kept shouting as he walked away. His voice grew weaker as he moved toward the Rue du Bac.
Now he is gone. It is your turn to leave, said Madame Bonacieux. Be brave, my friend. But be careful. And remember what you owe to the Queen.
To her and to you, cried D'Artagnan. Be calm, beautiful Constance. I will make myself worthy of the Queen's thanks. But will I come back worthy of your love?
She did not answer with words. Her cheeks turned red with feeling. A few seconds later, D'Artagnan went out. He wore a large cloak. It did not fully hide the long sword at his side. Madame Bonacieux watched him leave. She looked after him with deep care and love. When he turned the corner and was gone, she fell to her knees. She joined her hands.
Oh, my God, she said, protect the Queen. Protect me.
Chapter 19. Plan of Campaign. D'Artagnan went straight to Monsieur de Treville's house. He knew that the cardinal would soon hear news. The stranger was likely working for him. D'Artagnan understood he had no time to lose. His heart was full of joy. He had a great chance. He could win honor and earn money. More than that, he could grow closer to the woman he loved. This chance gave him more than he had ever hoped for. Monsieur de Treville was in his main room. Many gentlemen were with him, as usual. D'Artagnan was well known in the house. He went directly to the office. He sent a message that he wished to speak to Monsieur de Treville about something important. After only 5 minutes, Monsieur de Treville came in. At once, he saw joy on D'Artagnan's face. He knew something new was happening. As D'Artagnan walked there, he had thought hard. Should he trust Monsieur de Treville with the secret? Or should he only ask for free permission without giving details? But Monsieur de Treville had always been his friend. He was loyal to the king and queen. He also strongly disliked the cardinal. So D'Artagnan decided to tell him everything. "Did you ask to see me, my good friend?" asked Monsieur de Treville.
Yes, monsieur, said D'Artagnan softly. Please forgive me for disturbing you. You know this matter is very important.
Speak. I am listening, said Monsieur de Treville.
It concerns something very serious, said D'Artagnan. It may touch the honor, and even the life, of the Queen.
What did you say? Asked Monsieur de Treville. He looked around to be sure they were alone. Then he fixed his eyes on D'Artagnan.
I say, monsieur, that by chance I now know a secret.
A secret you will keep as carefully as your own life, I hope, said Monsieur de Treville.
Yes. But I must tell it to you, said D'Artagnan. Only you can help me with the mission the Queen has given me.
Is this secret yours? Asked Monsieur de Treville.
No, monsieur. It belongs to the Queen.
Did the Queen allow you to tell it to me?
No, monsieur. She asked me to keep it completely secret.
Then why do you wish to tell me? Asked Monsieur de Treville.
Because without your help I can do nothing, said D'Artagnan. I fear you will refuse me if you do not know why I ask.
Keep the secret, said Monsieur de Treville. Just tell me what you need.
I ask you to get me leave from Monsieur de Cessat, said D'Artagnan. I need 15 days.
When? Asked Monsieur de Treville.
Tonight, said D'Artagnan.
Are you leaving Paris?
Yes. I have a mission.
May I ask where you are going?
To London.
Does anyone want to stop you from getting there? Asked Monsieur de Treville.
I believe the Cardinal would do anything to stop me, said D'Artagnan.
And you are going alone?
Yes, I am going alone.
Then you will not get past Bondy, said Monsieur de Treville. I tell you this, by the honor of de Treville.
How so?
You will be killed.
Then I will die while doing my duty.
But your task will fail.
That is true, said D'Artagnan.
Believe me. For a mission like this, 4 men must go together.
You are right, sir. You know Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. You also know that I can ask them to come.
Without telling them the secret, which I do not wish to know.
We have promised to trust each other fully. We are loyal no matter what. You can also tell them that you trust me. Then they will believe it. As you do.
I can give each of them leave for 15 days. That is all I can do. Athos can go to the waters of Forges because his wound still hurts him. Porthos and Aramis can go with him because they do not want to leave their friend when he is suffering. This leave will show that I allow the journey.
Thank you, sir. You are very kind.
Go now. Find them at once. Everything must be ready tonight. But first, write your request to de Cessat. Someone may be watching you. If the Cardinal hears of your visit, it will then seem normal. D'Artagnan wrote the request. When M. de Treville read it, he said that by 2 o'clock in the morning, the full leaves would be sent to the homes of the travellers.
Please send mine to Athos's house. I fear trouble if I go home myself.
Do not worry. Goodbye, and have a good journey. One more thing. Calling him back. D'Artagnan returned. Do you have any money? D'Artagnan touched the bag in his pocket. Enough?
300 pistoles.
That is plenty. It could take you very far. Go now. D'Artagnan bowed to M. de Treville. Treville held out his hand, and D'Artagnan pressed it with respect and thanks. Since coming to Paris, D'Artagnan had often seen this good man. He had always found him honest, loyal, and strong in spirit. His first visit was to Aramis. He had not been to Aramis's home since the night when he followed Madame Bonacieux. He did not see Aramis often, but each time, he noticed sadness on his face. This evening, Aramis looked even more sad and deep in thought. D'Artagnan asked about this long sadness. Aramis said it was because he had to write a text in Latin about St. Augustine for the next week. This work worried him a lot. After they talked for a short time, a servant from M. de Treville came in. He carried a sealed letter.
What is that?
The leave you asked for, sir.
For me? I asked for no leave.
Be quiet and take it. And here is a small coin for you. Tell Monsieur de Treville that Monsieur Aramis thanks him very much. Go.
The servant bowed low and left.
What does this mean?
Pack what you need for a journey of 2 weeks, and come with me.
But I cannot leave Paris now without knowing.
Aramis stopped.
What happened to her? You mean?
To who?
The woman who was here. The woman with the embroidered handkerchief.
Who told you there was a woman here?
His face turned very pale.
I saw her.
And you know who she is?
I think I can guess.
Listen. Since you know so much, can you tell me what happened to her?
I believe she has gone back to Tours.
To Tours? Yes, that is possible. You clearly know her. But why did she leave without telling me?
Because she was afraid of being taken by the authorities.
Why did she not write to me?
Because she feared bringing trouble to you.
D'Artagnan, you give me life again. I thought she no longer cared for me. I felt hurt and forgotten. I was so happy to see her again. I could not believe she would risk her freedom for me. Yet why else would she return to Paris?
For the same reason that now sends us to England.
And what is that reason?
You will know one day, Aramis. For now, I must be silent, like the doctor's niece.
Aramis smiled as he remembered the old story he had once told his friends.
Well then. If she has truly left Paris, and you are sure of it, nothing holds me here. I am ready to follow you.
You say we are going to see Athos now. If you want to come, please hurry. We have already lost much time. And please tell Bazin, said D'Artagnan.
Will Bazin come with us? Asked Aramis. Maybe yes. It is better that he follows us to Athos's house.
Aramis called Bazin. He told him to come later to Athos's home.
Then Aramis said, "Let us go."
He took his cloak, his sword, and 3 pistols. He opened some drawers and looked for coins. He did not find any. He knew there was no money there. Then he followed D'Artagnan. As they walked, Aramis felt confused. He did not understand how this young guardsman knew so much about the woman he had helped. D'Artagnan even knew more than Aramis about what had happened to her. At the door, Aramis stopped D'Artagnan. He held his arm and looked at him closely.
You did not speak about this woman, he asked.
To no one, said D'Artagnan.
Not even to Athos or Porthos.
I did not say one word to them.
Good, said Aramis.
Feeling calm now, Aramis walked on with D'Artagnan. Soon they reached Athos's home. They found Athos holding 2 papers. One was a leave paper. The other was a letter from Monsieur de Treville. Athos looked surprised. Can you tell me what these mean? He asked. The letter said that Athos must rest for 2 weeks. It said he should go to the waters of Forges or any other place. It said this was for his health.
Well, said D'Artagnan, this means you must come with me, Athos.
To Forges? Asked Athos.
There or somewhere else?
In the king's service.
In the service of the king or the queen. We serve them both.
Just then, Porthos came in. This is strange, he said. Since when do musketeers get leave without asking?
Since they have friends who ask for them, said D'Artagnan.
Oh, said Porthos. So something new is happening.
Yes, we are going, began Aramis.
Where? Asked Porthos.
I do not know much, said Athos. Ask D'Artagnan.
To London, said D'Artagnan.
To London, cried Porthos. And what are we going to do there?
I cannot tell you, said D'Artagnan. You must trust me.
But to go to London, said Porthos, we need money. I have none.
Nor I, said Aramis.
Nor I, said Athos.
I have, said D'Artagnan. He took out a bag and put it on the table. There are 300 pistoles here. Each of you take 75. That is enough to go to London and come back. And do not worry. We will not all reach London.
Why not? Asked Porthos.
Because one of us may have to stop on the way, said D'Artagnan.
Is this a dangerous mission? Asked Porthos.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. Very dangerous.
If we may die, said Porthos, I would like to know why.
You ask too many questions, said Athos.
I agree a little with Porthos, said Aramis.
Does the king explain everything to you? Said D'Artagnan. No. He tells you where to go, and you go. That is all.
D'Artagnan was right. Athos spoke again. We have leave papers from Monsieur de Treville. We have money from somewhere. So let us go where we are told. Life is short. I will follow you, D'Artagnan.
I will too, said Porthos.
And I will too, said Aramis. I am glad to leave Paris. I need a change.
You will have many new things, believe me, said D'Artagnan.
When do we leave? Asked Athos.
Now, said D'Artagnan. We cannot wait.
The four men called their servants loudly. Clean my boots. Bring the horses, they shouted. Each musketeer kept his horse at the main hotel. The servants ran quickly to get them.
Now let us make a plan, said Porthos. Where do we go first?
To Calais, said D'Artagnan. That is the fastest way to London.
Well, said Porthos, this is my idea.
Speak, said the others.
For men together will look suspicious. D'Artagnan should give each of us our orders.
I will go by the way of Boulogne to clear the road. Athos will leave 2 hours later by the road of Amiens. Aramis will follow us by the road of Noyon. As for D'Artagnan, he will choose any road he thinks is best. He will wear Planchet's clothes. Planchet will follow us dressed like D'Artagnan, in the guard's uniform. Gentlemen, said Athos, I do not think servants should take part in this matter. A gentleman may sometimes tell a secret by mistake. But servants often sell secrets for money.
I do not think Porthos's plan will work, said D'Artagnan. I do not know what orders I could give you. I only carry a letter. I cannot make copies of it because it is sealed. So we must travel together. The letter is here, in this pocket. He pointed to his coat. If I am killed, one of you must take the letter and continue the journey. If he is killed, another must take it. It is enough if only one of us arrives.
Excellent, D'Artagnan. I think the same, said Athos. We must also act in a logical way. I say I am going to take the waters, and you go with me. Instead of going to forges, I go to the sea. I am free to do that. If someone stops us, I will show Monsieur de Treville's letter. You will show your leave papers. If we are attacked, we will defend ourselves. If we are judged, we will say we only wanted to bathe in the sea. For men alone are easy to stop. But for men together are strong. We will give our for servants guns. If soldiers come after us, we will fight. And as D'Artagnan said, the last man alive will carry the letter.
Well said, cried Aramis. You do not speak often, Athos, but when you do, your words are strong. I agree with Athos. And you, Porthos?
I agree too, said Porthos, if D'Artagnan agrees. He carries the letter, so he is the leader. Let him decide.
Well, said D'Artagnan, I choose Athos's plan. We leave in half an hour.
Agreed, shouted the three musketeers together.
Each man reached into the bag, took his 75 pistoles, and prepared to leave at the set time. Chapter 20. The journey. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the four friends left Paris by the St. Denis gate. While it was dark, they did not speak. The darkness made them uneasy, and they feared danger on all sides. When the sun began to rise, they started to talk. With the daylight, their good spirits returned. It felt like the time before a battle. Their hearts beat fast. Their eyes were bright. They felt that the life they might lose was still a good life. Their group looked strong and serious. The musketeers rode black horses. They sat straight and proud, like true soldiers. Anyone could see they were not ordinary travelers. The servants followed behind, carrying weapons. Everything went well until they reached Chantilly at about 8 in the morning. They were hungry and stopped at an inn. The sign showed Saint Martin giving half his coat to a poor man. They told the servants not to take off the saddles and to be ready to leave at once. The 4 men went inside and sat at a table.
A gentleman who had come by the road from Dame Martin sat at the same table and ate his breakfast. He spoke about the weather.
The travelers answered politely. He drank to their good health, and they did the same. But when Mousqueton came to say the horses were ready, and the men stood up to leave, the stranger asked Porthos to drink to the health of the cardinal.
Porthos answered that he would gladly do so if the man would drink to the health of the king.
The stranger said he knew no king except the cardinal.
Porthos called him drunk.
The man then pulled out his sword. "You have acted foolishly," said Athos. "But now we cannot turn back. Deal with him quickly and join us as soon as you can." The 3 others got back on their horses and rode away at a fast pace. Porthos stayed behind and loudly promised to defeat his opponent. "There goes one of us," said Athos after they had gone a short distance.
But why did that man choose Porthos and not one of us? Asked Aramis.
Because Porthos spoke louder than the rest of us, said D'Artagnan. The man thought he was the leader.
Athos spoke in a low voice. He said the young man from Gascony was very wise. Then the group went on with their journey. They stopped in Beauvais for 2 hours. They wanted the horses to rest. They also waited for Porthos. After 2 hours, Porthos did not come. There was no news about him. So they started again. 1 league after Beauvais, the road became narrow. High banks were on both sides. They saw 8 or 10 men on the road. These men were digging holes and filling them with wet dirt. The road was bad in this place. Aramis did not want his boots to get dirty. He spoke to the men in an angry way. Athos tried to stop him, but it was too late. The workers began to laugh and make rude jokes. Even calm Athos became angry. He pushed his horse toward one man. At once, the men moved back to the ditch. Each man took out a hidden gun. Now the travelers had fewer weapons than the others. Aramis was hit in the shoulder. The bullet passed through, but he stayed on his horse. Mousqueton was also hit in his lower back. He fell from his horse. He was not badly hurt, but he could not see the wound and felt afraid.
It is a trap. Do not stop. Go forward.
Aramis held the manet of his horse. The horse carried him on with the others. Mousqueton's horse ran after them and stayed close. Athos said this horse could be used later. D'Artagnan said he was sad about his hat. A bullet had taken it away. He said it was lucky the letter was not inside. Aramis worried about Porthos. He thought the men might hurt him. Athos said Porthos would be with them if he could walk. He believed Porthos was not truly drunk before. They rode fast for 2 more hours. The horses were very tired. The men feared the horses might stop. They chose small roads to avoid trouble. At Crèvecoeur, Aramis said he could not go on. His face was very pale. He was in great pain. They had to hold him on his horse. They stopped at a small inn. They helped Aramis down. They left Bazin with him. Bazine was not useful in fights. The others left again. They hoped to sleep in Amiens. We are now only 2 masters, with Grimaud and Planchet, and I will be careful and silent until Calais.
Do not waste time. We must ride fast if the horses can.
They pushed the horses to go on. The horses found new strength. They reached Amiens at midnight. They stopped at the inn called the Golden Lily. The innkeeper looked kind and polite. He came with a candle and a nightcap. He offered them 2 nice rooms. But the rooms were far from each other. Athos and D'Artagnan refused. The innkeeper said he had no other good rooms. The men said they would sleep together in the common room. They wanted simple mattresses on the floor. The innkeeper tried to change their minds. They did not agree. At last, he did what they asked. They made their beds and closed the door from inside. Soon someone knocked at the yard window. They asked who it was. They knew the voices. It was Planchet and Grimaud.
Grimaud will care for the horses, and I will sleep across the door so no one can enter. I have straw, that is enough.
Very well. The innkeeper's smile does not feel honest.
I agree. Planchet climbed in through the window. He lay across the doorway. Grimaud went to the stable. He promised to be ready with the horses at 5 in the morning. The night was mostly quiet. Around 2 o'clock, someone tried to open the door. Planchet woke at once and shouted. The person said it was a mistake and went away. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they heard loud noise and trouble coming from the stable. Grimaud tried to wake the boys who worked in the stables. The boys attacked him instead. When people opened the window later, they saw the poor young man on the ground. He was not awake. His head was hurt badly by a heavy tool. Planchet went down into the yard. He wanted to prepare the horses. But all the horses were too tired to travel. Only Mousqueton's horse might have been strong enough. It had walked many hours the day before without a rider. But something foolish had happened. A doctor had come to help one of the innkeeper's horses. By mistake, he treated Mousqueton's horse instead. This made everyone angry. All these problems might have been bad luck. But they could also be part of a secret plan. Athos and D'Artagnan went outside. Planchet went to look for 3 horses to buy nearby. At the door, 2 horses were standing. They looked fresh, strong, and ready to ride. They were perfect for the journey. Planchet asked where their owners were. He was told the men had slept at the inn. They were now paying their bill. Athos went to pay the bill. D'Artagnan and Planchet stayed near the street door. The innkeeper was in a back room downstairs. Athos was asked to go there. He went in without fear and took out 2 gold coins to pay. The innkeeper was alone at a desk. One drawer was half open. He took the coins and turned them in his hands many times. Suddenly, he said the money was false. He shouted that Athos and his friends would be arrested as criminals. Athos became very angry and stepped toward him. At that moment, 4 armed men came in through side doors and rushed at Athos.
I am caught. Go on, D'Artagnan. Ride fast. He fired his 2 pistols.
D'Artagnan and Planchet did not wait. They untied the 2 horses at the door. They jumped on them and rode away as fast as they could.
Do you know what happened to Athos?
Sir, I saw 1 man fall after each shot. Through the glass door, I saw Athos still fighting the others with his sword.
Brave Athos. And we must leave him behind. The same danger may wait for us very soon. Go on, Planchet. You are a brave man.
As I told you, sir, people from Picardy show their courage when needed. Also, this is my home country, and that gives me strength.
They rode hard and reached Street Omer without stopping. There, they rested the horses carefully. They held the reins under their arms so nothing bad would happen. They ate a little food in the street and left again. When they were about 100 steps from the gates of Calais, D'Artagnan's horse fell. It could not stand up again. Blood was coming from its eyes and nose. Planchet's horse was still there, but it suddenly stopped and would not move. Luckily, they were very close to the city. They left the tired horses on the road and ran toward the harbour. Planchet pointed to a gentleman who had just arrived with his servant. He was only a short distance ahead of them. They hurried to catch him. The man looked in great haste. His boots were covered with dust. He asked if he could cross to England at once.
That is easy.
But this morning we received an order. No one may leave without special permission from the cardinal.
I have that permission. He took a paper from his pocket and showed it.
Take it to the governor of the port. Then come back to me first.
Where can I find the governor?
At his country house.
Where is that?
About a short walk from the city. You can see it from here. It is near that small hill, with the roof covered in tiles.
Very well.
He and his servant took the road to the governor's house. D'Artagnan and Planchet followed him from far behind. When they were outside the city, D'Artagnan caught up with the gentleman as he entered a small wood. "Monsieur, you seem to be in a great hurry."
No one can be in more hurry, monsieur. I am sorry to hear that. I am also in a great hurry. I wish to ask you a favor.
"What is it?"
Please let me sail before you.
"That cannot be. I traveled very far in 40 hours. I must be in London by midday tomorrow."
I traveled the same distance in 40 hours. I must be in London by 10 in the morning.
"I am sorry, monsieur. I arrived first. I will not go second."
I am sorry too. I arrived second. And I must go first.
"This is for the king's service."
This is for my own service. You are starting a useless fight.
"Really? What kind of fight do you want?"
What do you want?
"Do you truly want to know?"
Yes.
"Then I want the travel paper you carry. I do not have one. And I need it."
You must be joking.
"I never joke."
Let me pass.
"You will not pass. Young man, I will shoot you. Lubin, bring my pistols."
Planchet, watch the servant. I will take care of the master.
Planchet felt brave after his first success. He jumped on Lubin. He was strong. Soon he pushed Lubin to the ground and held him there.
Go on, monsieur. I am done here.
The gentleman drew his sword and rushed at D'Artagnan. But D'Artagnan was fast. "Is he with someone?"
Yes. A servant named Lubin is with him.
"We will watch for them. If we catch them, your eminence can be sure we will send them back to Paris with guards."
And by doing this, governor, said D'Artagnan, you will please the cardinal.
"Will you see him when you return, Count?"
Yes, for sure.
"Please tell him that I am his humble servant."
I will.
The governor was happy with this promise. He signed the passport and gave it to D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan did not waste time with more polite words. He thanked the governor, bowed, and left. Outside, he and Planchet moved very fast. They took a long way around to avoid the wood. They entered the city again by another gate. The ship was ready to leave. The captain was waiting on the dock.
Well, asked the captain when he saw D'Artagnan.
Here is my pass, signed, said D'Artagnan.
And the other gentleman?
He is not going today, said D'Artagnan. But I will pay for both of us.
Then let us go, said the captain.
Yes, let us go, said D'Artagnan.
He and Planchet jumped into the boat. 5 minutes later, they were on the ship. It was just in time. They had only sailed a short distance when D'Artagnan saw a flash and heard a loud sound. A cannon had fired. It showed that the port was now closed. Now D'Artagnan had time to think about his wound. It was not serious. The sword had touched a rib and slid along the bone. His shirt had stuck to the cut, so he lost only a little blood. Still, D'Artagnan was very tired. A mattress was placed on the deck for him. He lay down and soon fell asleep. The next morning, at sunrise, they were still far from the English coast. The wind had been very weak during the night. The ship moved slowly. At 10 o'clock, the ship dropped anchor in the harbour of Dover. At 10:30, D'Artagnan stepped onto English land and said, "At last, I am here." But the journey was not over. They still had to reach London. In England, the post service was good. D'Artagnan and Planchet each took a post horse. A rider went ahead of them. After a few hours, they reached London. D'Artagnan did not know the city. He did not speak English. He wrote the name Buckingham on a piece of paper. Everyone showed him the way to the Duke's house. The Duke was not there. He was hunting with the King at Windsor. D'Artagnan asked for the Duke's trusted servant. This man had travelled with the Duke many times and spoke French well. His name was Patrick. D'Artagnan told him that he came from Paris with news of life and death. He said he must see the Duke at once. D'Artagnan spoke with strong confidence. Patrick believed him. He ordered 2 horses to be prepared. He went with D'Artagnan as a guide. Planchet was in bad shape. He was taken off his horse because he was stiff and very weak. He had no strength left. D'Artagnan, however, seemed strong as iron. When they reached the castle, they learned that the Duke and the King were hunting with birds in the marshes nearby. They rode there at once. After 20 minutes, they arrived. Patrick soon heard his master's voice calling his bird.
"Who should I announce to the Duke?" asked Patrick.
Tell him it is the young man who once argued with him on the Pont Neuf, near the Samaritaine.
"That is a strange way to introduce you."
"It is as good as any other," said D'Artagnan.
Patrick rode ahead and spoke to the Duke. The Duke remembered the event at once. He felt that something serious was happening in France. He asked where the messenger was. From far away, he saw the uniform of the guards. He pushed his horse forward and rode straight to D'Artagnan. Patrick stayed back.
"Has something bad happened to the Queen?" cried Buckingham at once.
Fear and love were clear in his voice.
"I do not think so," said D'Artagnan. "But I believe she is in great danger. Only you can help her." "Aye," cried Buckingham. "What is it? I would be very happy to help her. Speak quickly." "Take this letter," said D'Artagnan. "This letter? Who sent it?" "I believe it is from Her Majesty." "From the Queen," said Buckingham. He turned very pale as he opened it.
D'Artagnan thought he might fall.
"What is this hole?" asked Buckingham. He showed a small tear in the paper. "Oh," said D'Artagnan, "I did not notice that. The Comte de Wardes made it with his sword when he struck me in the chest." "You are hurt?" asked Buckingham as he read. "Oh, it is nothing," said D'Artagnan. "Only a small cut." "Just heaven, what have I read?" cried the Duke. "Patrick, stay here, or go to the King, wherever he is. Tell His Majesty that I ask him to excuse me. I must return to London at once. This matter is very important."
"Come, sire, come."
And both men rode fast toward the capital. Chapter 21. the Countess de Winter. As they rode, the Duke tried to learn what D'Artagnan knew. He did not ask for every detail. He only asked what the young man had seen and understood. He joined this with his own memories. Soon, he understood the serious danger of the situation. The Queen's letter was short, but very clear. It explained much. What surprised the Duke most was something else. The Cardinal wanted to stop D'Artagnan from reaching England. Yet he did not succeed. When the Duke spoke of this surprise, D'Artagnan explained everything. He spoke about the careful plan they used. He told how his 3 friends helped him. They stayed behind on the road, hurt and weak. Because of them, he escaped. He himself only received 1 sword wound. The sword went through the Queen's letter. He also said that he later answered Monsieur de Wardes with strong action. D'Artagnan spoke in a simple and calm way. While listening, the Duke often looked at him with wonder. He could not understand how a man so young could be so careful, brave, and loyal. The horses ran very fast. In a few minutes, they reached the gates of London. D'Artagnan thought the Duke would slow down in the city. But he did not. He rode just as fast. He did not care if people were in the way. More than once, people were pushed aside or knocked down. The Duke did not even look back. D'Artagnan followed him. Around them, people shouted angry words. When they entered the yard of the Duke's house, Buckingham jumped from his horse. He threw the reins over its neck and ran inside. He did not think about the animal. D'Artagnan also got down. He showed more care for the horses. He was glad to see servants run out to take them away. The Duke walked very fast. D'Artagnan had trouble keeping up. They passed through many rooms. They were very rich and beautiful. Even great lords in France had never seen such rooms. At last, they reached a bedroom. It was full of fine taste and great wealth. Inside the bedroom, there was a small door hidden behind a wall cloth. The Duke opened it with a small gold key. He wore this key on a gold chain around his neck. D'Artagnan stayed back out of respect. But as the Duke stepped through, he turned around.
"Come in," he said. "If you are lucky enough to see the Queen, tell her what you have seen here."
With these words, D'Artagnan followed him. The Duke closed the door behind them. They were now in a small chapel. The walls were covered with silk cloth from Persia, worked with gold. Many candles made the room bright. Above a small altar, under a blue velvet cover with red and white feathers, was a full picture of Anne of Austria. It looked so real that D'Artagnan cried out in surprise. It seemed the Queen might speak at any moment. On the altar, under the picture, was the small box with the diamond studs. The Duke walked to the altar and knelt down. He opened the box. He took out a large blue ribbon covered with shining diamonds.
"There," he said. "These are the dear studs. I promised they would be buried with me. The Queen gave them to me. Now she asks for them again. Her wish must be done."
Then he kissed the studs one by one. Suddenly, he gave a loud cry.
What is wrong? D'Artagnan asked with fear. What has happened, my lord?
"All is lost," cried Buckingham. "2 studs are missing. There are only 10 left."
Do you think you lost them, my lord? Or were they taken?
"They were taken," said the Duke. "The Cardinal has done this. Look. The ribbons that held them were cut with scissors."
If they were taken, said D'Artagnan, perhaps the person who took them still has them.
Wait, said the Duke.
The only time I wore these diamond studs was at a dance given by the King 8 days ago at Windsor. At that dance, the Comtesse de Winter and I made peace after a fight. But that peace was false. It was only the revenge of a jealous woman. I have not seen her since that day. That woman works for the cardinal.
He has helpers everywhere, then?
Yes, he is a very dangerous enemy. But when will this next dance happen?
Next Monday.
Next Monday? That is still 5 days away. That is more time than we need. Patrick! Patrick! Bring my jeweler and my secretary. The servant left quickly and silently. He was used to obeying without asking questions. The secretary came first, because he lived in the house. He found Buckingham sitting at a table in his bedroom. The Duke was writing orders himself. Mr. Jackson, go at once to the Lord Chancellor. Tell him I give him these orders. I want them made public right away.
But, my lord, if the Lord Chancellor asks why you take such a strange action, what should I say?
Say that it is my wish. And that I explain myself to no one.
And if the king asks why no ship may leave the ports?
You are right. Then tell the king that I am ready for war. Tell him this is my first action against France. The secretary bowed and left. Buckingham then turned to D'Artagnan. We are safe on that side, he said. If the studs have not gone to Paris yet, they will arrive after you.
How is that?
I have stopped all ships in the king's ports. Without special permission, no ship may sail. D'Artagnan looked at him in shock. He saw how much power this man had from the king. Buckingham saw the look on the young man's face and smiled. Anne of Austria is my true queen. If she asked me, I would betray my country, my king, even my God. She asked me not to help the Protestants of La Rochelle, and I obeyed. I broke my promise, that is true. But I followed my love. And I was rewarded. Because of that, I have her portrait. D'Artagnan was amazed. He saw how the fate of countries and people could depend on secret feelings. He was thinking about this when the jeweler came in. He was an Irishman and very skilled. He said himself that he earned a great deal of money from the Duke. Mr. O'Reilly, look at these diamond studs. Tell me what each one is worth.
1,500 pistoles each, my lord.
How many days do you need to make 2 exactly like these? You see, 2 are missing.
8 days, my lord.
I will pay you 3,000 pistoles for each. If I can have them the day after tomorrow.
My lord, they will be ready.
You are an excellent man, Mr. O'Reilly. But there is more. These studs cannot leave the palace.
That is impossible, my lord. Only I can make them so that no one sees the difference.
Then, my dear Mr. O'Reilly, you will stay here. You may not leave the palace until the work is done. Tell me which workers you need and which tools they must bring. The jeweler knew the Duke well. He understood that arguing was useless. He decided to agree.
May I tell my wife?
You may even see her. Your stay here will be comfortable. And to make up for the trouble, here is an order for 1,000 pistoles, in addition to the price of the studs. D'Artagnan was still full of surprise. He could not understand this powerful man, who used people and great sums of money so freely. The goldsmith wrote a letter to his wife. In the letter, he asked her to send 1,000 pistoles. In return, he asked for his best apprentice. He also asked for some diamonds. He wrote the names and the weight of each stone. He asked for the needed tools too. Buckingham led the goldsmith to a room prepared for him. In half an hour, the room became a small workshop. Then Buckingham put a guard at each door. The guards had orders to let no one enter. Only his servant Patrick could come in. The goldsmith, O'Reilly, and the helper were not allowed to leave the room for any reason. After this was settled, the Duke spoke to D'Artagnan.
Now, My young friend, England is in our hands. What do you want? What do you wish for?
A bed, my lord. That is what I need most right now.
Buckingham gave D'Artagnan a room next to his own. He wanted him close. He did not distrust him. He only wished to have someone near to talk to about the Queen. 1 hour later, a new order was announced in London. No ship was allowed to leave for France. Not even boats with letters could go. People saw this as a sign of war between the two countries. 2 days later, at 11 o'clock, the 2 diamond studs were ready. They looked exactly like the old ones. Even Buckingham could not see the difference. Experts would also have been fooled. He called D'Artagnan at once.
Here are the diamond studs you came for. You have seen that I did everything I could.
I am satisfied, my lord. I will tell all that I saw. But will you give me the studs without the box?
The box would be heavy for you. Also, the box is now very dear to me. It is all I have left. You will say that I keep it.
I will do your task exactly, my lord.
Buckingham looked at him closely.
And now, how can I ever repay you?
D'Artagnan turned red. He felt the Duke wanted to give him a reward. This idea made him uncomfortable.
Let us be clear, my lord. I serve the King and Queen of France. I belong to the company of Monsieur de Cessat. He and Monsieur de Treville are loyal to their majesties. What I did was for the Queen, not for you. Also, I may not have done any of this if I did not wish to please another person. She is my lady, as the Queen is yours.
Yes, I think I know who that person is. It is.
My lord, I did not name her.
That is true. And to her I owe my thanks.
You are right, my lord. And now, when there may be war, I see you only as an Englishman. That makes you my enemy. I would rather meet you in battle than in a palace. Still, I will finish my task fully. I would even risk my life to do so. But you must not thank me more now than before.
We say, proud as a Scotsman.
And we say, proud as a Gascon. Gascons are the Scots of France.
D'Artagnan bowed and started to leave.
You are leaving like this? Where are you going? And how?
That is true.
By God, these Frenchmen think of nothing.
I forgot that England is an island. And that you rule it.
Go to the river. Ask for the ship called the Sund. Give this letter to the captain. He will take you to a small port. Few people go there. Mostly fishermen.
What is the name of the port?
St. Valery. Listen carefully. When you arrive, go to a poor tavern. It has no name and no sign. It is only a fisherman's hut. There is only one, so you will find it.
And then?
Ask for the owner. Say the word forward.
What does that mean?
In French, en avant. It is the secret word. He will give you a horse, ready to ride. He will also show you the road to take.
You will find for stopping places on your way. At each place, give your address in Paris. For horses will then follow you there. You already know 2 of the horses. You rode them before, and you like them. The other 2 are just as good. I promise you that. These horses are ready for war. You are proud, but you will not refuse them. Ask your 3 friends to take the other horses. You will use them to fight against us. You Frenchmen say that a good result can excuse the way to get it. Is that not so?
Yes, my lord, I accept them. With God's help, we will use your gifts well.
Good. Give me your hand, young man. We may soon meet again in battle. But for now, let us part as friends.
Yes, my lord, but I hope we will soon be enemies.
That will happen. I give you my word.
I trust your word, my lord.
D'Artagnan bowed and hurried to the river. Near the Tower of London, he found the ship he was told about. He gave his letter to the captain. The captain showed it to the port governor. After that, they prepared to sail at once. Many ships were ready to leave. As his ship passed one of them, D'Artagnan thought he saw the woman from Meung on board. She was the same woman called Milady. He had thought her very beautiful. But the river moved fast, and the wind was strong. His ship passed quickly, and he saw her only for a moment. The next morning, at about 9 o'clock, he arrived at St. Valery. He looked for the inn at once. He found it easily because it was very noisy. People spoke loudly about the coming war between England and France. The sailors were drinking and laughing. D'Artagnan pushed through the crowd. He went to the innkeeper and said one word: "Forward."
The innkeeper made a sign for him to follow.
They went through a door into the yard and then to the stable. A horse was ready and saddled. The innkeeper asked if he needed anything else.
I need to know which road to take.
Go to Blangy. From Blangy, go to Neufchâtel. At Neufchâtel, go to the inn called the Golden Harrow. Give the password to the innkeeper. You will find another horse ready there, just like here.
Do I need to pay anything?
No. Everything is already paid, and paid well. Go now, and may God guide you.
Amen.
He rode away at full speed. 4 hours later, he reached Neufchâtel. He did exactly what he had been told. Just like at St. Valery, a ready horse waited for him. He wanted to move his pistols from the first saddle to the new one. But the new saddle already had pistols like the others.
What is your address in Paris?
Hotel of the Guards, Company of Dessessert.
That is enough.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, he rode into the yard of Treville's house. He had travelled almost 60 leagues in a little more than 12 hours.
Monsieur de Treville welcomed him as if he had seen him that very morning. He shook his hand warmly. Then he told him that the Company of Dessessert was on duty at the Louvre. D'Artagnan could go there at once.
Chapter 22. The Ballet of La Malaison. The next day, all Paris spoke about the great ball. The city leaders were giving it for the king and queen. Their majesties were going to dance La Malaison. This was the king's favorite dance. For 8 days, people had prepared the Hôtel de Ville for this important night. City workers built raised platforms for the invited ladies. A city merchant decorated the rooms with 200 white wax torches. This was a great luxury at that time. 20 violin players were hired. They were paid twice the usual price. People said this was because they had to play music all night. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sieur de la Coste arrived at the city office. He was an officer in the King's Guards. He came with 2 other officers and several archers. He asked the city registrar, named Clement, for all the keys of the rooms and offices in the building. Clement gave him the keys at once. Each key had a small label, which made it easy to know which door it opened. From that time, Sieur de la Coste was in charge of all doors and passages. At 11 o'clock, Du-Hallier arrived. He was the captain of the guards. He brought 50 archers with him, and they were placed at once around the building, each at a door given to him. At 3 o'clock, 2 groups of guards arrived, one French and the other Swiss. The French group was made up of men from Du-Hallier and from Dessessert. At 6 in the evening, the guests started to arrive. As soon as they came in, workers led them to the large hall, where they stood or sat on platforms made for them. At 9 o'clock, Madame la Première President arrived. She was the most important guest after the Queen. The city officials welcomed her with care and placed her in a box across from the one prepared for the Queen. At 10 o'clock, food for the king was made ready. It was light food, sweets and special treats, prepared in a small room near the church of St. Jean. In front of it stood the city silver display, guarded by 4 archers. At midnight, loud cheers filled the air. The king was coming. He walked through the streets from the Louvre to the city hall, while all the streets shone with colored lanterns. At once, the city leaders put on their official robes and walked forward, with 6 guards in front of them, each holding a burning torch. They met the king on the steps. The head city officer welcomed him with a speech. The king answered kindly, saying he was sorry for being late. He explained that the cardinal had kept him until 11 o'clock with talk about matters of state. The king wore full formal dress, and many noblemen walked with him. People noticed that he looked tired and deep in thought. A private room was ready for the king, and another for Monsieur. In each room there were costumes for the masquerade. The same was done for the Queen and for Madame the President. The nobles and ladies would dress in pairs in other rooms. Before the king went into his room, he asked to be told at once when the cardinal arrived. Half an hour later, new cheers were heard. This meant the Queen had arrived. The city leaders went to welcome her in the same way as before. When she entered the great hall, people saw that she also looked tired and unhappy. At that moment, a curtain in a small gallery opened. The pale face of the cardinal appeared. He wore the clothes of a Spanish knight and looked straight at the Queen. A sharp smile crossed his face. People noticed that the Queen was not wearing her diamond earrings. The Queen stayed only a short time. She accepted the greetings of the city leaders and the polite words of the ladies. Suddenly, the king appeared at one of the doors of the hall. The cardinal stood beside him and spoke very softly to him. The king turned pale. He walked through the crowd without a mask, the ribbons on his clothes hanging loose. He went straight to the Queen and spoke in a changed voice.
Madam, why are you not wearing your diamond earrings? You know they would please me very much.
Sire, I feared that in such a large crowd, something bad might happen to them.
You were wrong. I gave them to you so that you would wear them. You were wrong not to do so.
His voice showed anger. Everyone nearby watched and listened, without understanding what was happening.
Sire, I can send for them at the Louvre, where they are. Then your wish will be done.
Do it, madam, and do it at once. The dance will begin in less than an hour.
The Queen bowed to show that she obeyed. She followed the ladies who led her to her room. The king went back to his own room. For a moment, worry and confusion spread among the guests. Everybody noticed that something important had passed between the king and the Queen. They spoke very quietly. Out of respect, people stepped back. No one heard their words. The violins began to play loudly. Still, no one listened to the music. The king came out of his room first. He wore fine hunting clothes. Monsieur and the other nobles wore the same style. This outfit suited the king very well. He looked like the finest gentleman in the land. The cardinal came close to him. He put a small box into the king's hand. The king opened it. Inside were 2 diamond studs.
What is this?
Nothing. But if the Queen truly has the studs, which I doubt, count them. If she has only 10, ask her who took the 2 that are here. The king looked at the cardinal with questions in his eyes. But before he could speak, people cried out in wonder. If the king was the finest gentleman, the Queen was surely the most beautiful woman in France. The hunter's clothes looked perfect on her. She wore a brown hat with blue feathers. She had a grey velvet jacket with diamond clasps. Her skirt was blue satin with silver work. On her left shoulder, the diamond stud shone on a blue ribbon that matched her clothes. The king shook with joy. The cardinal felt angry and worried. They stood too far away to count the studs. But they could see that the queen wore them. The only question was simple. Did she have 10 or 12? At that moment, the violins played again. This was the sign for the dance. The king went to Madame the President. He would dance with her. Monsieur danced with the queen. Everyone took their places, and the dance began. The king danced facing the queen. Each time he passed her, he stared at the diamond studs. He tried to count them, but he could not. The cardinal's face grew pale with fear. The dance lasted 1 hour and had 16 parts. When the dance ended, everyone clapped. Each man led his partner back to her seat. The king then left his partner. He quickly went to the queen.
Thank you, madam. You have done what I asked. But I think you are missing 2 studs. I have brought them back to you.
How, sire? You give me 2 more. Then I will have 14.
The king counted them himself. All 12 studs were on her shoulder. He called the cardinal.
What does this mean, Monsieur Cardinal?
It means, sire, that I wish to give these 2 studs to Her Majesty. I did not dare to give them myself. So I found another way.
I thank your eminence. I know these 2 studs alone cost you as much as all the others cost the king.
She bowed to the king and the cardinal. Then she went back to her dressing room to change her clothes. At the start of this chapter, we spoke of great people. For a moment, we forgot the man who helped the queen win this victory over the cardinal. He stood hidden in the crowd near a door. No one noticed him. He watched the scene. Only 4 people understood it fully: the king, the queen, the cardinal, and himself. The queen had just reached her room. D'Artagnan was about to leave. Then someone touched his shoulder gently. He turned and saw a young woman. She made a sign for him to follow her. She wore a black velvet mask over her face. Even so, he knew her at once. She was his usual guide, the kind and clever Madame Bonacieux. The evening before, they had met only for a moment. It was in the room of the Swiss guard, German. D'Artagnan had sent for her there. She was in a hurry to tell the queen the good news. The queen's messenger had returned safely. Because of this, the 2 lovers could speak only a few words. Now D'Artagnan followed Madame Bonacieux. 2 feelings moved him. He felt love, and he felt curiosity. All the way, as the halls became more empty, D'Artagnan wanted to stop the young woman. He wanted to hold her and look at her, even for a short time. But she moved fast and slipped away from his hands. When he tried to speak, she put 1 finger on her lips. Her small, firm gesture told him to stay quiet. She showed him that someone stronger was in control. He had to obey and say nothing. After walking around for a short time, Madame Bonacieux opened a small room. It was completely dark. She led D'Artagnan inside and again made a sign for silence. Then she opened a second door hidden behind a hanging cloth. Bright light came through, and she went away. D'Artagnan stayed still for a moment. He asked himself where he was. Soon he understood. Light came through the door. Warm air with sweet smells reached him. He heard 2 or 3 ladies talking in a polite and calm way. He heard the word Majesty many times. He knew then that he was in a small room next to the Queen's chamber. He waited in the dark and listened. The Queen sounded happy and light. This surprised the people near her. They were used to seeing her sad and worried. The Queen said her good mood came from the beauty of the party and the joy of the dance. No one dared to disagree with her. Everyone spoke about how kind and fine the city leaders of Paris were. D'Artagnan did not know the Queen, but he soon knew which voice was hers. It had a small foreign sound. It also carried natural power. He heard her come close to the door and then move away. 2 or 3 times, he saw a shadow cross the light. At last, a hand and arm passed through the cloth. The arm was very white and beautiful. D'Artagnan understood at once. This was his reward. He fell to his knees. He took the hand and gently touched it with his lips. Then the hand pulled back. It left something in his own hand. He saw it was a ring. The door closed at once. D'Artagnan was again in total darkness. He put the ring on his finger and waited. He knew this was not the end. After the reward for his service, the reward for his love would come. The dance was over, but the night had just started. Supper was planned for 3 o'clock. The church clock had just passed 2:30. The voices in the next room slowly grew quiet. The guests left. Then the door of the small room opened. Madame Bonacieux came in.
You at last, said D'Artagnan.
Quiet, she said, putting her hand on his lips. Be quiet, and go back the same way you came.
But where and when can I see you again? Asked D'Artagnan.
A note will be waiting for you at home, she said. Go now, go.
She opened the door to the hall and pushed him out. D'Artagnan obeyed at once. He did not argue or slow down. This showed how deeply he was in love. Chapter 23. The Rendezvous. D'Artagnan ran home at once. It was 3 in the morning. He had to pass through some of the worst parts of Paris. Still, nothing bad happened to him. People say that drunk men and lovers are protected by luck. He found the door to his building open. He ran up the stairs. He knocked softly in a special way. He and his servant had agreed on this knock. Planchet opened the door. D'Artagnan had sent him home 2 hours earlier and told him to wait.
Has anyone brought me a letter? D'Artagnan asked quickly.
No one brought a letter, sir, Planchet said. But one came by itself.
What do you mean, fool? Said D'Artagnan.
I mean this, Planchet said. When I came back, I found a letter on the green table in your room. I had the key in my pocket the whole time.
Where is the letter now? Asked D'Artagnan.
I left it where it was, said Planchet. It is not normal for letters to come into a room like that. The windows were closed. Everything was shut tight. Be careful, sir. Something strange is going on.
D'Artagnan rushed into his room and opened the letter. It was from Madame. Bonacieux received a letter. It said that many thanks were owed to him. It asked him to be at 10 o'clock that evening at St. Cloud. The place was in front of the small building near the house of Monsieur d'Estrees. It was signed with the letters C.B.
When D'Artagnan read this letter, his heart felt full and tight at the same time. He felt sweet pain and great joy. Lovers often feel this way. This was the first note he had ever received like this. It was also the first secret meeting promised to him. His joy was so strong that he felt he might faint. To him, love felt like a beautiful dream on earth.
Well, sir, said Planchet. Was I not right? Is this some kind of trouble?
You are wrong, Planchet, said D'Artagnan. To prove it, here is a coin. Drink to my health.
I thank Monsieur for the coin, said Planchet. I will do what Monsieur says. But still, letters that arrive like this, inside closed houses.
They fall from the sky, my friend. They fall from the sky.
So Monsieur is happy, asked Planchet.
My dear Planchet, I am the happiest man alive.
Then may I enjoy Monsieur's happiness and go to bed. May heaven bless Monsieur. But still, that letter.
Planchet left the room. He shook his head with doubt. Even the gift from D'Artagnan did not fully calm him. When he was alone, D'Artagnan read the letter again and again. He kissed the paper many times. He kissed every line written by the hand of the woman he loved. At last, he went to bed. He fell asleep quickly and had bright, happy dreams. At 7 in the morning, he got up and called Planchet. After the second call, Planchet opened the door. His face still showed worry from the night before.
Planchet, said D'Artagnan, I am going out for the whole day, maybe longer. You are free until 7 this evening. But at 7, you must be ready with 2 horses.
Oh no, said Planchet. It seems we are going again into danger.
You will take your gun and your pistols, said D'Artagnan.
There. I knew it, cried Planchet. That cursed letter.
Do not be afraid, you fool, said D'Artagnan. This is only a pleasure trip.
Yes, like the last pleasure trip, said Planchet. There were flying shots and hidden dangers everywhere.
If you are truly afraid, Monsieur Planchet, I will go alone. I prefer to travel alone than with someone who is scared.
Monsieur is unfair, said Planchet. I believe I have shown my courage before.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. But perhaps you used all of it the first time.
Monsieur will see that I still have some courage left, said Planchet. I only ask Monsieur not to use it all at once.
Do you think you have enough courage for this evening? Asked D'Artagnan.
I hope so, sir, said Planchet.
Good. Then I count on you.
At the right hour, I will be ready, said Planchet. But I thought Monsieur had only 1 horse in the guard stables.
Perhaps only 1 now, said D'Artagnan. But by this evening, there will be 4.
So our last journey was to get more horses, asked Planchet.
Exactly, said D'Artagnan.
He nodded and went out. Monsieur Bonacieux was standing at his door. D'Artagnan wanted to pass without speaking to him. But Bonacieux greeted him in such a polite and friendly way that D'Artagnan had to stop and talk. Also, it was hard to be cold to the husband of a pretty woman who had invited him to a meeting that very evening at St. Cloud. D'Artagnan spoke with his kindest smile. Soon they talked about Bonacieux's time in prison. Bonacieux did not know that D'Artagnan had once overheard him speaking to a stranger. He told the story of his troubles. He spoke badly of Monsieur de Laffemas, whom he always called the cardinal's cruel servant. He talked for a long time about the prison, the locked doors, the dark rooms, and the fear he felt there.
And Madame Bonacieux, do you know who took her away? Said D'Artagnan. I do not forget that because of this sad event, I had the good luck to meet you.
Ah, said Bonacieux. They were careful not to tell me. And my wife has sworn to me that she does not know either. But you, he added kindly. What have you been doing all these days?
I have not seen you or your friends, said Monsieur Bonacieux. I do not think you could make so much dust. Yesterday, Planchet brushed a lot of dust from your boots. It came from the streets of Paris.
You are right, my dear Monsieur Bonacieux, said the young man. My friends and I went on a short trip.
Far away? Asked Bonacieux.
Oh no, not far, he answered. About 40 leagues only. We took Monsieur Athos to the baths at Forges. My friends are still there.
And you have come back already, have you not? Said Bonacieux. He smiled in a clever way. A handsome young man like you cannot stay long away from his lady. Someone in Paris was waiting for you, was she not?
Indeed, said the young man, laughing. I admit it. I see I cannot hide anything from you. Yes, someone was waiting for me. She was very impatient.
For a short moment, a small shadow crossed Bonacieux's face. D'Artagnan did not notice it.
And will you get a reward for your hard work? Bonacieux went on. His voice changed a little, but D'Artagnan did not hear the change. Ah, I hope you speak the truth.
No, said D'Artagnan, still laughing.
I only ask because I want to know if I am keeping you here too long.
Why do you ask that, my dear host? Said D'Artagnan. Do you plan to stay awake and wait for me?
No, answered Bonacieux. But since I was arrested and my house was robbed, I feel afraid when I hear a door open, especially at night. What can you expect? I am not a man who can fight.
Then do not worry if I come back at 1, 2, or 3 in the morning, said D'Artagnan. And do not worry if I do not come back at all.
This time Bonacieux turned very pale. D'Artagnan saw it and asked what was wrong.
Nothing, said Bonacieux. Nothing at all. Since my troubles, I sometimes feel weak. It comes very fast. I just felt a cold feeling. Do not think about it. You should only think about being happy.
Then I am very busy, said D'Artagnan. Because I am happy.
Not yet, said Bonacieux. Wait a little. You said this evening.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. This evening will come, thank God. Maybe you wait for it as much as I do. Maybe this evening Madame Bonacieux will return home.
Madame Bonacieux cannot come home this evening, said her husband seriously. She must stay at the Louvre tonight for her work.
That is bad for you, my dear host, said D'Artagnan. Very bad. When I am happy, I want everyone to be happy too. But it seems that is not possible.
The young man left, laughing at his own joke. He thought only he could understand it.
Enjoy yourself, said Bonacieux in a dark, cold voice.
But D'Artagnan was already far away. He did not hear him. Even if he had heard him, he was too cheerful to think about it. D'Artagnan walked toward the house of Monsieur de Treville. The day before, his visit there had been very short and unclear. This time, he found Treville in a very good mood. Treville said the king and queen looked wonderful at the ball. The cardinal, however, was in a bad mood. He left at 1 o'clock and said he felt ill. The king and queen did not return to the Louvre until 6 in the morning. Now, said Treville, speaking softly and looking around the room to be sure they were alone. Now let us speak about you, my young friend. It is clear that your return has something to do with the king's joy, the queen's success, and the cardinal's shame. You must be careful.
What should I fear, said D'Artagnan, as long as the king and queen are kind to me?
Everything, said Treville. Believe me. The cardinal does not forget a trick played on him. He will not rest until he answers it. And the person who played the trick looks like a young man from Gascony whom I know.
Do you think the cardinal knows as much as you do? Asked D'Artagnan. Does he know that I went to London?
To London, cried Treville. So you went to London? Is that where you got the beautiful diamond on your finger? Be careful, my dear D'Artagnan. A gift from an enemy is dangerous. Is there not a Latin saying about that? Wait!
Yes, no doubt, said D'Artagnan. He had never been good at Latin. His teacher had suffered because of it. Yes, there must be one.
There is one for sure, said Treville, who knew some books. Monsieur de Benserade quoted it to me the other day. Stop a moment. Yes, this is it, timeo daneros et dona ferentes. It means, be careful of an enemy who gives gifts.
This diamond is not from an enemy, monsieur, said D'Artagnan. It comes from the queen.
From the queen? Oh, said Monsieur de Treville. This is truly a royal jewel. If it is worth anything, it is worth 1,000 pistoles. Who brought you this jewel from the queen?
She gave it to me herself.
Where?
In a small room next to the room where she was changing.
How did she give it to you?
She held out her hand for me to kiss.
You kissed the queen's hand, said Monsieur de Treville. He looked closely at D'Artagnan.
The queen allowed me this honor.
And there were people there. That was careless. Very careless.
No, monsieur. Please do not worry. No one saw her, said D'Artagnan. Then he told him everything that happened.
Oh, women, women, cried the old soldier. I know them well. They love secrets and mystery. That is why they enjoy such things. So you only saw her arm. If you met the queen again, she would not know you.
No, said D'Artagnan. But thanks to this diamond, she might.
Listen to me, said Monsieur de Treville. Shall I give you advice? Good advice, from a friend.
I would be honored, monsieur, said D'Artagnan.
Then go to the nearest goldsmith. Sell the diamond for the best price you can get. Even if he is very hard, he will give you at least 800 pistoles. Coins have no name. But that ring has a dangerous name. It can bring trouble to the man who wears it.
Sell this ring? A ring from my queen? Never, said D'Artagnan.
Then at least turn the stone to the inside, said Monsieur de Treville. Everyone will know that a young man from Gascony cannot find such a jewel at home.
So you think I am in danger? Asked D'Artagnan.
I mean this, said Monsieur de Treville. A man sleeping on a mine that is ready to explode is safer than you.
Good heavens, said D'Artagnan. He now felt afraid. What should I do?
Above all, always be careful. The cardinal remembers everything. His power is strong and reaches far. He will surely harm you in some way.
How?
How can I know? He has many tricks. The smallest danger is that you may be arrested.
What? Arrested while serving the king?
Yes. They did not hesitate to do this to Athos. Listen to me. I have lived at court for 30 years. Do not feel safe, or you will be ruined. Instead, watch everywhere. See enemies around you. If someone tries to start a fight, avoid it, even if it is a child. If someone attacks you, day or night, defend yourself. But leave quickly if you can. Do not feel shame. When you cross a bridge, test each step. When you pass a house under repair, look up. A stone may fall. If you go out at night, take your servant with you. Let him carry a weapon, if you trust him. Trust no one. Not your friend. Not your brother. Not your lover. Your lover least of all.
D'Artagnan turned red.
My lover most of all, he repeated. Why her more than the others?
Because a lover is one of the cardinal's best tools, said Monsieur de Treville. It works fast. A woman may betray you for a small sum. Remember Delilah. You know the Bible.
D'Artagnan thought about the meeting that Madame Bonacieux had planned with him that evening. But to be fair, Monsieur de Treville's dark view of women did not make him doubt his kind hostess.
But now, said Monsieur de Treville, what has happened to your three friends?
I was about to ask you if you had news of them, said D'Artagnan.
No news at all, replied Monsieur de Treville.
I left them on my way here, said D'Artagnan. Porthos stayed at Chantilly for a duel. Aramis stayed at Crèvecoeur with a bullet in his shoulder. Athos stayed at Amiens because of an accusation of making false money.
Well then, said Monsieur de Treville. And how did you escape?
By pure luck, monsieur, said D'Artagnan. I was wounded in the chest. I also stopped the Count de Wardes on the road to Calais and left him unable to follow me.
Again, cried Monsieur de Treville. De Wardes is one of the cardinal's men. He is also a cousin of Rochefort. Wait, my friend. I have an idea.
Please tell me, monsieur.
If I were you, I would do one thing.
What is it?
While the cardinal is looking for you in Paris, I would quietly leave the city. I would go toward Picardy. I would try to find news of your 3 friends. Why not?
They truly deserved that care from him.
The advice is good, monsieur, and I will leave tomorrow.
Tomorrow? And why not this evening?
This evening, monsieur, I must stay in Paris for important business.
Ah, young man, young man. This sounds like love trouble. Be careful, I tell you. Women have brought us trouble before. They still do, and they will do so again. Listen to me and leave this evening.
That is not possible, monsieur.
You have given your promise, then.
Yes, monsieur.
Ah, that changes things. But promise me this, if nothing bad happens to you tonight, you will leave tomorrow.
I promise.
Do you need money?
I still have 50 pistoles. I think that is enough for me.
And your friends?
I do not think they need money. We left Paris with 75 pistoles each.
Shall I see you again before you go?
I do not think so, monsieur, unless something new happens.
Then I wish you a good journey.
Thank you, monsieur.
D'Artagnan left Monsieur de Treville. He felt deeply moved by the fatherly care the man showed for his musketeers. He then went to the homes of Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. None of them were back yet. Their servants were also away, and no one had news of them. He thought about asking their ladies, but he did not know the ladies of Porthos or Aramis. Athos had no lady at all. When he passed the Hotel des Gardes, he looked into the stables. 3 of the 4 horses had already arrived. Planchet looked very surprised and was brushing them. He had already finished 2.
Ah, monsieur, said Planchet when he saw D'Artagnan. I am very glad to see you.
Why is that, Planchet? Do you trust our landlord, Monsieur Bonacieux?
Not at all.
You are right to feel that way.
But why do you ask, monsieur?
Because while you were speaking with him, I watched him carefully. His face changed color 2 or 3 times.
Oh.
You were busy reading the letter, so you did not notice. But I was already worried because of how the letter came to the house. I watched his face closely.
And what did you see?
I saw signs of bad faith, monsieur.
Really?
Yes. And more than that. As soon as you left and turned the corner, Monsieur Bonacieux took his hat, locked his door, and walked quickly in the other direction. It seems you are right, Planchet. All this is strange. I promise you this, we will not pay him our rent until everything is clearly explained.
Monsieur may joke, but monsieur will see.
What can we do, Planchet? What must happen will happen.
Then monsieur does not give up his trip this evening.
On the contrary, Planchet. The less I trust Monsieur Bonacieux, the more I will keep the meeting written in that letter that troubles you so much.
So that is monsieur's final decision?
Yes, my friend. At 9 o'clock, be ready here at the hotel. I will come for you.
Planchet saw that his master would not change his mind. He gave a deep sigh and went back to brushing the 3rd horse. As for D'Artagnan, he was careful by nature. Instead of going home, he went to dine with the Gascon priest. This priest had once given food to the 4 friends when they were in need. Chapter 24. The Pavilion. At 9 o'clock, D'Artagnan arrived at the Hotel des Gardes. He found Planchet ready. The 4th horse had come. Planchet carried a short gun and a pistol. D'Artagnan wore his sword and placed 2 pistols in his belt. They mounted their horses and left quietly. It was very dark, and no one saw them go. Planchet rode behind his master, about 10 paces away. D'Artagnan crossed the river paths, left by the gate of La Conference, and followed the road to St. Cloud. At that time, the road was more beautiful than it is now. While they were still in the city, Planchet kept his chosen distance. But when the road became quiet and dark, he slowly came closer. By the time they entered the Bois de Boulogne, he was riding beside his master. To be honest, the tall trees moving in the night wind and the moonlight shining on the dark bushes made him feel very uneasy. D'Artagnan saw that his servant was acting strange. He spoke to him.
Well, Monsieur Planchet, what is wrong now?
Do you not think, monsieur, that forests are like churches?
How are they the same, Planchet?
Because in both places we do not dare to speak loud.
But why are you afraid to speak, Planchet? Are you scared?
Scared of being heard, yes, monsieur.
Being heard? There is nothing bad in our talk. No one can blame us.
Ah, monsieur, that Monsieur Bonacieux has a bad look in his eyebrows. His mouth also moves in an unpleasant way.
Why are you thinking about Bonacieux now?
Monsieur, we think of what comes to our mind, not what we choose.
That is because you are a coward, Planchet.
Monsieur, we must not mix caution with fear. Caution is a good thing.
And you are very good, I see, Planchet.
Monsieur, is that not the shine of a gun over there? Should we not lower our heads?
To tell the truth, this fellow will make me afraid in the end.
He made his horse move faster. Planchet followed him closely and soon rode beside him.
Are we going to ride like this all night?
No. You are at the end of your road.
What, monsieur? And you?
I'm going a little farther.
And you leave me here alone?
Are you afraid, Planchet?
No, monsieur. I only wish to say that the night is very cold. Cold can cause sickness in the joints. A servant with sore joints is not very useful, especially to an active master like you.
Well, if you are cold, Planchet, you can go into one of those inns over there. Wait for me at the door at 6 in the morning.
Monsieur, I have already eaten and drunk the coin you gave me this morning. I have no money left if I feel cold.
Here is half a pistole. Tomorrow morning.
D'Artagnan jumped down from his horse. He gave the reins to Planchet and walked away quickly. He wrapped his cloak around him.
Good heavens, I am freezing,
cried Planchet as soon as his master was out of sight. He hurried to warm himself. He went straight to a house that looked like a small country tavern and knocked on the door. Meanwhile, D'Artagnan took a small side path. He continued his way and reached St. Cloud. He did not follow the main street. He went behind the chateau and entered a quiet narrow lane. Soon he stood in front of the pavilion he was seeking. The place was very hidden. A high wall ran along one side of the lane, and the pavilion stood at its corner. On the other side was a small garden. The garden belonged to a poor cottage. A hedge protected it from people passing by. He reached the place where he was to wait. He had no sign to give, so he stayed silent. There was no sound at all. It felt like he was far away from the city. D'Artagnan leaned against the hedge and looked over it. Beyond the hedge, the garden, and the cottage, a dark mist covered the wide space where Paris slept. Only a few small lights shone in the distance. But for D'Artagnan, everything looked pleasant. His thoughts were full of hope, and the night seemed gentle. The time was almost there. After a few minutes, the church bell of St. Cloud slowly struck 10 times. The sound was sad in the quiet night. Still, each bell stroke touched the young man's heart with joy, because it marked the hour he was waiting for. His eyes stayed on the small pavilion at the corner of the wall. All the windows were closed, except one on the first floor. A soft light came from it. The light shone on the leaves of 2 or 3 lime trees nearby. There was no doubt that behind this window, the kind Madame Bonacieux was waiting for him. Thinking of her, D'Artagnan waited for half an hour. He did not feel impatient. He kept looking at the lovely little house. He could even see part of the ceiling through the window, with gold decorations that showed the room was elegant. Then the bell of St. Cloud rang again. It was 10:30. This time, D'Artagnan felt a sudden chill in his body. He did not know why. Perhaps the cold night was reaching him, and he thought it was a feeling of the heart, not just of the body. Then he suddenly thought that he had read the letter wrong. Maybe the meeting was at 11 o'clock. He walked to the window and stood where the light touched the paper. He took the letter from his pocket and read it again. But he was not wrong. The time was 10 o'clock. He went back to his place and waited. Now he felt worried, because everything was so quiet and empty. 11 o'clock rang. D'Artagnan began to fear that something bad had happened to Madame Bonacieux. He clapped his hands 3 times. This was the usual sign between lovers. No one answered. Not even a sound came back. He felt a little angry, and thought that maybe the young woman had fallen asleep while she waited. He walked to the wall and tried to climb it. But the wall was newly repaired, and he could not find a place to hold. Then he looked at the trees. The light still touched their leaves. One tree bent over the road. He thought he might see inside the pavilion from its branches. The tree was easy to climb. D'Artagnan was only 20 years old, and he was still strong and quick. In a moment, he was in the branches. He looked through the clear window into the pavilion. What he saw made his whole body shake. The soft lamplight showed a place in terrible mess. One window was broken. The door was smashed and hung in 2 broken parts. A table that had held a fine meal was turned over. Bottles were broken. Fruit was crushed on the floor. Everything showed signs of a hard and desperate fight. D'Artagnan thought he saw pieces of clothes among the mess. He also saw dark stains on the tablecloth and curtains. His heart beat fast with fear. He climbed down quickly and ran into the road. He wanted to find other signs of what had happened. The small light still shone quietly in the night. Then D'Artagnan noticed something new. The ground showed many marks. There were footprints and marks from horses. There were also deep tracks from a carriage. They seemed to come from Paris. The tracks went to the pavilion and then turned back toward Paris. Near the wall, D'Artagnan found a torn woman's glove. Where it was clean, it smelled very sweet. It was one of those gloves that lovers like to keep as a memory. As he searched, cold sweat ran down his face. His chest felt tight. He breathed fast and short. Still, he tried to calm himself. He told himself that maybe this pavilion had nothing to do with Madame Bonacieux. She had asked to meet him before the pavilion, not inside it. Maybe she was kept in Paris by her work. Or maybe her husband had stopped her. But these thoughts did not help. A deep pain inside him told him clearly that something very bad had happened. D'Artagnan almost lost control. He ran down the road and took the same path as before. When he reached the ferry, he asked the boatman questions. The man said that around 7 o'clock, he had taken a young woman across the river. She wore a black cloak and tried hard not to be seen. Because of this, the boatman noticed her more. He saw that she was young and pretty. Many young women went to St. Cloud and did not want to be seen. But D'Artagnan did not doubt for a moment. He was sure it was Madame Bonacieux. He used the lamp in the boatman's cabin to read her letter again. He wanted to be certain. The meeting was at St. Cloud. It was before the pavilion of D'Estrées. It was not in another place. Everything proved that his fear was true. A great misfortune had happened. He ran back to the chateau. He felt that something else might have happened while he was gone. Maybe new signs waited for him. The path was still empty. The same calm light still shone through the window. D'Artagnan then thought about the small cottage. It was quiet and hidden. He felt sure the people there had seen everything. The gate was closed, but he jumped over the hedge. A dog barked loudly on a chain, but he still walked to the cabin. He knocked once. No one answered. The cabin was as silent as the pavilion. This was his last hope, so he knocked again. This time he heard a very small sound inside. A weak sound, like someone was afraid to be heard. D'Artagnan stopped knocking. He spoke in a soft but strong voice. He asked for help and made kind promises. His voice sounded worried but honest, and it could calm even a scared person. At last, an old wooden window opened a little. It closed again very fast when the light from a poor lamp showed D'Artagnan's sword and pistols. Still, he had seen the face of an old man.
In the name of heaven, listen to me. I was waiting for someone who did not come. I am very worried. Has anything strange happened here? Please, tell me.
The window opened again. Slowly. The same face appeared, now even more pale. D'Artagnan told his story in simple words. He did not say any names. He spoke about meeting a young woman at the pavilion. He explained how he waited, then climbed the tree, and saw the room in great disorder. The old man listened carefully and nodded to show it was true. When D'Artagnan finished, the old man shook his head sadly.
What does that mean? Please, explain.
Oh, sir, do not ask me. If I tell what I saw, something bad may happen to me.
So you saw something? Then please tell me. I promise I will never repeat your words.
The old man saw truth and pain in D'Artagnan's face. He asked him to listen and spoke in a low voice.
It was about 9 o'clock. I heard noise in the street. I went to my door and saw someone trying to open it. I am poor and not afraid of thieves, so I opened the gate. I saw 3 men nearby. In the dark, there was a carriage with 2 horses and some riding horses. The men wore clothes like soldiers. I asked what they wanted. The leader asked for a ladder. I told him I had one to pick fruit. He said I must lend it and go back inside. He gave me a coin for the trouble. He warned me not to speak about anything I might see or hear. I took the coin, and he took the ladder. I closed the gate and pretended to go inside. But I left by the back door. I hid near the hedge, behind some bushes. From there, I could see and hear everything. The men moved the carriage quietly. They helped out a small old man. He was short and heavy, and wore dark clothes. He climbed the ladder carefully and looked into the pavilion window. He came down and whispered, "It is she." Then the leader went to the pavilion door. He opened it with a key and went inside. The other 2 men climbed the ladder. The small old man stayed by the carriage. The coachman watched the horses, and a servant held the riding horses. Soon, loud cries came from the pavilion. A woman came to the window and opened it, like she wanted to escape. When she saw the 2 men, she stepped back, and they went inside. After that, I could not see any more. I heard furniture breaking. The woman cried and called for help, but the sound stopped. Then 2 men came out. They carried the woman to the carriage. The small old man got in after her. The leader closed the window and came out. He checked that the woman was in the carriage. The other 2 men were already on their horses.
He jumped onto his horse. The servant sat next to the driver. The carriage moved fast. 3 riders went with it. Then everything ended. From that time, I have seen nothing and heard nothing more. D'Artagnan was crushed by this terrible story. He did not move. He did not speak. Anger and jealousy burned inside his heart.
My good sir, do not suffer so much. They did not kill her. That is at least some comfort.
Can you guess who led this terrible group?
I do not know him.
But you spoke to him. You must have seen him.
Oh, you want a description?
Yes.
He was tall and dark. He had black mustache and dark eyes. He looked like a nobleman.
That is him. It is always him. He follows me everywhere. He is like my evil spirit. And the other man?
Which one?
The short one.
Oh, he was not a gentleman. I am sure of that. He did not wear a sword. The others did not respect him much.
A servant. Poor woman. Poor woman. What have they done to you?
You promised to keep this secret, sir.
And I promise again. Do not worry. I am a gentleman. A gentleman keeps his word.
With a heavy heart, D'Artagnan walked back toward the ferry. Sometimes he hoped it was not Madame Bonacieux. He hoped to see her the next day at the Louvre. Sometimes he feared she loved another man. Maybe that man had seen her and taken her away in anger. His mind was full of doubt, pain, and sadness.
Oh, if my 3 friends were here, I would have some hope to find her. But who knows where they are now?
It was after midnight. The next thing was to find Planchet. D'Artagnan went into every tavern with a light inside. He did not find Planchet in any of them. After the 6th tavern, he began to think this search was not very useful. He had told his servant to come at 6 in the morning. Wherever Planchet was, that was the right time. D'Artagnan also thought that staying near the place of this sad event might bring new news. So at the 6th tavern, D'Artagnan stopped. He asked for a bottle of good wine. He sat in the darkest corner. He decided to wait there until morning. But again, his hope failed. He listened carefully. He heard only loud talk, rude jokes, and angry words from workers and drivers in the room. He heard nothing that could help him find the woman who had been taken from him. After he finished the bottle, he stayed quiet so no one would suspect him. He lay back in his corner and fell asleep, well or badly. D'Artagnan was only 20 years old. At that age, sleep comes even to the saddest hearts. Around 6 in the morning, he woke up with the bad feeling that often comes after a hard night. He quickly washed and dressed. He checked himself. His diamond ring was still on his finger. His purse was in his pocket. His pistols were still at his belt. He stood up, paid for the wine, and went outside. He hoped to have better luck finding his servant. Through the cold grey mist, he saw honest Planchet. Planchet was waiting with the 2 horses. He stood in front of a small hidden tavern. D'Artagnan had passed it before without even seeing it. Chapter 25. Porthos. Instead of going straight home, D'Artagnan got down at the door of Monsieur de Treville. He ran quickly up the stairs. This time, he decided to tell everything that had happened. Monsieur de Treville would surely give him good advice. Also, Monsieur de Treville saw the Queen almost every day. He might learn something from her about the poor young woman. She was likely suffering because she had been loyal to her mistress. Monsieur de Treville listened very seriously. It was clear he saw more than a simple love story. All this smells of His Eminence, even from far away.
But what should I do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing for now. You must leave Paris as soon as possible, as I already told you. I will see the Queen. I will tell her about the disappearance of this poor woman. She surely does not know about it. These facts will help her decide what to do. When you return, I may have good news for you. Trust me. D'Artagnan knew that M. de Treville did not make empty promises. When he gave his word, he always kept it. D'Artagnan bowed to him with thanks, for what he had done and for what he would do. The kind captain felt real care for this young man, who was brave and strong in spirit. He held D'Artagnan's hand and wished him a safe journey. D'Artagnan decided to follow the advice at once. He walked toward the Rue des Farciers to watch the packing of his bag. As he came near the house, he saw M. Bonacieux standing at his door in his morning clothes. D'Artagnan remembered what careful Planchet had said the night before about this man's dark nature. He now looked at Bonacieux more closely than before. Bonacieux had a yellow, unhealthy face. This could have been by chance. But D'Artagnan also saw something false in his wrinkled face and his small movements. A bad man does not smile like an honest one. A liar does not cry like a true man. Lies are like a mask. If you look carefully, you can see it is not a real face. To D'Artagnan, it seemed that Bonacieux was wearing such a mask, and it was unpleasant to see. Because he felt dislike, D'Artagnan was ready to pass without speaking. But, as on the day before, Bonacieux spoke first.
"Well, young man," he said, "you seem to enjoy your nights. It is 7 in the morning. You come home when others are just going out."
No one can say that about you, Monsieur Bonacieux, said D'Artagnan. You are a model of good habits. A man with a young and pretty wife does not need to look for joy elsewhere. Joy comes to him by itself, does it not, Monsieur Bonacieux?
Bonacieux turned very pale and gave a strange smile.
He said. You like to joke. But where were you running about last night, young sir? The streets do not look very clean.
D'Artagnan looked down at his boots. They were covered with mud. Then he looked at Bonacieux's shoes and stockings. They were also dirty, with the same kind of mud. It looked as if both had walked through the same place. At once, a thought came to D'Artagnan. That short, heavy man in dark clothes, treated like a servant by armed men, could have been Bonacieux himself. The husband had been there when his wife was taken away. D'Artagnan felt a strong wish to grab him and hurt him. But D'Artagnan was careful, and he stopped himself. Still, the change on his face was clear. Bonacieux was frightened and tried to step back. But the half-closed door behind him stopped him.
You are joking, my good man, said D'Artagnan. If my boots need cleaning, your shoes and stockings need it too. Maybe you were also out late, Monsieur Bonacieux? That would not be right for a man of your age, and with such a pretty wife.
Oh no, said Bonacieux. Yesterday I went to Saint Mandé to ask about a servant. I cannot manage without one. The roads were very bad, and I came back with all this mud. I have not had time to clean it yet.
The place Bonacieux named made D'Artagnan even more suspicious. He had said Mandé because it was in the opposite direction from St. Cloud. This gave D'Artagnan a little hope. If Bonacieux knew where his wife was, then maybe, with strong pressure, he could be made to speak. The problem was how to turn this hope into truth.
Please forgive me, dear Monsieur Bonacieux, if I am not very polite, said D'Artagnan. Lack of sleep makes a man very thirsty. My mouth is completely dry.
Allow me to take a glass of water in your apartment. You know neighbors never refuse this. Before his host could answer, D'Artagnan went inside the house. He looked quickly at the bed. The bed was clean. No one had slept there. Bonacieux had not gone to bed. He had only returned an hour or two ago. He had gone with his wife to the place where she was kept, or at least to the first stop on the road.
Thank you, Monsieur Bonacieux. That is all I needed. I will go up to my room now. I will ask Planchet to clean my boots. When he is done, I can send him to clean your shoes too, if you wish.
He left the shopkeeper very surprised by this strange goodbye. Bonacieux wondered if he had done something wrong. At the top of the stairs, D'Artagnan found Planchet. Planchet looked very scared.
Ah, sir. There is more trouble. I thought you would never come back.
What is the problem now, Planchet?
Oh, sir, you could guess 100 times and still not know who came to see you.
When was this?
About half an hour ago, while you were at Monsieur de Treville's.
Who came here? Speak.
Monsieur de Cavois.
Monsieur de Cavois?
Yes, himself.
The captain of the Cardinal's guards?
Yes.
Did he come to arrest me?
I am sure he did, sir, even though he spoke very politely.
Was he kind, then?
Very kind, sir. Too kind.
Really?
He said he came for His Eminence, who wished you well. He asked you to go with him to the Palais Royal. What did you say to him? I said it was impossible because you were not at home, as he could see. He said you must be sure to visit him today. Then he spoke very softly. He said, "Tell your master that His Eminence feels kindly toward him, and that his future may depend on this meeting."
That trap is not very clever.
Oh, I saw the trap. I said you would be very upset when you returned. He asked where you had gone. I told him Troyes, in Champagne. He asked when you left. I said yesterday evening.
Planchet, my friend, you are a very useful man.
You see, sir, I thought there would still be time. If you wished, you could visit Monsieur de Cavois and say you had not yet left. Then the lie would be my fault. I am not a gentleman, so I am allowed to lie.
Do not worry, Planchet. You will keep your good name as an honest man. In 15 minutes, we leave.
That is exactly what I was going to suggest. And where are we going, sir, if I may ask?
To the opposite direction from the one you named. And are you not as eager as I am to hear news of Grimaud, Mouston, and Bazin? I also wish to know what has happened to Athos, Porthos, and Aramis.
Yes, sir. I am ready at once. I think fresh country air will be better for us than Paris right now.
Then pack our bags, Planchet, and let us go. I will leave with my hands in my pockets so no one will suspect anything. Meet me at the Hôtel des Gardes. And Planchet, I think you are right about our host. He is a very unpleasant man.
Ah, sir, you can trust me when I say such things. I am very good at reading faces.
D'Artagnan went out first, as they had planned. Before leaving for good, he walked once more to the homes of his 3 friends. There was no news of them. Only one letter had arrived, written in small neat letters and smelling of perfume. It was for Aramis. D'Artagnan took it with him. 10 minutes later, Planchet met him at the stables of the Hôtel des Gardes. D'Artagnan had already put the saddle on his horse.
That is good. Now saddle the other 3 horses.
Do you think we will travel faster with 2 horses each?
No, my joking friend. But with 4 horses, we may bring back our 3 friends, if we are lucky enough to find them alive.
That would be a great blessing. We must trust in God's mercy.
Amen.
They left the Hôtel des Gardes and went in different directions. One left Paris by the Barrière de la Villette. The other left by the Barrière Montmartre. They planned to meet again beyond St. Denis. The plan worked well. They met on time, and nothing went wrong. D'Artagnan and Planchet arrived together at Pierrefitte. Planchet was braver in the daytime than at night, but he was always careful. He remembered everything from their first trip. He watched every person on the road, thinking each one might be an enemy. Because of this, he kept taking off his hat to greet people. D'Artagnan often scolded him. He feared people would think Planchet was only a servant to an unimportant man. Even so, perhaps people liked Planchet's polite manner. Or perhaps no one was waiting to harm them this time. In any case, they reached Chantilly without trouble. They stopped at the tavern of the Great Saint Martin. It was the same place where they had stayed before. When the innkeeper saw a young man with a servant and 2 extra horses, he went to the door with respect. D'Artagnan decided to stop there. They had already traveled a long distance. It did not matter whether Porthos was there or not. D'Artagnan also thought it unwise to ask about him at once. So D'Artagnan got down from his horse without asking questions. He told Planchet to take care of the horses. He went into a small private room. He asked the innkeeper for his best wine and a good breakfast. This raised the innkeeper's opinion of him still further. The food and wine came very quickly. The guards were known as gentlemen. D'Artagnan travelled with a servant and 4 fine horses. Even with his simple clothes, people noticed him. The innkeeper wished to serve him himself. When D'Artagnan saw this, he asked for 2 glasses and began to speak.
"My good host," said D'Artagnan, as he filled both glasses, "I asked for your best wine. If it is not good, you will share the blame. I do not like to drink alone, so you will drink with me. Take your glass. Let us drink together. We should choose a kind toast. Let us drink to the success of your inn."
"You honor me greatly, sir," said the innkeeper. "I thank you from my heart."
"But do not misunderstand me," said D'Artagnan. "My wish is also for myself. Only good inns welcome travellers well. Poor inns are full of problems. The guest suffers because of them. I travel often on this road. I wish all innkeepers to do well."
"It seems to me," said the innkeeper, "that I have seen you before, sir."
"That is possible," said D'Artagnan. "I have passed through Chantilly many times. I have stayed here several times. I was here only 10 or 12 days ago. I was traveling with some friends, Musketeers. One of them had a disagreement with a stranger. The stranger wished to start trouble for no clear reason."
"Yes," said the innkeeper. "I remember it well. You mean Monsieur Porthos, do you not?"
"Yes, that is his name," said D'Artagnan. "Please tell me, has something happened to him?"
"You must have noticed that he could not continue his journey," said the innkeeper.
"Yes. He said he would join us later, but we have not seen him," said D'Artagnan.
"He honored us by staying here," said the innkeeper.
"What? He stayed here," said D'Artagnan.
"Yes, in this house. And we are a little worried," said the innkeeper.
"Why are you worried?" asked D'Artagnan.
"Because of some costs he has made," said the innkeeper.
"That should not be a problem," said D'Artagnan. "I am sure he can pay."
"Ah, sir, your words comfort me," said the innkeeper. "We have paid many things in advance. This morning, the doctor said that if Monsieur Porthos did not pay him, he would ask me for the money. I was the one who called him."
"Is Porthos hurt?" asked D'Artagnan.
"I cannot say, sir," replied the innkeeper.
"You cannot say," said D'Artagnan. "You should know better than anyone."
"Yes," said the innkeeper. "But in our position, we cannot say everything. We were warned to be careful."
"Can I see Porthos?" asked D'Artagnan.
"Yes, sir," said the innkeeper.
Take the stairs on the right. Go up the first set of steps. Knock at number 1. Tell him first that it is you.
"Why must I do that?"
"Because, sir, something bad could happen to you.
"What kind of thing?"
Monsieur Porthos may think you are a stranger. He may become very angry. He could hurt you."
"What did you do to make him like this?"
"We asked him to pay his money."
"Ah, I see. Porthos is always angry when people ask for money, if he has none. But I thought he had money now."
"We thought so too, sir. Our house is run in a good way. We make our bills every week. After 8 days, we gave him the bill. But it was a bad moment. At the first word about payment, he shouted at us and sent us away. It is true that he had been gambling the day before.
Gambling? With whom?
Who knows, sir? With some gentleman who was passing through. They played a card game.
Then he lost everything?
Yes, sir. Even his horse. When the gentleman was ready to leave, we saw his servant put a saddle on Monsieur Porthos's horse as well as his own master's horse. We spoke about it. The gentleman told us to mind our own business and said the horse was his. We told Monsieur Porthos what we saw. But he called us liars. He said a gentleman's word must be true. Since the man said the horse was his, then it was his.
That is just like Porthos, said D'Artagnan softly.
Then, the host went on, I told him that since we could not agree about payment, I hoped he would go to my brother's inn, the Golden Eagle. But Monsieur Porthos said my house was the best, and he would stay here. His words were kind, so I did not push him to leave. I only asked him to give up his room. It is the finest room in the hotel. I offered him a small but nice room on the 3rd floor. But he said he was waiting for his mistress. He said she was one of the greatest ladies at court. He said my room was already too poor for such a lady. I knew he might be right, but I still tried to speak with him. He did not argue. He simply took a pistol and put it on his table. He kept it there day and night. He said that if anyone spoke to him again about leaving the room, he would hurt that person. Since then, sir, no one has gone into his room except his servant.
What? Mousqueton is here then?
Oh yes, sir. 5 days after you left, he came back. He was in very bad shape. It seems he also had troubles on the road. Sadly, he is quicker than his master. For his master's sake, he pushes us all around. When he thinks we may say no, he takes what he wants without asking.
To be fair, I have always seen that Mousqueton is clever and loyal.
That may be true, sir. But if I met such clever and loyal people even 4 times a year, I would be ruined.
No, Porthos will pay you.
Said the host, not sure. A man loved by a great lady will not be allowed to suffer over such a small debt.
If I dared to say what I believe about that.
What do you believe?
I should say what I know.
What do you know?
And what I am sure of.
What are you so sure about?
I am sure that I know this great lady.
You?
Yes, me.
How do you know her?
Sir, if I could trust you to keep a secret.
Speak. I give you my word as a gentleman. You will not regret it.
Well, sir, worry makes people do many things.
What did you do?
Nothing wrong for a man who is owed money.
Well?
Monsieur Porthos gave us a letter for his duchess. He asked us to send it by post. This was before his servant returned. He could not leave his room, so he trusted us with the letter.
And then?
Instead of sending it by post, which is not safe, I used another way. One of my young workers was going to Paris. I told him to take the letter himself and give it to the Duchess.
This helped the plan of Monsieur Porthos. He wanted us to be very careful with this letter. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, sir, do you know who this great lady is?
No. I only heard Porthos speak about her.
Do you know who this false duchess is? I tell you again, I do not know her.
She is the old wife of a lawyer from the Châtelet. Her name is Madame Coquenard. She is at least 50 years old. She still acts jealous. I found it strange that a princess would live in Rue Auxiliary hours.
But how do you know this?
Because she became very angry when she got the letter. She said Monsieur Porthos was not faithful. She said he must have been hurt because of another woman.
Has he been hurt?
Oh no. What did I say?
You said Porthos got a sword cut.
Yes, but he told me very strongly not to speak about it.
And why?
Well, sir. Because he said he would beat the man you left him arguing with. But the other man was faster and put him on the ground. Monsieur Porthos likes to speak proudly. He wants no one to know he is hurt, except the Duchess. He told her the story to gain her care.
Is the wound so bad that he must stay in bed?
Yes, it is serious, but he is alive. He is strong.
Did you see it happen?
Yes, sir. I followed them because I was curious. They did not see me.
What happened?
It was very quick. They stood ready. The stranger moved fast and touched him with his sword. Monsieur Porthos fell back. The stranger put his sword near his neck. Monsieur Porthos then said he was beaten. The stranger asked his name. When he heard it was Porthos, not D'Artagnan, he helped him up. He brought him back to the inn, got on his horse, and left.
So the stranger wanted to fight Monsieur d'Artagnan?
It seems so.
And do you know where he is now?
No. I never saw him before or after that moment.
Good. That is all I need to know. Porthos's room is on the first floor, number 1?
Yes, sir. The best room in the inn. I could rent it many times.
Do not worry. Porthos will pay you with the money of Duchess Coquenard.
Oh, sir, wife of a lawyer or duchess, it is the same to me. But she said she was tired of Porthos. She said she would send no money.
Did you tell this to your guest?
No. We did not dare. He would be very angry.
So he still waits for the money?
Yes, sir. Yesterday he wrote again. This time his servant sent the letter.
Is the lawyer's wife old and not pretty?
At least 50, sir, and not pretty at all, from what Pathord says.
Then do not worry. She will soon change her mind. Also, Porthos does not owe you much.
Not much. He owes 20 pistoles already, and the doctors cost 2. He eats well and lives well.
Never mind. If his lady leaves him, his friends will help him. Take good care of him.
Sir, you promise not to speak about the lawyer's wife or the wound.
Yes, I promise.
Oh, he would be very angry with me.
Do not fear. He is not as bad as he seems.
After saying this, D'Artagnan went upstairs. The host felt calmer about 2 things, his money and his safety. At the top of the stairs, there was a big black number 1 on the door. D'Artagnan knocked. A voice told him to come in. He entered the room. Porthos was in bed. He was playing cards with Mousqueton to pass the time. Near the fire, birds were cooking on a spit. On each side of the fireplace, pots were boiling. One smelled of rabbit. The other smelled of fish. The warm food filled the room with a rich smell. He also saw many empty bottles on top of a wardrobe and on a marble table. When Porthos saw his friend, he gave a loud cry of joy. Mousqueton stood up at once and gave his seat to D'Artagnan. Then Mousqueton went to look after 2 cooking pots. He seemed to be in charge of them.
Ah. Is that you? You are very welcome. Please excuse me for not standing up. But, do you know what has happened to me?
No.
Did the innkeeper tell you nothing?
I only asked for you and came here as fast as I could.
Porthos looked more calm.
And what has happened to you, my dear Porthos?
Well, I was fighting a man. I had already hit him 3 times. I wanted to end the fight. But I stepped on a stone, slipped, and hurt my knee.
Really?
Yes, truly. I was unlucky for him, because I could not finish the fight. But I am sure he was glad to escape.
And what happened to him?
I don't know. He had enough and ran away. But tell me, my dear D'Artagnan, what has happened to you?
So this hurt knee keeps you in bed?
Yes, that is all. In a few days I will be fine again.
Why did you not go back to Paris? You must be very bored here.
That was my plan. But I must tell you something.
What is it?
I was very bored, as you said. I also had the 75 pistoles you gave me. To pass the time, I invited a traveler to play dice with me. He agreed. I lost all my money. I even lost my horse. But now tell me about you.
What can I say? No man is lucky in everything. You know the saying, unlucky in games, lucky in love. You are very lucky in love, so games take revenge on you. Why worry? Do you not have your Duchess? She will surely help you.
Well, I wrote to her and asked her to send me 50 louis. I needed the money because of my accident.
And?
She must be in the country. She has not answered.
Really?
No. So yesterday I wrote another letter. This one was more urgent. But now you are here. Let us talk about you. I was starting to worry about you.
But your innkeeper treats you well, said D'Artagnan. He pointed to the full pots and the empty bottles.
So. 3 or 4 days ago, that rude fellow gave me his bill. I threw him and his bill out of the room. Now I stay here like a winner who holds his ground. But I fear he may try to push me out. So I stay ready.
And yet, said D'Artagnan with a laugh, it seems you must go out sometimes. He pointed again to the bottles and pots.
Sadly, no. My knee keeps me in bed. But Mousqueton goes out and brings back food. Friend Mousqueton, we have a guest now. We need more supplies.
Mousqueton, you must help me one day.
How, sir?
You must teach your tricks to Planchet. One day I may be stuck like this too. I would like him to take care of me as well as you take care of your master.
Oh, sir, that is easy. You only need to be clever. I grew up in the countryside. My father sometimes hunted animals in secret.
And what did he do the rest of the time?
He had a job that I always thought was useful.
What job?
At that time, Catholics and Protestants were fighting. Each side hurt the other in the name of religion. My father chose a mixed belief. Sometimes he was Catholic. Sometimes he was Protestant. He walked along the roads with his gun. When he saw a Catholic alone, he suddenly felt very Protestant.
He pointed his gun at the traveler. When the man came closer, he began to speak. This talk almost always ended the same way. The traveler gave him his purse to save his life. When he met a Huguenot on the road, he suddenly felt strong love for the Catholic faith. He could not understand how he had ever doubted it before.
As for me, monsieur, I am Catholic. My father followed his ideas. He made my older brother a Huguenot.
And what happened to this good man?
Something very sad, monsieur. One day he was on a quiet road. There was one Huguenot and one Catholic with him. They both knew him. They joined together and killed him. After that, they went to the inn in the next village. They told everyone what they had done. My brother and I were there, drinking.
And what did you do?
We listened until they finished. When they left the inn, they went in different directions. My brother followed the Catholic. I followed the Huguenot. 2 hours later, it was finished. We took care of both men. We then praised our poor father. He was wise to raise us in 2 religions.
Your father was a clever man. And you say he hunted animals without permission?
Yes, monsieur. He taught me how to set traps. He taught me how to fish. Later, the food from the workers was not good for us. So I used my old skills. Near the forest I set traps. Near the ponds I placed fishing lines. Now we have enough food. Partridges, rabbits, carp, and eels. This food is light and good for sick people.
But the wine. Who gives you the wine? The innkeeper?
Yes and no.
How yes and no?
He provides it. But he does not know he does.
Explain. You say many interesting things.
During my travels, I met a Spaniard. He had seen many lands. Even the New World.
What does the New World have to do with the bottles?
Be patient. You will understand. This man had a servant. He came from my country. We became friends. He showed me how to catch animals with a rope. He proved it to me. I practiced. I am very good at it now. Our innkeeper has a full wine cellar. He keeps the key. But there is a small air hole. Through it, I throw my rope. I know where the best wine is. That is my target. Now you see. Will you taste our wine?
Thank you, my friend. But I have just eaten.
Then set the table. While we eat, tell us what happened to you.
Gladly.
While they ate with great hunger, D'Artagnan spoke. They felt close because they had all suffered. He told them about Aramis. He spoke of Athos. He told how he fought the Comte de Wardes. Then he stopped speaking. He only added that when he came back from Great Britain he brought 4 fine horses. One was for him. One was for each of his friends. He then told Porthos that his horse was already in the stable of the inn. At that moment, Planchet came in. He said the horses had rested enough. He also said they could sleep at Clermont. D'Artagnan now felt calmer about Porthos. He also wanted news of his other 2 friends. He took the wounded man's hand and said he must continue his journey to look for them. He added that he would return the same way in 7 or 8 days. If Porthos was still at the Great St. Martin, he would stop and see him again.
Porthos answered that his hurt leg would likely keep him there longer. He also said he must stay at Chantilly to wait for a letter from his Duchess.
D'Artagnan wished him a fast and good answer. He again asked Mousqueton to take good care of him. He paid the innkeeper. Then he left with Planchet. One of the extra horses was now gone. Chapter 26. Aramis and his thesis. D'Artagnan said nothing to Porthos about his wound or about the lawyer's wife. Though young, D'Artagnan was careful and clever. He acted as if he believed everything Porthos had said. He knew that friendship often breaks when a secret is found by surprise. He also felt a quiet pride. He knew more about his friend's life than Porthos thought. D'Artagnan planned his future with care. He wanted his 3 friends to help him rise in the world. For this reason, he was not unhappy to hold small secrets about them. Still, as he rode on, a deep sadness filled his heart. He thought of the young and pretty Madame Bonacieux. She was to reward him for his loyalty. But his sadness did not come mainly from lost joy. It came from fear. He feared that something bad had happened to her. He felt sure she had suffered from the cardinal's anger. Everyone knew that such anger was harsh. D'Artagnan did not know why the minister had shown him kindness before. Perhaps Monsieur de Cavois could have told him, if D'Artagnan had found him at home. A strong thought can make time pass quickly. It can also make a long road feel short. When the mind is full, the world feels like a dream. Time seems to lose meaning. Distance feels small. One leaves one place and reaches another, and that is all. Later, nothing clear remains. Only a blur of trees, hills, and view stays in the mind. In this way, D'Artagnan rode on. He let his horse choose the pace. He travelled the 6 or 8 leagues from Chantilly to Crèvecoeur. When he arrived, he could not remember anything from the road. Only then did his clear thoughts return. He shook his head. He saw the inn where he had left Aramis. He urged his horse forward and soon stopped at the door. This time, a woman welcomed him, not a man. D'Artagnan was good at reading faces. At one look, he saw she was round, happy, and kind. He felt he could speak openly. He did not fear her at all.
"My good lady," he asked, "can you tell me what happened to one of my friends? We had to leave him here about 12 days ago."
A good-looking young man, she asked. About 23 or 24. Gentle, kind, and well-built.
"Yes," said D'Artagnan. "That is him. He had a hurt shoulder."
That's right, she said. Well, sir, he is still here.
"Ah," cried D'Artagnan, jumping down from his horse. "You give me new life. Where is dear Aramis? I want to see him at once. I am eager to hold him again."
Sorry, sir, she said. But I do not think he can see you right now.
"Why not?" asked D'Artagnan. "Is he with a lady?"
Good heavens, she replied. What are you saying? The poor young man.
No, monsieur, he does not have a lady with him.
"Then who is with him?"
He is with the priest of Montdidier and the head of the Jesuits of Amiens.
"My goodness! Is the poor man worse?"
No, monsieur. It is the opposite. After his sickness, he felt a change in his heart. He decided to become a man of the church.
"That explains it. I forgot he was only a musketeer for a short time."
Does monsieur still wish to see him?
"More than ever."
Then monsieur must take the stairs on the right side of the yard. Knock on number 5 on the second floor. D'Artagnan walked fast where he was told. He found an outside staircase, like those in old inns. But it was not easy to reach the room of the future priest. The door of Aramis was well protected. Bazin stood in the hallway and stopped him. Bazin did this with great courage. After many years, his dream was close to coming true. Bazin had always wanted to serve a churchman. He waited eagerly for the day when Aramis would leave his uniform and wear priest clothes. Aramis often promised him that this day would come soon. This promise was the only reason Bazin stayed with a musketeer. He often said this work put his soul in danger. Now Bazin was very happy. This time, he believed his master would not change his mind. Pain in the body and worry in the heart had finally worked. Aramis had suffered in both. At last, he turned his thoughts to religion. He saw his troubles as a sign from heaven. His lover had vanished, and he had a wound in his shoulder. Because of this, Bazin did not want D'Artagnan to arrive. He feared D'Artagnan would pull his master back into worldly life. Bazin decided to protect the door. Since the innkeeper had already spoken, Bazin could not say Aramis was away. Instead, he tried to explain that it was very wrong to disturb his master. He said Aramis was in a holy meeting that started in the morning and would last until night. D'Artagnan did not listen much to Bazin's long speech. He did not want to argue with a servant. He gently pushed Bazin aside with one hand. With the other hand, he opened the door of number 5. The door opened, and D'Artagnan entered the room. Aramis wore a black robe. He had a round flat cap on his head. He sat at a long table covered with papers and very large books. On his right sat the head of the Jesuits. On his left sat the priest of Montdidier. The curtains were half closed. A soft and quiet light filled the room. All the usual things of a young man's room were gone. This was even more strange because Aramis was a musketeer. His weapons, fine clothes, and decorations had disappeared. Bazin had removed them all. He feared these things might bring his master back to worldly thoughts. Instead, D'Artagnan noticed a simple cord hanging on the wall in a dark corner. When D'Artagnan entered, Aramis raised his head and saw him. To D'Artagnan's surprise, Aramis did not react strongly. His mind seemed far from worldly matters.
Good day, dear D'Artagnan. I am happy to see you.
I am happy to see you too. But I am not sure I am speaking to Aramis.
To myself, my friend. Why do you doubt it?
I thought I had entered the wrong room. I believed I was in the room of a priest. Then I saw you with these gentlemen. I feared you were very ill.
The two men in black understood his words. They looked at him with cold eyes. D'Artagnan did not care.
Perhaps I disturb you, my dear Aramis. From what I see, it seems you are making a confession with these gentlemen.
Aramis turned slightly red.
I disturb you?
Oh no, my dear friend, I promise you the opposite. I am very happy to see you alive and well. This shows I speak the truth. He will calm down, D'Artagnan thought. This is not too bad.
This gentleman, who is my friend, has just escaped great danger, Aramis said with feeling. He pointed at D'Artagnan and spoke to the two churchmen.
Praise God, sir, they said together, and they bowed.
I have done so, holy fathers, D'Artagnan answered, and he bowed back.
You arrive at the right time, dear D'Artagnan, Aramis said. You can join our talk and help us with your mind. Monsieur the Principal of Amiens, Monsieur the Curate of Montdidier, and I are talking about church questions. We are very interested in them. I will be happy to hear your opinion.
The opinion of a man who uses a sword is not important here, D'Artagnan said. He began to feel nervous. You should listen to these learned men instead.
The two men in black bowed again.
On the contrary, Aramis said. Your opinion matters. The question is this. Monsieur the Principal thinks my thesis must be strict and teaching.
Your thesis? Are you writing one? D'Artagnan asked.
Yes, of course, Aramis answered. Before becoming a priest, one must always write a thesis.
Becoming a priest? D'Artagnan cried. He still could not believe what the hostess and Bazin had told him. He looked at the three men with wide eyes.
Yes, Aramis went on calmly. He sat back in his chair as if he were resting in bed. He looked at his white, soft hand and lifted it a little. As you hear, D'Artagnan, Monsieur the Principal wants my thesis to be strict. But I prefer it to be more about ideas. That is why he gave me this subject. No one has written about it before, and it has many things to study.
He then said a long sentence in Latin. D'Artagnan showed no interest at all. He understood as little as before.
It means, Aramis explained, that priests of lower rank must use both hands when they give a blessing.
A wonderful subject, cried the Jesuit.
Wonderful and strict, said the curate. He did not know much Latin, so he watched the Jesuit closely and repeated his words.
D'Artagnan felt nothing of their excitement.
Yes, wonderful, Aramis said. But it needs deep study of the Bible and the old church writers. I have told these learned men, with great honesty, that my guard duties and service to the king have taken much of my time. I have studied less than I should. So I would feel more comfortable with a subject of my own choice. It would be easier and closer to morals than to deep church theory.
D'Artagnan grew tired. The curate did too.
What a fine beginning, cried the Jesuit.
Beginning, repeated the curate, just to say something. He then added a few Latin words.
Aramis looked at D'Artagnan to see his face. He saw his friend staring with his mouth wide open. Let us speak French, my father, Aramis said to the Jesuit. Monsieur d'Artagnan will enjoy it more.
Yes, D'Artagnan said. I am tired, and all this Latin makes my head hurt.
Very well, the Jesuit said, a little annoyed. The curate, however, looked very pleased and smiled at D'Artagnan with thanks. Now let us look at this text, the Jesuit continued. Moses, the servant of God, only a servant, gave blessings with his hands. He held out both arms while the Hebrews fought their enemies. Then he blessed them with both hands. Also, what does the Gospel say? It says place the hands, not the hand.
The hands, repeated the curate, moving his own hands.
Now, St. Peter, from whom the popes come, the Jesuit went on. Used the fingers. He showed the fingers. Do you follow?
Yes, Aramis said with a soft smile. But it is a fine point.
The fingers, the Jesuit repeated. St. Peter blessed with the fingers. So the Pope blesses with the fingers. And how many fingers does he use?
With 3 fingers, to be safe, one for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Spirit. Everyone made the sign of the cross. D'Artagnan thought it was right to do the same. The Jesuit explained in long words that the Pope gives blessings in a special way, and lower church members bless in other ways. He spoke with great excitement. He hit a very large book on the table. The table shook. D'Artagnan felt afraid.
Of course, I see the beauty of this idea. But it is too heavy for me. I chose another text. Tell me, dear D'Artagnan, if you like it. It says that a little sadness is not wrong when we give ourselves to God.
Stop. That idea is dangerous. It is close to false teaching. A man named Jansenius wrote something like this, and his book will be burned one day. Be careful, my young friend. You are going the wrong way. You will be lost.
You will be lost. You are near a very dangerous idea about free will.
But, Reverend,
how can you say we should feel sadness for the world when we turn to God? God is God. The world belongs to the devil. If you feel sadness for the world, you feel sadness for the devil. That is my answer.
That is also mine.
But please.
You want the devil.
He feels sorry for the devil. Please, my young friend, do not feel sorry for the devil.
D'Artagnan felt very confused. He felt like he was in a house of mad people. He did not understand half of their words, so he stayed silent.
Please listen to me. I do not say I feel regret. I will never say that. It would not be correct.
The Jesuit lifted his hands to the sky. The curate did the same.
No. But is it not strange to offer God only what we already hate? Do you not think so, D'Artagnan?
I do think so.
The Jesuit and the curate jumped in their chairs.
This is my point. The world has many attractions. When I leave it, I make a sacrifice. And the Bible clearly says we must make a sacrifice to God.
That is true.
That is true.
And then, I wrote a small poem about this last year. I showed it to Monsieur Voiture, and he praised it very much.
A poem.
A poem.
Say it. Say it. It will change the subject a little.
It is not a bad poem. It is religious. It is theology in verse.
Oh no.
Here it is. You cry for joys that are now gone. And live your days with pain and care. All your troubles will one day end. When you give your tears to God alone. You who cry.
D'Artagnan and the curate looked pleased. The Jesuit did not change his mind. Be careful. Do not use worldly taste in holy writing. Saint Augustine says that church speech must be serious.
Yes. It must be clear.
Now. This idea would please ladies. It would be as popular as a fine speech in court.
Please God.
There. The world is still speaking inside you, and very loudly.
You follow the world, my young friend, and I am afraid that grace will not help you.
Please do not worry, my good father. I can speak for myself.
This is pride from the world.
I know myself, father. My choice will not change.
So you still want to continue that work?
Yes. I feel I must speak about that subject only. I will continue it. Tomorrow I hope you will be pleased with the changes I will make from your advice.
Work slowly, said the priest. We leave you calm and ready.
Yes, the ground is ready, said the Jesuit. The seed is planted well. It did not fall on stone or on the road. The birds did not eat it.
Enough with you and your Latin, said D'Artagnan.
Goodbye, my son, said the priest. Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, young man, said the Jesuit. You may become a great light of the church. May this light not become a dangerous fire.
For the last hour, D'Artagnan had been biting his nails with impatience. Now his fingers hurt. The two men in black stood up. They bowed to Aramis and D'Artagnan. Then they walked to the door. Bazin had listened to everything with joy. He ran to them. He took the priest's book and the Jesuit's book. He walked in front of them with respect. Aramis went with them to the stairs. Then he came back quickly to D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan was still confused. When they were alone, the two friends stayed silent for a moment. It felt uncomfortable. Someone had to speak first. D'Artagnan waited. So Aramis spoke.
You see, I have returned to my first ideas.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. That grace touched you, like the man said.
These plans were in my mind for a long time. I spoke of them before. Do you remember, my friend?
Yes, but I thought you were joking.
About such things? Oh, D'Artagnan.
Well, people joke about death.
And they should not, said Aramis. Death is the door to loss or to saving the soul.
Maybe, said D'Artagnan. But please, no more holy talk today. You had enough. I almost forgot the little Latin I knew. And I must tell you, I have eaten nothing since 10 this morning. I am very hungry.
We will eat at once, said Aramis. But remember, today is Friday. On this day, I cannot eat meat or watch others eat it. If you accept my meal, it is only cooked greens and fruit.
What do you mean by greens? Asked D'Artagnan, worried.
I mean spinach, said Aramis. For you, I will add some eggs. This is already a break of the rule. Eggs are close to meat, because they can become chickens.
This meal is not very rich, said D'Artagnan. But it is fine. I stay for your company.
Thank you for this sacrifice, said Aramis. Your body may not gain much, but your soul will.
So, Aramis, you truly want to join the church? What will our two friends say? What will Monsieur de Treville say? They will call you a deserter.
I am not joining it. I am returning to it. I left the church for the world. You know I forced myself when I became a musketeer.
I did not know that.
You did not know I left the seminary.
No, not at all.
Then I will tell you my story. The Holy Book says we should confess to each other. So I will confess to you, D'Artagnan.
And I forgive you already, said D'Artagnan. You see, I am kind.
Do not joke about holy things, my friend.
Go on. I am listening.
I was at the seminary from the age of 9. In 3 days, I would be 20. I was ready to become an abbé. Everything was prepared. One evening, as usual, I went to a house I liked to visit. When one is young, one is weak. An officer saw me there. He did not like what he saw. I was reading stories of saints to the lady of the house. He came in suddenly, without warning. That evening, I had written some verses from a holy story. I showed them to the lady. She praised them a lot. She leaned on my shoulder and read them again with me. Her closeness was too free. This upset the officer. He said nothing at first. But when I left, he followed me and caught up with me. He spoke to me in a hard way. He asked if I liked being hit with a stick. I answered calmly that no one had ever tried such a thing with me. Then he told me to listen to him, in a sharp and angry voice.
If you go again into the house where I met you this evening, I will go there myself. I think I was very afraid. My face became white. My legs felt weak. I wanted to answer, but no words came. I stayed quiet. The officer waited, but I did not speak. After a long moment, he laughed loudly, turned around, and went back into the house. I went back to the seminary.
I was born a gentleman, and my blood is hot, as you have seen, my dear D'Artagnan. The insult was very hard for me. No one else knew about it, but it stayed deep in my heart and hurt me every day. I told my teachers that I was not ready to become a priest. I asked them to wait 1 more year, and they agreed. I then found the best fencing teacher in Paris. I promised to train every day. For 1 full year, I practiced fencing daily. 1 year later, on the same day of the insult, I hung my priest's clothes on a hook. I dressed like a gentleman. I went to a dance at the house of a lady I knew. I also knew that the officer would be there. The house was in Rue des Francs Bourgeois, near La Force. Just as I expected, the officer was there. I walked up to him while he was singing a love song and smiling at a lady. I stopped him in the middle of his song. "Sir, does it still make you angry that I visit a certain house in Rue Payen? Would you still hit me if I did not obey you?"
Why are you speaking to me, sir? I do not know you.
"I am the young priest who reads holy books and writes poems."
Ah, now I remember you. What do you want?
"I want you to take a walk with me."
Tomorrow morning, if you like.
"No, not tomorrow. Now."
If you really want it.
"I do." He then said to the ladies, "Please stay here. Give me a moment to deal with this gentleman, and I will come back to finish my song." We went out together. I took him to Rue Payen, to the same place where he had insulted me 1 year before, at the same hour. The moon was bright in the sky. We drew our swords at once. In the first move, he fell and never rose again.
The devil!
The ladies did not see him return. Later, he was found in Rue Payen with a deep sword wound. People believed I had done it. This caused much talk and trouble. Because of this, I had to leave my priest's clothes for a time. Around then, I met Athos. Porthos also helped me and taught me some useful fencing tricks. They pushed me to ask for the uniform of a musketeer. The king respected my father, who died at the siege of Arras. So the king agreed. Now you can understand that the time has come for me to return to the church.
But why today? Why not yesterday or tomorrow? What happened today to make you think this way?
This wound, my dear D'Artagnan, is a message from heaven.
This wound? It is almost healed. I am sure it is not your body that hurts the most.
Then what?
You have a wound in your heart. It is deeper and more painful. A woman caused it.
Do not speak of such things. Love pain? Such ideas are foolish. Do you think my mind is weak? And for whom? Some simple girl I met while traveling? That is not true.
Forgive me, my dear Aramis. But I thought you aimed higher.
Higher? Who am I to hope for that? I am a poor musketeer. I have no money. No name. I hate being controlled, and I do not feel at home in this world.
Aramis, Aramis.
I am dust, and I will return to dust. Life is full of shame and pain. The things that tie us to life break easily, especially the sweet ones. My dear D'Artagnan. Believe me. Hide your wounds when you have them. Silence is the last comfort of the unhappy. Do not let others see your pain. Curious people feed on tears like flies on blood.
Ah, my dear Aramis. You are telling my own story.
How?
A woman I love, a woman I adore, has just been taken away from me by force.
I do not know where she is or where they took her. Maybe she is held somewhere. Maybe she is dead.
Yes, but you can still find comfort. You know she did not leave you by choice. If you hear nothing from her, it is because no one lets her send news. While I...
Well...
Nothing. Nothing at all.
So you leave the world forever. This is final. You have decided.
Forever. Today you are my friend. Tomorrow you will be nothing to me. You will be like a shadow. The world itself is like a grave.
The devil. That is very sad to hear.
I have no choice. My calling orders me to go this way.
D'Artagnan smiled but did not answer. Aramis went on.
Still, while I am here on earth, I want to speak of you and of our friends.
And I wanted to speak of you. But you seem far from everything. You say love is shameful. You say friends are only shadows. You say the world is a grave.
You will think the same one day.
Then let us stop. Let us burn this letter. It surely tells you about a new untrue act by your young lover or your maid.
What letter?
A letter sent to your room while you were away. They gave it to me for you.
But who sent it?
Oh, from some sad young woman. Maybe a maid from Madame de Chevreuse. She had to go back to Tours with her lady. She wanted to look important, so she used nice paper and sealed it like a duchess.
What are you saying?
Wait. I think I lost it. But that does not matter. The world is a grave. Men and women are only shadows. And love is something you reject.
D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan. You are hurting me.
Ah, here it is.
Aramis jumped, took the letter, and read it fast. His face shone with joy.
This maid writes very nicely.
Thank you, D'Artagnan, thank you. She had to return to Tours. She is true to me. She still loves me. Come, my friend. Let me hold you. I am almost too happy to breathe.
The two friends began to move and laugh around the old statue of St. Chrysostom. Papers from the thesis lay on the floor, and they kicked them aside. At that moment, Bazine came in with spinach and an omelette.
Go away. Go back where you came from. Take away these sad vegetables and this poor food. Order a fine hare, a fat chicken, a leg of mutton with garlic, and 4 bottles of good old Burgundy.
Bazine stared at his master. He did not understand this change and looked very sad. The omelette fell into the spinach, and the spinach fell onto the floor.
This is the right time to give your life to heaven. If you still wish to be polite.
Go away with your Latin. Let us drink, my dear D'Artagnan. Let us drink while the wine is fresh. Drink well, and while we drink, tell me what is happening in the world.
Chapter 27. The Wife of Athos.
Now we must look for Athos.
D'Artagnan said this to the cheerful Aramis. He had told him all that had happened since they left the city. A very good dinner had helped one forget his studies and the other his tired body.
Do you think something bad has happened to him? Athos is calm and brave. He uses his sword very well.
I know. No one trusts his courage more than I do. But I would rather fight trained soldiers than rough servants. I fear Athos may have been struck down by common men. They hit hard and do not stop quickly. That is why I want to leave again as soon as we can.
I will try to go with you. But I do not feel strong enough to ride a horse. Yesterday I tried to use that rope on the wall, but the pain made me stop.
That is the first time I hear of someone trying to heal a wound with a whip. But you were ill, and illness makes the mind weak, so I forgive you.
When do you want to leave?
Tomorrow at sunrise.
Sleep as well as you can tonight. Tomorrow, if possible, we will leave together.
Until tomorrow, even with your strong nerves, you must need rest.
The next morning, when D'Artagnan went into Aramis's room, he saw him standing by the window.
What are you looking at?
I am looking at 3 fine horses. The stable boys are walking them outside. Riding such horses would be a joy for a prince.
Well, my dear Aramis, you can have that joy. One of those 3 horses is yours.
Oh. Which one?
Choose any one you like. I do not care.
And the rich saddle and covers, they mine too?
Yes, of course.
You are joking, D'Artagnan.
No, I am serious.
What? Those fine holsters, the soft cloth, the saddle with silver, are all these for me?
Yes. They are yours alone. The horse that hits the ground with his foot is mine. The other one, which moves proudly, belongs to Athos.
They are all wonderful horses.
I'm glad you like them.
It must be the king who gave you such a gift.
It was not the cardinal. Do not ask where they came from. Just remember that one of them is yours.
I choose the one led by the boy with red hair.
Then it is yours.
Good heavens! This makes me forget all my pain. I could ride him even if I were badly hurt. Look at those fine stirrups. Bazin, come here at once.
Bazin came to the door. He looked sad and tired.
That last order is not needed. There are loaded pistols in the holsters. Do not worry, Monsieur Bazin. People from every walk of life can go to heaven.
Monsieur was such a good student of the church, he could have been a bishop, maybe even a cardinal.
My poor Bazin. Think a little. Being a churchman does not keep you from war. The cardinal himself will go to the next campaign, wearing armor and carrying a weapon. And Monsieur de Nogret de la Valette is also a cardinal. Ask his servant how often he had to care for his wounds.
Alas! I know, monsieur. The world is upside down these days.
While they were speaking, the 2 young men and the sad servant went downstairs.
Hold my stirrup, Bazin.
Aramis jumped onto the horse with his usual grace. The horse moved proudly. But after a short time, Aramis felt strong pain again. His face turned pale. He could not sit well. D'Artagnan had been watching him. He ran to Aramis, held him, and helped him back to his room.
All is fine, my dear Aramis. Take care of yourself. I will go alone to look for Athos.
You are made of iron.
No. I am just lucky. But what will you do until I return? No more long church studies, I hope?
I will write poems.
Yes. Poems inspired by secret notes from Madame de Chevreuse. Teach Bazin the rules of poetry. That will comfort him. Ride your horse a little each day. It will help you learn his movements.
Do not worry. You will find me ready to follow you.
They said goodbye. After a short time, D'Artagnan left Aramis in the care of the hostess and Bazin. Soon he was riding toward Amiens. How would he find Athos? Would he find him alive? The state in which he had left him was dangerous. Athos might already be dead. This thought made D'Artagnan sad and worried. It also filled his heart with thoughts of revenge. Of all his friends, Athos was the oldest. He was also the most different from D'Artagnan in looks and habits. Still, D'Artagnan liked him the most. Athos had a noble and calm manner. At times, great strength showed through his quiet behavior. He always stayed even in mood, which made him a pleasant companion. His dry humor and his brave heart were joined with clear thinking. These qualities gave D'Artagnan not only friendship, but deep respect and admiration. When compared with Monsieur de Treville, the fine man of the court, Athos could stand proudly beside him, especially on his best days. He was not very tall. Still, his body was strong and well-shaped. More than once, he had defeated Porthos in a fight, even though Porthos was famous for his great strength. His face had sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a firm chin. His look showed both power and kindness. His hands were rough because he did not care for them. This upset Aramis, who cared a lot about clean and soft hands. Athos had a clear and pleasant voice, which was surprising because he was usually quiet and reserved. Athos also understood society very well. He knew the rules of high life without trying to show it. Good manners came to him naturally. When there was a meal, Athos led it better than anyone. He placed each guest in the right seat, based on family honor or personal success. If people spoke about noble families, Athos knew their history, their marriages, and their symbols. He understood all rules of manners. He also knew the rights of great landowners. He was very skilled in hunting and training birds. One day, he even amazed King Louis XIII with his deep knowledge of this art. Like all great nobles of that time, Athos rode horses and fought with swords very well. His learning was also strong. This was rare among gentlemen then. He smiled when Aramis showed his small knowledge of Latin, and when Porthos pretended to understand it. A few times, to the surprise of his friends, Athos quietly corrected Aramis when he made a simple mistake in Latin grammar. Athos was also very honest. In a time when many soldiers ignored their faith and their morals, Athos kept a clean conscience. All these things made Athos a very special man. Yet this great and fine nature slowly turned dark. At times, especially as he grew older, Athos lost his bright spirit. These sad times came often. Then all his light seemed to go out. The strong and noble man almost disappeared. He sat with his head down. His eyes looked empty. He spoke slowly and with effort. For hours, he stared at his bottle, his glass, or at his servant Grimaud. Grimaud understood him without words and obeyed him at once. When the four friends were together at such times, Athos spoke very little. He might say one short sentence with great effort. Instead of talking, he drank enough for 4 men. The wine did not make him loud or wild. It only made his face tighter and his sadness deeper. D'Artagnan, who liked to understand everything, tried to find the reason for this sadness. He never succeeded. Athos never received letters. He had no private business unknown to his friends. Wine was not the cause of his sorrow. He drank only to fight the sadness, but the drink made it worse. Gambling was not the reason either. When Athos won or lost, his face stayed the same. Once, he won a great sum of money in one night. Then he lost it all, even his fine belt. After that, he won everything back, and more. During all this, his face did not change. His hands stayed calm, and his talk remained pleasant and steady. The weather was not the cause of his dark moods. In fact, his sadness grew stronger in the warm months. June and July were the hardest times for Athos. At present, he showed no fear of the future. He only shrugged when people spoke of it. His secret was clearly in his past, as D'Artagnan had often thought. This hidden sorrow made Athos even more interesting. No matter how much he drank, his eyes and mouth never gave away his secret, even when others questioned him with great care.
Poor Athos may be dead now. It may be my fault. I pulled him into this trouble. He did not know why it began. He does not know how it will end. He can gain nothing from it.
And also, sir, we may still be alive because of him. Do you remember how he shouted to you to go on? After he fired his pistols, he made great noise with his sword. It sounded like many men fighting.
These words made D'Artagnan ride even faster. His horse needed no push. They reached Amiens before noon. Soon after, they stopped at the door of the cursed inn. D'Artagnan went inside. His hat was low. One hand held his sword. The other cracked his whip.
Do you remember me?
I do not have that honor, sir.
You do not know me?
No, sir.
Then I will help you remember. What did you do with the gentleman you accused of false money?
The innkeeper turned pale. D'Artagnan stood firm. Planchet copied his pose.
Please do not speak of it. I paid dearly for that mistake.
Where is that gentleman now?
Please sit, sir. Listen, and show mercy.
D'Artagnan sat down in silence. Planchet stared hard.
I was warned by the authorities. They told me false money-makers would come. They gave me details. I followed orders.
Go on.
They sent me 6 men. I did what I thought was right.
Again that word.
Your friend fought bravely. He shot 2 men. He fought with his sword. He struck 1 man. He stunned me.
Finish it. What happened to Athos?
He found the cellar stairs. The door was open. He locked himself inside. We knew he was there. We left him alone.
You did not want to kill him. You only wanted to lock him up.
No, sir. He locked himself in. I swear it is true.
In the beginning, everything went badly. 1 man died at once. 2 other men were badly hurt. Their friends carried them away. I never heard about them again. When I felt better, I went to see Monsieur the Governor. I told him everything that had happened. I asked him what I should do with my prisoner. The governor was very surprised. He said he knew nothing about this affair. He said the orders did not come from him. He also said that if I said his name again, he would punish me. Then I understood my mistake. I had arrested the wrong man. The man I should have arrested had escaped.
But Athos, cried D'Artagnan. Athos, where is he?
I wanted to fix the wrong I had done, the innkeeper continued. So I went straight to the cellar to free him. Ah, monsieur, he was no longer like a man. He was like a wild creature. When I offered him freedom, he said it was a trick. He said he would only come out if his own rules were followed. I spoke very politely. I knew I was in serious trouble because he was one of the king's musketeers. I told him I agreed to his rules. He said, first, I want my servant with me, and he must have weapons. We quickly obeyed. We wanted to please your friend in every way. His servant told us his name was Grimaud, but he does not speak much. Monsieur Grimaud went down to the cellar, even though he was hurt. Then his master let him in, blocked the door again, and ordered us to stay quietly in the bar.
But where is Athos now? Cried D'Artagnan. Where is Athos?
In the cellar, monsieur.
What? You miserable man! Have you kept him in the cellar all this time?
Heaven help me! No, monsieur. We do not keep him there. You do not know what he does down there. Ah! If you could make him come out, I would be thankful forever. I would honor you like a holy protector.
So he is there. I will find him there.
Yes, monsieur. He refuses to leave. Every day we pass him bread through the air hole, on the end of a fork. We give him meat when he asks. But sadly, food is not what he uses the most. Once I tried to go down with 2 servants. He became very angry. I heard him prepare his pistols, and his servant prepare his gun. When we asked what they planned to do, he said he had many shots ready. He said they would use them all before letting anyone enter the cellar. After that, I went to the governor. He told me this was my own fault. He said it would teach me not to insult honorable men who stay at my inn.
So since that time, said D'Artagnan, who could not stop himself from laughing at the poor face of the host.
Yes, since that time, monsieur, we have lived a terrible life. You must understand that all our supplies are in the cellar. Our wine bottles and barrels are there. The beer, oil, spices, bacon, and sausages are there. Because we cannot go down, we must refuse food and drink to travelers. Our inn is slowly being ruined. If your friend stays one more week, I will lose everything.
And that would serve you right, you fool. Could you not see from our looks that we were gentlemen, and not criminals?
Yes, monsieur, you are right, said the host. But listen. Listen. He is there.
Someone has disturbed him, said D'Artagnan.
But he must be disturbed. 2 English gentlemen have just arrived.
Well,
monsieur, the English like good wine. These men asked for the best. My wife may have asked Monsieur Athos for permission to enter the cellar. As usual, he refused. Oh dear. The noise is louder than ever.
D'Artagnan heard a great noise from the cellar side. He stood up. The host walked in front of him, twisting his hands in fear. Planchet followed behind with his gun ready. They moved toward the trouble. The 2 English gentlemen were very angry. They had traveled far and were very hungry and thirsty.
This is unfair, cried one of them in good French, though with a foreign accent. This madman will not let these poor people reach their own wine. Rubbish. Let us break the door. If he is lost in his madness, we will kill him.
Slowly, gentlemen. He pulled out his pistols. Please, you will kill no one.
Good, good. Let these men come in. We will see what happens.
The 2 English gentlemen were brave, but they looked at each other and felt unsure. It was like a wild giant was hiding in the cellar. No one could enter safely. There was a short silence. Then the angrier man felt ashamed to stop. He walked down the steps and kicked the door hard.
Planchet. I will watch the man above. You watch the one below. Gentlemen, you want a fight, and you will get one.
My God. I think I hear D'Artagnan.
Yes. I am here, my friend.
Good. Then we will teach these door breakers a lesson.
The 2 gentlemen took out their swords. But now danger came from both sides. They stopped again. Still, pride pushed them forward. A second kick broke the door from top to bottom.
Move aside, D'Artagnan. I am going to fire.
Gentlemen. Please think. Athos, wait. This is a foolish matter. You will get hurt. My servant and I can shoot 3 times. You will get shots from the cellar too. Then we will use our swords, and we know how to use them. Let me handle this. Soon you will have something to drink. I promise.
If there is any left.
What? If there is any left.
There will be plenty. These 2 cannot drink the whole cellar. Gentlemen, put away your swords.
Only if you put away your pistols.
Gladly.
D'Artagnan put his pistols back. He signed to Planchet to lower his gun. The Englishmen saw this and slowly put away their swords. D'Artagnan then told them the story of Athos and his arrest. As true gentlemen, they agreed the host was wrong.
Now, gentlemen, go back to your room. In 10 minutes, you will have all you want.
The Englishman bowed and went upstairs.
Now we are alone, my dear Athos. Please open the door.
At once.
There was loud noise. Wood was moved. Posts fell. Athos was pulling down his own defenses. A moment later, the broken door was taken away. Athos's pale face appeared. He looked around quickly. D'Artagnan hugged him with care. He tried to pull him out of the damp cellar. But Athos swayed.
You are hurt.
Me? Not at all. I am very drunk, that is all. I worked hard to get this way. By God, I must have drunk at least 150 bottles.
Mercy! If the servant drank half as much, I am ruined.
Grimaud is polite. He would not drink like his master. He only drank from the barrel. Listen. I think he did not close it. Do you hear? It is still flowing.
D'Artagnan laughed loudly. The host's fear turned into hot panic. Then Grimaud appeared behind Athos. He carried the gun on his shoulder. His head shook. He looked like a drunken creature from a painting. His clothes were wet with a thick liquid. The host saw it was his best olive oil. The four men crossed the main room. They took the best room in the house. D'Artagnan chose it without asking. At the same time, the host and his wife ran down to the cellar with lamps. They had not entered it for a long time. A terrible sight was waiting for them. Outside the broken walls that Athos had made to escape, they saw a great mess. The walls were made of wood, boards, and empty barrels, piled with care. On the floor, there were puddles of oil and wine. In them lay bones and pieces of the hams they had eaten. In one corner of the cellar, there was a large pile of broken bottles. A big wine barrel stood nearby. Its tap was open, and the last drops of wine were running out. The place looked empty and ruined, like after a fight. From 50 large sausages hanging from the beams, only about 10 were left. The innkeeper and his wife began to cry loudly. Their cries filled the cellar. D'Artagnan felt sorry for them. Athos did not even look back. Soon, the sadness turned into anger. The innkeeper took a long metal fork and ran into the room of the two friends. Wine!
Wine? You have drunk wine worth more than 100 gold coins. I am ruined. I am finished.
Oh, we were always thirsty.
If you only drank the wine, it would be fine. But you broke all my bottles.
You pushed me onto a pile that fell down. That is your fault.
All my oil is gone.
Oil is good for healing. My poor servant Grimaud needed it to care for the wounds you gave him.
All my sausages are eaten.
There are many rats in that cellar.
You will pay for all this.
Fool. But as he stood up, he fell back at once. He had no strength left. D'Artagnan stepped forward with his whip in his hand. The innkeeper stepped back and began to cry.
This will teach you to treat guests more kindly.
Guests sent by God. Say by the devil.
My friend, if you keep troubling us, we will all go and lock ourselves in your cellar. Then we will see how bad the damage really is.
Oh, gentlemen, I was wrong. I admit it. Please forgive me. You are gentlemen, and I am only a poor innkeeper. Have pity on me.
If you speak like that, you will make me cry, as the wine cried from the barrel. We are not as bad as we seem. Come here. Let us talk. The innkeeper came closer, afraid. Come here, and do not be afraid. Just when I was about to pay you, I put my purse on the table.
Yes, sir.
That purse had 60 gold coins. Where is it now?
With the judge. They said the money was bad.
Very well. Get my purse back and keep the 60 coins.
But sir, the judge never gives back what he takes. If the money were false, there might be hope. But sadly, it was all good money.
Do what you can. It does not matter to me. I have no money left at all.
Let us ask more. Where is Athos's horse?
In the stable.
How much is it worth?
50 gold coins at most.
It is worth 80. Take it, and that ends everything.
What? You are selling my horse, my Bajazet. How will I go to war? On Grimord.
I have brought you another horse.
Another?
And a fine one. Well, if there is a better and younger one, you may take the old horse. And now, let us drink. Drink what?
Some wine from the bottom, near the wood. There are 25 bottles left. The rest broke when I fell. Bring 6 bottles. This man is like a barrel, thought the innkeeper. If he stays 2 weeks and pays for his wine, my business will be saved.
And do not forget to bring 4 bottles of the same wine for the 2 English gentlemen.
And now, while they bring the wine, tell me, D'Artagnan, what happened to the others? D'Artagnan told him how he found Porthos in bed with a hurt knee, and Aramis sitting at a table with 2 church scholars. When he finished, the innkeeper came back with the wine and a ham. Luckily for him, this ham had not been in the cellar. That is good. Here is to Porthos and Aramis. But you, D'Artagnan, what is wrong? Why do you look so sad?
Sadly, it is because I am the most unlucky of all.
Tell me.
Later.
Later? Why later? Do you think I am drunk? Remember this, D'Artagnan. My mind is never so clear as when I have had much wine. Speak, then, I am all ears. D'Artagnan told Athos about his meeting with Madame Bonacieux. Athos listened in silence. His face stayed calm. When D'Artagnan finished, Athos spoke. Small things. Only small things. He often used this word.
You always say that, my dear Athos. It sounds strange from you. You have never loved anyone.
For a short moment, Athos's dull eyes became sharp. Then they went quiet again. That is true. I have never loved.
Then admit it. You are too hard on us who love with our hearts.
Tender hearts? Broken hearts. What do you mean? I mean that love is like a game of chance. If you win, you lose your life. You are lucky to lose, my dear D'Artagnan. If I give advice, it is this: always lose.
But she looked like she loved me so much.
She looked like it, did she?
Oh, she really loved me.
You are still a child. Every man thinks his lover loves him. And every man is later disappointed.
Except you, Athos, because you never had a lover.
That is true. I never had one. Let us drink.
But you are a thinker. Teach me. Help me. I need comfort.
Comfort for what?
For my bad luck.
Your bad luck is almost funny. I would like to see what you say if I tell you a real love story.
One that happened to you.
Or to a friend. It does not matter.
Tell it, Athos. Please tell it.
It will be better if I drink.
Drink and tell it, then.
That is a good idea. They go well together.
I am listening.
Athos tried to gather his thoughts. His face became pale. He was drunk, but he did not fall or sleep. He stayed sitting and spoke like someone in a strange dream. It was unsettling. You really want this story?
I ask you for it.
Then I will tell it. This is about a friend. A friend, not me. This friend was a young count from my region. He was 25 years old. He fell in love with a girl of 16. She was very beautiful. She was young and innocent, but her mind was full of strong feelings and dreams. She did not just please people. She amazed them. She lived in a small town with her brother, who was a church priest. They were new there. No one knew where they came from. But she was lovely, and her brother was kind and good. So people did not ask questions. They said the family was respectable. My friend was the lord of the land. He had power. He could have taken the girl without marriage, and no one would have stopped him. They were strangers. But he was an honorable man. So he married her. Foolish man.
Why foolish? If he loved her.
Wait. He brought her to his castle. He made her the first lady of the area. She behaved well in her new life.
And then?
One day, they were riding together. She fell from her horse and lost consciousness. The count ran to help her. Her clothes were tight, so he opened them to help her breathe. He saw her shoulder. Guess what he saw there?
How can I know?
A mark. A mark of punishment. She had been marked for a crime. Athos drank his glass in one swallow.
This is terrible. What are you saying?
It is the truth. The girl was not what she seemed. Long before, she had taken holy objects from a church.
And what did the count do?
The count had great power on his land. He judged people himself. In his anger, he punished her harshly. He tied her hands and left her to die alone.
My God, Athos. That is killing.
Yes. I need more wine. He took the last bottle and drank it all. Then he put his head in his hands. D'Artagnan stood in front of him, shocked and silent. That story cured me of beautiful and dreaming women. He lifted his head and forgot to say it was only about a friend. God give you the same. Let us drink.
Then she is dead, D'Artagnan said with fear.
Of course, said Athos. Now hold out your glass. Take some ham, my boy, or we cannot drink.
And her brother? D'Artagnan asked softly.
Her brother? Athos said. Yes, the priest. I also looked for him, because I wanted to punish him too. But he was faster than me. He left his church the night before.
Did anyone ever learn who this unhappy man really was?
He was surely her first lover and helped her. He was a bad man. He only pretended to be a priest. He did this so his lover could marry and get a good place in life. I hope he was punished.
My God, cried D'Artagnan.
He felt shocked and confused by this terrible story. Try some of this ham, D'Artagnan. It is very good, said Athos. He cut a piece and put it on the young man's plate. It is a pity there were only 4 bottles like this in the cellar. I could have drunk many more. D'Artagnan could not listen any more. His head felt heavy. He put his face in his hands and pretended to sleep. These young men cannot drink, said Athos sadly as he looked at him. And this one is still among the best. Chapter 28. The Return. D'Artagnan felt shocked by what Athos had told him. Still, many things were not clear. Athos had spoken while very drunk, and D'Artagnan was also half drunk. Even so, the next morning, D'Artagnan remembered Athos's words very clearly. They stayed strong in his mind. This made him want to know the truth even more. He went to Athos's room with a firm plan to speak about the matter again. But he found Athos fully calm and closed, as usual. Athos shook his hand warmly and spoke first. I was very drunk yesterday, D'Artagnan, Athos said. I know it because my mouth hurt this morning, and my heart beat strangely. I am sure I said many foolish things. As he said this, he looked closely at D'Artagnan, which made him feel uneasy.
No, said D'Artagnan. As far as I remember, you said nothing strange.
Really, said Athos. I thought I had told you a very sad story. He looked at the young man as if he wanted to see inside his heart.
Well, said D'Artagnan, maybe I was more drunk than you. I remember nothing like that.
You know, my dear friend, everyone has his own way of being drunk. Some are happy. Some are sad. I am always sad. When I drink too much, I tell dark stories that filled my head long ago. That is my weakness. But except for that, I drink well. Athos spoke so calmly that D'Artagnan began to doubt himself.
So that is it, said the young man, trying to learn more. Then I remember it like a dream. We were talking about hanging.
Ah, you see, said Athos. His face grew pale, but he tried to smile. I knew it. Hanging people is my worst dream.
Yes, yes, said D'Artagnan. I remember now. It was about a woman.
That is it, said Athos, now very pale. That is my sad story of the fair lady. I only tell it when I am very drunk.
Yes, said D'Artagnan. A tall, fair woman, with blue eyes.
Yes, said Athos. She was hanged.
By her husband, D'Artagnan went on, watching Athos closely. A nobleman, you know.
You see, said Athos, lifting his shoulders. How a man can cause trouble when he does not know what he is saying. I will never drink like that again, D'Artagnan. It is a very bad habit. D'Artagnan said nothing. Athos then changed the subject quickly. By the way, thank you for the horse you brought me.
Do you like him? Asked D'Artagnan.
Yes, but he is not a horse for hard work.
You are wrong, said D'Artagnan. I rode him nearly 10 leagues in less than an hour and a half. He did not seem tired at all.
Ah, said Athos. Now you make me feel sorry.
Sorry?
Yes. I no longer have him.
What do you mean? It is very simple, said D'Artagnan. This morning I woke up at 6 o'clock.
You were still sleeping. I did not know what to do. My head felt dull from our heavy drinking the day before. I went into the common room. There, I saw one of the Englishmen talking with a horse seller. His own horse had died yesterday after a bad illness. I went closer. The Englishman was offering 100 pistoles for a brown horse. I spoke to him.
Sir, I also have a horse to sell.
Yes. A very good one. I saw it yesterday. Your friend's servant was leading it.
Do you think it is worth 100 pistoles?
Yes. Will you sell it to me for that price?
No. But I will gamble for it.
For it?
Yes. With dice.
We played at once, and I lost the horse. Ah. But please note this. I won back the saddle and the other riding things, cried Athos. D'Artagnan looked upset.
This troubles you?
Yes, I must say it does. That horse was important. People could know us by it in battle. It was a sign and a memory. Athos, you did wrong.
My dear friend, try to think like me. I felt very low and tired of life. Also, I swear, I do not like English horses. If we only need to be known, the saddle is enough. It is very special. As for the horse, we can find a reason why it is gone. Horses can die. What if mine had become very sick?
D'Artagnan did not smile.
It bothers me that you care so much about these animals. And my story is not finished yet.
What else did you do?
After losing my own horse, very closely, I had the idea to gamble with yours.
You only had the idea, I hope.
No. I did it at once.
And what happened?
I threw the dice, and I lost.
My horse.
Your horse. I lost by 1 point.
Athos, you are not thinking clearly.
My friend, that was yesterday. If you wanted to say that, you should have said it then, not today. I lost your horse with all its gear.
This is terrible.
Wait. You do not know everything yet. I could be a good gambler if I were calm. But I was too quick and careless, like a man who drinks too much. Still, I was not finished.
But what could you gamble with next? You had nothing left.
Oh yes. There was still the diamond on your finger. I noticed it yesterday.
This diamond.
I know such things. I once had some myself. I thought it was worth 1,000 pistoles.
I hope that you did not speak about my diamond.
On the contrary. It was our last hope. With it, I could win back the horses and the gear, and even get money for our journey.
Athos, you make me shake with fear.
I spoke of your diamond to my opponent. He had already seen it. My dear friend, you cannot wear such a bright thing and think no one will notice.
Go on. Your calm voice will kill me.
So, we divided the diamond into 10 parts. Each part was worth 100 pistoles.
You are making fun of me.
No, I swear I am not joking. You should have been in my place. I had spent 15 days alone. I saw no people. I stayed only with bottles.
That does not excuse using my diamond.
Listen to the end. 10 throws of the dice. In 13 throws, I lost everything. 13 was always a bad number for me.
Enough.
Be patient. I had a plan. The Englishman was a strange man. That morning, I saw him talking with Grimaud. Grimaud told me the man wanted him to work for him. So I gambled Grimaud himself, in 10 parts.
What happened then?
With those 10 parts of Grimaud, who is worth almost nothing, I won back the diamond. Now tell me, is it not good to keep trying?
Well, this is very funny.
You can guess that when my luck changed, I gambled the diamond again.
The devil.
I won back your harness. Then I won your horse. Then I won my harness. Then I won my horse. After that, I lost again. In short, I now have your harness and mine. That is all. It was a very good throw, so I stopped there. D'Artagnan breathed deeply, like a heavy weight left his chest.
Then the diamond is safe.
Yes, my friend. It is safe. And we also have the harness of your Bucephalus and mine.
But what is the use of harnesses without horses?
I have an idea. Athos, you frighten me. Listen to me. You have not played for a long time, D'Artagnan. And I do not want to play. Do not promise that. You have not played for a long time. That means you may have good luck.
Well, what then? The Englishman and his friend are still here. I saw that he was very sad about the horse gear. You love your horse very much. If I were you, I would risk the harnesses to win the horse. But he will not want only one harness. Then risk both. I am not selfish like you. You would do that.
On my honor, with one throw only.
But now that we lost the horses, I really want to keep the harnesses.
Then risk your diamond.
This? No. Never.
Oh. I would offer Planchet, but he was already used before. The Englishman may not agree.
Truly, my dear Athos, I would rather not risk anything.
That is a pity. The Englishman has plenty of gold. Come on, try one throw. One throw is quick.
And if I lose?
You will win.
But if I lose?
Then you give up the harnesses.
All right, one throw.
Athos went to find the Englishman. He found him in the stable, looking at the harnesses with eager eyes. The moment was good. Athos explained the deal. The 2 harnesses against 1 horse or 100 pistoles. The Englishman thought fast. The harnesses were worth much money. He agreed. D'Artagnan threw the dice with a shaking hand. He got the number 3. His face turned pale. That is a poor throw, my friend. You will get the horses fully ready, sir.
The Englishman felt sure of winning. He did not even look at the dice. He threw them on the table without care.
D'Artagnan turned away, feeling angry and sad. Wait. This throw is very rare. I have seen it only 4 times in my life. 2 ones.
The Englishman looked and was very surprised.
D'Artagnan looked and felt great joy. Yes, only 4 times. Once at Monsieur de Crequy's house. Once at my own country home, when I still had one. A 3rd time at Monsieur de Treville's, and we were all amazed. And the 4th time was in a small inn. I lost 100 gold coins and a supper that night.
Then the gentleman takes his horse back.
Of course.
So there is no second game.
Our deal said no second game.
That is true. The horse will be given back to your servant, sir.
One moment. Please allow me to speak to my friend.
Go ahead.
Athos pulled D'Artagnan aside.
Well, Tempter, what more do you want from me? You want me to throw again, don't you?
No. I want you to think.
About what?
You plan to take your horse.
Yes, of course.
Then you are wrong. I would take the 100 pistoles. You remember the deal. The harnesses for the horse or for 100 pistoles. You can choose.
Yes.
Then I say again, you are wrong. What can we do with 1 horse for 2 men? I cannot ride behind you. We would look foolish. You would ride proudly, and I would walk beside you. I would not accept that. I would take the money. We need money to go back to Paris.
I love that horse very much, Athos.
That is another mistake. A horse can slip and hurt a leg. A horse can fall and get badly hurt. A horse can get sick. Then it is lost. But 100 pistoles feed their owner.
But how will we return?
On our servants' horses, of course. People will see that we are gentlemen by the way we act.
We will look silly on small horses while Aramis and Porthos ride fine ones.
Aramis! Porthos! Cried Athos. He laughed loudly.
What is it? Asked D'Artagnan.
He did not understand why Athos laughed. Nothing, nothing. Go on.
Your advice, then?
My advice is this. Take the 100 pistoles, D'Artagnan. With this money, we can live well until the end of the month. We are very tired. A little rest will be good for us.
Rest? No, Athos. When I am in Paris, I will look again for that poor woman.
Well, your horse will not help you as much as good gold. Money will help you more. Take the 100 pistoles, my friend. Take them. D'Artagnan needed only one good reason. This reason was enough. He also feared that Athos might think he was selfish. So he agreed. He chose the 100 pistoles. The Englishman paid at once. They decided to leave. They paid the landlord 6 pistoles. This was for peace and for Athos's old horse. D'Artagnan and Athos took the small horses of Planchet and Grimaud. The 2 servants walked. They carried the saddles on their heads. The horses were not very good. Still, the 2 friends went much faster than their servants. Soon they reached Krivka. From far away, they saw Aramis. He sat sadly at his window. He looked toward the road and the dust in the distance.
Hello, Aramis. What are you doing there?
Ah, is that you, D'Artagnan, and you, Athos? I was thinking about how fast good things leave us. My English horse has just gone away in a cloud of dust. This shows how weak all things in life are. Life can be said in 3 words.
Which means what?
He now began to understand.
It means I was cheated, said Aramis. I paid 60 louis for a horse. But this horse can run at least 5 leagues in an hour.
D'Artagnan and Athos laughed loudly.
My dear D'Artagnan, said Aramis, please do not be angry with me. I had no choice. Also, I am the one who lost money. That dishonest horse seller took at least 50 louis from me. You two are very clever. You ride the servants' horses. Your own fine horses are led slowly by hand.
At that moment, a market cart stopped at the inn. It came from the Amiens road. Planchet and Grimaud got down from it. They still carried the saddles on their heads. The cart was going back to Paris empty. The 2 servants had made a deal. They would give the driver drinks on the way.
What is this? Asked Aramis. Only saddles?
Now you understand, said Athos. That is just like me. I kept my harness by instinct. Hello, Bazine. Bring my new saddle and carry it with the others.
And what did you do with the churchman?
My dear friend, said Aramis, I invited them to dinner the next day. They have very good wine here. I tried to make them drink a lot. Then the priest told me to keep my uniform. The Jesuit asked me to help him become a musketeer.
Without a thesis. Without a thesis? I want the thesis to disappear.
After that, said Aramis, I lived very pleasantly. I started to write a poem. Each line has only 1 syllable. It is very hard to do. But the value of things is in their difficulty. The subject is about love. I will read you the first part. It has 400 lines. It lasts 1 minute.
My dear Aramis, said D'Artagnan, make it short as well as difficult. Then your poem will have at least 2 good points.
You will see, said Aramis, it shows pure and honest feeling. So, my friends, we go back to Paris? Good. I am ready. We will meet our good friend Porthos again. That is excellent. I have missed him. He is a big simple man. When I see how pleased he is with himself, I feel better too. He would never sell his horse. Not for a kingdom. I can see him now. He sits proudly on his fine horse and his beautiful saddle. He will look like a great king.
They stopped for 1 hour to rest the horses. Aramis paid his bill. He put Bazine in the cart with the other servants. Then they went on to meet Porthos. They found him awake. He looked less pale than before. He sat at a table. Though he was alone, the table was set for 4 people. There was good meat, fine wine, and beautiful fruit.
Ah, said Porthos, standing up. You come at the perfect moment, gentlemen.
I had just started to make the soup, and you will eat with me.
Oh. Mousqueton did not catch these bottles with his rope. But here is a tasty meat dish and a piece of beef.
I am making myself strong again. I am healing. Nothing makes a man weaker than these bad pains. Athos, have you ever had such pain?
Never. But I remember in our fight in Rue Ferou, I had a sword wound. After 2 weeks, it made me feel the same.
But this dinner was not only for you, Porthos.
No. I expected some gentlemen from nearby. They sent me a message that they cannot come. You will take their places. I will not lose from this change. Hey, Mousqueton, bring chairs and order double the bottles.
After 10 minutes, Athos spoke again. Do you know what we are eating?
Of course. I am eating veal with small seafood and vegetables.
And I am eating lamb.
And I am eating a simple chicken.
You are all wrong. You are eating horse.
Eating what?
Horse.
Porthos said nothing. Yes, horse. Are we not eating a horse, Porthos? Maybe even his saddle.
No, gentlemen. I kept the saddle.
Well, we are all the same. It feels like we all knew already.
What could I do? This horse made my guests feel bad about their own horses. I do not like to make people feel small.
So your Duchess is still at the baths?
Yes, still there. And the governor of the province, one of the men I expected today, wanted the horse very much. So I gave it to him.
You gave it to him?
Yes, I gave it. The horse was worth at least 150 gold coins. But the man only wanted to pay 80.
Without the saddle?
Yes, without the saddle.
You see, gentlemen, Porthos made the best deal of all of us. They all started to laugh loudly. Poor Porthos was surprised. When they told him why they laughed, he laughed even louder, as he always did.
At least we all have some money.
For me, I liked Aramis's Spanish wine so much that I sent 60 bottles with the servants. That emptied my purse.
And I thought I gave almost my last coin to the church and to the priests in Amiens. I promised them help, and I kept my promise. I ordered prayers for myself and for you, my friends. I am sure they will help you.
And do you think my pain cost me nothing? And Mousqueton was hurt too. I had to call the doctor twice a day. He asked for double pay because Mousqueton was hurt in a very foolish place. I told him to try never to get hurt there again.
Yes, yes. You were kind to the poor boy. That is how a good master acts.
In the end, after all my costs, I will have only 30 crowns left.
And I about 10 gold coins.
Well, it seems we are the rich men of the group. How much do you have left from your 100 coins, D'Artagnan?
From my 100. First, I gave you 50.
You think so?
Of course.
Yes, that is true. I remember now.
Then I paid the innkeeper 6.
That innkeeper is terrible. Why did you give him 6?
You told me to.
Yes, that is true. I am too kind. So how much is left?
25 coins.
And I?
You. Nothing.
Yes, so little that it is not worth counting. Then let us count all our money together. Porthos?
30 crowns.
Aramis?
10 coins.
And you, D'Artagnan? 25. That makes how much? 475 livres.
When we reach Paris, we will still have 400, and also the saddles. But what about our horses? From the 4 horses of our servants, we will take 2 for ourselves. We will choose by chance who gets which.
With the 400 livres, we will make half of what one man needs for a horse without a rider. Then we will put together the coins from our pockets and give them to D'Artagnan. He has a calm hand. He will go to the first gaming house we see and try his luck. That is settled.
Let us eat now, the food is getting cold.
The friends felt calm about the future for a moment. They ate with good appetite. When they finished, they left the rest of the food to Mousqueton, Bazin, Planchet, and Grimaud. When D'Artagnan arrived in Paris, he found a letter from Monsieur de Treville. The letter said that, after D'Artagnan asked him, the king had promised to place him in the company of the Musketeers. This was the greatest wish of D'Artagnan's life, except for finding Madame Bonacieux. He was full of joy. He ran to find his friends. He had left them only half an hour before. But now he found them sad and very worried. They were meeting together at Athos's home. This always meant something serious. Monsieur de Treville had told them that the king planned to begin the war on the 1st of May. They had to prepare their equipment at once. The four friends looked at each other in confusion. Monsieur de Treville never joked about duty.
And how much do you think your equipment will cost?
Oh, it is hard to say. We counted very carefully. Each of us needs 1,500 livres. 4 times 15 makes 6,000 livres.
It seems to me that with 1,000 livres each, I do not speak like a soldier, but like a man of accounts.
Stop. I have an idea.
Well, that is something. I have no idea at all. But as for D'Artagnan, the thought of joining us has made him lose sense. 1,000 livres? I say I need 2,000.
4 times 2 makes 8. So we need 8,000 livres to finish our equipment. We already have the saddles.
Also, after D'Artagnan left the room to thank Monsieur de Treville and closed the door, there is that beautiful ring on our friend's finger. D'Artagnan is too kind to leave his brothers in trouble while he wears something worth so much. Chapter 29. Hunting for the equipments. The most worried of the four friends was D'Artagnan. As a guardsman, it would be easier for him to get ready than for the Musketeers, who were all men of high rank. But D'Artagnan was careful with money and liked to save it. At the same time, he liked fine things and wanted to look important, almost like Porthos. Along with this worry about money, he now had a deeper fear. No matter how much he asked, he could learn nothing about Madame Bonacieux. Monsieur de Treville had spoken to the Queen about her. The Queen did not know where the young wife of the shopkeeper was. She promised to search for her. But this promise was unclear and did not calm D'Artagnan. Athos stayed in his room. He decided not to move even one step to prepare his equipment. We still have 15 days. If after 2 weeks I find nothing, or if nothing comes to me, I will look for a serious fight. I will choose several of the cardinal's guards or many English soldiers. I will fight until one of them ends my life. With so many men, this will surely happen. Then people will say I died for the king. So I will have done my duty without paying for equipment. Porthos walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head and kept saying, I will follow my idea. Aramis looked worried. His clothes were careless. He said nothing. From all this, it was clear that sadness filled their small group. The servants felt the same mood as their masters. Mousqueton saved old pieces of bread. Bazin, who loved religion, stayed in churches all day. Planchet watched flies as they moved. Grimaud kept silent, as his master ordered, but he sighed so deeply that it could soften stone. The three friends went out early each morning and came back late at night. Athos stayed behind, true to his word. They walked through the streets and stared at the ground. They hoped someone had dropped a purse. They watched every step so closely that it looked as if they were following tracks. When they met, they looked at each other with sad faces. Their look seemed to say, "Did you find anything?" Porthos was the first to act. He had an idea, and he liked to act fast. One day, D'Artagnan saw him walking toward the church of St. Lou. He followed him without thinking. Porthos twisted his mustache and pulled his small beard longer. He always did this when he felt proud and sure. D'Artagnan hid himself, so Porthos thought nobody saw him. D'Artagnan went inside the church after him. Porthos stood by one side of a large pillar. D'Artagnan stood on the other side. A sermon was going on, so the church was very full. Porthos used this moment to look at the women around him. Thanks to his servant Mousqueton, his clothes still looked good. His hat was old, his feather had lost color, and his gold trim was not bright. But in the dark church, no one noticed. Porthos still looked handsome. D'Artagnan saw a woman sitting near Porthos. She was no longer young. Her face was yellow and thin, but she sat straight and proud under her black hood. Porthos looked at her from time to time. Then he looked around the church again. The woman in black sometimes turned red. She threw quick looks at Porthos. Porthos did not keep his eyes on her. This made the woman angry. She bit her lips, touched her nose, and moved in her seat. Porthos saw this. He twisted his mustache again and touched his beard. Then he began to make small signs to another woman. She was near the front of the church. She was very beautiful. She also looked important. A young black boy carried a soft cushion for her. A maid stood near her and held her prayer book. The woman in the black hood watched Porthos closely. She saw that his eyes stayed on the woman with the velvet cushion, the boy, and the maid. Porthos made very small signs. He moved his eyes. He put a finger to his lips. He smiled softly. These actions hurt the woman in black deeply. At last, she coughed loudly during the prayer. She hit her chest hard. Many people turned to look at her, even the lady with the red cushion. Porthos did not react. He understood her anger, but he chose to ignore it. The lady with the red cushion made a strong impression on everyone. She was very beautiful. The woman in black saw her as a serious rival. Porthos thought she was much prettier than the woman in black. D'Artagnan was also shocked. He knew this woman. He had seen her before in other towns. His enemy had called her Milady. D'Artagnan kept watching her carefully. At the same time, he watched Porthos and felt amused. He guessed that the woman in black was the wife of a lawyer from a nearby street. This church was close to her home. He also guessed that Porthos wanted revenge. This woman had refused to give him money before. Still, D'Artagnan noticed something strange. No woman truly answered Porthos as flirting. Everything was only looks and dreams. But love and jealousy often live only in dreams. When the sermon ended, the lawyer's wife walked toward the holy water. Porthos stepped in front of her. He put his whole hand into the water. She smiled. She thought he did this for her. She was wrong. When she was very close, Porthos turned his head. He looked only at the lady with the red cushion. That lady stood up and walked forward with her boy and maid. Porthos took his wet hand out of the water. The beautiful lady touched his hand lightly. She smiled, made the sign of the cross, and left the church. This was too much for the lawyer's wife. She was sure now. She believed that Porthos and the lady with the red cushion had a secret love. If she had been a noble lady, she might have fallen to the floor. But she was only the wife of a legal officer. So she stayed standing. She spoke to the musketeer with quiet anger.
Ah, Monsieur Porthos, you do not offer me any holy water.
When Porthos heard her voice, he jumped like a man who wakes after a long sleep.
Madam. Is it really you? How is your husband, dear Monsieur Coquenard? Is he still very careful with money? How did I not see you during the long sermon?
I was very close to you, Monsieur. But you did not see me. You only looked at the pretty lady to whom you gave the holy water.
Porthos acted embarrassed.
Ah. You noticed that?
I could not miss it.
Yes. She is a duchess, I know. It is hard for me to meet her because her husband watches her closely. She sent me a message. She said she would come today to this poor church in this bad area, only to see me.
Monsieur Porthos, will you please give me your arm for 5 minutes? I wish to speak with you.
Of course, madam.
He smiled to himself with confidence. At that moment, D'Artagnan passed by while following Milady. He looked quickly at Porthos and saw his proud smile.
Well, well. Someone will soon have good clothes and money.
Porthos let the procurator's wife guide him by the arm. They went to the cloister of Saint Magloire. It was a quiet passage with gates at each end. During the day, only poor people and children went there. When she was sure no stranger could see or hear them, she spoke.
Ah, Monsieur Porthos. You are very successful with women, it seems.
Me, madam? Why do you say that?
The signs in church, and the holy water. That lady must be very important. A princess, perhaps. She had a dark-skinned servant and a maid.
My goodness, madam. You are mistaken. She is only a duchess.
And what about the servant waiting outside? And the carriage with a rich coachman?
Porthos had not seen any of this. But the jealous eyes of Madame Coquenard had seen everything. He wished he had called the lady a princess from the start.
Oh, Monsieur Porthos. The ladies clearly adore you.
Well, with the strong body that nature gave me, I do not lack good fortune.
Men forget so quickly.
Not as quickly as women. I was once your victim, madam. I was hurt and close to death. The doctors left me. I came from a noble family and trusted your friendship. I lay wounded in a poor inn at Chantilly. I was hungry and weak. I wrote to you many times, but you never answered.
But, Monsieur Porthos, I had given up much for you. The Baroness de.
I know.
And the Countess de. Monsieur Porthos, please be kind.
You are right, madam. I will stop.
But it was my husband. He would not agree to lend money.
Madame Coquenard. Remember your first letter to me. I remember every word.
She gave a small cry of pain.
Also, the amount you asked me to borrow was very large.
Madame Coquenard. I chose you first. I only needed to write to the Duchess. I will not say her name, because I respect women. But I know she would have sent me 1,500 at once.
The procurator's wife began to cry.
Monsieur Porthos, you have punished me enough. If one day you are in trouble again, you only need to ask me.
Please, madam. Let us not speak of money. It is unpleasant.
Then you no longer love me.
Porthos stayed silent, tall and proud.
That is your only answer. I understand now.
Think of how you hurt me, madam.
It remains here, said Porthos. He put his hand on his chest and pressed it hard. I will fix it. Yes, I will, my dear Porthos.
And what did I ask from you? Porthos continued. Only a loan. Nothing more. I am not a difficult man. I know you are not rich, Madame Coquenard. I know your husband takes money from poor clients to get a few small coins. If you were a duchess, a marchioness, or a countess, it would be very different. Then it would be unforgivable.
The procurator's wife felt hurt.
Please know this, Monsieur Porthos, she said. My strong box may belong to a procurator's wife, but it has more money than those boxes of your false young ladies.
That makes it worse, said Porthos. He took his arm away from hers. If you have money, Madame Coquenard, then you have no reason to refuse me.
When I said I had money, she replied quickly, you must not take my words too strongly. I am not truly rich. I only live quite well.
Stop, madam, said Porthos. Let us not speak of this any more. You did not understand me. All feeling between us is now gone.
You are ungrateful.
Ah, then complain if you wish, said Porthos. Go to your beautiful Duchess. I will not stop you. In my opinion, she is not so bad.
Monsieur Porthos, one last time, she said. Do you still love me?
Ah, madam, said Porthos in a very sad voice. We are about to begin a war. In this war, I feel that I may die.
Oh, do not say such things, cried the procurator's wife. She began to cry.
Something inside tells me so, Porthos continued sadly. Or perhaps you should say that you love someone else now.
No, that is not true. I speak honestly. No one else moves my heart. I even feel something here, deep inside, that speaks for you. But in 15 days, this terrible war will begin. I must think a lot about my clothes and equipment. Then I must travel to see my family in the south of Brittany. I need to get the money for my journey.
Porthos saw her struggle inside herself. Love and desire for money fought in her heart.
And since the Duchess you saw at church has land near my family's land, he went on. We plan to travel together. You know, a journey feels shorter when two people travel together.
Do you have no friends in Paris, Monsieur Porthos? She asked.
I thought I did, said Porthos sadly, but I was wrong.
You do have friends, she cried. Come to our house tomorrow. You are my aunt's son, so you are my cousin. You come from Noyon, in Picardy. You have many legal problems and no lawyer. Can you remember all that?
Yes, madam.
Come at dinner time.
Very well.
Be careful in front of my husband. He is clever, even though he is 76 years old.
76, said Porthos. That is a fine age.
A great age, you mean, Monsieur Porthos. The poor man could die any day. She said this, looking at Porthos clearly. Luckily, by our marriage contract, the one who lives longer gets everything.
Everything.
Yes, everything.
I see you are a careful woman, my dear Madame Coquenard, said Porthos. He gently pressed her hand.
So we are friends again, dear Monsieur Porthos, she said with a sweet smile.
For life, replied Porthos in the same tone.
Until we meet again, dear traitor.
Until we meet again, my forgetful charmer.
Tomorrow, my angel.
Tomorrow, flame of my life.
Chapter 30. D'Artagnan and the Englishman. D'Artagnan followed Milady without her noticing him. He saw her enter her carriage. He heard her tell the driver to go to Saint-Germain. D'Artagnan knew he could not follow on foot. The carriage had 2 strong horses. So he went back to Rue Ferou. In Rue de Seine, he met Planchet. Planchet had stopped in front of a pastry shop. He was looking with great pleasure at a beautiful cake. D'Artagnan told him to saddle 2 horses at Monsieur de Treville's stables. 1 horse was for D'Artagnan, and 1 was for Planchet. Treville had allowed D'Artagnan to use his stables freely. Planchet went toward Rue du Colombier. D'Artagnan went toward Rue Ferou. Athos was at home. He was sadly drinking a bottle of fine Spanish wine. He had brought it back from Picardy. He made a sign to Grimaud to bring a glass for D'Artagnan. As always, Grimaud obeyed at once. D'Artagnan told Athos everything that happened at the church between Porthos and the wife of the lawyer. He also said that their friend would soon have good clothes and gear. As for me, Athos said, I am calm. Women will not pay for my clothes.
You are handsome, polite, and noble, my dear Athos, said D'Artagnan. Even princesses and queens would not be safe from your love.
How young D'Artagnan is, Athos said, shaking his head. He asked Grimaud to bring another bottle. At that moment, Planchet opened the door a little. He told his master that the horses were ready. What horses? Athos asked.
2 horses that Monsieur de Treville lends me, said D'Artagnan. I am going to ride to Saint-Germain.
And what will you do in Saint-Germain? Athos asked. D'Artagnan then spoke about his meeting at the church. He told Athos about the lady who stayed in his thoughts. She was with the man in the black cloak who had a scar near his temple. So you loved this lady like you loved Madame Bonacieux, Athos said, with a cold smile.
Me? No, said D'Artagnan. I am only curious. I want to understand her secret. I do not know why, but I feel that this woman has some power over my life.
Maybe you are right, Athos said. But I do not know any woman worth looking for after she is lost. Madame Bonacieux is lost. If she is found, it is bad luck for her.
No, Athos, you are wrong, said D'Artagnan. I love my dear Constance more than ever. If I knew where she was, even at the end of the world, I would go and free her. But I do not know. I have searched, and nothing helped. What can I do? I must think of something else.
Then enjoy yourself with Milady, Athos said. I truly hope she makes you happy.
Listen to me, Athos, said D'Artagnan. Do not stay here like a prisoner. Come and ride with me to Saint-Germain.
My friend, Athos replied. I ride when I have horses. When I do not, I walk.
Well, said D'Artagnan with a smile. I ride what I can find. I am not as proud as you. Goodbye, dear Athos.
Goodbye, said Athos. He told Grimaud to open the new bottle. D'Artagnan and Planchet got on their horses and rode toward Saint-Germain. On the road, D'Artagnan kept thinking about what Athos had said about Madame Bonacieux. He was not a very emotional man, but the pretty young woman had truly touched his heart. He was ready to go anywhere to find her. But the world was large, and he did not know where to begin. For now, he decided to look for Milady. She had spoken with the man in the black cloak, so she knew him. D'Artagnan believed that this man had taken Madame Bonacieux away again, just like before. So when he said he was looking for Milady, he was also hoping to find Constance. With these thoughts, and urging his horse forward, D'Artagnan soon arrived at Saint-Germain. He passed a pavilion on the way. He then rode into a quiet street. He looked to the right and to the left, hoping to see some sign of the beautiful Englishwoman. From the lower floor of a nice house, he saw a face appear. He felt sure he had seen it before. The person was walking along a terrace full of flowers. Planchet saw him first.
Sir, he said. Do you see that face over there?
No, said D'Artagnan. But I am sure I have seen him before.
Of course you have, said Planchet. It is poor Lubin, the servant of the Count de Wardes. You met him a month ago near Calais.
You are right, said D'Artagnan. Now I remember him.
Do you think he will remember you?
My faith, monsieur, he was in so much trouble that I do not think he remembers me well.
Then go and speak with the boy, said D'Artagnan. Try to learn from his words if his master is dead.
Planchet got off his horse and walked to Lubin. Lubin did not remember him at all. The two servants began to talk in a friendly way. At the same time, D'Artagnan led the two horses into a small road. He went around the house and came back quietly. He watched them from behind a bush of nut trees. After a short time, he heard the sound of a carriage. He saw Milady's carriage stop near him. He was sure it was her. D'Artagnan leaned over his horse's neck so he could see but not be seen. Milady put her fair head out of the window and gave orders to her maid. The maid was a pretty young woman, about 20 years old. She was quick and lively. She jumped down from the step of the carriage and walked toward the terrace where D'Artagnan had seen Lubin before. D'Artagnan watched her closely. But at that moment, someone inside the house called Lubin away. Planchet stayed alone and looked around, trying to find where D'Artagnan had gone.
She held out a small note and said, "For your master."
For my master? Planchet asked in surprise.
Yes, and it is important. Take it quickly.
She ran back to the carriage. The carriage turned around and went away. Planchet looked at the note in his hand. Then, used to obeying orders, he jumped down from the terrace and ran toward the lane. After a short distance, he met D'Artagnan, who had seen everything and was coming toward him.
For you, monsieur, said Planchet, giving him the note.
For me, said D'Artagnan. Are you sure?
Yes, monsieur. The maid said, for your master. I have only one master, and that is you. And she was a very pretty girl, that maid.
D'Artagnan opened the note and read.
A person who cares for you more than she wishes to say wants to know on which day you can walk in the forest. Tomorrow, at the hotel Field of the Cloth of Gold, a servant in black and red will wait for your answer.
Oh, said D'Artagnan, this is quite warm. It seems Milady and I both worry about the same man. Well, Planchet, how is Monsieur de Wardes? He is not dead, then?
No, monsieur. He is alive, but very weak. He has 4 sword wounds in his body. You gave him all 4. He lost a lot of blood. Lubin did not know me and told me the whole story from start to end.
Well done, Planchet. You are the best of servants. Now get on your horse. Let us follow the carriage.
They soon caught up. After 5 minutes, they saw the carriage stop by the road. A richly dressed man stood near the door. Milady and the man were speaking with strong feeling. D'Artagnan stopped on the other side of the carriage. Only the maid noticed him. They spoke in English, which D'Artagnan did not understand. But from Milady's voice and face, he saw she was very angry. At the end, she struck the man with her fan. She hit him so hard that the fan broke into many pieces. The man laughed loudly. This made Milady even more upset. D'Artagnan felt this was the right moment. He went to the other door of the carriage. He took off his hat and spoke politely.
Madam, may I offer you my help? This gentleman seems to have angered you. Say one word, madam, and I will take care of his bad manners.
Monsieur, I would gladly accept your protection, if the man I am arguing with were not my brother.
Ah, then forgive me, said D'Artagnan. I did not know that, madam.
What is that foolish man interfering for? Cried the gentleman, bending down to the carriage window.
Why does not he go about his business?
You are the foolish one,
said D'Artagnan. He leaned down on his horse. He spoke through the carriage window.
I stop here because I choose to stop.
The man spoke in English to his sister. D'Artagnan answered at once.
I speak to you in French. Please answer me in French too. I hear you are Madame's brother. That is fine. But you are not my brother.
One might think Milady would stop the quarrel. Many women try to calm such moments. But she did not. She leaned back in the carriage. She spoke calmly to the driver.
Go on. Go home.
The young maid looked at D'Artagnan with worry. She seemed to like his face. The carriage moved away. The 2 men stayed there, facing each other. Nothing stood between them. The man tried to follow the carriage. D'Artagnan was already angry. He was even more angry when he saw who the man was. It was the Englishman from Amiens. That man had won his horse. He almost won Athos's diamond too. D'Artagnan grabbed the man's bridle and stopped him.
Well, sir. You seem more foolish than I am. You forget we still have a small problem between us.
Oh? Is it you? It seems you are always playing some game.
Yes. And that reminds me, I still want payback. We will see if you can use a sword as well as you use dice.
You see, I have no sword. Do you want to act brave with a man who has no weapon?
I hope you have one at home. If not, I have two. If you wish, I can give you one.
That is not needed. I have enough of these toys.
Good. Choose the longest one. Bring it to me this evening.
Where?
Behind the Luxembourg. It is a nice place for this kind of meeting.
That is fine. I will come.
What time?
6 o'clock.
One more thing. You may have 1 or 2 friends.
I have 3. They will be glad to join me.
3. How lucky. I also have 3.
And who are you?
I am Monsieur d'Artagnan. I am from Gascony. I serve with the King's Musketeers. And you?
I am Lord de Winter, Baron Sheffield.
Very well, Monsieur Baron. I am your servant. Your names are hard to remember.
He touched his horse with his heel and rode back to Paris. As he always did in serious matters, D'Artagnan went straight to Athos's home. He found Athos lying on a large sofa. Athos said he was waiting for his clothes to arrive. D'Artagnan told Athos everything that happened. He did not speak about the letter to Monsieur de Wardes. Athos was very pleased to hear he would fight an Englishman. This was something he liked very much. They sent their servants to call Porthos and Aramis. When they arrived, Athos told them the story. Porthos pulled out his sword. He practiced moves against the wall. He jumped back and moved like a dancer. Aramis was working on his poem. He went into Athos's small room. He asked not to be disturbed until it was time to fight. Athos made a sign to Grimaud to bring another bottle of wine. D'Artagnan thought quietly. He made a small plan in his mind. It promised something exciting. From time to time, he smiled as he thought about it. Chapter 31. English and French. When the hour came, they went with their 4 servants to a place behind the Luxembourg. Goats usually ate there. Athos gave some money to the man who watched the goats and asked him to leave. The servants were told to watch the area. Soon another quiet group arrived. They entered the same place and met the musketeers. Then, as was common with foreigners, the men introduced themselves. The Englishmen were all men of high rank. They were surprised and unhappy with the strange names they heard.
But after all, we do not know who you are. We cannot fight with such names. They sound like names of shepherds,
said Lord de Winter, after hearing the 3 names. Then you may think they are not our real names, said Athos.
That only makes us want to know the true ones, said the Englishman.
You played with us before without knowing our names, said Athos. It was the same when you won our horses. That is true, said the Englishman. But then we only risked money. Now we risk our lives. Anyone can play a game. But a fight is only between equals.
That is fair, said Athos.
He walked aside with the Englishman who would fight him. He spoke his name very quietly. Porthos and Aramis did the same with their opponents. Then Athos spoke again.
Is this enough for you? He asked. Is my rank good enough for you to fight me?
Yes, sir, said the Englishman. And he bowed.
Well, said Athos calmly, shall I tell you something?
What is it? Asked the Englishman.
You would have been wiser if you had not asked my name, said Athos. Many people think I am dead. I want to keep this secret. Now I must stop you from telling anyone.
The Englishman looked at him and thought he was joking. But Athos was very serious.
Gentlemen, said Athos to everyone, Are we ready?
Yes, said all the men together.
Then, guard, cried Athos.
At once, 8 swords shone in the light of the setting sun. The fight began. Both sides were angry and full of energy. Athos fought very calmly and carefully, like a man in a training room. Porthos was more careful than before and used good skill. Aramis fought fast, like a man who was in a hurry. Athos defeated his opponent first. He struck only once, but the man fell and did not move again. Next, Porthos hurt his opponent in the leg. The Englishman stopped fighting and gave up his sword. Porthos lifted him and carried him to his carriage. Aramis pushed his opponent back again and again. At last, the man turned and ran away. The servants laughed as he disappeared. D'Artagnan only defended himself. He waited until his opponent was tired. Then he made a quick move and knocked the sword from the man's hand. The Baron stepped back, slipped, and fell. D'Artagnan jumped forward and stood over him.
I could end your life now, said D'Artagnan, holding his sword near him. But I will not. I spare you because of your sister.
D'Artagnan felt very happy. His plan had worked just as he hoped. The Englishman was thankful and hugged him. He gave many kind words to the 3 Musketeers. Porthos's opponent was already in the carriage. Aramis's opponent had run away. Only the fallen man remained. As Porthos and Aramis checked him, hoping he might still be alive, a large purse fell from his clothes. D'Artagnan picked it up and gave it to Lord de Winter. "What do you want me to do with that?" asked the Englishman.
You can give it to his family, said D'Artagnan.
"His family will not care," said Lord de Winter. "They will receive much more money from him. Keep it. Give it to the servants." D'Artagnan put the purse in his pocket. "And now, my young friend," said Lord de Winter, "I hope I may call you that. This evening, if you wish, I will take you to meet my sister, Milady Clarick. I want her to like you. She has good friends at court, and one day her words may help you." D'Artagnan turned red with pleasure and bowed. Then Athos came close to him.
"What will you do with that purse?" he whispered.
I wanted to give it to you, my dear Athos, said D'Artagnan.
"To me? Why?" asked Athos.
You defeated him, said D'Artagnan. It is the reward of victory.
"I will not take money from an enemy," said Athos. "What kind of man do you think I am?"
It is common in war, said D'Artagnan. Why not after a duel?
"Even in war, I have never done that," said Athos.
Porthos shrugged. Aramis showed he agreed with Athos.
Then, said D'Artagnan, let us give the money to the servants, as Lord de Winter said.
"Yes," said Athos, "but not to our servants. Give it to the servants of the Englishman."
Athos took the purse and threw it to the coachman. "For you and your comrades." This strong and kind act from a man who had nothing surprised even Porthos. This French kindness, shown again by Lord de Winter and his friend, pleased everyone. Only Grimaud, Bazin, Mousqueton, and Planchet did not show joy. Before leaving D'Artagnan, Lord de Winter gave him his sister's address. She lived at number 6 in the Place Royal, which at that time was a very fashionable place. Lord de Winter said he would come and take D'Artagnan with him to meet her. D'Artagnan chose 8 o'clock at Athos's home as the time to meet. This meeting with Milady Clarick filled D'Artagnan's thoughts. He remembered how strangely this woman had already been part of his life. He believed she worked for the cardinal. Still, he felt strongly drawn to her for reasons he could not explain. His only fear was that Milady might know him as the man from Meung and from Dover. Then she would know he was a friend of Monsieur de Treville. She would also know that he served the king fully. This would make him weaker because they would then be equal in knowledge. D'Artagnan did not worry much about Milady and Monsieur de Wardes. The Marquis was young, handsome, rich, and favored by the Cardinal. But D'Artagnan was only 20 years old and full of confidence. He dressed with great care. Then he went back to Athos's home. As usual, he told Athos everything. Athos listened quietly. Then he shook his head and spoke with a sad tone.
"What?" he said. "You have just lost one woman. You called her good, sweet, and perfect. And now you rush after another one."
D'Artagnan felt Athos was right.
"I loved Madame Bonacieux with my heart," he said. "But I care for Milady with my mind. I want to meet her to learn what she does at court."
"What she does?" Athos replied. "That is easy to guess. From all you say, she works for the Cardinal. She will pull you into a trap. You may lose everything."
"My dear Athos," said D'Artagnan, "you always see the dark side."
"My friend," Athos answered, "I do not trust women. I learned this the hard way, especially beautiful women. Milady is beautiful, you say."
"She has the most beautiful light hair," said D'Artagnan.
"Ah, my poor D'Artagnan," said Athos. "Listen to me. I wish to learn something first. When I know what I need to know, I will step away."
At that moment, Lord de Winter arrived on time. Athos, knowing he was coming, went into the next room. Lord de Winter found D'Artagnan alone. As it was almost 8 o'clock, he took him away at once. An elegant carriage waited outside. 2 strong horses pulled it. Soon they reached the Place Royal. Milady Claric welcomed D'Artagnan with formal manners. Her house was rich and grand. While many English people were leaving France because of the war, Milady was spending much money on her home. This showed that the war did not trouble her. "You see," said Lord de Winter, presenting D'Artagnan. "This young man once held my life in his hands. He did not harm me. This is true even though we were enemies twice, even though I insulted him, and even though I am English. Thank him, my sister, if you care for me."
"You are welcome, sir," said Milady in a very sweet voice. "Today you have earned my lasting thanks."
Milady frowned slightly. A small shadow crossed her face. Then a strange smile appeared on her lips. D'Artagnan saw all this and felt uneasy. Lord de Winter did not notice. He had turned to play with Milady's pet monkey, which was pulling his coat. Lord de Winter then told the story of the fight. He shared every detail. Milady listened closely. Even though she tried to hide her feelings, it was clear the story upset her. Her face grew red. Her small foot moved nervously under her dress. Lord de Winter saw nothing. When he finished, he went to a table. On it were glasses and Spanish wine. He filled 2 glasses and invited D'Artagnan to drink. D'Artagnan knew that an Englishman felt offended if someone refused a drink. So he stepped forward and took the second glass. He did not stop watching Milady. In a mirror, he saw her face change. She thought no one was looking at her now. A hard and angry look came into her eyes. She put her handkerchief between her teeth and bit it. The pretty young maid that D'Artagnan had seen before came into the room. She spoke to Lord de Winter in English. After that, Lord de Winter asked D'Artagnan if he could leave. He said he had urgent business. He asked his sister to say sorry for him. D'Artagnan shook his hand, and Lord de Winter went away. D'Artagnan then looked again at Milady. Her face changed very fast. She was smiling again and looked gentle. But there were small red marks on her handkerchief. She had bitten her lips until they bled. Her lips were very beautiful and bright red. The talk became light and happy. Milady seemed calm again. She told D'Artagnan that Lord de Winter was not her brother, but her brother-in-law. She had married his younger brother. Her husband was now dead. She had one child. This child would inherit Lord de Winter's property if he did not marry. D'Artagnan felt that Milady was hiding something. But he did not understand what it was. After talking for half an hour, D'Artagnan became sure that Milady was French. She spoke French very well and very clearly. There was no doubt about it. D'Artagnan spoke many kind and loving words. He praised her often. Milady answered with gentle smiles. At last, it was time to leave. D'Artagnan said goodbye to Milady and left the room very happy. On the stairs, he met the pretty maid again. She passed close to him and touched him softly. She then blushed and asked his pardon in a very sweet voice. D'Artagnan forgave her at once. He came back the next day. Milady welcomed him even more warmly. Lord de Winter was not there. Milady took care of everything herself. She showed great interest in him. She asked where he came from, who his friends were, and if he had ever thought of serving the cardinal. D'Artagnan was careful. He remembered that he did not fully trust Milady. He spoke well of the cardinal. He said that he would have joined the cardinal's guards instead of the king's guards if he had known another man first. Milady changed the subject easily. She asked him, as if it did not matter, if he had ever been to England. D'Artagnan said yes. He told her that M. de Treville had sent him there to buy horses. He said he brought back 4 horses as examples. During the talk, Milady bit her lips 2 or 3 times. D'Artagnan was careful with his words. He did not say too much. At the same hour as the night before, D'Artagnan left. In the hallway, he met the pretty maid again. Her name was Kitty. She looked at him with clear kindness. But D'Artagnan was thinking only of Milady. He did not notice Kitty's feelings. D'Artagnan came again the next day and the day after that. Each day, Milady welcomed him more kindly. Every evening, he met Kitty in the hallway, the waiting room, or on the stairs. But D'Artagnan paid no attention to her. Chapter 32. A procurator's dinner. Even though Porthos had done very well in the duel, he did not forget the dinner with the procurator's wife. The next day, Mouston brushed his clothes for a full hour to make them perfect. Then Porthos walked toward the Rue Auxiliary Hours. He walked like a man who felt very lucky. His heart was beating, but not from young love like D'Artagnan. No, it was for money and comfort. He was about to enter a place full of secrets. He would climb the stairs where the old gold coins of Monsieur Coquenard had gone before. He was about to see something he had dreamed of many times. It was a strong chest. It was long and deep. It was locked and fixed in the wall. He had often heard about it. Soon, the hands of the procurator's wife would open it for him. Her hands were a little old, but still neat and graceful. He had lived as a traveler. He had no money and no family. He was a soldier who stayed in inns and taverns. He loved wine and often depended on lucky meals. Now he was going to eat with a family. He would enjoy a calm house and kind care. Old soldiers say that kind care feels best to hard men. Porthos liked this idea very much. He would come as a cousin and sit every day at a good table. He would speak kindly to the old procurator. He would teach the clerks card games like basset, parsdix, and lansquenet. He would teach them carefully. Then he would win from them, in 1 hour, the money they saved in a month. All this made Porthos very happy. Porthos knew bad stories about procurators. People said they were cheap and strict. They saved food and money. Porthos had felt this before. But the procurator's wife had often been generous. At least, she was generous for a procurator's wife. So Porthos hoped to find a warm and easy home. But at the door, he began to doubt. The way inside felt poor. There was a dark, bad-smelling passage. The stairs had little light. Light came only through bars from a small yard. On the first floor there was a low door with big nails, like a prison gate. Porthos knocked. A tall, pale clerk opened the door. He had thick hair. He bowed with respect. He saw Porthos's strong body, his soldier clothes, and his healthy face. A second clerk stood behind the first. A third stood behind the second. A young boy stood behind the third. There were 3 clerks and a half. This meant many clients. Porthos was not expected before 1 o'clock. But the procurator's wife watched since noon. She thought his heart, or his hunger, would bring him early. Madame Coquenard came from the house at the same time Porthos came from the stairs. Her arrival helped him. The clerk stared at him with interest. Porthos did not know what to say. He stayed silent.
"It is my cousin," cried the procurator's wife. Come in, Monsieur Porthos."
When the clerks heard the name Porthos, they laughed. Porthos turned fast and looked at them. At once, their faces became serious. They passed the clerk's room and then the study, where the clerk should have been. The study was dark and full of papers. After that, they passed the kitchen on the right and went into the main room. All the rooms were open to each other. This did not please Porthos. Voices could be heard through all the doors. As he passed the kitchen, he looked inside quickly. He felt ashamed for the wife and sorry for himself. He saw no fire, no noise, no busy work. A good meal did not seem ready. The procurator knew about the visit. He did not look surprised when he saw Porthos. Porthos walked to him easily and bowed with care.
"So, we are cousins, Monsieur Porthos," said the procurator. He stood up but leaned on the arms of his chair.
The old man wore a large black coat. His thin body was hidden inside it. He looked sharp and dry. His small grey eyes shone. His mouth smiled in a hard way. Life seemed to be only in his eyes and mouth. His legs were weak. For 5 or 6 months, they had failed him. Because of this, he now depended much on his wife. The cousin was accepted, but without joy. If the procurator had been strong, he would have refused this family tie.
"Yes, monsieur, we are cousins," said Porthos calmly. He did not expect kindness from the husband.
"On the woman's side, I think," said the procurator, with a sharp smile.
Porthos did not feel the mockery. He thought it was simple talk. He laughed under his big mustache. Coquenard knew that a foolish lawyer was very rare. He smiled a little, but his face turned red. Since Porthos arrived, Monsieur Coquenard often looked with worry at a large chest in front of his oak desk. Porthos understood at once. This chest must be the lucky box he dreamed about. It was not the same shape, but it was much taller. This made him happy. Monsieur Coquenard did not speak more about family history. He looked away from the chest and looked at Porthos.
"Our cousin will eat dinner with us once before he leaves for the army. Yes, Madame Coquenard?"
These words hit Porthos like a hard punch in his stomach. He felt the pain at once. Madame Coquenard also looked troubled.
"My cousin will not come back if we are not kind to him. He has very little time in Paris. So we ask him to give us every free moment before he leaves."
"Oh, my legs, my poor legs, where are you?"
He tried to smile. This help came just when Porthos felt his hopes for good food were in danger. He felt thankful to the procurator's wife. Soon it was time for dinner. They went into the dining room. It was large and dark, across from the kitchen. The clerks had smelled good food. They came quickly and stood ready with their stools. Their mouths moved as if they were already eating. Porthos looked at the 3 hungry clerks. The young errand boy was not allowed at the table. If I were my cousin, Porthos thought, I would not keep such hungry men. They look like sailors lost at sea with no food for weeks. Monsieur Coquenard entered the room. Madame Coquenard pushed him in his chair with wheels. Porthos helped her bring him to the table. As soon as he sat down, Coquenard moved his nose and mouth like his clerks.
Oh, this soup smells very good.
Porthos looked at the soup and felt surprised. It was pale and thin. There was a lot of liquid but no meat. A few pieces of bread floated on top. What can they smell in this soup, he thought. Madame Coquenard smiled. With a small sign, everyone sat down quickly. Monsieur Coquenard was served first. Then Porthos. After that, Madame Coquenard filled her own plate. She gave only dry bread pieces to the clerks. At that moment, the dining room door opened a little. Porthos saw the small clerk outside. He was eating dry bread in the hall. He could smell both the kitchen and the dining room. After the soup, the maid brought in a boiled chicken. This was a great event. Everyone's eyes grew wide.
You really love your family, Madame Coquenard. You treat your cousin very well.
The chicken was very thin. Its skin was thick and hard. It was hard to bite. This chicken was very old. This is not good, thought Porthos. I respect old age, but I do not like to eat it. He looked around to see if others felt the same. But all he saw were hungry eyes. Everyone wanted that chicken. Madame Coquenard pulled the dish toward her. She carefully took off the 2 black feet and put them on her husband's plate. She cut off the neck and head and kept them for herself. She lifted one wing and gave it to Porthos. Then she gave the rest of the chicken back to the servant. The servant left quickly. Porthos had no time to see how the others felt about this. In place of the chicken, a big dish of beans came in. In the beans were some mutton bones. At first, they looked like they might have meat. But the clerks were not fooled. Their sad faces became calm and tired. Madame Coquenard gave the beans to the young men in small amounts, like a careful housewife. Then it was time for wine. Coquenard poured wine from a very small stone bottle. He gave each young man 1/3 of a glass. He poured about the same for himself. Then he passed the bottle to Porthos and to Madame Coquenard. The young men filled the rest of their glasses with water. When they drank half, they added more water again. They did this many times. At the end of the meal, the drink changed color. It was no longer red like ruby. It was light yellow, like pale gold. Porthos ate his piece of chicken slowly and without joy. He felt Madame Coquenard's knee touch his under the table. It moved as if it was looking for his. This made him shake a little. He drank half a glass of the weak wine. He knew at once it was the bad Montreuil wine. Many people hated this wine. Monsieur Coquenard saw that Porthos drank it without water. He gave a deep sigh.
Will you eat some of these beans, Cousin Porthos?
Her voice sounded kind, but also like a warning.
No, never. Thank you, cousin, but I am not hungry anymore.
They all became silent. Porthos tried hard to keep a calm face. The procurator spoke again and again.
Ah, Madame Coquenard. Please take my praise. Your dinner was a true feast. I have eaten so well.
Monsieur Coquenard had eaten his soup, the dark feet of the chicken, and the only bone with a little meat on it. Porthos thought they were playing a trick on him. He twisted his mustache and frowned. But Madame Coquenard gently touched him again under the table, as if to ask him to wait. This silence and the pause in serving made no sense to Porthos. But the clerks understood very well. The procurator looked at them. Madame Coquenard smiled. The clerks stood up slowly. They folded their napkins even more slowly. They bowed and left the room.
Go, young men. Go and help your digestion by working.
After they left, Madame Coquenard stood up. She went to a cupboard. She brought back some cheese, preserved quinces, and a cake she had made herself with almonds and honey. Monsieur Coquenard frowned because there were too many treats. Porthos pressed his lips together because he still had not eaten enough. He looked around for the dish of beans. It was gone.
A true feast. A real feast, the feast of all feasts.
Porthos looked at the bottle near him. He hoped to eat with bread, cheese, and wine. But the bottle was empty. There was no more wine. Monsieur and Madame Coquenard did not seem to notice this. This is perfect, Porthos thought. I am well trapped. He tasted a small spoon of the sweet fruit. He bit into the sticky cake made by Madame Coquenard.
Now, the sacrifice is complete. If only I did not hope to look with Madame Coquenard into her husband's chest.
After such a rich meal, which he called too much, Monsieur Coquenard felt sleepy. Porthos hoped that the important moment would come now, in this very room. But the procurator refused. He wanted to go to his own room. He was not calm until he stood close to his chest. For more safety, he even put his feet against it. The procurator's wife took Porthos into the next room. There, they began to speak kindly again.
You can come and dine here 3 times a week.
Thank you, madam. But I do not want to use your kindness too much. I must also think about my equipment.
That is true. That poor equipment.
Yes. It is a real problem.
But what things do you need for your company, Monsieur Porthos?
Oh, many things. The Musketeers are special soldiers. They need things that guardsmen or Swiss soldiers do not need.
Please tell me what they are.
Well, altogether they may cost. How shall I say it?
How much? I hope it is not more than.
Oh no. It is not more than 2,500 livres. I even think I could do it with 2,000, if I am careful.
My God! 2,000 livres. That is a fortune.
Porthos made a strong face. Madame Coquenard understood him.
I wanted to know the details. Because I have many family members in business. I am almost sure I could get things for you at half the price.
Ah. Now I understand.
Yes, dear Monsieur Porthos. For example, do you not need a horse first?
Yes, I need a horse.
Well then.
Ah. That is good for my horse. But I also need full equipment. Only a musketeer can buy these things. They will cost no more than 300 livres.
300 livres? Then write 300 livres, she said with a sigh.
Porthos smiled. He already had a fine saddle from Buckingham. He planned to keep this money for himself.
Then, I need a horse for my servant and a travel bag. About my weapons, you do not need to worry. I already have them.
A horse for your servant. That is very grand, my friend.
Madam, do you think I am poor?
No, no. I only thought that a nice mule can look almost as good as a horse. I thought that for Mousqueton.
All right, a nice mule. You are right. I have seen great Spanish lords with servants on mules. But listen, Madame Coquenard. The mule must have feathers and bells.
You will be satisfied, she said.
Now, the travel bag.
Oh, do not worry about that. My husband has many bags. You can choose the best one. There is one he likes very much. It is very large.
So your bag is empty?
Yes, it is empty, she answered honestly.
Ah, but the bag I want must be full, my dear.
Madame Coquenard sighed again. She did not know what to do. One by one, they spoke about the rest of the things in the same way. At last, they agreed. The procurator's wife would give 800 livres in money. She would also give a horse and a mule. These would carry Porthos and Mousqueton to glory. After this, Porthos said goodbye to Madame Coquenard. She tried to keep him with soft looks. But Porthos spoke of duty. The king came before love. Madame Coquenard had to let him go. The musketeer went home hungry and in a bad mood. Chapter 33. Soubrette and Mistress. Meanwhile, even though his heart warned him and Athos gave wise advice, D'Artagnan fell more in love with Milady every day. He visited her every day without fail. He felt sure that one day she would love him back. One day, he arrived feeling proud and happy. He felt like a man waiting for great riches. Under the gate of the house, he saw the maid. This time, pretty Kitty did more than touch his hand. She gently held it. Good, he thought. She has a message from her mistress. She will tell me of a meeting Milady was too shy to ask for. He looked at the girl with a proud smile.
I want to say 3 words to you, Monsieur Chevalier, said Kitty softly.
Speak, my child, speak. I am listening.
Here. That is impossible. What I must say is too long and too secret.
Then what shall we do?
If Monsieur Chevalier would follow me.
Where you like, my dear child.
Then come.
Kitty did not let go of his hand. She led him up a small, dark, turning staircase. After about 15 steps, she opened a door.
Come in, Monsieur Chevalier. Here we will be alone and can talk.
Whose room is this?
It is mine, Monsieur Chevalier. It connects to my mistress's room through that door. Do not be afraid. She will not hear us. She never goes to bed before midnight.
D'Artagnan looked around. The small room was neat and pretty. But his eyes went at once to the door Kitty spoke of. Kitty understood his thoughts and gave a deep sigh.
You love my mistress very much, do you not?
Oh, more than I can say, Kitty. I am crazy about her.
Kitty sighed again.
Alas, monsieur. That is very bad.
What is so bad about it?
Because, monsieur, Kitty said, my lady does not love you at all. What? Said D'Artagnan. Did she ask you to tell me this? Oh no, monsieur. I say it because I care about you. I chose to tell you.
Thank you, my dear Kitty. Your wish is kind. But your news is not pleasant.
So you do not believe me?
It is hard to believe such things. We all like to think well of ourselves.
Then you do not trust my words.
I must say, I need some proof before I can believe it.
What do you think of this?
Kitty took out a small letter from her dress.
For me, said D'Artagnan, taking it quickly.
No, she said. It is for another man.
For another?
Yes.
His name. Tell me his name. Read who it is for.
Monsieur le Comte de Wardes.
D'Artagnan remembered the scene at Saint-Germain. Without waiting, he opened the letter. Kitty cried out when she saw this.
"Oh, sir, what are you doing?"
Nothing, said D'Artagnan.
He read the letter. "You did not answer my first note. Are you ill, or have you forgotten the looks you gave me at Madame de Guise's ball? You have a chance now, Count. Do not lose it." D'Artagnan turned very pale. His pride was hurt, and so was his heart.
"Poor Monsieur d'Artagnan," Kitty said softly. She took his hand with care.
You feel sorry for me, little one? He asked.
"Yes," she said. "With all my heart. I know how it feels to love someone."
You know about love? D'Artagnan asked. He looked at her closely for the first time.
"Yes," she said quietly.
Then instead of feeling sorry for me, help me take revenge on your lady.
"What kind of revenge?" Kitty asked.
I want to win over her and take the place of the other man.
"I will never help you with that," Kitty said strongly.
Why not? D'Artagnan asked.
"For 2 reasons.
Tell me.
First, my lady will never love you.
How do you know?
You have hurt her very deeply."
I did that, he said. How? I have always served her with full respect. Please tell me.
"I can only tell that to a man who truly understands my heart."
D'Artagnan looked at Kitty again. She was young, fresh, and very pretty.
Kitty, he said, I can understand your heart any time you wish.
He kissed her. Kitty turned red at once.
"Oh no," she said. "You do not love me. You love my lady. You just said so."
Does that stop you from telling me the second reason?
"The second reason," Kitty said, now more brave, "is that in love, everyone thinks of herself first."
Then D'Artagnan remembered many small signs. Kitty often met him in the hall, on the stairs, or near the door. She touched his hand and sighed when she saw him. Before, he did not care. His thoughts were only for the great lady. Now he saw how useful Kitty's love could be. She could see letters, bring news, and give him easy access to rooms near her lady's chamber. In his mind, he was already ready to use poor Kitty to reach Milady.
Well, he said, do you want me to give you proof of the love you doubt?
"What love?" Kitty asked.
The love I am ready to feel for you.
"And what proof will you give?"
Will you let me spend this evening with you, instead of with your lady?
"Oh yes," Kitty said happily. "I want that very much."
Then come here, said D'Artagnan, sitting comfortably. Let me tell you that you are the prettiest maid I have ever seen.
He spoke kindly and sweetly for a long time. Kitty wished to believe him, and she did. Still, to D'Artagnan's surprise, the young girl tried to keep her limits. Time passed quickly between his attempts and her gentle refusals. Midnight came, and at the same moment a bell rang in Milady's room.
"Oh God, my lady is calling me. You must go now. Go at once."
D'Artagnan stood up and took his hat, as if he was ready to leave. But instead of going to the stairs, he quickly opened a large closet. He went inside and hid among Milady's dresses and coats.
"What are you doing?"
D'Artagnan closed the door, locked it, and said nothing. Soon Milady spoke in an angry voice.
Well, are you asleep? Why don't you answer when I ring?
D'Artagnan heard the door open hard.
"I am here, milady, I am here."
They both went into the bedroom. The door stayed open, so D'Artagnan could hear everything. For a while, Milady spoke sharply to Kitty. At last she calmed down. Then she began to talk about him while Kitty helped her.
Well, I did not see our Gascon tonight.
What, milady? He did not come. Can he change so fast, before he is even happy?
Oh no. Someone must have stopped him. Maybe Monsieur de Treville or Monsieur de Cesset. I know what I am doing, Kitty. This man is already in my hands.
What will you do with him, madam?
What will I do? Don't worry, Kitty. There is something between him and me that he does not know. He almost made me lose my good place with the cardinal. I will make him pay for that.
I thought madam loved him.
Loved him? I hate him. He is a fool. He had the chance to end Lord de Winter's life and did not do it. Because of that, I lost a great income.
That is true. Your son was the only heir. Until he grew up, you would have used the money.
D'Artagnan felt cold fear in his body. He heard this gentle woman blame him, in her hard voice, for not ending the life of a man who had been kind to her.
For all this, I would have taken my pay from him long ago. But the cardinal asked me, for reasons I don't know, to be friendly with him.
Yes, but madam was not kind to that young woman he loved so much.
What, the shopkeeper's wife from the Rue des Farceurs? Has he not already forgotten her? That is a poor kind of revenge.
Cold sweat ran down D'Artagnan's face. This woman was terrible. He kept listening, but soon the dressing was finished.
That is enough. Go to your room. Tomorrow, try again to get an answer to the letter I gave you.
For Monsieur de Wardes?
Yes, for Monsieur de Wardes.
That man seems very different from poor Monsieur d'Artagnan.
Go to bed. I do not like comments.
D'Artagnan heard the door close. Then he heard 2 bolts as Milady locked herself in. Very softly, Kitty locked her own door. Then D'Artagnan opened the closet.
Oh dear, what is wrong with you? You look so pale.
That terrible woman.
Be quiet, go. There is only a thin wall between my room and Milady's. She can hear everything.
That is why I will not go.
What?
Or at least, I will go later.
He pulled Kitty close to him. She did not resist. If she did, it would make noise. So Kitty gave in. It was her small revenge against Milady. D'Artagnan felt that revenge gave him some pleasure. If he had been more gentle, he might have been happy with this new love. But he was proud and wanted more. Still, to be fair, the first thing he did was ask Kitty about Madame Bonacieux. The poor girl swore on the cross that she knew nothing. Her mistress never told her all her secrets. She only believed that Madame Bonacieux was not dead. About the reason Milady almost lost her place with the cardinal, Kitty knew nothing. This time, D'Artagnan knew more than she did. He had seen Milady on a ship when he left England. He believed the trouble was because of the diamond studs. But one thing was very clear. Milady's deep hate for him was stronger because he had not ended the life of her brother-in-law. The next day, D'Artagnan went to Milady's house. He found her in a very bad mood. He had no doubt it was because she had not received an answer from Monsieur de Wardes. Kitty came into the room, but Milady was angry with her. Milady spoke to her in a hard way. The poor girl looked at D'Artagnan. Her eyes seemed to say, "See how I suffer because of you." Later in the evening, Milady became calmer. She listened to D'Artagnan when he spoke gently to her. She even smiled and let him kiss her hand. D'Artagnan left the house. He felt confused, but he was young and careful. He still wished to please Milady, and he made a small plan in his mind. He met Kitty at the gate and went up to her room, like the night before. Kitty had been blamed and badly scolded. Milady did not understand why the Comte de Wardes was silent. She ordered Kitty to come the next morning at 9 to take a third letter. D'Artagnan asked Kitty to bring him this letter. She agreed to everything he asked. She loved him deeply. That night went the same as before. D'Artagnan hid in the small room. Milady called, undressed, sent Kitty away, and closed the door. D'Artagnan did not return home until 5 in the morning. At 11 o'clock, Kitty came to him. She carried a new note from Milady. This time she did not argue. She gave it to him at once. She trusted him with her whole heart. D'Artagnan opened the letter and read it. It said that Milady had written 3 times to say she loved him. She warned him not to make her write again with hate. She said that if he was sorry for his behavior, the young girl would explain how he could be forgiven. As D'Artagnan read, his face changed color many times. Kitty watched him closely.
You still love her, Kitty said sadly.
No, Kitty, he replied. You are wrong. I do not love her. But I want to answer her pride.
Oh, yes, Kitty said. I know that kind of answer. You told me.
What does it matter, he said. You know I love only you.
How can I be sure, she asked.
By how cold I will be with her, he said.
D'Artagnan took a pen and wrote a reply. He signed it with the name of the Comte de Wardes. In the letter, he said that he had not believed the first letters were for him. He said he felt unworthy and also unwell. Now he believed her kindness, because both her letter and her servant told him she loved him. He said he would come at 11 that night to ask forgiveness, and that waiting longer would be wrong. This letter was false and not honest. By today's rules, it would be a bad action. But in that time, people acted differently. Also, D'Artagnan knew that Milady had been untrue in serious matters. He felt no respect for her. Still, he felt a strong desire for her. His feelings were mixed with anger and pride. His plan was simple. Through Kitty's room, he could reach Milady's room. He hoped to use her surprise and fear to win his aim. He knew he might fail, but he had no time. In 8 days, he would leave Paris for war. He could not wait long.
Here, he said, giving Kitty the sealed letter. Take this to Milady. It is the Count's reply.
Kitty turned very pale. She guessed what the letter might mean.
Listen, my dear girl, said D'Artagnan. This cannot last forever. Milady may learn that you gave the first note to my servant. She may learn that I read the letters meant for the Count. Then she will send you away. You know she can be very cruel.
Oh, said Kitty sadly. For whom have I risked all this?
For me, said D'Artagnan softly. I know it, and I thank you.
But what is in the letter? She asked.
Milady will tell you, he said.
Ah, you do not love me, Kitty cried. I am very unhappy.
D'Artagnan answered her with gentle words. His reply comforted her. Kitty stayed in her sweet but painful hope. Although she cried a great deal before she chose to send the letter to her mistress, she finally agreed to do it. This was all that D'Artagnan wanted. He then promised that he would leave her mistress early that evening. He also promised that when he left, Kitty would go upstairs with him. This promise made Kitty feel much better. Chapter 34, in which the equipment of Aramis and Porthos is treated of. The 4 friends were all busy finding what they needed for their journey. Because of this, they did not meet often. They ate their meals alone, wherever they could find food. Their duties also took much of their time. The days passed very fast. They only agreed on one thing. Once a week, at about 1 o'clock, they would meet at Athos's home. Athos stayed inside his house because of a promise he had made to himself. This meeting day was the same day that Kitty came to see D'Artagnan. As soon as Kitty left him, D'Artagnan walked to Rue Férou. There, he found Athos and Aramis talking quietly. Aramis was thinking again about becoming a priest. Athos did not push him to choose. He also did not stop him. Athos believed that each person must decide alone. He never gave advice unless someone asked for it. Even then, he wanted to be asked twice. He said that most people ask for advice only to ignore it, or to blame someone later. A moment later, Porthos arrived. Now all four friends were together again. Each face showed a different feeling. Porthos looked calm. D'Artagnan looked hopeful. Aramis looked worried. Athos looked relaxed and careless.
After a short talk, Porthos hinted that a powerful lady had helped him with his money problems.
Just then, Mousqueton came into the room. He asked Porthos to return home at once. He said it was very important.
Is it about my equipment?
Yes and no.
Well, speak clearly.
Please come, sir.
Porthos stood up, greeted his friends, and followed him. A moment later, Bazin appeared at the door.
What do you need, my friend?
A man wants to see you at home.
A man? What man?
A poor beggar.
Give him some money, and ask him to pray for a sinner.
He says he must speak to you. He says you will be happy to see him.
Did he send me a message?
Yes. He said that if you hesitate, tell you he is from Tours.
From Tours. Please excuse me, gentlemen. This man surely brings news I am waiting for.
He stood up and left quickly. Only Athos and D'Artagnan stayed behind. I think our friends have solved their problems. What do you think, D'Artagnan?
I know Porthos was doing well. And to be honest, I was never very worried about Aramis. But you, my dear Athos, what will you do? You gave away the Englishman's money, which was really ours.
I am content that I stopped that man. But if I had kept his money, it would have made me feel guilty.
My dear Athos, you have very strange ideas.
Perhaps. But what do you think about Monsieur de Treville telling me yesterday that you spend time with an Englishwoman, someone the Cardinal supports?
You mean the Englishwoman I told you about?
Yes. The pretty woman. I gave you advice about her, and of course you did not follow it.
I had my reasons.
You said you were looking there for your equipment.
Not at all. I learned that this woman helped take Madame Bonacieux away.
I see. To find one woman, you please another. It is a long way, but a pleasant one. D'Artagnan almost told Athos everything. But he stopped himself. Athos cared deeply about honor. D'Artagnan knew that his plan about Milady would not please him. So he stayed silent. Athos did not ask questions, and the talk ended there. We will now leave these two friends and follow Aramis instead. When Aramis heard that the man came from Tours, he moved very fast. He ran from Rue Férou to Rue de Vaugirard without stopping. When he entered the room, he saw a short man. The man had sharp eyes, but his clothes were old and torn.
You asked for me, said the musketeer.
I wish to speak with Monsieur Aramis. Is that your name, sir?
Yes, it is. Did you bring something for me?
Yes, if you can show me a certain handkerchief with embroidery.
Here it is, said Aramis. He took a small key from under his clothes. He opened a small black box with shiny white pieces. Here it is. Look.
That is correct, said the poor man. Send your servant away.
Bazin had followed them because he was curious. He arrived almost at the same time. But when the poor man spoke, Aramis made a sign. Bazin had to leave the room. When Bazine was gone, the poor man looked around quickly. He wanted to be sure no one could see or hear him. Then he opened his old vest. It was held with a leather strap. He carefully pulled open part of his jacket and took out a letter.
When Aramis saw the seal, he cried with joy. He kissed the name on the letter with deep feeling.
Then he opened it. The letter said, "My friend, fate wants us to stay apart for some time. But our young and happy days will come again. Do your duty in the army. I will do mine in another place. Take what the bearer gives you. Act like a true and noble gentleman. Think of me, who kisses your black eyes with love. Goodbye, or better, see you again." The poor man then took more things from his clothes. He pulled out 150 Spanish gold coins. He put them on the table. After that, he opened the door, bowed, and left. Aramis was still shocked by the letter and did not speak. Aramis read the letter again. This time he saw a note at the end. P.S. You may be kind to the bearer. He is a count and a great noble from Spain.
Sweet dreams, cried Aramis. Oh, beautiful life. We are young. We will be happy again. My love, my blood, my life, all are yours, my dear lady.
He kissed the letter many times. He did not even look at the gold on the table. Soon, Bazine knocked at the door. Aramis now allowed him to enter. Bazine was amazed when he saw the gold. He forgot why he came. He was supposed to announce D'Artagnan, who had come to see Aramis after leaving Athos. Because Bazine said nothing, D'Artagnan spoke himself.
"Well," said D'Artagnan, "if this gold comes from Tours, please thank the gardener who grows such fruit."
You are wrong, my friend, said Aramis, carefully. This comes from my publisher. He has paid me for a poem I wrote.
"Oh, I see," said D'Artagnan. "Your publisher is very generous."
What? Cried Bazine. A poem sells for so much money? That is amazing. Sir, write as much as you want. You can be as great as famous poets. I like that. A poet is as good as a churchman. Please, Monsieur Aramis, become a poet.
Bazine, said Aramis, you are listening too much.
Bazine saw his mistake. He bowed and left the room.
"Well," said D'Artagnan with a smile. "You sell your work for gold. You are lucky. But be careful. A letter is showing from your jacket. It also comes, I am sure, from your publisher."
Aramis turned red. He quickly put the letter away and closed his jacket.
My dear D'Artagnan, he said, let us join our friends. I have money now. Today we will dine together again. One day, you will also be rich.
"With pleasure," said D'Artagnan. "It has been a long time since we had a good meal. Tonight I have a risky task. A few glasses of good old Burgundy will help me."
Agreed, said Aramis.
The letter and the gold had changed his thoughts at once. He put a few gold coins into his pocket for small needs. He placed the rest in the black box with white inlay. Inside the box was the famous handkerchief that he kept as a lucky charm. The two friends went back to Athos's home. Athos kept his promise not to go out. He ordered dinner to be sent to the house. He knew a lot about food, so D'Artagnan and Aramis were happy to let him choose. Then they went to look for Porthos. At the corner of Rue Bac, they met Mousqueton. He looked very sad. He was leading a mule and a horse in front of him.
Ah, my yellow horse. Aramis, look at that horse.
"Oh, what an ugly animal. I have never seen skin like that."
My friend, I came to Paris on that horse.
Sir, do you know this horse?
That is true. That is why I sold it for 3 crowns. It was only good for its skin. The body was not worth much. But how did you get this horse, Mousqueton?
Please, sir, do not speak about it. It is a bad trick from the husband of our Duchess.
What do you mean?
A lady of high rank likes us. I must be careful with my words. She gave us a small gift. It was a fine Spanish horse and a strong mule. They were very beautiful. Her husband found out. On the way, he took those two fine animals. He gave us these terrible ones instead.
And now you are taking them back?
Yes, sir. We cannot accept these animals for the ones we were promised.
No, of course. Still, I would like to see Porthos on my yellow horse. It would show me how I looked when I arrived in Paris. But go on, Mousqueton. Do your duty. Is your master at home?
Yes, sir. But he is in a bad mood. Move on.
Mousqueton went toward the Quai des Grands Augustins. The two friends went to ring at Porthos's door. Porthos saw them in the yard, but he did not answer. They rang again, but no one came. Meanwhile, Mousqueton crossed the Pont Neuf with the poor horse and mule. He reached Rue Auxiliary Hours. There, he tied both animals to the door knocker of the procurator's house. Then he left them and went back to Porthos. He told him his task was done. Soon, the two hungry animals made a lot of noise with the knocker. They had not eaten since morning. The procurator told his errand boy to ask around whose animals they were. Madame Coquenard knew them at once. She did not understand why they were returned. Soon after, Porthos came to see her, and she understood. Porthos was very angry, even if he tried to hide it. His face frightened Madame Coquenard. Mousqueton had told Porthos that he met D'Artagnan and Aramis. He also said that D'Artagnan knew the yellow horse. It was the same small horse he rode to Paris and sold for 3 crowns. Porthos left after he fixed a meeting with Madame Coquenard at the cloister of Saint Magloire. The procurator invited Porthos to dinner when he saw him leave. Porthos refused with a proud look. Madame Coquenard went to the cloister, shaking with fear. She knew Porthos would blame her. Still, she could not resist his proud manner. Porthos spoke all his hurt feelings and hard words. He said everything to her while she stood silent.
Please, I wanted to do well. One of our clients sells horses. He owes us money and does not pay on time. I took the horse and the mule for his debt. He told me they were fine animals.
Well, madam, if he owed you more than 5 crowns, that man cheated you.
There is nothing wrong with buying things cheap. Trying to explain.
No, madam. But people who always want cheap things must allow others to find kinder friends.
Then Porthos turned and took a step to leave.
Monsieur Porthos. Monsieur Porthos. I was wrong. I see it now. I should not have tried to save money when it was for a brave man like you.
Porthos said nothing and stepped back again. The procurator's wife thought she saw Porthos in a bright cloud. He stood there with rich ladies around him. They threw bags of money at his feet.
Stop, please, Monsieur Porthos, she cried. Stop and speak with me.
Talking with you brings me bad luck, said Porthos. But tell me, what do you want?
Nothing, she said. That is the same as asking you for something.
The procurator's wife held tightly to Porthos's arm. She was very upset and cried out.
Monsieur Porthos, I know nothing about these things. How could I know what a horse is? How could I know about saddles and other things?
Then you should have let me choose, said Porthos. I know these things. But you wanted to save money, and also to earn money from lending.
It was wrong, Monsieur Porthos, she said. But I will fix this. I promise you.
How will you do that? Asked the musketeer.
Listen. This evening my husband, M. Coquenard, is going to the house of the Duc de Chaulnes. The Duke sent for him. They will talk for at least 3 hours. We will be alone. Then we can settle everything.
That is good, said Porthos. Now you speak well, my dear.
You forgive me.
We will see, said Porthos proudly.
Then they left each other, saying, "Until this evening." "The devil," thought Porthos as he walked away. "It seems I am getting close to Monsieur Coquenard's money at last." Chapter 35. A Gascon a match for Cupid. At last the evening came. Porthos and D'Artagnan had waited for it with impatience. As usual, D'Artagnan went to Milady's house around 9 o'clock. He found her in a very good mood. She had never been so kind to him. At the first look, D'Artagnan knew that his letter had arrived. He also knew it had worked. Kitty came in to bring some sherbet. Milady smiled at her in a sweet way. But poor Kitty was very sad. She did not even see her mistress's kindness. D'Artagnan looked at the two women, one after the other. He felt that nature had made a mistake. Milady, the great lady, had a cold and selfish heart. Kitty, the servant, had a noble and gentle heart. At 10 o'clock Milady began to feel uneasy. D'Artagnan understood why. She looked at the clock. She stood up and sat down again. She smiled at him in a way that said, "You are pleasant, but please go now."
D'Artagnan stood up and took his hat.
Milady gave him her hand to kiss. She pressed his hand softly. He understood that this was not play. It was thanks for leaving. She loves him very much, he whispered to himself. Then he went out. This time Kitty was not waiting for him. She was not in the hall, not in the corridor, and not near the door. D'Artagnan had to go alone to the stairs and to the small room. Kitty heard him enter, but she did not lift her head. D'Artagnan went to her and took her hands. Then she began to cry loudly. As D'Artagnan had guessed, Milady was very happy when she got the letter. She told Kitty everything. To reward Kitty for helping her, she gave her a purse of money. When Kitty returned to her room, she threw the purse into a corner. It fell open, and some gold coins rolled onto the floor. Under D'Artagnan's gentle touch, Kitty raised her head. He was shocked by her changed face. She put her hands together and looked at him as if asking for mercy. She did not dare to speak. Even though D'Artagnan was not very kind at heart, her silent pain touched him. But he held strongly to his plan. He did not want to change it. He gave her no hope. He only said that what he was going to do was simple revenge. This revenge was easy. Milady, to hide her face from her lover, had ordered Kitty to put out all the lights. Even the small room was dark. Before morning, M. de Wardes would leave in darkness. Soon they heard Milady go to her room. D'Artagnan slipped into a closet. He had just hidden when a small bell rang. Kitty went to her mistress. She closed the door behind her. But the wall was thin, and almost everything could be heard. Milady was full of joy. She made Kitty tell her every small detail of the false meeting with de Wardes. She asked how he took the letter. She asked what he said. She asked how his face looked. She asked if he seemed loving. To all these questions, poor Kitty answered in a low and sad voice. She tried to sound cheerful. Milady did not notice her pain because happiness makes people think only of themselves. As the time for her meeting with the Count came near, Milady made the room dark. She told Kitty to go back to her own room. Kitty had to bring de Wardes when he arrived. Kitty did not wait long. D'Artagnan saw through a small opening that the room was now dark. He came out of his hiding place at once. Kitty closed the secret door.
What is that sound?
It is me. I am the Comte de Wardes.
Oh my God. He did not even wait for the time he chose.
Well, why do you not come in? Count, you know I am waiting for you.
D'Artagnan gently moved Kitty away and went into the room. His heart was in pain. He was there under another man's name. He heard words of love meant for someone else. He did not expect this feeling. Jealousy hurt him deeply. He felt almost as bad as poor Kitty, who was crying in the next room.
Yes, Count. I am happy because of the love you show me each time we meet. I love you too. Tomorrow I need a sign from you. I need to know you think of me. Take this, so you do not forget me.
She took a ring from her finger and put it on D'Artagnan's hand. D'Artagnan knew the ring. He had seen it on Milady before. It was a fine blue stone with bright diamonds around it. His first wish was to give it back.
No. Keep it for love of me. When you take it, you help me more than you know.
This woman has many secrets, D'Artagnan thought. At that moment, he almost told her the truth. He wanted to say who he really was and why he came.
Poor angel. That cruel Gascon almost killed you.
That Gascon was D'Artagnan himself.
Oh, do your wounds still hurt you?
Yes, very much.
Be calm. I will take care of it. I will punish him.
This is not the right time to speak, D'Artagnan thought. After a while, they spoke again. All his plans for revenge were gone. This woman had a strange power over him. He loved her and hated her at the same time. He could not believe such opposite feelings could live in one heart. The clock soon struck 1. They had to part. When D'Artagnan left, he felt only strong sadness. They said goodbye with warm words and agreed to meet again the next week. Poor Kitty hoped to say something to D'Artagnan when he passed her room. But Milady herself led him through the dark rooms. She left him only at the stairs. The next morning, D'Artagnan hurried to see Athos. His situation was strange, and he needed advice. He told Athos everything. This Milady seems to be a dangerous woman. Still, you were wrong to trick her. In any case, you now have a serious enemy. As he spoke, Athos looked closely at the sapphire ring with diamonds. It was now on D'Artagnan's finger. The Queen's ring was kept safe in a box.
You see my ring?
Yes. It makes me think of a family ring.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Very beautiful. I did not think 2 sapphires this fine existed. Did you trade it for your diamond?
No. It is a gift from my lovely English lady. Or French lady. I believe she was born in France, but I did not ask her.
That ring comes from Milady.
Yes, from her. She gave it to me last night. Here it is.
Athos looked at the ring and turned very pale. He put it on his left hand. It fit perfectly. A look of anger passed over his calm face. It cannot be she. How could this ring be with Milady Clarik? Still, it was hard to believe that 2 jewels could look so much alike.
Do you know this ring?
I thought I did, but I may be wrong. Take this ring off, or turn the stone inside. It brings back very painful memories. My mind cannot rest while I see it. Do not ask me for advice. Do not tell me about your troubles. But wait. Let me look at the blue stone again. The one I knew had a small mark on one side. D'Artagnan took off the ring and gave it to Athos. Athos suddenly reacted. Look, is this not strange? He showed D'Artagnan a small scratch on the stone.
But who gave you this ring, Athos?
My mother gave it to me. She got it from her mother. It is an old family ring.
And you sold it?
No. I gave it away during a night of love, just as it was given to you. D'Artagnan grew quiet and thoughtful. It seemed to him that Milady had a dark and secret heart. He took back the ring but did not put it on. He placed it in his pocket. D'Artagnan, you know I care for you. If I had a son, I could not love him more. Listen to me. Leave this woman. I do not know her, but something inside me says she is dangerous. Being near her can only bring harm.
You are right. I will end this. I admit she frightens me.
Do you have the strength to do it?
I do. And I will do it at once.
You will do the right thing. May God grant that this woman does not leave a dark mark on your life. Athos bowed slightly. It was clear he wished to be alone. When D'Artagnan returned home, he found Kitty waiting for him. One night without sleep had changed her. She looked weak and tired. Her mistress had sent her with a message full of love and joy. Kitty waited, pale and shaking, for D'Artagnan's answer. D'Artagnan chose not to see Milady again. He wrote a short letter and signed another man's name. D'Artagnan gave the letter to Kitty. At first she did not understand. Then joy filled her heart. She ran back as fast as she could. Milady opened the letter with hope. After reading it, her face turned white. She crushed the paper in her hand.
What is this letter?
It is the answer to Madame's letter.
That cannot be. No gentleman would write such words. My God! Could he have?
She stopped. Her face lost all color. She tried to walk but fell into a chair. Kitty hurried to help her. Milady pushed her away at once.
What do you want with me? She said. Why do you put your hand on me?
I thought Madame was sick, and I wanted to help her, the maid said. She was afraid when she saw the hard look on her mistress's face.
I faint. Me? Milady cried. Do you think I am weak? When someone hurts me, I do not faint. I take revenge.
She made a sign to Kitty to leave the room. Chapter 36. Dream of Vengeance. That evening Milady gave an order. When Monsieur d'Artagnan came, the servants must let him in at once. But he did not come. The next day Kitty went again to see the young man. She told him everything that had happened the night before. D'Artagnan smiled. Milady's jealous anger felt like his revenge. That evening Milady waited again. She was even more restless than before. She gave the same order about the Gascon. But once more, he did not come. The next morning Kitty went to D'Artagnan's place. This time she was not happy or quick. She looked very sad. D'Artagnan asked her what was wrong. She did not answer with words. She took a letter from her pocket and gave it to him. The letter was written by Milady. This time it was for Monsieur d'Artagnan, not for Monsieur de Wardes. He opened it and read it.
Dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is not right to forget your friends, especially when you will soon leave them for a long time. My brother-in-law and I waited for you yesterday and the day before, but you did not come. Will it be the same this evening? Yours with thanks, Milady Clarick.
That is very simple, said D'Artagnan. I expected this letter. When the Comte de Wardes loses favour, I gain it.
And will you go? Kitty asked.
Listen, my dear girl, said the Gascon. He tried to feel right about breaking his promise to Athos. It would be unwise not to accept such a clear invitation. If I stop coming, Milady will wonder why. She may guess something. Who knows how far such a woman might go?
Oh, my God, said Kitty. You always speak so that you seem right. You are going back to please her again. And if this time she likes you as yourself, it will be worse than before.
Without knowing all, poor Kitty felt part of the truth. D'Artagnan tried to calm her. He promised that Milady's charm would not affect him. He asked Kitty to tell her mistress that he was very thankful and that he would follow her wishes. He did not write a letter. He was afraid Milady would know his writing. At 9 o'clock D'Artagnan arrived at the Place Royal. It was clear the servants had been warned. As soon as he appeared, one of them ran to tell Milady, even before he spoke.
Let him come in, said Milady. Her voice was quick and sharp, and D'Artagnan heard it from outside.
He was shown into the room.
I see nobody else, said Milady. Remember, nobody else.
The servant left. D'Artagnan looked at Milady with questions in his eyes. She was pale and tired. She looked as if she had cried or not slept. There were fewer lights in the room, but she could not hide that she had been ill for 2 days. D'Artagnan went closer, polite as always. Milady tried hard to welcome him. She smiled, but her face showed pain.
When he asked about her health, she said, bad,